When the doctor has a plug chapter 452 to chapter 531. Moreover, Xianxia actually saw an email address at the end, but it was private. Xianxia was slightly stunned. Could it be that such a high-level article still needs to contact the editor? Thinking up to this point, before Xianxia could reply, an unfamiliar email came in with a string of Chinese messages. Hello, Mr. Xianxia. I am the editor of the British Journal of Surgery, Donson. Nice to meet you. We will continue to communicate with you in the future. Xianxia was silent. A high-end magazine even has a private service and a Chinese editor. This is too high-end, isn't it? Thinking of liver transplantation, Xianxia shook his head and continued to sleep. Early the next morning, Xianxia woke up early and cleaned up. The only flaw was that his only suit was gone. He reckoned that he would have to wear casual clothes today. But at this moment, there was a knock on the door. Xianxia was slightly stunned. Who knocked on the door so early? After opening the door, he saw Qingyu running in with a set of clothes. Xianxia was instantly stunned. Didn't you say that you were still sleeping? Qingyu smiled and did not say anything. She just opened the big bag in her hand and said, "Quick, try it on. Can you wear it?" As she spoke, she took out a suit from the clothes bag. It was neat and tidy, and there was even a white shirt. It was as good as new. Xianxia was suddenly stunned. Where did you get the clothes? Qingyu blushed. Don't worry about it. Anyway, I will wear it for a day. Let's see if it fits first. Xianxia suddenly thought of something. You didn't take your dad's clothes, right? Qingyu realized that she was exposed and immediately smiled awkwardly. Anyway, he won't wear it today. After you wear it, I will wash it for him. When I have time, I will accompany you to buy a set. Qingyu was different from Xianxia. She was meticulous and considered many things. He thought that he would definitely need to wear a suit today, but it was too late yesterday. Moreover, when she saw how tired Xianxia was, she couldn't bear to take him shopping to look at clothes, but she also didn't want to casually buy a set. She suddenly remembered that Xianxia could wear her father's cashmere sweater. Since they were about the same size, he should be able to wear a suit as well. Thinking of this, she had been so attentive last night just to take out the clothes. Xianxia was lying on the bed. It was rare for him to have a day off, so he had to sleep in. But, when he thought about Qinyu's strange movements, Lao Qin suddenly became curious. Honey, when did I wear that suit? Why don't I remember it being dirty? Ji Ruyun also frowned. I'm not sure either. I remember that you've only worn that suit once. It was when you went to Beijing for a meeting this year. Other times? I don't remember. Qin Xiaoyuan smiled. Sigh. You've really grown up. You're sensible now. You know how to wash my clothes. Ji Ruyun smiled and said, Look at how beautiful you are. She sent it to the dry cleaners. I'll wash your clothes for the rest of my life. Qin Xiaoyuan smiled and turned around to hug Ji Ruyun in his arms. He said with a smile, God has treated me well. He gave me such a beautiful wife and such a sensible girl. Oh right, and a young and promising son-in-law with a bright future. Where do you think I got my good fortune from? Ji Ruyun saw how smug Qin Xiaoyuan was and couldn't help but say, People say that I bring good fortune to my husband. You should thank me. Oh right, what happened to Xiaochen? Tell me. When Ji Ruyun heard the news about Xianxia, she was also very curious and quickly asked. Qin Xiaoyuan then told her about what had happened yesterday. From the rescue to the group's comments at night, Ji Ruyun was overwhelmed by emotions when she heard it. After Qin Xiaoyuan finished speaking, he sighed, I'm getting more and more satisfied with this kid now. Xianxia looked at Qinyu, turn around. Qinyu suddenly smiled, I don't even despise you. Why are you still shy? Xianxia suddenly felt awkward. It was easy for problems to arise when a man and a woman were alone in a room. However, looking at Qinyu's mischievous face, Xianxia suddenly smiled. He directly took off his clothes and pants. Qinyu wanted to turn around, but once he turned around, it would make him look like a coward. She, the great Qinyu, even dared to do such things. Why would she be afraid of being seen changing clothes? However, when she saw Xianxia, Qinyu's face turned red and her breathing quickened. this Chen Song was too shameless, he really changed. Chen Song also felt uncomfortable when Qinyu looked at him like that. Some things started to be controlled by humans and suddenly became intelligent. When Qinyu saw this, her eyes widened, she felt that it was difficult to breathe. Chen Song immediately stood up and pulled Qinyu into his arms. Qinyu was pulled in by Chen Song and instantly felt her heart beating very fast. Her face was red and hot. To be honest, Chen Song was a little moved. Toward Qinyu felt that she was also out of control. Their hands started to wander around. Just as the situation was getting worse, the phone suddenly rang. The two of them were stunned. Qinyu quickly picked up the phone and saw that it was Xianxia. Qinyu quickly calmed down and picked up the phone. "Hello, Dad? What's the matter?" Xianxia smiled and said, "Girl, when I dry cleaned the clothes, I remember. Also, I sent you a red packet on WeChat. You don't earn much, so I can't let you pay for the laundry. Come back later tonight and have some good food with Xiaochen. Also, don't always spend Xiaochen's money. Be a good girl. We have to be independent. If you don't have money, ask Dad for it." With that, he hung up the phone. The two of them were interrupted by the phone call and felt a little awkward. Qinyu looked at the time. It was 7 o'clock. She stared at Chen Song and couldn't help but blush. There's not enough time. Hurry up and put on your clothes, pack up, and leave quickly. Chen Song nodded but was immediately stunned. That's not right, the meeting was at 8:30 and it was 7 o'clock now. The journey took 20 minutes. After deducting the miscellaneous time, there were still 50 minutes left. Little thief Qin, your expectations are too high. Thinking of this, Chen Song couldn't help but gulp. He thought to himself that he had to work harder in the future. That's not right. Was training useful? He had to work harder to get a gem that increased his endurance attribute, otherwise, he couldn't even serve little liquor Qin. Thinking of this, Chen Song couldn't help but sigh. The way she looked at Qinyu had changed. It was as if she had become a female devil with a whip in her hand. Chen Song felt a chill run down his spine. Because of little liquor Qin's words, Chen Song felt a lot of psychological pressure and burden throughout the journey. Qinyu looked at Chen Song and thought that he was nervous. He comforted him. Don't be stressed. You're the best. P.S. Thank you again to First Love Bright Summer Flowers for the 10,000 tip. Thank you, brother. In such a big venue, Chen Song was wearing the clothes sponsored by Xianxia. He did not panic at all. After all, he was blessed by his father-in-law. He had the expectations of his wife and family on his shoulders. He had to perform well today. He looked up and saw the graceful Qinyu in a cheongsam. He suddenly regretted it, but, when he thought of little thief Qin's 50 minutes, Chen Song felt too much pressure. He had not been on the stage for a long time. He had to polish it properly. Otherwise, it would really rust. After all, if he did not polish it quickly, he would at least look good. Chen Song held his phone and kept reading his lines. He polished his expression skills and was cramming at the last minute. Just now, he thought about it for 3 minutes. After Ji Ruyun made lunch for Qin Xiaoyuan, she had nothing to do at home. She lay on the sofa and was really bored. She held the mirror and looked at the wrinkles on her face. Suddenly, she said, "Lao Qin, how much do you think I should pay if I ask Xiaochen for plastic surgery?" Qin Xiaoyuan smiled. "As much as it should be. You are not married yet and you want to take advantage of him? Besides, what's the difference between the money going to Chen Song and the money going to our girl?" This sentence caused Ji Ruyun to roll his eyes. This old thing was really crafty. Ji Ruyun shook her head. "Aya, that's not what I meant. Forget it. You won't understand even if I tell you." After the two of them finished cleaning up, Ji Ruyun suddenly sighed. "Sigh, when the girl gets married in the future, how boring will it be for us to stay at home? I'm going to retire soon. I have to find something to do." Qin Xiaoyuan suddenly stopped what he was doing and turned to look at Ji Ruyun. "Eh? Honey, let's go to the annual meeting of the Department of Hepatobiliary and Pancreatic Surgery?" Ji Ruyun rolled her eyes. "Are you crazy? Why are you not resting on the weekend and going to the annual meeting?" Qin Xiaoyuan quickly walked to the sofa and sat down. No, let's go and see Qingyu and little Chen. Don't you want to see your girl as a host? Aren't you looking forward to seeing Chen Brat speak on stage? Hearing Qin Xiaoyuan say this, Ji Ruyun's eyes immediately lit up. That's right, good idea. Thinking of this, Ji Ruyun suddenly pecked Qin Xiaoyuan's face. Hubby, you're still the sly old fox. After saying that, she hurriedly got up and began to put on makeup. On the other hand, Qin Xiaoyuan was sitting on the sofa. Although he was praised by his wife and she even gave him a gift. But he always felt that it didn't seem like a compliment to him. Cunning old fox, this adjective. No matter how Lao Qin thought about it, it sounded more like a derogatory term. The two of them were in a hurry. After packing up, they got up and set off. Compared to Lao Qin, Ji Ruyun was looking forward to it. She asked Lao Qin to take the camera and take a few photos. At 8:30 a.m., Zhang Youfu, as one of the organizers of the conference, went on stage to give a speech. Various chief physicians and specialists in the field of hepatobiliary and pancreatic surgery in Dongyang province and some specialists in the capital were invited to this conference. Every annual conference was actually sponsored by a pharmaceutical company. After all, it was also a money-burning event. These specialists were invited to give lectures, and the cost of one lecture ranged from 3,000 to 5,000. This price mainly depended on the academic status. Generally, a lecture by a famous doctor in the country would cost about 5,000. But the price of an academician's lecture might be higher. Moreover, other than the lecture fee, the hotel would basically arrange for the treatment of a presidential suite. It cost 10,000 to 20,000 yuan a day. After all, these big shots were older and needed to bring their assistants along. This way, the cost of an annual conference would be greatly increased. However, the pharmaceutical company did not care about this small amount of money. Moreover, if you wanted to sponsor this kind of annual conference, you would not be qualified to sponsor if your status was not high enough. To be able to sponsor such a professional annual conference was also a very important marketing opportunity for the pharmaceutical company. After all, if you said that you sponsored the annual conference of hepatobiliary and pancreatic surgery in Dongyang province, it meant that the pharmaceutical company recognized you. This would be very beneficial for future promotion. After Zhang Youfu finished his opening speech, he started to introduce today's guests. Chen Song was arranged to be the first one because of his uniqueness. Zhang Youfu smiled and said, "Let me give a round of applause and invite Chen Song to come to the stage." After Chen Song went up with a smile and bowed to everyone, he did not do too many complicated operations and directly started the day's theme. Today, I will share with you 2 surgical methods that I have modified. I hope it will inspire you. The first one is a modified appendectomy with a small incision. Over the years, the appendix, Chen Song started to talk tirelessly. The people below the stage had different expressions. Some valued it, and some did not really care. After all, in the eyes of many people, appendectomy was the most basic surgery, and there was not much value in improving it. Moreover, most big hospitals used laparoscopy. Who would use a small incision for no reason? However, the meaning was different in the eyes of different people. The county hospitals that had not popularized laparoscopy immediately focused after seeing this surgery. Their thoughts were the same as Duanbua from the People's Hospital of Lan County. They could use this surgery to make up for the shortcomings of imperfect laparoscopy technology. Moreover, the cost of a small incision was at least 50% cheaper than laparoscopy. For ordinary people, this was very popular. Therefore, after Chen Song finished talking about the first surgical method, the people's attitudes were different. Moreover, to be honest, many people looked at Chen Song and felt that the effect of a young man's modified surgery was still uncertain. Everyone could refer to Chen Song's ideas, but they might not agree with it completely. After Chen Song finished talking, he posted a photo on the projector and said, "This article has just been accepted by the British Journal of Surgery. This is the employment notice. Perhaps not long later, everyone will be able to find it online." In fact, the continuous improvement of a small incision is a supplement for laparoscopy. The advantages of laparoscopy are undeniable, but its shortcomings are also obvious. For appendectomy, a small incision can fully satisfy the advantages of laparoscopy and make up for the shortcomings of laparoscopy. It has some value. Now, Department Director Duan from the People's Hospital of Lan County and I have been experimenting with a modified surgical method for appendectomy with a small incision for some time, and the results are obvious. When Duanbo heard this, he was very excited. After all, participating in such a research project gave him a sense of accomplishment. Moreover, when he heard that Chen Song's article was published in the British Journal of Surgery, he was instantly stunned. When he saw that he was the first author on Chen Song's employment notice, he was extremely excited. What did Duanbo do to deserve this? He was able to do something that even a provincial hospital's department director could not do and publish it in a world-class journal. When Duanbo looked at Chen Song again, his eyes were full of gratitude. As soon as Chen Song finished speaking, the group of people who modified Chen Song's surgical method was dumbfounded. Was this for real? It was actually included in the British Journal of Surgery. For a moment, everyone looked askance. They suddenly regretted that they did not listen carefully just now. How old was Chen Song? How could he modify an appendectomy and publish it in the British Journal of Surgery? This was more than just an honor. The doctors from the grassroots hospitals who could attend the annual meeting of the Department of Hepatobiliary and Pancreatic Surgery were basically department directors and associate department directors. After they read the news, their eyes were filled with fanaticism. This surgery was very useful for grassroots hospitals. After all, under the continuous promotion of the three-tier diagnosis and treatment system, grassroots hospitals performed the most minor surgeries like appendectomies. If they could promote this good quality and cheap surgical method, it would definitely be a good thing for the common people. Moreover, at this time, they looked at Duanbo with envy. Duanbo could be said to be the first person to benefit. He could also participate and publish this article in the British Journal of Surgery as the lead author. Everyone was envious. Duanbo's career would definitely be smooth sailing in the future. He would have no problem becoming an associate hospital director. Having such academic achievements in a grassroots hospital would be a success in getting a professional title or something else. They all made up their minds to get Dr. Chen's contact number after the meeting so that they could keep in touch. Then, they would invite him to their hospital to give a lecture and demonstrate this kind of appendectomy with a small incision. At this time, Xianxia and Ji Ruyun happened to come in. They sat in the back row and happened to hear a few department directors from grassroots hospitals talking. That's amazing. Yeah, Dr. Chen Song is so young, but he's so capable. He has a bright future. That's right. How many talents like him can there be in Danyang province? Hearing the praise for Chen Song, Xianxia and Ji Ruyun suddenly felt very proud. This feeling was even better than praising themselves. They felt very happy. Xianxia quickly took out his phone and took a photo of Chen Song. It happened to be on the recruitment notice. Xianxia looked at Ji Ruyun in shock and said, "Honey, look, your girl wrote another top-notch paper." Ji Ruyun was stunned. He took the camera and looked at it carefully. He immediately took a deep breath. Corresponding author, Chen Song. Primary authors, Qin Yu, Duanbo, and Li Baoshan. Ji Ruyun was momentarily stunned. He suddenly recalled that Qin Yu seemed to have been busy organizing information during that period of time. Her bedroom was full of them. Now I understand, he was helping Chen Song organize his things. However, based on this alone, could Qin Yu be the first author? Ji Ruyun understood that this Xiao Chen must have had thoughts about Qin Yu long ago. 2 top-notch SCI papers. He would definitely be a PhD candidate in the country. Most importantly, these 2 papers were related to Qin Yu's field. Thinking of this, Ji Ruyun took a deep breath. This Xiao Chen and Qin Yu were really. Originally, he thought that Xiao Chen had gotten a bargain. However, it seemed that Qin Yu had gotten a bargain. Little Chen was a real stock with great potential. No, when he came back, he had to talk to Yaya. He had to think of ways to get along well with Chen Song. Xianxia also took a deep breath. This Xiao Chen was really good to Qin Yu. These 2 papers were enough as a betrothal gift. This made Lao Qin feel a little pressured. What should he give his daughter as a betrothal gift? Ji Ruyun passed the camera to Xianxia and looked at Lao Qin seriously. Xiao Chen is really good. Xianxia nodded. Ji Ruyun suddenly turned and stared at Xianxia and said, "Look at you. Look at him." When Xiao Chen was dating, he published 2 top-notch SCI papers for Yaya. When we were dating, I was the one who wrote your paper. Xianxia, I'm looking down on you more and more. Lao Qin was dumbfounded. What does this have to do with me? Who did I offend? Chen Song continued to talk about the next content. Next, it's about the study of minimally invasive small wounds under laparoscopy. This is also a new surgical method that I developed. Or rather, it's more appropriate to call it a small trick. Oh right, let me tell you first. This new surgical method has been published in Liver Transplantation. Those who are interested can take a look online. Maybe you can find it. When everyone heard this, they suddenly fell silent. One was published in the British Journal of Surgery, one was published in Liver Transplantation, and 2 improved surgical methods. With such results, he was qualified to be the vice chairman, not to mention the director of the annual surgical conference in Dongyang province. If it were not for Chen Song's lack of qualifications, a person in his 40s would be qualified to be the vice chairman. Therefore, when Chen Song spoke, everyone listened very seriously. No one dared to look down on Chen Song anymore. Moreover, when Chen Song showed the photo, everyone really felt the difference. The wound was really difficult to find. If Chen Song had not pointed it out, everyone might not have been able to find it. This surgical method was really immediate and the effect was obvious. At this moment, the few people below the stage were flushed with embarrassment. One group was the doctors from the 2nd Provincial Hospital who expected better from Chen Song. There was also Su Wenbin, the deputy director of the General Surgery Department of the Provincial Hospital. When he saw Chen Song talk about this surgical method, he suddenly remembered the assessment at the 2nd Provincial Hospital. At that time, he had assessed Wang Yong. In the end, when Wang Yong recommended Chen Song, Su Wenbin did not care, he did not expect Chen Song to be so powerful. For a moment, Su Wenbin's face was extremely red. He had actually made the low-level mistake of judging a person by their appearance. Thinking of this, Su Wenbin could not help but feel extremely ashamed. Meanwhile, Lu Siki, who was also the vice chairman of the Department of Hepatobiliary and Pancreatic Surgery, had a face full of emotions. Back then, he and Tan Zhonglin were invited by Zhang Kaqin to the 2nd Provincial Hospital. They saw Chen Song suturing for Wu Gang from the criminal police team. At that time, they favored this young man very much. However, at that time, they really should have worked hard. If they had invited Chen Song to the people of the province, this honor would have been the honor of the people of the province. To put it bluntly, they were still not determined enough. At that time, Chen Song was still a temporary worker, so the chances were very high. Later on, when the assessment was made, Lu Siki was also present. At that time, he had already realized that it was too late. The 2nd Provincial Hospital had already placed great importance on Chen Song. Now, Lu Siki sighed regretfully. If he and Tan Zhonglin had gritted their teeth and made up their minds to poach Chen Song to the people of the province, perhaps, they would have had a chance, but now, there was definitely no chance. At this time, Chen Song had gradually grown up. At this time, Ji Ruyun looked at Chen Song and suddenly felt that he looked familiar. After a while, Ji Ruyun suddenly reacted and said to Lao Qin, look at the clothes that Xiaochen is wearing. Qin Xiaoyuan was stunned. Yes, it's quite handsome. Young man, you have good taste. Ji Ruyun rolled his eyes. I asked you to look at the clothes. Don't you think they look a little familiar? Qin Xiaoyuan frowned slightly when Ji Ruyun said that. Eh? It really does look a little familiar. Where have I seen it before? Suddenly, Lao Qin slapped his thigh and his expression changed. Could it be? P.S. Thank you to QQ reader Xiaoyu Xianxia for the 40,000 tip. Thank you, boss. When Lao Qin saw the clothes, he was so angry that his scalp went numb. This rascal, wasn't he wearing his suit? This suit was Lao Qin's only luxury brand suit. He had to grit his teeth and cut his flesh to buy it. He had bought it especially for the State Council's Expert Allowance Award. At that time, Lao Qin's heart ached for a long time. After he came back, he couldn't bear to wear it even once. He just tidied it up properly and put it in the wardrobe. He didn't expect that the brat would wear the clothes that he couldn't bear to wear. Thinking of this, Qin Xiaoyuan was so angry that he couldn't help but vent his anger. He was about to turn around to scold Ji Ruyun and see how he had spoiled her. But when he turned around, he suddenly realized that Ji Ruyun had a smile on her face and her eyes were full of admiration. Seeing Qin Xiaoyuan turn around, Ji Ruyun suddenly smiled and said, "Lao Qin, look, that's your suit." Qin Xiaoyuan nodded in a muffled voice, "I can see that." Ji Ruyun smiled and said, "TSK, clothes really make the man. I usually see Xiaochen wearing casual clothes too much. This suit is really spirited and stylish. If you ask me, this suit is much more handsome than you." Ji Ruyun said and laughed. She didn't know that Qin Xiaoyuan's nerves were twitching uncontrollably. "I'm so angry, this is intolerable, Chen Song, you little thief." Qin Xiaoyuan was planning how to deal with Chen Song in the future when he saw Ji Ruyun suddenly turn around and stare at Lao Qin with a smile. "What's wrong? Are you angry?" Qin Xiaoyuan snorted. His expression was self-evident. Ji Ruyun smiled. "Alright, it's not like Xiaochen deliberately gave you the clothes. If you want to blame someone, blame your girl." When Qin Xiaoyuan heard girl, he immediately became listless. He quibbled, "How can I not know my girl? She must have been led astray by that brat. Yaya is so sensible." Ji Ruyun was amused by Qin Xiaoyuan's self-deceiving look. Alright, can't you be a little more magnanimous? Isn't it just a set of clothes? Let's go buy another set another day. Besides, Xiaochen is just borrowing your clothes to wear for a day. Look at how stingy you are. How can you be a dean?" Qin Xiaoyuan couldn't help but sigh. It's hard to guard against a thief in your own house." Seeing his daughter in a cheongsam on the stage, Qin Xiaoyuan couldn't get angry at all. He could only sigh. It was true that a grown girl could not be kept at home. Her elbows had long turned to an outsider. Chen Song, who was sitting on the stage, was also very nervous. After all, after his vision had been strengthened by 50%, he could see his future father-in-law and mother-in-law from afar. This made Chen Song feel uncomfortable all over. After all, Qin Yu had secretly given her this set of clothes. He hoped that Dean Qin wouldn't find this set of clothes familiar. After Chen Song finished his speech, he quickly got off the stage. He took 2 bottles of water from the front and walked to the back to give them to Qin Xiaoyuan and Ji Ruyun. Seeing Chen Song come over, Ji Ruyun smiled like a flower. After all, the more a mother-in-law treated her son-in-law, the happier she would be. Although Qin Xiaoyuan was unhappy, just as Ji Ruyun said, he wouldn't blame Chen Song. Instead, he forced a smile and nodded. Chen Song gave the water and quickly left. He thought that Dean Qin probably didn't realize that he was wearing his clothes. The morning passed quickly. After it ended, the annual meeting was completely over. Qin Xiaoyuan's arrival obviously made the eyes of Qian Liang, Zhang Youfu, and the others light up. When the meeting ended, they all came over to greet him. Qian Liang smiled. "Dean Qin, I admire you more and more now. The development of the second provincial hospital is really in full swing, especially when it comes to nurturing the new generation of talents. It's really not bad. Look at Xiaochen. What a great young man. In the future, wear more formal clothes. He looks so energetic and handsome." Qian Liang was full of praise for Chen Song. "My girl is really married. Otherwise, I would definitely matchmake Xiaochen." Everyone laughed when they heard that. Lu Siki also smiled and nodded. "Yes, I'm regretting that I didn't poach Xiaochen back then. Otherwise, all these honors would have been ours. Dean Qin, this year, your hospital's scientific research score has definitely reached the standard. The year-end ranking might even be higher." Qin Xiaoyuan was happy when he heard that. Praising Chen Song made Qin Xiaoyuan happy. At this moment, he suddenly felt that, wearing his clothes was nothing. He even felt even prouder. After all, he had bought the clothes himself. He had given birth to his daughter. His daughter had been given to Chen Song to wear. This was equivalent to the clothes he had bought for Chen Song. Therefore, this honor was his. Thinking of this, Lao Qin immediately felt relieved. Chen Song wore the clothes he had bought for him, went on stage to fight, and won honor. Some of this honor was his. Lao Qin suddenly felt more and more proud. They all smiled and agreed. Zhou Hongguang smiled and looked at Chen Song. "Xiaochen, come to 301 hospital when you're free. Young people still have to work hard." Oh right, my girl is a law student. I'll introduce you to her another day. Chen Song smiled. Thank you, Director Zhou. Qin Xiaoyuan's eyes narrowed when he heard this. This Zhou guy was up to no good. No, he had to get engaged as soon as possible. Thinking of this, Qin Xiaoyuan enthusiastically sent Zhou Hongguang off as if he was facing a formidable enemy. After everyone left, Qin Yu changed his clothes and ran over. He asked happily, Dad, Mom, why are you here? Qin Xiaoyuan said in his heart. If I didn't come, how would I know that this little thief washed your dad's clothes on someone else? Are you telling me that these clothes were washed to dry? Qin Xiaoyuan rolled his eyes. Ji Ruyan smiled and said, Your dad and I were bored at home today, so we came out to see you. After saying this, Ji Ruyan looked at Chen Song. Xiao Chen, you're great. You're too outstanding. Chen Song smiled awkwardly when he heard this. He still planned to confess to Director Qin and tell her the truth. Thank you, Auntie. Director Qin, I have something to apologize to you. Qin Xiaoyuan was stunned when he heard this. What else did this kid do to me? Qin Xiaoyuan looked at Chen Song and smiled. Oh? Tell me. Chen Song saw that Director Qin was not angry. He said, I only have one suit. When I was rescuing the patient yesterday, I was covered in blood. I couldn't wear it. I didn't have time to buy it last night, so I borrowed your suit. Don't worry, I'll send it to the cleaners later. Qin Xiaoyuan could not help but laugh when he heard Chen Song say this. Qin Xiaoyuan wasn't angry. At most, he was helpless. Moreover, he was helpless because it was his daughter. It had nothing to do with Chen Song. Qin Xiaoyuan knew that Chen Song wouldn't do such a thing, and he definitely wouldn't have any ideas about him. The reason why Chen Song said that was definitely to take the blame for Qin Yu. Thinking of this, Qin Xiaoyuan wasn't angry. Instead, he couldn't help but feel happy. After all, this showed that Chen Song was responsible and knew how to protect Qin Yu. Like a man, as parents, how could they not understand their daughter? Ji Ruyan looked at Chen Song and couldn't help but laugh. This young man was really good. Not only was he capable, but his character was also good. However, Qin Yu was unhappy when he heard that. He quickly said, Dad, Mom, this wasn't Chen Song's idea. Don't blame Chen Song. It's all my fault. I saw that Chen Song's clothes couldn't be worn yesterday. Moreover, he was busy the whole day and was exhausted. I let him rest early and didn't accompany him to buy clothes. I thought that I would borrow your clothes first and then buy some. Qin Xiaoyuan couldn't help but laugh and said, Okay, I'm not angry. The clothes can't be worn out. Moreover, this outfit fits Xiao Chen quite well. You little girl, if you have something to say, just say it. As a father, how can I not give it to you? Look at how sneaky you are. When Qin Yu heard that, he suddenly laughed. The reason why Lao Qin didn't say that he would give it to Chen Song wasn't because he couldn't bear to, but because it wasn't suitable. It was fine if he didn't wear it, but he had already worn it. If he gave it to Chen Song, he was afraid that Chen Song would have some thoughts. After all, Qin Xiaoyuan had been a leader all his life, so he thought a lot. Seeing that his parents weren't angry, Qin Yu let out a sigh of relief. He smiled and said, Dad, actually, Chen Song wearing this shirt adds color to your outfit. Am I right? Now, this piece of clothing can be considered to have a special meaning. Hearing Qin Yu's words, Qin Xiaoyuan and Ji Ruyan couldn't help but laugh. At noon, the four of them didn't eat at the hotel. Instead, they went to a nice restaurant. Lao Qin treated them to a meal. The addition of Chen Song seemed to make this family of three a little livelier. However, Chen Song suddenly remembered that it was his mother's birthday soon. After a while, he would change shifts. Chen Song decided to bring Qin Yu home to celebrate his mother's birthday. In the past 2 years, he was very busy every year. He really couldn't leave at all. Moreover, Chen Song was a newcomer, so he was embarrassed to change shifts with others. Instead, he took over a lot of other people's shifts. The second provincial hospital wasn't a good hospital. In order to improve the quality of service and increase the number of patients in the second provincial hospital, Qin Xiaoyuan implemented a non-holiday hospital. During the holidays, they basically took turns to ensure that there were people on duty at all times. However, the batch of people recruited for the emergency department would officially start work next Monday. By then, they might not be very busy. Chen Dehai liked to show off. Chen Song wanted to buy a good car in 2 days and bring his beautiful daughter-in-law along to make old Chen proud. Although Chen Song wasn't short of money now, he could still take out a few million. He thought that when his parents came, he would bring them to Ammonium to provide for their retirement. It wasn't that the village wasn't good, but the medical conditions couldn't meet the requirements. If he asked the old couple to come out now, they would definitely be unwilling. After all, they were used to the life of the villagers. The meal lasted until 2 o'clock. In the afternoon, Chen Song and Qin Yu went shopping. As for Qin Xiaoyuan and Ji Ruyun, they went home. Qin Xiaoyuan said with a teasing expression, "Go home later and shop more." In the afternoon, Qin Yu accompanied Chen Song to the mall to buy some clothes for the season. Chen Song's previous clothes were more sporty and casual. Qin Yu accompanied him to buy some slightly more mature clothes. Then, they bought a suit, shirt, belt, leather shoes, and tie. Once a man had a girlfriend, his life would become more interesting. Even buying clothes was full of interest. After coming out of the mall with big and small bags, Chen Song told Qin Yu that he wanted to go home. "My mother's birthday is next month. I was thinking that we should celebrate her birthday together." "I rarely celebrate her birthday for so many years," Chen Song said. When Qin Yu heard that, he was surprised and happy. After all, it would be a lie to say that he wasn't nervous when his wife met her mother-in-law. However, although he was nervous, Qin Yu was also a little expectant. Because meeting his mother-in-law was considered to be recognized, Qin Yu suddenly felt a little nervous. Seeing Qin Yu's silence, Chen Song couldn't help but ask, "What's wrong? Don't you want to go?" When Qin Yu heard that, he quickly said, "I want to go. It's just, I'm a little nervous." Chen Song couldn't help but smile. "My mother has always been hoping that I can have a girlfriend and settle down. If you go, she will be happy." "What are you nervous about?" Qin Yu took Chen Song's hand and took a deep breath. He lowered his head and looked depressed. "I'm afraid that your mother won't like me. I'm stupid. The food I cook isn't good. I don't know how to sew clothes. I can't do housework well, but I will learn. I will cram in cooking during this time. I will go home and cook for uncle and auntie." When Chen Song saw Qin Yu's silly look, he couldn't help but want to laugh. "My parents are both chefs. Why do they need you to cook?" Chen Song said with a smile, "They will be happy if you go." Qin Yu shook his head, "It's different. Uncle and auntie can cook, but I have to learn. I can't let them cook all the time." Speaking of this, Qin Yu secretly made up his mind. When he went home, he would concentrate on cooking. After all, he was so good at cutting meat. He often cut the appendix and gallbladder. He should be very talented in cutting vegetables. When he thought of this, Qin Yu definitely went home to ask his mother for advice. With an idea in mind, he didn't have the mood to continue shopping. Qin Yu suddenly felt burdened. He didn't want to eat dinner. He immediately decided to go home and start cooking for the first time. He also promised that he wouldn't let Chen Song eat and would send it to him later. Chen Song was stunned. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. However, when he saw Qin Yu's solemn look, he had to give up. Chen Song thought that no matter how bad it was, it shouldn't be a problem. After all, he wasn't picky about food. When he got home, Chen Song changed his clothes and sent it to the dry cleaner. Meanwhile, Qin Yu rushed home in a hurry, afraid that her parents would start cooking. Qin Xiaoyuan saw Qin Yu come home so early and was stunned. "Why are you back so early? Your mother and I haven't cooked yet." Qin Yu heard and was relieved. He looked at Lao Qin with a smile. "Dad, Mom, you have worked hard today. Let me cook." When he said this, Ji Ruyun and Qin Xiaoyuan looked at each other. They were full of disbelief. This was unprecedented. It was the first time, right? Had Qin Yu cooked at home before? The two of them looked at Qin Yu uneasily. "What happened to this girl? P.S. There are more. I'm checking for typos. Actually, I checked it a few times, but I couldn't find it." Seeing Qin Yu busy himself, Ji Ruyun felt a little anxious. She wanted to help but was pushed out of the kitchen by Qin Yu. For a moment, Ji Ruyun and Qin Xiaoyuan sat on the sofa, looking confused. What exactly had happened to this girl? Let's not talk about whether the food was delicious. Their first consideration was whether this girl needed to take some medicine. Lao Qin looked at Ji Ruyun. What happened? Ji Ruyun glared at him. How would I know? If you ask me, who should I ask? Qin Xiaoyuan suddenly said, ask Chen Song. Is it related to this kid? Otherwise, Yaya will go crazy and go into the kitchen the moment she comes back. Ji Ruyun's eyes lit up. It must be related to Chen Song. I don't have Xiao Chen's WeChat. Qin Xiaoyuan also realized that he didn't have it either, right? No, he had to add Chen Song's WeChat when he went to the hospital tomorrow. However, Ji Ruyun thought about it and suddenly said, actually, this isn't a bad thing. It's good to learn how to cook. After all, the two of them can't order takeout every day. It's not clean. Qin Yu's talent was not bad. It was mainly because there were many online tutorials. He cooked a few home-cooked dishes. At least it looked like it. It wasn't as scary as it was on TV, where everyone was fried like charcoal. As long as their intelligence developed normally, they wouldn't reach that stage. Qin Yu tasted it himself. The taste was not bad. He immediately took out the lunchbox and prepared it for Chen Song. Then he went out. Dad, Mom, you can eat by yourselves. I'm going to eat with Chen Song. The two of them looked at each other and sighed. The power of love was really too strong. Not long after Qin Yu left, the two of them ate the food cooked by Qin Yu. It was not bad. However, at this moment, the phone rang. Ji Ruyun saw that it was her phone. She picked it up and realized that it was her old leader. Ji Ruyun quickly picked up the phone. Hello? Old leader, what's wrong? A middle-aged man's voice came from the other end of the phone. Sister Ji, I'm Huang Weiyan. Ji Ruyun, oh. Weiyan, what's wrong? Huang Weiyan's voice was a little worried. Sis, it's like this. When my dad was eating today, he felt a stuffy feeling in his chest. He vomited a little and there was blood coming out. Then I noticed that the poop was a little dark too. I'm a little worried. Is there a problem? Although Huang Weiyan did not come from a medical background, the information technology of this era was so advanced. His father was already in his 70s. If he suddenly had a gastrointestinal hemorrhage, he would be lying if he said he was not worried. He was afraid that the old man would suddenly get sick. Thinking of this, Huang Weiyan lost his appetite and immediately called Ji Ruyun. When Ji Ruyun heard this, he immediately frowned and hurriedly said, Weiyan, wait. Your brother-in-law is beside you. Tell him. Ji Ruyun handed the phone to Qin Xiaoyuan and said, it's Weiyan. Qin Xiaoyuan put the phone on speaker and said, Weiyan, I'm your brother-in-law. What's wrong? Huang Weiyan hurriedly said, brother-in-law, my dad's poop is black. He vomited a little today and I noticed blood. I asked my dad, but he couldn't remember how long it was. I'm worried that there's a problem. When Qin Xiaoyuan heard this, he immediately frowned. Gastrointestinal hemorrhage. Qin Xiaoyuan had a background in oncology, so naturally, he had more considerations. He said, Weiyan, don't think too much. Don't burden the old man. How about this, you drive him to the hospital later. We'll do a gastroscopy and see the situation first. When Huang Weiyan heard this, he immediately agreed. Okay, brother-in-law. I'll take my dad there now. After hanging up, Qin Xiaoyuan picked up his phone and called Xiao He in the endoscopy room. Director Xiao, it's me, Qin Xiaoyuan. Xiao He looked at the phone and hurriedly said, Director Qin, what is it? Qin Xiaoyuan said, one of my elders might have gastrointestinal hemorrhage. He's going to do a gastroscopy now. Do you have time now? When Xiao He heard this, even if he didn't have time, he still had to have time. He immediately said, Director, I'll be there in about 20 minutes. Qin Xiaoyuan and Ji Ruyun were not in the mood to eat. They hurriedly packed their things and prepared to leave. Huang Weiyan's father was Ji Ruyun's old leader. His name was Huang Yongyi. In the end, he retired as the director of the Department of Health of Dongyang Province. Huang Yongyi took good care of Ji Ruyun. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to become the director of the medical center. Even Qin Xiaoyuan couldn't become the director without his help. Therefore, the two families got along well. When they heard that Huang Yongyi was sick, they were a little anxious. After packing up, they hurriedly got up and walked to the hospital. Xiaohe arrived not long after. When he saw Qin Xiaoyuan, he immediately said, "Director Qin." Qin Xiaoyuan nodded. "Sorry to trouble you, Director Xiao. It's so late." Xiaohe hurriedly waved his hand. At this moment, Huang Weiyan brought his father, Huang Yongyi, to the emergency department. When he saw Qin Xiaoyuan and Xiaohe, he hurriedly went up to greet them. Huang Weiyan was not in a good mood. After all, he was a little worried. However, Huang Yongyi smiled and said, Little Qin, I'm really sorry to trouble you so late." Qin Xiaoyuan quickly said, "Uncle Huang, you're too polite. I'll go and settle the procedures for you. Ruyun, Weiyan, the two of you bring Uncle Huang and follow Director Xiao to the endoscopy room." Huang Yongyi smiled. "I'm fine. I know my own body." After saying that, he followed everyone to the endoscopy room. Qin Xiaoyuan stayed behind to help with the procedures. Actually, at Huang Yongyi's level, hospitalization expenses were basically all reimbursed. They basically didn't care about the expenses. They were mainly worried that the old man might have some bad diseases. After all, he was so old. It was unavoidable. In the endoscopy room, Huang Yongyi was doing a painless gastroscope. After Qin Xiaoyuan was done with his work, he went to the endoscopy room. Huang Yongyi was already anesthetized and ready to start. When the probe was sent in, a huge ulcer appeared as soon as it reached the esophagus. Instantly, everyone was stunned. Or rather, it was no longer an ulcer. The local tissue was already necrotic and there were traces of blood around it. Xiaohe checked the surrounding area and didn't find anything unusual. He also didn't find anything in the stomach. It seemed like the source of the blood should be here. Qin Xiaoyuan said to Huang Weiyan, "It's not that." However, Xiaohe frowned and said, "Director Qin, hurry up and do a chest scan. Then call Chief Physician Tao and Chen Song and ask them to come to the hospital." Qin Xiaoyuan was stunned. "Why? Why? Why do you ask them to come?" Xiaohe said, "I suspect that the blood isn't from the esophagus. It's from the aorta." Qin Xiaoyuan's expression changed when he heard that. P.S. Thank you to Blood Red for the 10,000 tip. After seeing it, I was excited for half an hour. I didn't write anything. I was really excited. Cough, cough. Also thank you to Zhili Yulan for the 10,000 tip. I'm also very grateful. Although Qin Xiaoyuan was not an endoscopy doctor, his years of clinical experience were not a joke. After hearing Xiaohe's words, he immediately frowned. Xiaohe continued, "Director Qin, I'm worried that it's a traumatic esophageal fistula, but it's hard to guarantee that the aorta won't be damaged, so it's better to be safe. Cancer itself belonged to a more complicated category of diseases." This was especially true for older oncologists like Qin Xiaoyuan. In the beginning, the secondary hospital's oncology department was called the internal medicine department because tumors involved more systems, so it was called a comprehensive internal medicine department. However, after it was officially renamed to the oncology department, small departments like oncology department and oncology department were gradually derived from the oncology department. However, when they talked to patients now, they still called it the internal medicine department and not the oncology department. This was because many family members did not want patients to know that they had tumors. Therefore, basically, the hospital called it the oncology department while the patients called it the internal medicine department. When Qin Xiaoyuan heard Xiaohe say that it was a traumatic esophageal fistula, he already understood. Traumatic esophageal fistula was the easiest to damage the aorta and even cause aortic fistula. Once the aorta was ruptured, the situation would be critical. Thinking of this, Qin Xiaoyuan quickly said to Huang Weiyan, apply for hospitalization first. Go to the cardiac surgery department and we'll do a detailed examination. When Huang Weiyan heard Qin Xiaoyuan's solemn tone, he had to take it seriously. He did not expect that before he could breathe a sigh of relief, another seemingly serious disease came. Thinking of this, Huang Weiyan did not dare to relax. He quickly nodded and followed Qin Xiaoyuan to go through the procedures. Ji Ruyun stayed to accompany the old man. As Qin Xiaoyuan walked, he picked up the phone and asked Taomi and Chen Song to hurry to the hospital. Taomi was in the family building, so it was easy for her to reach the emergency hall in less than 10 minutes. At this time, Chen Song and Qin Yu were watching TV with their phones. After receiving Qin Xiaoyuan's call, they quickly changed their clothes and got up. Even Qin Yu came with them. When Chen Song arrived, Huang Yongyi had already completed the hospitalization procedures and was sent to the radiology department for an examination. Qin Yu saw his mother waiting outside the radiology department and followed her. When Chen Song saw Xiao he quickly went over and asked, "Director Xiao, what's the situation?" When Xiao He saw Chen Song, he thought for a moment and said, "It might be a traumatic esophageal aortic fistula." As soon as he said that, even Chen Song was dumbfounded. This disease was not a small matter. It could cause severe bleeding in the upper digestive tract and was life-threatening. Basically, as long as the diagnosis was confirmed, the operation had to be organized as soon as possible. Therefore, after Chen Song heard it, he had to take it seriously. "Is it confirmed?" Xiao He shook his head. "I sent her for a chest scan." Chen Song walked straight to the operating room of the radiology department. These days, Chen Song and the radiology department were very familiar with each other. Since everyone was on the first floor, they often met each other. Therefore, when he saw Chen Song come in, the radiology doctor, Yang Lin, did not care. After Chen Song went over, he said, "Old Yang, check if there's any damage to the aorta." Yang Lin nodded. Chest scans were very important for the early detection and diagnosis of traumatic esophageal aortic fistula. After the scan was taken, Yang Lin frowned. "Damn, Song you might have guessed it right. Look, there's emphysema in the mediastinum. The density of the left diaphragmatic angle near the descending aorta is higher, and the outline of the descending aorta has disappeared." Chen Song's heart skipped a beat. It should be close to the mark. He had to create the necessary conditions as soon as possible for the surgery. Thinking of this, Chen Song quickly got up and went out. He happened to meet Ji Ruyun and the other two. Chen Song quickly said, "Auntie, it's a traumatic esophageal aortic fistula. We have to prepare for the surgery as soon as possible." When Huang Weiyan saw Chen Song's serious expression, he was really shocked. He could not help but ask, "Doctor, what's wrong with my father?" Chen Song did not say anything. He turned around and glanced at Qin Yu. "Explain it to him. I'll go to the cardiology department first and find Chief Physician Tao to arrange the surgery as soon as possible." After he finished speaking, he got up and left without explaining. Huang Weiyan was stunned. He turned around and looked at Ji Ruyun. "Sister Ji, is it that serious?" Ji Ruyun had not been in the clinic for so many years, so she naturally did not understand. However, Qin Yu was in the emergency department, so he knew that this was a critical condition. He quickly said, "Uncle Huang, it's very dangerous. Every minute we delay may cause an unknown hemorrhage. Once the hemorrhage happens, the situation will be very dangerous." Ji Ruyun turned around and looked at Qin Yu. "How did it happen?" Qin Yu gave a detailed explanation. Esophageal aortic fistula is a gradual process. The esophagus and the aorta are very close to each other. When the esophagus is damaged by a foreign body, first, the local mucosal ischemia and necrosis of the esophagus will gradually penetrate the esophageal wall. Then, it will further damage the aorta, causing the mucosal layer of the aorta to be destroyed. At this time, blood will appear in the aorta. In the early stages, the bleeding is relatively small. It's a small amount of bleeding with a signal. It's possible that the chest is uncomfortable, or there may even be no symptoms. But once the aorta is ruptured, it will cause fatal hemorrhage. So, at this time, we have to strengthen our defenses. If there's a small amount of bleeding, we have to pay more attention." As soon as he said that, the two of them immediately looked terrified. At this moment, they also understood why Chen Song was so anxious and flustered. At this time, Qin Xiaoyuan and Taomi were waiting anxiously in the doctor's office. Chen Song hurriedly ran in with the radiographic films. After seeing the two of them, he quickly greeted them. Then, he took out the radiographic films and walked to Taomi. "Chief Physician Tao, this is a chest radiographic film. It should be able to confirm the diagnosis of traumatic esophageal aortic fistula. Arrange the surgery as soon as possible. Tao Mi's expression changed when she heard Chen Song's words. Even Qin Xiaoyuan became nervous all of a sudden. He quickly took the radiographic films and frowned after looking at them. As expected, the situation was not optimistic. This situation was really like walking on a tightrope on a cliff. They were gambling with their lives. Because no one knew when the hemorrhage would occur. The damage of the aorta could not be seen at all. Who could guarantee what Elder Huang's condition was like now? Thinking of this, Tao Mi quickly stood up. The nurses and Ji Ruyun had already pushed Elder Huang up. After Tao Mi went out, she quickly called the doctor on duty, Zhang Wenfu, to prepare for the surgery as soon as possible. Qin Xiaoyuan looked at Tao Mi. Chief Physician Tao, do we need to invite other specialists? Tao Mi was slightly stunned. She understood Qin Xiaoyuan's words. No need. With me and Xiao Chen, it shouldn't be a big problem. Hearing Tao Mi's words, Qin Xiaoyuan also looked at Chen Song curiously. This kid was actually so good? Huang Yongyi was a great help to Qin Xiaoyuan and Ji Ruyun, therefore, after learning about the old man's condition, the two of them tried their best to perform the surgery well. Huang Weiyan was also a little worried. After all, he looked for Qin Xiaoyuan and Ji Ruyun because they were in the medical system and had a lot of connections. Qin Xiaoyuan glanced at Chen Song, then looked at Tao Mi and nodded. Xiao He saw this and said, Dean Qin, you don't have to worry about Xiao Chen's esophageal surgery. I know it very well. Tao Mi nodded. Yes, Xiao Chen's surgery is good. Dean Qin, you don't have to worry at all. With the two of us here, the surgery shouldn't be a problem. The most important thing in this surgery was the diagnosis. The patient's condition must be determined as soon as possible. This was more important than anything else. Ding. Triggered mission, participate in Huang Yongyi surgery. If the participation rate is more than 50%, you will receive the thoracic vascular repair skill. One of the skills will be randomly obtained. The higher the participation rate, the higher the skill level. Chen Song remained calm and collected as he quickly accepted the mission. After some preparation, Huang Yongyi was pushed into the operating room. Chen Song, Tao Mi, and Zhang Wenfu went into the operating room together to prepare for the surgery. While washing her hands, Tao Mi looked at Chen Song. Xiao Chen, today's surgery mainly depends on you. This surgery is said to damage the large blood vessels, but it's mainly a thoracic surgery. I'll be your assistant. Are you nervous? Chen Song smiled and shook his head. I can't say that I'm nervous. It's more like I feel nervous every time I perform surgery. After all, without opening the chest, I don't know what the patient's condition is like. When Tao Mi heard Chen Song's words, she was a little stunned. Then, she couldn't help but smile and said, well, nervous is a good word. Indeed, every surgery was like a risk. It was impossible to be foolproof. What they needed to do was to prepare for every situation, think of all possibilities, and be prepared to face all kinds of situations. At this moment, Qin Xiaoyuan walked over to watch the surgery. Ji Ruyun and Qin Yu waited outside with Huang Weiyan. Qin Yu said, Uncle Huang, don't worry. Chief Physician Tao is the best cardiologist in our province, and Dr. Chen is the most talented surgeon in Dongyang City. He is also the best cardiologist in our hospital. You don't have to worry about them. As Ji Ruyun listened to Qin Yu's bragging, the corner of his mouth couldn't help but twitch. Why did this last not think before praising someone? He was also the most talented surgeon in Dongyang Province and the best in thoracic surgery in the Second People's Hospital of Chengdu Province. Why don't you praise him even more? How about being number one in the world? What she didn't know was that Qin Yu had been brainwashed by Chen Song. He was Chen Song's most loyal bootlicker, and Chen Song was definitely the best in the world. In the operating theater, Qin Xiaoyuan looked at Chen Song and comforted him. Xiao Chen, don't feel pressured. Chen Song smiled and nodded. Thank you, Dean Qin. Tao Mi looked at the two of them and felt that there was something strange about the way they looked at each other. It didn't seem like the way a dean looked at a doctor at all. It seemed like there was something special about it. Was it her imagination? Thinking of this, Tao Mi shook her head. Maybe it was Dean Qin's care for the junior doctor. This surgery was no small matter. Lu Jian came to perform the anesthesia. When he saw Dean Qin come, he couldn't help but smile and nod. Thoracic surgery was basically done under general anesthesia. Chen Song took the scalpel and made an incision on the left posterolateral side. This could expose the aorta and esophageal fistula. However, this way, the requirements for the surgeon were more strict. Chen Song thought about it and spent 6 skill points to directly upgrade esophageal aortic fistula repair surgery to master level. He still had to ensure that there were no mistakes. After the thoracic cavity was opened, the pleural effusion was exposed. Taomi quickly began to aspirate the fluid while Chen Song was responsible for washing it. At this time, the thoracic cavity had a lot of adhesions and pleural effusion because of the infection. At this time, the aorta needed to be separated. The greatest difficulty of thoracic surgery was the precision. This was because it was like the engine of a car. There were too many blood vessels, trachea, tissues, nerves, and so on. At this time, because of the pleural effusion and infection, there were a lot of adhesions in these areas. At this moment, the first thing to be dealt with was the free thoracic aorta. Looking at the situation of the thoracic cavity, Xianxia felt his scalp go numb. Because the esophagus, mediastinum, and aorta were all seriously infected, the tissue edema was very obvious. The wall of the aorta was now very brittle. The wall of the aorta was very brittle and could break easily. Therefore, at this time, they had to be very careful when separating the thoracic aorta. However, Qin Xiaoyuan saw that Taomi didn't seem nervous at all. Even Xiao He, who was watching the surgery at the side, was very relaxed. This made Qin Xiaoyuan curious. Could it be that the surgery department of the 2nd Provincial Hospital was already so powerful? There was no need to be nervous in such a situation. Could it be that the rumors that the 2nd Provincial Hospital's surgery department was weak were Secretary Tan Ligua's scheme? Thinking of this, Qin Xiaoyuan could not help but be a little curious. Perhaps he needed to further verify the surgical level of the 2nd Provincial Hospital. At this moment, Chen Song had already started to operate. He carefully separated the thoracic aorta from the opening of the left subclavian artery. Step by step, he was as steady as an old dog. Qin Xiaoyuan's blood boiled as he watched. It seemed that this son-in-law was quite something. Not long after, Chen Song successfully separated the thoracic aorta and decisively put on a cuff. Chen Song's hands did not stop. He took the scalpel and carefully avoided the phrenic nerve. He was happy. He turned around and said to Taomi, "Heparinization." Zhang Wenfu quickly nodded. Chen Song continued, "Establish the left heart circulation." Step by step, the operation was carried out slowly. Chen Song seemed to be able to stabilize the situation forever. After everything was ready, Chen Song cut the pleura longitudinally between the esophagus and the thoracic aorta, separating the gap between the esophagus and the aorta. He had to be very careful during this process, because the aorta at this moment was really like glass. It would shatter at the slightest touch. Fortunately, the left heart circulation was established, so the pressure was not very great. At this moment, everyone saw 2 fistulas. One was on the esophagus wall, and the other was on the aorta wall. The necrotic area of the aorta was not small at all. Before Chen Song could clean it up, it had already shattered. Everyone was so scared that they could not help but sigh. They were extremely glad. Fortunately, they discovered it early. Otherwise, the problem would be big. Chen Song began to remove the necrotic tissue and foreign bodies. Although the fistula was seriously damaged, the size of the fistula was still okay. It could be repaired with a patch. In fact, it was like mending a tire. If the inner tire was broken and could not be stuck, a patch would be needed. The surgery went very smoothly. Qin Xiaoyuan was a little surprised. He felt that the old thief Tan Ligua was definitely lying to him. Every day, he said that the surgery in our hospital was backward. This was definitely a conspiracy. Thinking of this, Qin Xiaoyuan's face darkened as if he had been deceived. P.S. Thank you to Hao Hao for your 80,000 tip to become the leader of this book. Thank you, brother. There is also a 40,000 tip to thank QQ reader OU Watermelon. Thank you for your support. I can't thank you enough. By the way, I'll sacrifice a book, The 3000 Immortals Class of Women. It's an invincible book with game profession skills to travel to the immortal world. If you like it, you can go and read it. If you don't like it, don't hit me. As usual, you can read the book, but come back with a ticket. Due to the establishment of the left ventricular circulation, the repair of the aorta was reduced by a lot. Even so, it could not hide Xianxia's skill in repairing the aorta. This involved a patching technique. The difference might be that this fetus was a living fetus. How to skillfully combine the artificial blood vessel patch with the original aorta patch was a skill. Taomi could not help but sigh when she saw that Xianxia had chosen the number 4 acrylic thread. It was true that the skilled were bold. Thin thread sutures could indeed increase the tightness of the blood vessel wall during the suture and make the blood vessel wall of the aorta stronger, but it required a higher suture speed. However, when Xianxia was suturing, he suddenly had a thought, and then, he frowned slightly. He realized that speed and tightness were not the only options when suturing the blood vessel wall. When suturing, how to make the intima and adventitia fit better, and how to increase the effective function of the blood vessel wall was very important. There were also many requirements for the tension of the blood vessel wall, the damage to the intima of the blood vessel, the recovery ability of the entire blood vessel wall, and so on. Xianxia could not help but fall into a deeper level of thinking. How should he choose to suture the large blood vessels to achieve the best results? What should he pay attention to when repairing the large blood vessels of the heart? Thinking of this, Xianxia could not help but sigh. It was too difficult. However, this was definitely not an easy task. The repair and suturing of blood vessels had been studied for so many years, just like the suturing of tendons. This was naturally not something that could be done overnight. He would study it slowly. Thinking of this, Xianxia breathed a sigh of relief and continued with the work at hand. When Taomi and Zhang Wenfu saw Xianxia's expression, they could not help but be stunned. This sigh was a little emotional. The seed of lament carried a faint sadness, mixed with feelings of regret and helplessness towards his own technology. This was clearly not satisfied with his skill. His disappointed eyes carried a hint of regret and unwillingness, and his slightly wrinkled forehead was full of sighs. This made the eyelids of the master and servant in the cardiac surgery department twitch. Was he still not satisfied? Just how high were his expectations for himself? Zhang Wenfu looked at this young man and couldn't help but feel a little emotional. He also felt a little ashamed. Suddenly, he reflected on it. Had he been too lazy all these years? Why was he so outstanding? Wasn't she just not satisfied with him? There was no end to learning. On the other hand, with his bottle full of dissatisfaction and half a bottle swaying, it seemed like he was wasting his time. The more Zhang Wenfu thought about it, the more ashamed he felt. After returning home tonight, even if his wife called him again, he would have to endure it. He would lock himself in the study and read for an hour. Taomi, on the other hand, was rather pleased. To put it bluntly, at his age, because of his physical strength, there were many skills that he could not perform. Even if he had Xianxia's knowledge, he could not do what Xianxia did. Because at the end of the day, surgery still depended on talent and physical strength. This talent included physical skills and talent. These were things that hard work could not make up for. For example, this tight and fast suture was not something that could be achieved through hard work alone. There were many other factors involved as well. After the surgery, all three of them sighed. It made Qin Xiaoyuan's hair stand on end. Just suture it. What was there to sigh about? After Xianxia could not repair the aorta, he began to deal with the esophagus. However, did he need Bard's patch? The fistula of the esophagus was neither big nor small. It could be used or not. This needed to be measured by the attending physician. Xiaohe, who was at the side, noticed Xianxia's hesitation. If the fistula was too big, the mattress suture could be successful. However, the scar tissue and the recovery process would undoubtedly affect the function of the esophagus, causing the esophagus to narrow. However, if he used the patch, there would also be side effects. In this way, Xianxia was obviously caught in a dilemma. At this time, how to measure and optimize was very important. Xianxia's eyes were thinking and judging how to take the next step. His eyes began to see the surrounding necrotic tissue clearly. Xianxia began to remove the necrotic tissue of the esophagus. However, he was very careful when he peeled off the tissue because he still did not plan to use a patch and only sutured the esophagus. Xiaohe and Taomi looked at each other and were a little doubtful. Would this work? Because at this time, if he forced a suture, it would be better to use a patch. Chen Song's eyes could clearly see and divide the necrotic tissue. Chen Song tried his best not to cut off too much. Instead, he kept what he could. Soon, the tissue was completely removed. At this time, Chen Song first stretched and sutured the innermost mucosa of the esophagus. At this time, the fistula was located between the first and second strictures of the esophagus. Chen Song's ingenious stretching of the mucosa allowed the esophagus to be anastomosed at this time. This operation immediately made everyone's eyes light up. He could not help but clap and cheer. The weak angle was just enough to straighten the strictures without affecting the physiological passage. This was undoubtedly the best choice. Such a choice was really a genius, because how did he think of such an angle stretching? Now, he really wanted to ask Chen Song if he was using a protractor and a triangular board to perform the surgery. Otherwise, do you have a ruler in your eyes? How could you perform surgery like this? Tao Mi's eyes also lit up. Good boy, you're really good. Chen Song did not relax because the suture of the mucosa was only a part of the suture. Next, there was the suture of the inner musculature and adventitia. This angle had to be controlled well. The whole surgery had undoubtedly changed from a simple fistula repair surgery to a precise and optimized suture of the esophagus. This made Xiao He, who had been working on the esophagus for a long time, could not help but applaud. Although Qin Xiaoyuan did not know much about the surgery, he was also a little surprised when he saw Chen Song repair a hole so well. Chen Song's next job was simple. He kept finishing the surgery. Chen Song did not ask others to help too much because the system said that the higher the participation, the better the reward. In this surgery, when he repaired the esophagus, he did not even use a patch. He relied on his hands. The participation should be very high, right? Thinking of this, Chen Song suddenly looked forward to it. Could it be a perfect surgery? Counting the gauze, arranging the instruments, the surgery was almost done. The head nurse, Li Ying, looked at Chen Song with a smile in her eyes. To be honest, she liked Chen Song very much. After all, this kid saved a lot of gauze, that was right. Chen Song's surgery should save the most material. There was little bleeding and no unnecessary operations. This improved the precision of the surgery by a lot. That was because other than expensive items such as hemostatic gauze, the cost of other ordinary gauze and consumables was more general and not very precise. Every head nurse had a desire to save as much as possible when it came to consumables, adhering to the principle of not wasting a single needle, thread, or piece of gauze. They would not miss a single cent. Therefore, when Li Ying saw some doctors using gauze after gauze during surgery, he was so angry that his chest hurt. Those who did not manage the household would not know how expensive daily necessities were. These were all money. Whether it was to save money for the patients or for the hospital, they were saving resources for the country, right? Especially for some people, such as Zhang Youfu. This guy used gauze the most during surgery, which made Li Ying so angry that he gritted his teeth. Unfortunately, Zhang Youfu was a sweet talker, and he was good at doing things. Every time he made Li Ying happy, he would occasionally bring snacks and fruits to the operating theater to share with the young nurses. This made Li Ying turn a blind eye. If Li Baoshan also used gauze, he would definitely roll his eyes. After all, according to Li Haitan's personality, however, Li Ying's favorite now was Chen Song, because Chen Song was the one who saved the most gauze every time. This was because Xiao Chen was very precise during surgery. He had a good grasp of the bleeding point and so on. This was a good thing. Moreover, after the surgery, when he checked the gauze for him, he did it clearly every time. He would not forget or miss it at all. After all, there were so many gauze that it was impossible to count. One had to know that counting gauze was very tiring, especially for major surgeries, where there were hundreds of gauze. One would have to count it several times. Counting gauze was a nurse's basic skill. Every scrub nurse in the operating theater was not good at organizing the equipment, but counting gauze. If they did not count the gauze, they would not let them suture it. Usually, 2 or 3 people would count it together and check it several times before they were done. Therefore, it was very irresponsible of them to leave things in their stomachs. Anyone who was worried would not do that. Huang Yongyi was sent to the Department of Cardiovascular Surgery by the nurse. It was more convenient for him to recover there. Zhang Wenfu followed suit. Chen Song chatted with a few chief physicians and discussed today's surgery. Meanwhile, Qin Xiaoyuan listened to Xiao He and Tao Mi praising Chen Song, and he had a different feeling in his heart. Qin Xiaoyuan didn't know when it started, but he didn't like people flattering him. On the contrary, he felt very happy when he heard people praising Chen Song. At the same time, Ji Ruyun and Huang Weiyan were waiting for the surgery anxiously. As for Qin Yu, he wasn't worried at all. Instead, he comforted them. They were praising Chen Song for how amazing he was, how he saved the lives of children in danger, and how he saved the lives of 80-year-old women. Anyway, she had praised all that she could. Given enough time, she would probably be able to write a 3-million-word novel. Ji Ruyun looked at the nervous Huang Weiyan and comforted him. Weiyan, don't worry. Uncle Huang will be fine. Huang Weiyan sighed. Sigh. It's all because I'm too busy with work and neglected to take care of him. When this case is over, I'll accompany him and take him out for a walk. After my mother passed away, my father's health deteriorated. I'm also busy and can't take care of him. Speaking of which, I'm not good enough. Huang Yongyi only had one son. His wife left early, so he had always treated Ji Ruyun like a girl. At that time, he actually wanted to matchmake Ji Ruyun and Huang Yongyi. However, Ji Ruyun and Qin Xiaoyuan were already engaged at that time, and his son, Huang Weiyan, also had someone in his heart. Huang Yongyi naturally couldn't be the bad guy. Later on, the two families got along very well. Ji Ruyun also kept in touch during festivals. Just as the two of them were chatting, the door of the operating theater opened. Ji Ruyun and the others quickly stood up when the door of the operating theater opened. Doctor. How is it? Huang Weiyan asked first. Tao Mi looked at Huang Weiyan and nodded comfortingly. It's okay. The surgery was very successful. Everyone, don't worry. Hearing Tao Mi's words, everyone's uneasy hearts finally settled down. Huang Weiyan held Tao Mi's hand gratefully. Thank you, doctor. I really can't thank you enough. Tao Mi smiled and said, if you want to thank someone, you should thank Dr. Chen. From the beginning to the end, Dr. Chen was the chief surgeon. It's because of him that the surgery was so successful. Huang Weiyan looked excited. He looked at Chen Song and held his hand with both hands. Dr. Chen, I won't say anything unnecessary. If you need my help in the future, just let me know. As he spoke, he took out a business card from his pocket and handed it to Chen Song. Chen Song smiled and took the business card. He put it in his pocket and said, You're welcome. This is what I should do. Qin Yu pouted and looked at Ji Ruyun. He whispered in her ear, Look, I told you that Chen Song is very good. You didn't believe me. Ji Ruyun couldn't help but turn around and roll her eyes at Qin Yu. Huang Weiyan tried his best to persuade Chen Song to give him his contact information. Huang Weiyan looked at Chen Song. Dr. Chen, I'm a lawyer from Weiyan Law Firm. If you need any legal advice in the future, or if you need my help, just let me know. I'll do my best. Chen Song nodded with a smile and agreed. He didn't know much about Weiyan Law Firm, but it didn't seem to be a bad thing to know a lawyer. Huang Weiyan couldn't care about his work now that his father was sick. He picked up the phone and arranged his work. Then, he stayed in the hospital that night. With money, everything was easy. Besides, the hospitalization expenses of departmental cadres were reimbursed. Qin Xiaoyuan was his brother-in-law. It was easy for him to get a private room. Soon, the cardiac surgery department found a double room. Huang Weiyan and his son stayed in it. Everyone was relieved when the work was done. However, Tao Mi still needed to deal with some things. Qin Xiaoyuan and the others left the hospital one after another. Ji Ruyun and Qin Yu walked in front, talking and laughing. Qin Xiaoyuan and Chen Song walked behind them. Qin Xiaoyuan couldn't help but say, Xiao Chen, Huang Weiyan is a good person. He gets along well with your aunt and me. If you have any legal problems in the future, you can ask him. He's one of us. By the way, you may not know that the legal counsel of our hospital is from Weiyan Law Firm. Their law firm is quite big. They have a lot of influence in the whole Dongyang province. Chen Song nodded and smiled. Well, thank you, Dean Qin. I know. Qin Xiaoyuan continued, actually, you're not a child anymore. This society is not so simple. We doctors have our own advantages. For example, it's easy to get in touch with people from all walks of life. These are all your connections and resources. Our medical circle is not as clean as you think. It's just that you can't see the dirty things. I know what you're thinking. You just want to be a good doctor. After Chen Song heard that, he smiled awkwardly. Indeed, sometimes he just wanted to be a good doctor. Xianxia couldn't help but laugh. I thought the same when I was young. But haven't you thought about it? Only when you have the ability can you do what you want to do. Otherwise, you can only do what you should do. This is the system. It's the same no matter which hospital it is. You've met Director Zhou Hongguang. Let me put it bluntly. There are so many directors in 301 hospital. Why can he be an academician? It's because he's the director of the department and also the deputy director. He's a resource. I'm telling you this because I hope you can consider more things. It's not a bad thing to get to know more people. After all, you don't know who is the benefactor who can help you. Qin Xiaoyuan walked behind Chen Song. He deliberately wanted to say these things to Chen Song. He was worried that Chen Song was talented in surgery. He was young and impetuous and looked down on those worldly tricks. There were many people like this. They were arrogant because of their talents. Were they capable? Very capable, however, there were no good results. Qin Xiaoyuan didn't want Chen Song to be like this. Because when you don't have the ability to change the environment, it's best to adapt to it better. On Monday morning, when the shift was over, Li Baoshan brought a group of people into the office. There were 7 or 8 of them. Chen Song immediately saw Luo Zhou among them and came to a realization. Is the interview over? When did this happen? I was so busy recently that I didn't know. It seems that Luo Zhou should have passed the exam successfully. Thinking of this, Chen Song could not help but smile at Luo Zhou. When Luo Zhou saw Chen Song, he was also very happy. After all, they were old classmates and colleagues in the future. Li Baoshan was in a good mood today and rarely smiled. He led everyone in with a smile and said to everyone, "Everyone, pay attention. I'll introduce a few new colleagues to you. From today onwards, they will be new members of our emergency department. This is Chief Wang Qian. He was originally the deputy chief of the thoracic surgery department of the 2nd Hospital of Eastern University. He specialized in thoracic surgery. Let us warmly welcome Chief Wang." Everyone applauded and welcomed him. Chen Song also looked at Wang Qian and was also a little happy. After all, the 2nd Hospital of Chengdu Province finally had a decent thoracic surgeon. Wang Qian was tall and young. He was only 35 or 36 years old. He graduated with a doctorate and was promoted relatively quickly. He smiled and said, "Hello, everyone. I'm Wang Qian. Please take care of me." Wang Qian was tall, but his voice was very low. Everyone could not help but laugh. Moreover, this person did not seem to be arrogant. This is Jiang Tao, a doctor in the hand surgery department. From now on, you will follow Chief, and Jiang Tao was not old. He was around 30 years old and still had a childish air. It was obvious that he had just graduated from school. After Li Baoshan's introduction, the entire emergency department's configuration suddenly became luxurious. 5 people from the emergency surgery department came. Wang Qian, Jiang Tao, Luo Zhou, and a few others. The time in the morning was more tight. After the shift and ward rounds, it was already past 10 o'clock. At this time, a message was suddenly sent in the hospital's WeChat group. Congratulations to the emergency department's Chen Song, Qin Yu, Li Baoshan, and others for publishing 2 high-impact SCI papers in liver transplantation and the British Journal of Surgery. They have won glory for our hospital's scientific research. They have received a cash reward of 100,000 yuan as a reward. As soon as the news was announced, the hospital's group chat exploded. Everyone looked at the news with envy. Liver transplantation was already popular enough. Now, there was another British Journal of Surgery. With these 2 papers with high impact factors, there was basically no obstacle for him to become a chief physician in Dongyang Province's 2nd Provincial People's Hospital. He just needed to be promoted when the time came. Moreover, there were 3 people in the emergency department at once. This made people envious. For a moment, the entire hospital was in a heated discussion. Moreover, there was a bonus of 100,000 yuan. Chen Song was also very happy. He did not spend any money on the 2 articles, and he did not expect to earn 100,000 renminbi. It was really a happy thing. One must know that publishing a core journal in the country would cost a few thousand RMB. At this moment, the entire emergency department cheered. After all, this was also an honor for the emergency department. Wang Qian and Jiang Tao, who had just arrived at the emergency surgery department and had yet to sit properly, had their expressions change. Especially Jiang Tao, who had just graduated from the capital medical university. When he returned to his hometown, he did not choose the Provincial People's Hospital or Dongyang University's first hospital. Instead, he came to the Second Provincial People's Hospital because the Second Provincial People's Hospital promised to build a hand surgery department within 3 years. At that time, Jiang Tao would naturally be the deputy chief physician, right? That was why he came here. He originally thought that graduating from a famous school should have a sense of superiority, but he did not expect to see this news as soon as he arrived. This emergency department seemed to be a little unusual. They actually published 2 top international journals at once. One had to know that the impact factor of Jiang Tao's doctoral thesis was only 1.3. This could not be compared to an article like liver transplantation. Compared to Jiang Tao, Wang Qian's eyes lit up. He was looking forward to it. He was different from Jiang Tao. He was here to negotiate. Wang Qian was in the thoracic surgery department of the Second Provincial People's Hospital of Dongyang University. He was bullied and could not survive. He did not want to fight with those people, so he took the initiative to resign and leave. Coincidentally, the Second Provincial People's Hospital was recruiting people, so he came into contact with the Second Provincial People's Hospital. He originally thought that the emergency surgery department of the Second Provincial People's Hospital was ordinary, but he did not expect that it would make his eyes light up. It seemed that there might be some misunderstanding about the Second Provincial People's Hospital. After all, in the hearts of the people in the industry, the Second Provincial People's Hospital was a hospital that valued internal medicine, and the development of surgery was relatively backward. But now, it seemed that this emergency department was not ordinary. Wang Qian suddenly looked forward to his future work. Although he was the only one in the thoracic surgery department, it was tiring. At least he did not have to compete with so many people. Chen Song did not have time to be excited before he was called to the Science and Education Department. When Chen Song arrived, Yang Tong happened to be in the office. When she saw Chen Song come in, she smiled and said, "Congratulations, Xiao Chen." Chen Song could not help but smile. "Thank you, Professor Yang." Yang Tong could not help but snort. "Why are you thanking me?" "In the end, I have to thank you. Your 2 papers can be said to have relieved our scientific research pressure." "Oh right, give me your account number. I'll get the finance department to transfer the money to you." Chen Song smiled. "For me alone?" Yang Tong nodded. "Of course. This is your result. Why shouldn't I give it to you?" Chen Song originally thought that the 3 of them would split the 100,000 yuan. He did not expect it to be for him alone. Just as he came out of the medical department, Chen Song realized that he seemed to be blessed with luck today. Everything was going smoothly. Could it be that this shirt blessed him? Chen Song touched the cashmere sweater on his body. It seemed that Qin Xiaoliker was quite lucky. She got 100,000 yuan for just one shirt. Not bad. It seemed that the day of his promotion and wealth was not far away. Chen Song smiled and was about to go downstairs when the phone suddenly rang again. It was Li Baoshan. "Xiao Chen, come to the conference room on the 21st floor. About this, a reporter from our Ammonium Yang Evening News is here to interview you. He wants to do an exclusive interview with you about the day you saved someone." When Chen Song heard this, he was instantly amused. Good things really came in pairs. Luckily, he did not go downstairs. He went straight to the conference room on the 21st floor. At this moment, Li Baoshan, Qin Xiaoyuan, Tan Ligua, and the rest were all there. They were chatting and laughing with the reporter. After Chen Song entered, he immediately became the center of attention. Qin Xiaoyuan was originally in high spirits. But when he saw Chen Song, he could not help but laugh. He realized that Xiao Chen's taste was really similar to his. P.S. Thank you to the guild master of this lowly brother's reward. 100,000 Qidian coins. Thank you. This is your first guild master. I know. I can't thank you enough. Also, another 50,000 reward from the guild master, Desmond Zay. Thank you. Also, a new friend, I'm the European king. My list is all red every day. 10,000 reward. Thank you everyone. Oh right, there's also Big Red. Haha, another 2,000 reward. Thank you. Qin Xiaoyuan suddenly realized that Chen Song's clothes were somewhat similar to his. Back then, when he was shopping with his wife and child, Lao Qin had taken a fancy to this outfit. Seeing Chen Song wearing it, Lao Qin suddenly felt that great minds think alike. This capable people all have similar tastes. He smiled at Chen Song and said, Xiao Chen, this is a reporter from Ammonium Yang Evening News and a staff member from the TV station. The interview wasn't long. It was mainly about Chen Song's feelings and thoughts. The specific danger of the incident had already been reported a few days ago, so the purpose of the interview today was mainly about the secondary hospital, Chen Song, and the various leaders. It seemed that the meal from a few days ago wasn't wasted. It was supposed to be an interview with Chen Song, but in the end, before Chen Song could even warm his seat, it was Secretary Tan's turn to sit there and start talking about the professional ethics and self-cultivation of the employees. This made Chen Song feel a little disappointed. Before Chen Song left, Qin Xiaoyuan specially sent him off. He looked at Chen Song and joked, this outfit is not bad. It's quite tasteful. Chen Song smiled awkwardly and said, thank you, Dean Qin. This was given by Yaya. When Lao Qin heard this, he was instantly amused. Oh. Yaya gave it to you, no wonder. Before Lao Qin could finish speaking, his heart suddenly thumped. He looked constipated and suddenly said, well, then wear it properly. Hurry up and go back to work. Chen Song looked at Lao Qin's expression suddenly change. He was stunned and a little puzzled. He shook his head and got up to leave. These big shots were really temperamental. Qin Xiaoyuan stared at Chen Song's back and suddenly thought of Chen Song's words. He panicked. After all, it was a gift from Qin Yu. Lao Qin couldn't help but raise his vigilance. Qin Xiaoyuan had learned his lesson. After all the cotton in his cotton-padded jacket had already been plucked dry by Chen Song. Now, it was badly damaged. Not only was it leaking air, but it was also leaking. The wind whistled in like a knife. Not only was it cold, but it was also cutting into his flesh. Lao Qin recalled what had happened a while ago. He felt that this girl was no longer worth keeping. Hurry up and pack up and chase her away. The most important thing now was to go back and take a look at the clothes in the clothes rack. There were a few pieces left. Thinking of this, Qin Xiaoyuan sighed and walked toward the conference room. He was no longer in the mood for the entire interview. He glanced at the reporters, Tan Ligua, and the others and smiled. I have some matters to attend to, so I'll be leaving first. Secretary Tan, please host. Tan Ligua was a little stunned. This was an opportunity to stand out. You're just giving it to me so casually? This didn't make sense. This made Tan Ligua a little curious. What was wrong with Dean Qin today? Didn't he usually fight with me? Today, he actually gave me the opportunity to be on TV. This was something he fought for. Could it be that there was a trick in this? Thinking of this, Tan Ligua was a little flustered. No, he had to think about it when he went back. He couldn't fall for this old fox's trick. Tan Ligua had to be careful because he had suffered a lot at Qin Xiaoyuan's hands. This internist's mind could withstand the grinding of many diseases. He was very clever. He should be careful. Little did he know that Lao Qin was feeling a little emotional now. After coming out, he looked at the spectacular buildings of the second provincial hospital through the glass and couldn't help but feel emotional. This was the country that he had worked so hard to build. Was he going to give it up? Lao Qin thought of Chen Song's small cotton-padded jacket and couldn't help but sigh. After returning to the office, a group of people looked at Chen Song and clamored to eat up everything, not leaving a single cent for Chen Song. Qin Yu glared at Chen Song and said meaningfully, be careful. The problem of who's in charge of the money hasn't been discussed yet. Chen Song was instantly jolted awake by this glare. However, Chen Song thought about it again. Was he the kind of person who was afraid of his wife? Of course not. In such a lively occasion, whether it was to welcome a new colleague or to celebrate, there should be a celebration. He immediately slapped his thigh and made an appointment for a meal. With such a commotion, the atmosphere in the office suddenly rose. At this time, the office was filled with young people. Chen Bingxing and the others had gone for surgery, so the young people also liked to cause trouble. Wang Qian looked here and suddenly smiled enviously. He was not very good at socializing. Otherwise, he would not have been unable to survive in the second hospital of Eastern University. And the atmosphere in the emergency department seemed to be very good. Qinyu was also joking. How much did it cost to treat someone to a meal? However, looking at Chen Song's despicable expression, he felt a wave of displeasure. No, he had to find an opportunity and a reason. Even if there was no reason, he had to make up a reason. No matter what, he had to teach him a lesson. After making up his mind, Qinyu began to think carefully. At this time, Luo Zhou walked over and sat down beside Chen Song. Awesome, Song-er. You've already published 2 such papers. You're too amazing. Chen Song smiled awkwardly. Good luck, good luck. This is someone my friend helped me contact. Otherwise, how could it be so easy? After Chen Song finished speaking, he suddenly smiled. I've been so busy recently that I didn't pay attention to your second-round interview. But it's good that you're here. Luo Zhou smiled and nodded. Well, at least we've settled down. Moreover, the hospital treats our group of people well. They say that we get equal pay for equal work. After 3 years, the Provident Fund will increase. In fact, the difference is not that big. Chen Song nodded. Well, I heard that too. It seems that the establishment is now being abolished. Besides, in our line of work, being established is not necessarily a good thing. If you have the ability, where can't you go? In the end, you still have to improve your skills. At this point, Chen Song suddenly looked at Luo Zhou and said, You can follow Professor Chen Bingxing. I followed him at the time. He's a good person, and he's also in the general surgery field. He's a good match for you. Luo Zhou nodded, but before he could speak. At this time, a nurse rushed in and looked around. Finally, her eyes fell on Chen Song. Dr. Xiao Chen, there's an unconscious patient. Chen Song was stunned. He quickly got up and walked outside. Su Dongdong, who was reading at the side, also got up and left the office. Chen Song was not on duty today, but now the young nurses in the emergency department trusted Chen Song more. In the absence of the old doctors, they would prioritize the more reliable ones. Chen Song was now the bridge between the middle-aged and young doctors. His level was higher than the young doctors, but he was not as experienced as the old doctors. If every resuscitation and treatment in the emergency department was a test, then Chen Song's test paper was obviously much higher than the others. This was also the reason why everyone trusted him more. When Wang Qian and Jiang Tao saw this, they also looked at Chen Song curiously. They had been in the hospital for a while, so they naturally knew the rules. When Chen Song came out, he saw a man being sent over by ambulance. At this moment, the bed was pushed directly to the emergency room. Chen Song was also a little anxious as he went straight to the emergency room. The person who sent the man over was a fat middle-aged man. He was sweating profusely and was obviously frightened. When he saw Chen Song, he said anxiously, Doctor, save my brother, he's getting married tomorrow. Nothing can happen to him. When he said that, the people around him were dumbfounded. Chen Song was also a little confused. How did the patient faint? The man swallowed his saliva and looked very nervous. After all, the groom was getting married tomorrow. It would be strange if nothing happened to him. When the man saw Chen Song, he tried hard to recall and said uneasily, Isn't he getting married tomorrow? We've been quite busy these few days. It wasn't easy to finish it. Last night, we said that it was a bachelor's night and a group of people wanted to get together. My friend loves to drink. I was afraid that something would happen. We didn't go outside. We just stayed at my house. We bought a bunch of food and mainly alcohol. We drank and sang. Nothing happened. And nothing happened after drinking last night. When he woke up this morning, he suddenly told me that he was dizzy and panicked. I saw that he kept sweating, so I quickly called 120 to send him over. Not long after, he fainted. Chen Song couldn't care about anything else. As he listened to the man, he said to little Lin, "Put him on the monitor first. Do an ECG." He turned to the man and said, "Did he eat any seafood? Or anything that he's allergic to? Or what kind of alcohol did he drink? Did the patient have any illnesses in the past?" The man was a little confused by the series of questions. "He's not allergic to anything. It's just some common food and drinks. I ordered takeout skewers. They're all common. We've been eating them often these few days. Besides, he said that his appetite hasn't been good these few days. He didn't eat much at night. If he drank Arfan wine. 10 years of Fen. The four of us drank 4 liters. This guy can drink more than us usually. It shouldn't be a problem with the alcohol. As for, if there was any illness in the past, I really don't know. There shouldn't be any illness, right?" At the end of his speech, even the man himself was a little nervous. Even if he was sick, he might not have told her. Chen Song was stunned for a moment. "Contact the family and ask if the patient has any old diseases." When the man heard this, he immediately became anxious. Contacting his family. This was going to be troublesome. If Uncle and Auntie found out that she was drinking with him again, they would beat her to death, but if they didn't contact him, it would be bad if something really happened. Tomorrow was the wedding, and he would be a sinner. Thinking of this, the man picked up the phone and called the patient's father. "Hello? Uncle, I'm Fatty." Yes. "Uncle, let me tell you something. Don't worry, okay? I just want to know if Xiao Gang had any diseases before." When the other party heard this question, he immediately realized that something was wrong and quickly asked, "Fatty, what's wrong with Xiao Gang? Tell me." When the man heard this, he immediately sighed and turned on the speaker. "Uncle, Xiao Gang fainted this morning. I called 120 and sent him to the emergency department of the 2nd Provincial Hospital. He's now in the 2nd Provincial Hospital. The doctor asked me to ask you if Xiao Gang had any illnesses before." Sure enough, when he said this, the other party was obviously stunned. Chen Song took the phone. "Hello, I'm the doctor of the 2nd Provincial Hospital, Chen Song. Has the patient had any illnesses before? Or does he have any genetic diseases in the family?" Taking advantage of the fact that the monitor was not ready, Chen Song had to ask the necessary questions. This could provide a lot of crucial clues for the rescue. When the man heard Chen Song's voice, he took a deep breath. His voice was trembling. After all, he was about to get married, and he was sent to the emergency department in a coma. The man was a little angry and tried his best to calm down. His worry and anger were already tangled together, making his tone a little gloomy. "Hello, doctor. Xiao Gang has never been sick. He just joined last year for a physical examination. Everything is normal. If it's a genetic disease in the family. I have high blood pressure. There's nothing else." After saying that, the man's voice trembled. "Doctor, you must save him. I'll be there soon. Money is not a problem. Nothing is a problem. You must help. He's getting married tomorrow." At this moment, little Lin said to Chen Song, "Dr. Chen, the monitor is connected." Chen Song handed the phone to the man and immediately turned around to enter the emergency room. The man outside stood there and paced back and forth. His face was full of resentment and self-blame. It was all his fault. Why did he drink so much? Didn't he know that he had something to do these 2 days? The two of them were friends since they were young. When his brother got married, he even took 2 days off to help. He was afraid that something would happen. The more he was afraid of something happening, the easier it was for something to happen. At this keen critical moment, he even sent 120. Thinking of this, the man raised his hand and gave himself a slap. It was crisp and resounding. He blamed himself inwardly. In the emergency room, Chen Song's first reaction was alcohol poisoning. After all, based on the collected information, the patient had a long history of alcohol consumption. Moreover, his alcohol tolerance was quite high. He had been tired recently and had a poor appetite. Little Lin said at this moment. Blood pressure 11,070 millimeters of mercury. Breathing 20 times per minute. Heartbeat 70 times per minute. Chen Song frowned. Blood pressure, heartbeat, and breathing were normal. What was the problem? This is different from alcohol poisoning, isn't it? Chen Song quickly checked the pupil. It was normal too. There was no dilation of the pupil caused by alcohol poisoning. After alcohol poisoning, blood pressure would generally rise and fall. Heartbeat would accelerate. Breathing rhythm and frequency would be abnormal. Body temperature would drop and nerve reflexes would weaken. This was different from alcohol poisoning. At this moment, the electrocardiogram came out. Chen Song took the electrocardiogram and looked at it carefully. There was nothing abnormal with the electrocardiogram. This was very strange. What was the cause of the coma? But it was better to check the alcohol first. Thinking of this, Chen Song said, check the alcohol concentration in the exhaled breath. At this moment, Chen Song suddenly thought of something. He quickly turned to Little Lin and said, let's check the blood sugar first. Little Lin was about to go out. She turned back, picked up the blood sugar meter, and began to check the blood sugar. The blood sugar test was very fast. When the test paper was done, Little Lin's eyes widened. She never expected the blood sugar to be like this. Dr. Chen, only 2.5 millimoles per liter. Chen Song's face lit up. He was already a little suspicious just now. He quickly said, 50% glucose, 40 milliliters intravenous injection. Give another 250 milliliters, 5% glucose intravenous drip later. When Little Lin heard this, she quickly turned around and went out to prepare the liquid. To be honest, she never expected that alcohol would cause hypoglycemia. Wasn't alcohol a food source? How could alcohol cause hypoglycemia? Little Lin was a little confused. P.S. I'll slowly add 50 chapters. I hope everyone can understand. Thank you for the 20,000 tip from Silent Sleeves. Thank you. Also, Lin Jing and Xiaoxia's 10,000 tip. Also, Hellcat friend, I'm starting to refresh for the second time. Haha, thank you for your tips. I unknowingly became a protector. Thank you, I'll work hard to write. Thank you everyone for your support. A few minutes after the intravenous injection of 50% glucose, the patient slowly opened his eyes. He looked around in a daze with a blank face. At this moment, Chen Song saw the man and smiled. You're awake? The man nodded and looked around. He stared at Chen Song's white shirt and asked curiously, am I in the hospital? Chen Song nodded and smiled. Yes, the emergency room. The man helped him sit up. Doctor, what happened to me? Chen Song said, low blood sugar caused a coma. The man was shocked. That's not right. How can I have low blood sugar? I'm diabetic. I must have fainted because of diabetes. The man's words made Chen Song laugh. Even Su Dongdong was a little confused. Yes, the patient was diabetic and had high blood sugar. Moreover, he drank. How could it cause low blood sugar? After all, in the eyes of most people, alcohol was the essence of food. Drinking should be nutritious. How could it cause low blood sugar? Chen Song smiled. Seeing that the man was stable and fine, he said to Su Dongdong, come, follow me to the observation room. When the man heard this, his face changed. No, no, no. Doctor, I think I'm sick. You must have not finished checking, right? CT, MRI, blood tests, and so on. I think we have to check properly. Really, I must be sick. Otherwise, how could I suddenly have low blood sugar when my blood sugar is so high? I have about 15 minutes after meals every day. There must be something that I haven't checked clearly. Doctor, I'm getting married soon. If I really have a serious illness, I can't delay my marriage. The man's face was serious, afraid that Chen Song would drag him out of the emergency room. Doctor, I think it's safer in the emergency room. If something happens to me, I can be saved in time. Actually, I've been feeling weak recently. There must be something wrong. Yes, can't we check the genes now? Should I check one? The man's words stunned Xianxia and the others. They didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Who would keep insisting that they were sick? Xiaolin and Lei didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Seeing that Lei's face had turned purple and his body, which weighed a few 100 pounds, was trembling uncontrollably, Xianxia was afraid that his child would be suffocated. He hurriedly said to Lei, go and inform the family. The patient's condition is relatively stable now. Seeing this, Lei hurriedly ran out. If one were to look at it from the front, they would definitely see this creature that weighed a few 100 kilograms laughing so hard that its flesh was trembling. Its facial features were distorted and it was laughing inhumanely. At this moment, Fatty was standing at the entrance of the emergency room. He was extremely upset. If he had known this would happen, he wouldn't have drunk yesterday. The more he thought about it, the more apologetic he felt. At this moment, there was a sudden rush of footsteps. Fatty raised his head and saw his brother's parents and fiancé. Fatty took a deep breath and said, Uncle, Auntie, and Lingling, you're here. The middle-aged man looked at the man with a serious expression. Fatty, how are you now? Fatty shook his head. I don't know. He's in the emergency room. Uncle, it's all my fault. I didn't keep an eye on him. The man shook his head and patted Fatty's arm. Don't feel guilty. I know my son. He's not a good person. He definitely didn't control his mouth and went to drink again. The middle-aged woman glared at the man. All right, don't be angry at a time like this. The young woman at the side looked worried. Humans were like this. They worried about gains and losses. The more beautiful things were, the more worried they were that something bad would happen. At this moment, Lei finally finished laughing at the door. He pushed the door open and saw a group of people staring at him. Lei asked, Who is Zhang Xiaojiang's family? At this moment, the group of people quickly said, I am. Seeing this, Lei wondered why there were so many people. He reminded them, Come in with me. Don't make any noise when you come in. The patient is fine now. His words immediately made everyone heave a sigh of relief. As long as he was fine, the four of them hurriedly followed Lei in. At this moment, the patient was still telling Xianxia that he was sick. Doctor. Check it carefully. I'm really sick. Don't delay it. The group of people saw Zhang Xiaojiang jumping around and gesticulating on the bed. He was in good spirits and didn't look like a patient at all. However, if they had to point out something wrong, it seemed like his brain wasn't working very well. Could it be the after effects of being unconscious? Because Zhang Xiaojiang kept emphasizing that he was sick. Let Xianxia examine him properly. This made the four people who had just entered a little confused. Everyone looked at this scene blankly and didn't know what to do. However, the man's fiancée, Lingling, looked sad when she saw the man like this. Was he going back on his word? Was he pretending to be sick because he didn't want to marry her? Was he? At this thought, Lingling looked sad and aggrieved. She turned to leave. Women's minds were more sensitive. The man's mother, the middle-aged woman, seemed to have noticed something strange. She quickly turned and pulled Lingling, don't worry. Let's see what the doctor says. At this moment, Zhang Xiaojiang's father walked forward and looked down at his disappointing son. He then looked at Xianxia. Doctor, what's the situation with my son? Xianxia looked up and saw the middle-aged man. He said, It's a coma caused by low blood sugar. It's nothing. He'll be fine after a good rest. He's been too busy and tired recently. Maybe he didn't have a good rest, so he woke up suddenly. Oh right, it's better not to drink this wine in the future. Hearing Xianxia's words, Zhang Xiaojiang said, I have diabetes and high blood sugar. I drank so much wine. How can it be low blood sugar? Xianxia had no choice but to ask, high blood sugar? Did you take medicine this morning? The man nodded, yes, I controlled it very well. I took metformin orally every day. Xianxia smiled, fortunately, you took metformin. If you injected insulin, you would have a problem today. The middle-aged man heard, when did you have diabetes? Why didn't I know? Lingling sighed, Uncle, Auntie, he found it during his physical examination last year. The doctor said it wasn't serious and asked him to take some metformin. After the middle-aged couple heard this, they couldn't help but sigh. They didn't know about this. The man smiled awkwardly. Mom, Dad, I didn't want you to worry. Chen Song continued, metformin is the most commonly used hypoglycemic drug. Unlike other hypoglycemic drugs, metformin doesn't cause low blood sugar. However, metformin reduces the absorption of sugar and inhibits gluconeogenesis. Your metformin and alcohol together led to the occurrence of low blood sugar. Chen Song continued, by the way, drinking won't increase blood sugar. Alcohol isn't the essence of food. The source of sugar in the human body comes from the sugar in food. On the other hand, protein and fat turn into sugar. This process is called gluconeogenesis. You haven't eaten for the past few days, so your blood sugar intake is insufficient. At this time, in order to maintain your daily consumption, the liver glycogen in your body will break down into sugar. Alcohol not only inhibits gluconeogenesis, but it also inhibits liver glycogen breakdown, causing low blood sugar. After hearing this, the man suddenly came to a realization. Ling Ling looked at Zhang Xiaojiang and couldn't help but say, Zhang Xiaojiang, don't tell me you don't want to leave the hospital because you don't want to marry me? After saying this, she turned and left. Seeing this, Zhang Xiaojiang got off the bed and wanted to run. Chen Song couldn't help but smile. Now he didn't have to worry about not being able to leave the emergency room. P.S. The 6th update has been delivered. Continue to work hard tomorrow. I'll start my closed-door cultivation today. I'm an author, so I just have to write well. The rest is meaningless. Writing well is more important than anything else. 2020, focus on writing your book without any distractions. Finally, I'll ask for monthly votes. The beginning of the month will be double. Thank you, everyone. Chen Song looked at Zhang Xiaojiang, who could not be persuaded to leave just now. When he saw his wife running away, he immediately chased after her. He suddenly understood that there was no man that a woman could not solve. If this woman could not do it, he could try another one. Just like now, Chen Song was dragged to the on-call room. If it were not for the fact that the durian was not cut open, Chen Song would have thought that Qin had bought it for himself. However, men should know that the durian would only emit a charming fragrance when it was in close contact with the knee. As the saying went, the durian was more compatible with the knee. Ding. Mission completed. Surgery participation rate, 76%. Congratulations. You have obtained the thoracic great blood vessel trauma repair skill, descending aorta rupture repair, master level. Chen Song opened the mission panel and immediately heard the system notification. How wonderful! Descending aorta rupture repair skill was a skill for cardiovascular surgery. It should also be available in the National Cardiovascular Surgery Skills Competition. Chen Song had nothing to do anyway, so he opened the training space and went in. The descending aorta was divided into the thoracic aorta and the abdominal aorta. The thoracic descending aorta rupture repair skill was actually the thoracic aorta rupture repair skill. When Chen Song learned the surgery this time, he did not simply learn the surgical method. Instead, he paid more attention to how to improve his vascular suturing skills. In fact, surgery was always the same. After understanding the routine surgery steps, the next step was to look at a few aspects. The first was to look at the big picture, analyze and consider comprehensively, and make the best surgical plan and choice. The second was to start from the details. The details determined success or failure, and also determined the height. As long as every detail was handled well, prevention was better than cure. Only then could the success rate of the surgery be truly increased and the complications reduced. The third thing that could improve the effect of the entire surgery was the basic skills of the surgery. The human body was nothing more than skin, muscles, fascia, organs, blood vessels, nerves, and so on. When every detail was handled well, the surgical ability would naturally improve. The only perfect basic skill Chen Song had now was tendon suturing. This was the core of the hand surgery department and also the most basic skill. When this was done well, everything would become smoother. And Chen Song's next goal was to suture blood vessels. There were too many surgeries in the human body that involved the treatment of blood vessels. This had always been Chen Song's good method. These days, Chen Song had also been studying how to make the suturing of blood vessels more successful. The time in the special training space really seemed to make people not feel tired and dull. When he opened his eyes again, Chen Song shook his head. It was still not in line with the principles. Chen Song stood up and stretched his body. He was a little hesitant. Should I directly use the special training card to train in vascular suturing? Chen Song thought for a moment and shook his head after some hesitation. He already had a good foundation in vascular suturing. There was no need to waste a special training card. In addition, Chen Song hoped that he could find a way to improve himself. Xianxia ran away before he got off work. No one knew where he went. When Li Baoshan saw it, he turned a blind eye to it. He pretended that he did not see it. Anyway, Xianxia was more free now. He was going to the general surgery department soon, so Li Baoshan did not care too much. Qin Xiaoyuan was a little absent-minded this morning. He was ready to leave before 12 o'clock in the morning, but there were a lot of people who came to sign the papers this morning. Qin Xiaoyuan had to stay until 12 o'clock. When it was time, Qin Xiaoyuan got up and was ready to leave home. He did not expect Tan Ligua to push the door open and come in. Tan Ligua looked at Qin Xiaoyuan and could not help but smile. He asked, "Associate Director Qin, are you ready to get off work?" Qin Xiaoyuan was stunned when he saw Tan Ligua. After all, this guy usually never came in. This time. What happened? Secretary Tan? What's wrong? Tan Ligua smiled slightly and tried to make himself appear more friendly. Yes. I haven't talked to Associate Director Qin for a long time. I was wondering if we should have lunch together and sit down to talk. Tan Ligua decided to ease the relationship between him and Qin Xiaoyuan. After all, Qin Xiaoyuan was trying to be friendly with him today by allowing him to accept more interviews. He originally thought that this was a conspiracy, but he could not figure it out after thinking about it for the whole morning. Then he slapped his head. Maybe he was thinking too much. This should be a signal from Qin Xiaoyuan. Maybe this was not a big deal. But this was a kind of attitude. Tan Ligua felt that Qin Xiaoyuan wanted to be friendly with him. Thinking of this, Tan Ligua decided to give the other party a way out. He would treat Lao Qin to lunch to reconcile and end the Cold War. But Qin Xiaoyuan was dumbfounded. He looked at Tan Ligua suspiciously and felt that something was wrong. One who was unaccountably solicitous was hiding evil intentions. Why was Tan Ligua looking for him? There was definitely a trap, at least two, or even a trump card. Thinking of this, Qin Xiaoyuan decided to slow down. He quickly said with a smile, "Oh. Secretary Tan, what a coincidence today. My wife just finished cooking. Do you want to come over and eat together?" When Tan Ligua heard this, he immediately smiled. It's okay. Let's meet another day." Qin Xiaoyuan also smiled and nodded. Okay, let's find a time to sit down another day." After saying that, he got up and hurried home. On the way, Lao Qin's mind was in a mess. One was the matter of black-hearted Xianxia, and the other was the sinister Secretary Tan. Sigh, I'll stop here first. Qin Xiaoyuan could not help but sigh. Internal troubles and external troubles. Why am I so tired? But he was most concerned about the issue of black-hearted Mian. The closer he got to the door, the more ominous he felt. After pushing the door open and entering, he was suddenly stunned. It smells so good. Xianxia suddenly ran out of the room with a smile. Dad, you're back? Sit down and rest. I've made tea for you. One more dish is ready. Take a rest first. Mom will be back soon. Qin Xiaoyuan was stunned for a moment. He looked at the 3 dishes on the table and the pot of hot tea on the coffee table that was still steaming. This was clearly the appearance of a warm and happy family of 3. How was this black-hearted Mian? This was clearly a little vest of Xianxia. However, Lao Qin was still a little worried. He carefully put down his bag and said with a smile, "Yeah, you're off work so early today? This dish looks good. My girl is really talented." As he spoke, he quietly walked towards the bedroom. "I'll change my clothes and help you." Xianxia quickly said, "Dad, don't be busy. Rest. I'll be filial to you today." When Qin Xiaoyuan heard this, he suddenly felt that something was wrong. He wanted to find out more. Qin Xiaoyuan sneaked into the bedroom while Xianxia was cooking. He was about to open the cupboard. Suddenly, at this moment, the door opened and old Qin's face changed in fright. He quickly stood up and lay back on the bed, pretending as if nothing had happened. He turned around and looked at Ji Ruyun. He suddenly smiled. Honey, you're back? Ji Ruyun looked at the sneaky Lao Qin and asked curiously, Lao Qin, what are you doing? Why are you sneaking around? Qin Xiaoyuan laughed. It's cold. I'm looking for some clothes. Ji Ruyun stared at Qin Xiaoyuan and frowned slightly. Her eyes were full of curiosity and wisdom. Suddenly, she thought of something and pointed at Qin Xiaoyuan. She smiled weirdly. Oh. I know. Lao Qin, hand it over. Ji Ruyun smiled and looked at Lao Qin. Then, she slowly opened her hand. Qin Xiaoyuan was stunned. Hand what over? Ji Ruyun smiled and walked closer. What are you talking about? Qin Xiaoyuan was forced into a corner. Looking at his wife's smile, he couldn't help but say, wait. Honey, I really don't know what you're talking about. Ji Ruyun was stunned. She smiled and said, you want me to search you, right? Qin Xiaoyuan was stunned. I really don't know what you're talking about. Ji Ruyun saw that Qin Xiaoyuan was unwilling to give up. She smiled and said, okay, Lao Qin, I didn't know you had a habit of hiding money. Hand it over quickly. Qin Xiaoyuan was stunned. He opened his eyes wide and looked at Ji Ruyun in disbelief. What secret money? Honey, you misunderstood. I don't have any secret money. My salary card is tied to your phone. You have a record of my WeChat and Alipay cards on your phone. You can see every single cent I spend. Ji Ruyun just smiled and didn't say anything. If you hand it over today, everything will be fine. If you don't hand it over, I'll make my move. Qin Xiaoyuan was stunned. I really didn't. When Ji Ruyun heard this, he said, wardrobe? Stand properly and come out. I'll check it myself. Speaking up to here, Ji Ruyun was about to walk inside. Qin Xiaoyuan's expression suddenly changed. Today was a bad start, he had suffered a double loss. But at this time, Qin Yu suddenly said, Dad, Mom, it's time to eat. Qin Xiaoyuan immediately said, Honey, let's eat first. We'll search later. Ji Ruyun looked at Qin Xiaoyuan with a face full of suspicion. Are you hiding something? Qin Xiaoyuan was stunned for a moment. Okay, what do I have? Besides, you didn't limit my spending. What's the point of me keeping a secret stash of money? Ji Ruyun immediately said with a look of suspicion, then what were you doing just now? Qin Xiaoyuan whispered in Ji Ruyun's ear, let me tell you. I saw Xiaochen at the hospital today. The cashmere sweater he was wearing was exactly the same as mine. I suspect. Yaya secretly gave it to Chen Song. When Ji Ruyun heard this, she was stunned. She said with a look of surprise, no way? Little Qin would do such a thing? Qin Xiaoyuan nodded. In the past, he couldn't ignore it, but now he definitely could. Don't you remember my suit? When Ji Ruyun heard this, she hurriedly opened the wardrobe and saw the khaki-colored sweater hanging there. She immediately heaved a sigh of relief. Isn't it? It's fine. Qin Xiaoyuan was stunned. Could it be that he was thinking too much about Yaya? Actually, Yaya wasn't a black-hearted cotton. At this moment, Qin Yu said with a smile, Daddy, Mommy, it's time to eat. The food is ready. Ji Ruyun glared at Qin Xiaoyuan. Nonsense. Look at your daughter making delicious food for you. You're still suspecting your daughter. Lao Qin, have you been an official for too long? Qin Xiaoyuan couldn't help but blush. Let's eat. During the meal, Qin Xiaoyuan felt a little awkward. Could it be that he was really too suspicious? Thinking of this, Qin Xiaoyuan thought of Tan Ligua after work today. He couldn't help but sigh. It seemed that he really needed to reflect on himself. Perhaps Secretary Tan really wanted to give him a way out. This was a gesture of goodwill. Of course, Chen Song and Qin Yu didn't know that a cashmere sweater had further eased the relationship between Qin Xiaoyuan and Tan Ligua. After work in the afternoon, Chen Song walked to the Department of Cardiovascular Surgery of the First Hospital of Eastern University as usual. He didn't expect to see that the 3 cardiologists had not gotten off work yet. All of them were working in full swing. When Gu Hui saw Chen Song, he nodded and continued to work. This made Chen Song a little curious. Did he really like working overtime? At this time, Meng Shi happened to walk in. When he saw Chen Song, his eyes immediately lit up. Xiao Chen is here. Chen Song nodded. Yes, hello, Teacher Meng. Recently, have there been many patients? Meng Shi shook his head. It's fine. As usual. By the way, there are 2 surgeries in a while. Come with me. Chen Song nodded. Okay. At this time, Gu Huai quickly got up. Teacher Meng, I'll go with you. Meng Shi looked at Gu Huai with a smile and said, Dr. Gu, rest early. You have already done 2 or 3 surgeries today. Don't be too tired. I'll go with Xiao Chen. When Gu Huai heard this, he quickly said with a smile, It's okay, I have a gym. We are surgeons, so we should still have a strong body. Erbo was stunned. He looked up enviously at Gu Huai's receding hairline and bulging abdominal muscles. He sighed and sat on the chair, touching the 2 layers of fat on his stomach. He made up his mind to start working out tomorrow and try to combine these 2 pieces of fat into one and then split them into 4 pieces. Sanbo quietly took out his notebook and added a schedule on it. Buy a wig, Meng Shi said with a smile, you guys get off work early and rest early. Everyone laughed. Fu Er rushed to answer, It's okay, I'll read when I go home. It's the same here, it won't affect me. Fu Er nodded and said with a smile, Yes, this also saves a lot of electricity. These words immediately made the few young nurses laugh. Fu Er couldn't help but feel happy. The humor training he had been practicing recently was not in vain. Gu Huai and Fu Er immediately became vigilant. They had agreed to compete fairly, but this guy actually secretly made up for it. This violated the principle of fairness. Gu Huai thought of this and suddenly shook his head. No, after going back tonight, he had to work overtime to learn how to become a humorous, healthy, and strong surgeon. In the operating theater's changing room, Meng Shi changed her clothes and looked forward to the upcoming surgery. She had been cramming for pericardial surgery for the past 2 days. She did not rest during the holidays and finally improved a lot. Today was the day to surprise Chen Song. Let him know how amazing she was. Actually, Meng Shi, who was a first-time teacher, did not know how to be a teacher. She, who had been accepting Western concepts for a long time, was not used to the traditional concept of a teacher for a day, a mother for life. She also preferred the relationship with Chen Song, where she was both a teacher and a friend. However, she was still a teacher. She could not be worse than a student, right? Thinking of this, Meng Shi put on her clothes faster. Unfortunately, the clothes were still too small and were very tight. If she changed to a bigger one, the collar would be looser. Thinking of Chen Song's embarrassment when she washed her hands last time, Meng Shi could not help but laugh. When Meng Shi thought of that, he suddenly smiled and changed his clothes into a loose-fitting one. Yes, it was indeed much more comfortable. While washing his hands, Chen Song didn't move at all. His eyes were fixed on his hands. Meng Shi couldn't help but laugh. Hearing Meng Shi's laughter, Chen Song naturally harbored hatred in his heart. He would definitely criticize her during the surgery later. This was a disobedient teacher. Thinking of this, Chen Song gritted his teeth and made up his mind. He had to do this. When the surgery began, Meng Shi cut the pericardium at an angle that stunned Chen Song. It was very good, a very impressive angle. Through this surgery, she could reach the surgical area. It was very good. Chen Song could not help but praise, this incision is amazing. Meng Shi smiled without batting an eyelid and pretended to be unfathomable. However, Chen Song sneered. Still pretending? Your heart has already betrayed you, ding. Meng Shi's favorability +1. He was happy just like that. He was still pretending as if nothing had happened. Childish. Chen Song could not help but feel happy. He seemed to have found a way to become rich. He should suppress Teacher Meng first before praising her. Suppressing them first and then praising them seemed to bring more rewards. However, Meng Shi's subsequent surgery really surprised Chen Song. Today's Meng Shi seemed to be completely different from the past. He had made great progress, and the most important thing was his grasp of details. It was as if she had walked out of the shadow of her past. It was as if he had been reborn. Moreover, Chen Song was also amazed by some aspects. It had to be said that everyone had their own understanding of surgeries. Just like that, the surgery was carried out while the two of them discussed it. Both of them had gained a lot. However, Xianxia often praised Teacher Meng and occasionally pretended to be shocked. This move was very effective on Teacher Meng. After all, one surgery could increase his favorability by 5 points. Was there anything more beneficial than this? The second surgery was a pericardial cyst resection. It was not difficult. Although Xianxia was only helping, he felt that he could do this surgery. There were only a few types of cardiac surgery. One was the entry-level pericardial surgery, the second was the advanced surgery of the aorta or blood vessels, and the third was the surgery of the valve where the blood vessels and the heart met, as well as the valve disease of the heart itself. The more advanced ones were the complicated surgeries of the heart itself, including heart transplants. Xianxia's learning process could be considered gradual. After the second surgery, it was already around 10 o'clock in the evening. The two of them were talking and laughing about something. When they were about to leave the operating theater, Mengxi's phone rang. After picking it up, it was the nurse from the cardiac surgery department. Chief Meng, during the thoracic surgery, the patient encountered an emergency and needed timely help. Are you still in the operating theater? At this moment, fortunately, Mengxi had not gone out yet. After hearing the news, he immediately frowned and quickly asked, I'm here. Which operating theater are they in? The nurse said, Operating Theater 12. Go and ask the doctor on duty in the operating theater. Mengxi's expression changed, and he quickly walked toward Operating Theater 12. At this time, the gap between the surgery department of the first hospital of Eastern University and the second provincial hospital could be seen. Not to mention how many operating theaters there were, it was already 10 o'clock in the evening, but there were still many operating theaters in the first hospital of Eastern University. How many could the second provincial hospital have at this time? Thus, the gap between them could be easily imagined. At this time, the nurse on duty in the operating theater seemed to have received the news and quickly came over. Chief Meng, Operating Theater 12 needs the assistance of the cardiac surgery department. Mengxi quickly nodded, washed his hands in a hurry, and went into the operating theater. This kind of emergency in the operating theater was too common. It happened almost every day. Similarly, this kind of mutual assistance between interdisciplinary disciplines could also reflect the strength of a hospital. After Mengxi hurried in with Xianxia, the nurse on duty had been waiting for a long time and quickly changed his clothes. Mengxi changed his clothes and raised his head to ask, what happened? Jingran frowned and said, the situation is a little complicated. Chief Meng, come and take a look at this situation. How should we deal with it? Xianxia was slightly stunned. So it was Jingran. However, Jingran obviously didn't notice Xianxia. After all, he didn't dare to relax during the surgery. Xianxia followed Mengxi forward and came to the operating table. He just happened to see the situation in the chest at this time. Jingran said, this is a surgery with a foreign body residue. The patient had a chest surgery 10 years ago. At that time, for various reasons, a piece of gauze was left in the patient's chest. After so many years, the patient felt more and more discomfort in his chest. When he came to the hospital for a checkup, he found that there was a foreign body in the chest. I arranged for a chest exploration. As you can see, I don't dare to take out the gauze easily. After all, it is wrapped around the thoracic aorta. The situation is a little troublesome. Indeed, the gauze in the chest had long rotted away, leaving only residue. However, these gauze residue and mucus stuck together the blood vessels, trachea, and esophagus in the chest. The entire chest was in a very bad condition. Infection and adhesion were all problems. Therefore, Jingran didn't dare to act rashly. He was afraid that when he separated again, he would damage the thoracic aorta and cause massive bleeding. However, at this time, the thoracic aorta's blood vessel wall had been damaged by the foreign body. It had already formed scar tissue, causing the blood vessels to narrow. Xianxia found that the patient's thoracic aorta had formed a collateral circulation because of the long-term thoracic aorta stenosis. In this way, the surgery was even more troublesome. Mengxi frowned and kept thinking about how to deal with it. All kinds of surgical possibilities kept appearing in his mind. After a long time, Mengxi took a deep breath. We need to separate first. Otherwise, there's no way to stop the bleeding. However, when we separate, we must be careful of the damage to the blood vessels, trachea, and esophagus. It's a little difficult. Mengxi's words were very clear. First, they needed to separate. However, to separate, they needed someone who could take care of both cardiac surgery and thoracic surgery. At this time, Jing Ran also felt a wave of pressure. He took a deep breath and nodded. Well, how about this, Chief Meng? You look at the blood vessels first. I'll separate them. Jing Ran knew that at this time, he couldn't escape. He couldn't shrink back from what he had to do. This made Chen Song admire him. To be honest, Jing Ran was really an amazing talent. Not only did he have the ability of a chief, but he also had the responsibility of a chief. Such a person, no matter what, had a bright future. P.S. I'll continue to update 6 times today. I'll try my best to add more. During the double period, I hope to get everyone's support. After all, 1 vote is equivalent to 2 votes. It's very practical, begging for monthly votes. Jing Ran looked at the thoracic cavity that was stuck together like a garbage can. He could not help but sigh. As a doctor, he really had to be very patient. Otherwise, in such a messy situation, he really wanted to crumple it into a ball and throw it all away. He forced himself to calm down and kept thinking. If his teacher encountered such a situation, how would he deal with it? Jing Ran liked this way of thinking because every time this happened, he could always find a special discovery. Perhaps his teacher would stabilize the thoracic aorta first, then separate the esophagus and trachea, as well as the surrounding tissues that were attached to the thoracic cavity. At this moment, Jing Ran suddenly thought of Chen Song. If Dr. Chen were to do it, what would he do? Everyone had different characteristics. Chen Song's technique was young and steady. Perhaps his separation would be more reliable. Jing Ran could not help but sigh. If only Chen Song was here. Looking at the young doctor beside him who was at a loss, Jing Ran could not help but sigh. This kind of surgery was really demanding of his partner. Chen Song's eyes looked at the chaos and felt a little uneasy. Ding. Discovered a level 50 dungeon with high difficulty. Join it and successfully complete the surgery. Obtain generous dungeon rewards. Chen Song was a little stunned. He did not expect such a complicated surgery to become a high-level surgery dungeon. However, it could really be called a high-level dungeon. The monsters inside were all high-level monsters around the elite level. After dealing with them, it was indeed as tiring as a big dungeon. Chen Song looked at the thoracic cavity and could not help but become serious. When Jing Ran was thinking just now, he did not stop for a while. He was also thinking about how to do it. His eyes kept seeing the adhesion. He could see the degree of insertion of the gauze and tissues. Some materials had been embedded in the esophagus. It was impossible to separate them. The best choice might be to cut off the damaged part and then anastomose it end to end. The esophagus had to be dealt with. The same went for the trachea, and the thoracic aorta was the most troublesome, because the gauze had been adhered for a long time. The surrounding scar tissue had been formed and thickened. Chen Song could clearly see the thoracic aorta wall that was raised like a sarcoma. Although it was not very big, it definitely needed to be removed. The constricted section was removed and then anastomosed end to end. This was truly a difficult instance dungeon. What Chen Song said just now was only the visible dangers of these large organs and tissues. Apart from that, there were many invisible dangers. Moreover, this was the most troublesome part. There were also the blood vessels that had formed collateral circulation, including the intercostal arteries that supplied blood to the spinal cord. These arteries were very thin, so they had to be carefully ligated when they were separated. Not to mention Jing Ran, even Chen Song, who had the help of a cheat, would be unable to complete it. This was not a surgery that could be completed by one person. He could already see Jing Ran's helplessness. At this time, Chen Song knew that he couldn't back down. He took the initiative and said, "I'll help you." His words stunned the crowd. When Jing Ran heard this familiar voice, she suddenly raised her head. He happened to meet Chen Song's resolute eyes. He was delighted and felt a lot more at ease. Jing Ran nodded. Yes. He did not ask why Chen Song was here, nor did he care about why Chen Song was here. At that moment, Jing Ran felt as though he was trapped in a desperate situation and his partner had suddenly appeared out of nowhere. Chen Song turned to the nurse and said, "Give me 2 pieces of gauze and rinse them with saline." The nurse quickly nodded. Chen Song then placed the gauze between the esophagus and trachea. Next, he retrieved a pair of scissors and glanced at Jing Ran. "I'm ready." Seeing this, Mengshi also protected the thoracic aorta. At that moment, she had a heavy burden on her shoulders. Even so, she nodded seriously. "I'm ready." At that moment, Jing Ran felt as though he had found the same feeling he had when he was outside Fu, a reliable teammate. He picked up the forceps and scissors. First, he had to cut off the adhesion, then, he had to deal with it step by step. At that moment, the anesthetist said, "All right, the airway has been established. You can begin the operation." Jing Ran nodded and began the operation with his hands. Needless to say, Chen Song was able to cooperate with him with every step he took. The two of them went back and forth, exchanging the instruments in their hands. Their eyes communicated with each other, saying, "I understand." Every step was the result of their cooperation, every incision was appropriate. Gradually, Jing Ran entered a good state. Chen Song's overall grasp of these surgeries was not as good as Jing Ran's. The end-to-end anastomosis of the trachea was even worse than Jing Ran's. The process of cooperation was also a process of learning. Inadvertently, he raised his head to look at the time. It was already 11 o'clock. "This might be a sleepless night, right?" Chen Song sighed. At that moment, the reconstruction of Jing Ran's trachea was completed. The next step was to separate the esophagus and the surrounding tissues. Every separation needed to be handled carefully. Some of the damaged gauze threads in the human tissues directly entered the adventitia of the esophagus, causing adhesion and necrosis. Fortunately, with the cooperation of Chen Song and Mengshi, the surgery could be carried out more smoothly. With the help of his eyes, Chen Song could always point out the easily overlooked or dangerous factors so that Jing Ran could pay attention to them. When it was 12 o'clock, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Up until now, most of the surgery had probably been completed. With the help of Chen Song, Mengshi, and their colleagues, the gauze around the esophagus had been completely cleaned up, along with the tissues that had not been removed. The situation in the entire thoracic cavity had changed greatly after the washing. At least, it looked orderly. Now, at least, it was not as helpless as before. Jing Ran's eyes were filled with excitement at that moment. It had been a long time since he felt this way. Surgeries that were done to their heart's content always made people improve themselves unconsciously. And that was how Jing Ran felt. He raised his head and glanced at Chen Song, Mengshi, and his colleagues. He nodded gratefully. Without them, this surgery would not have been successful. There were heroes on the operating table, but there were no heroes who fought alone. Everyone nodded in response. It had to be said that Jing Ran's thoracic surgery skills were really good. There was order in his stability, and he did not panic. However, now was not the time to flatter each other and start celebrating because they all knew that this battle was not over yet. What awaited them next was still an even more difficult thoracic aortic stenosis resection. Surgery was like this. It was a transfer of responsibility. The baton in his hands needed to be handed over. Mengshi did not hesitate and took the baton. Next, it was her time. Mengshi took the scalpel as if it was a baton. What followed next was 2 completely different surgeries. Moreover, the difficulty would increase proportionally. Mengshi glanced at Chen Song. "Build a temporary blood vessel bridge." Chen Song quickly nodded. During the aortic coarctation surgery, the descending aorta above and below the constricted segment needed to be blocked. This was to protect the spinal cord and distant organs from damage caused by ischemia during the blocking of the descending aorta. Generally, low temperature could be chosen, but temporary blood vessel bridges and left ventricular circulation could also be chosen. Although Mengshi's choice of temporary blood vessel bridges would increase the difficulty of the surgery, the safety factor of this method was more reliable than low temperature, because no one was sure how long the next surgery would last. Low temperature was limited. If it was too long, it would cause ischemic damage. After the blood vessel scar changed, would there be endothelial necrosis? Therefore, there were still many things that needed to be taken care of. Just as everything was going smoothly, Mengshi began to remove the wall of the aorta that was formed by the accumulation of scars like a tumor. Chen Song's expression suddenly changed. He felt that this should not be a simple blood vessel scar, perhaps there was something else. At this moment, the non-invasive vascular clamps were clamped at both ends of the aorta. Mengxi raised her head and asked Jing Ran, "Have you done an angiogram?" Jing Ran was stunned and immediately shook her head. No. When Mengxi heard this, she suddenly hesitated. Chen Song thought of this and could not help but remind her, "Teacher Meng, be careful of the back. It might be an aneurysm." Mengxi nodded. She had already expected it. If it was just scar tissue, it would not be so serious. Mengxi held the scalpel in her hand. She did not directly cut off the blood vessel wall. Instead, she cut open and explored. When the blood vessel opened, Chen Song immediately saw the existence of the hemangioma. Although it was not big, it was real, arterial hemangioma, cystic. Level 57. Alright, this should be good news. It was not a malignant tumor. However, Chen Song looked at the tumor tissue at the base of the aneurysm. It had already extended a little. This meant that if the tumor tissue was completely removed, the end-to-end anastomosis distance would not be enough. Originally, after removing the constriction, they could still use end-to-end anastomosis to suture the blood vessel wall. However, the existence of this uninvited guest, the aneurysm, increased the difficulty of the entire surgery proportionately. This was because it was very likely that after the tumor was completely removed, the descending aorta would not extend far enough, and it would be impossible to suture the blood vessels end to end. What should he do? Blood vessel transplantation, patch, what should he do? Now, a lot of questions were placed in front of everyone. Mengxi took a deep breath and frowned. Do a bypass transplant? A bypass transplant would definitely cause irreversible damage to the patient's upper limb. In fact, it was just borrowing the blood vessels sent to the upper arm for the aorta. This way, the aorta would be very effective, but it might cause damage to the upper arm. Just as everyone was wondering what the final conclusion would be, Chen Song hesitated for a moment before saying, "I have a suggestion." Mengxi raised his head and looked at Chen Song. His eyes lit up. What suggestion? Chen Song said, "Fill in another wound for master subjugation." Chen Song's idea immediately caught Mengxi's attention, but he could not figure out the specifics. Tell me more details. Chen Song thought about it again. It's too late to go into detail now, moreover, it's better to do it in detail than to talk about it. Thinking of this, Chen Song said to Mengxi directly, "Teacher Meng, give me the scalpel." Mengxi was stunned for a moment before he handed the scalpel to Chen Song. Jing Ran could not help but gulp. This Chen Song. What was his specialty? Jing Ran knew that he was good at thoracic surgery. But could it be that he was also so good at thoracic surgery? At this moment, Chen Song glanced at Mengxi and sighed. Another 30 favorability points were going to be gone. He had just gained 5 favorability points from the previous surgery, which made Chen Song and Mengxi's favorability points break through to 60. In this way, he could exchange for a level 3 surgery. Chen Song did not hesitate and directly chose to exchange for coarctation of the aorta. After the exchange, Chen Song did not hesitate and immediately started the training. This surgery was no longer a simple surgery for coarctation of the aorta. There was also the complication of an aortic aneurysm. Now, Chen Song wanted to add an additional complication, which was an aortic injury. What Chen Song wanted to do was to precisely remove the base of the aortic aneurysm in the eye. Even if it was a very precise removal, if it was sutured, it would still cause the aorta to narrow. And what Chen Song wanted to do was to remove the scar, remove the base of the aortic aneurysm, and make a cut on the wall of the aorta. Because just 2 cuts could not be performed end-to-end anastomosis of the entire blood vessel. However, if he were to add another cut, he would be able to place the 2 ends at a better angle. What did that mean? It meant that he did not need to cut off both ends. Instead, he only needed to remove the tumor tissue and scar tissue. At this time, it would definitely be impossible to suture. However, Chen Song could use a scalpel to cut off the unsuitable parts. In this way, there would be a possibility of suturing. Thinking of this, Chen Song did it without hesitation. He picked up the scalpel and began to accurately remove the tumor tissue on the wall of the blood vessel. However, when he was removing it, Chen Song deliberately cut off more parts. After that, it was time to deal with the scar tissue. This required him to cut off a group of blood vessel walls. The surgery was carried out step by step. When Xianxia removed all the tissue, the two ends became irregular ends. Mengshi looked at this scene with a dumbfounded expression. Even Jing Ran, his colleagues, assistants, and the anesthesiologist did not know whether to laugh or cry. Was this a dog's bite? How was he going to suture it? Everyone looked at Xianxia's rugged and strange ends with a dumbfounded expression. It would be better to cut them off completely. At this moment, Xianxia gently made a cut on the upper end of the aorta and then brought the two ends together. Suddenly, the entire scene changed. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. How the f***ck is this possible? Mengshi looked at Xianxia in disbelief. His eyes were full of shock. Xianxia was not a surgeon. He was clearly a magician. The two ends that looked like a dog's bite just now could actually be joined together tightly. If he was not a magician, then what was he? How could a surgeon play around like this? Cleverly using this irregular end, Xianxia cleverly saved the blood vessel next door from being killed. The blood vessel next door did not need to be transplanted. He could not help but heave a sigh of relief. That scared me to death. I was almost cut off. Thank you, boss, for not killing me. P.S. Hee. Thank you, boss Hellcat, for your reward. I become the sect leader. Thank you. When the two ends were connected, the originally dog-gnawed port suddenly fit. Mengshi was dumbfounded when he saw this scene. Xianxia, are you doing magic again? This scene was like two teeth marks, and when they were connected, the two ends were just right to join together. This incredible scene would definitely leave a deep impression on everyone present. Perhaps they would never be able to see it again after they left the operating theater. No one would believe it even if they were to hear it. This wonderful moment that could be called a magician's moment was so terrifying that it suffocated everyone. It turned out that Xianxia's repair of the base of the aortic aneurysm was not a casual trimming. It had been planned all along. It was intentional. However, it was precisely because of this that everyone was so shocked. What kind of ability could do this? Even if you were a designer, you could not be so precise, let alone a surgeon. If they did not see it with their own eyes, they would definitely not believe it even if the department director said so. However, the truth was right there, and everyone had to believe it was true. Could it be that the gap between us is so big? We treat surgery as a career. You treat surgery as an art, so suturing can be done this way too. Sigh, a song appeared in Jing Ran's mind. I don't know why, but I've become very mediocre. If I admire someone, suturing will become a divine ability. I want to ask loudly, how can you be so successful? Even the colleague next door can guess my impulsiveness now. To you, Jing Ran quickly stopped his thoughts at that moment. After all, his wife was still at home. He could not let his thoughts run wild. However, Jing Ran really had an impulse. It was definitely a blessing to have such a surgical partner. Mengshi looked at Xianxia suspiciously. How did this kid's brain grow? Did he put a vernier caliper or a laser scanner in it, or was there some kind of calibration device in his eyes? Otherwise, how could he come up with such an inhumane operation? Xianxia was about to suture when he suddenly realized that Teacher Meng had started to act brainlessly again. His two big eyes were staring at him, and he had a desire to open his head. Xianxia could not help but say, Teacher Meng, you'll suture? After being called out by Xianxia, Mengshi immediately reacted. However, Xianxia's tone was clearly saying, hurry up and help me up. What are you daydreaming about? He was clearly treating me as an errand boy. Thinking of this, Mengshi was furious. Wasn't it just suturing? What's the big deal? TSK. As he spoke, he turned to the nurse and said, line 4. The nurse handed over the needle and forceps. Mengshi took it and glanced at Xianxia. Just you wait. However, when she picked up the needle holder, she suddenly didn't know where to start. Looking at the port, it was like a piece of art that had been pieced together. Mengshi's eyes suddenly went dark. He was a little dazed, and his desire to suture disappeared. This kid had focused all the difficulty on suturing the thoracic aorta. The difficulty of suturing was much more troublesome than blood vessel transplantation. Moreover, it required a higher degree of precision. It was hard to say whether a hole would be missed if the suture was accidentally completed. Moreover, with the complicated suture marks, would it leave a scar and cause the aorta to narrow again? Thinking of this, Mengxi's hands trembled. She felt that it was not because she was afraid, but mainly because the bear was too heavy. It was pressing on the blood vessels, causing the blood flow in her hands to not be very smooth. However, when he saw Chen Song's mocking gaze, Mengxi was so angry that his blood and qi surged. Even his loose surgical gown became tight. It had to be said that the doctors of Eastern University First Hospital were professionals. No matter what Meng Yurong did, they would remain unmoved and focus on the operating table. If this was given to Wang Qian, he would have long lost his eyes. Jing Ran and his colleagues looked at the rugged junction of the blood vessel wall and felt their scalps tingle. If this could be sutured, it would be really amazing. However, for some reason, they looked at Director Meng with a trace of pity in their eyes. The anesthesiologist looked at Mengxi's dumbfounded expression and couldn't help but want to laugh. This was because suturing was absolutely troublesome. The originally straight line of the suture became an irregular line. Mengxi hesitated and looked at Chen Song helplessly. "Come, I'll help you. You take the needle." Chen Song nodded and took the needle holder. He looked at Mengxi. "Good boy. Hold it well." Mengxi listened to Chen Song's tone. It was as if he was saying, "If you can't do it, then play support. Don't steal soldiers. Obediently insert the eye socket, stand aside, put down the mouse and wait for victory. Don't pretend." Teacher Meng suddenly became angry. "This guy, looking down on people, you must have forgotten who is the teacher." However, on the operating table, the overall situation was more important. Chen Song took the needle holder and stared at the port and began to focus. The surrounding people did not need to suture. This wound looked a bit troublesome. They did not know how Chen Song could do it. Indeed, if Chen Song made such an incision and did not handle it well, it would undoubtedly be superfluous and even more troublesome. This idea was very good, and it was amazing to be able to do this, but in the end, it still had to be restored. The key to the problem was how to restore the cut descending aorta. Chen Song calmly picked up the needle holder and started from the highest point. Then, he began to suture carefully. Every stitch was handled delicately. Chen Song had to take care of many things when suturing such a large blood vessel. At the same time, he also had to handle many details. Mengxi looked at Chen Song and was a little dumbfounded. Was this the interrupted horizontal eversion mattress suture? It should be, right? But why did it not look like it? Mengxi was a little surprised. She had a lot of research on blood vessel sutures, and she could immediately see that Chen Song's suture was extraordinary. Chen Song's change avoided damage to the intima of the blood vessel. It was just enough to keep the intima of the blood vessel smooth enough. This was a great advantage for suturing large blood vessels. Moreover, the ingenious technique was enough to make up for the uneven suture route. This seemed to be quite amazing. Because the degree of damage to the intima of the blood vessel and whether it was smooth or not would have a crucial impact on the aorta, Chen Song's suture method just happened to eliminate the negative effects that might cause complicated scars. It was difficult to just deal with them. It was also difficult to just suture two connected ports like this. When the two of them were placed together, the difficulty increased exponentially. However, Chen Song's suture method along the blood vessel complemented the whole process. Amazing. If this were given to someone else, they would not know how to deal with it. At this time, Mengxi quickly put away her casual attitude and looked at it seriously. Because the country she was currently applying for was in the field of blood vessel repair, Mengxi still had some say in this matter. She looked seriously at Chen Song's foot placement and suture. Time passed by minute by minute. Chen Song changed the needles one by one. Finally, the suture was completed. He said to Mengxi, "Pull the vent." Mengxi was stunned and quickly pulled the sutured thoracic aorta. At this time, a faintly discernible suture track suddenly appeared. It was dense and just right. After the blood vessel was sutured, it needed to be vented. Otherwise, there would be gas in the blood vessels, and it would be fatal. When medical students were in university, they would use a syringe to inject air directly into the vein of the rabbit's ear. Not long after, the rabbit was gone. Humans were actually similar. So far, the surgery was basically a success. And the real project of this surgery was Chen Song. Chen Song had already taken a step back at this time. Chief Physician Meng's eyelids twitched. Does this kid want me to clean up? After all, the temporary blood vessel bridge had not been removed yet. As expected, Xianxia sighed. I'm so tired. Mengxi gritted her teeth. She was so angry that her clothes were trembling, and everyone looked at Xianxia's energetic appearance and was speechless. However, Jing Ran said with heartache, quickly rest for a while, Dr. Chen. You've worked hard. P.S. Delivered at 6 p.m. Can I ask for a monthly ticket? P.S. Thank you to my two old friends Hellcat and Xianbei for another 10,000 tip. Also, my new friend Painjin has a new branch leader. Thank you for your support. Chen Song glanced at Jing Ran with gratification and nodded. Dr. Jing was the best, there was nothing to say about him. His skills were up to par. Most importantly, he was considerate. Chen Song was suddenly envious of Gung Yan. Sigh, where did Gung Yan get such good fortune? First, she found him. Then, she found Dr. Jing. She was a real winner in life. What was lying down to win? Was this what it meant to put down the mouse comfortably and wait for victory? In the end, in Meng Youyao's eyes, it was Dr. Jing who took the initiative to end the surgery. Chen Song sighed and nodded without batting an eyelid. Well, there was another advantage, humility. Turning around to look at Teacher Meng, Chen Song could not help but shake his head. Seeing this, Mengxi was furious. This little thief Chen was definitely asking for a beating. Just wait and see. Teacher Meng Youyao stared straight at Chen Song. Her eyes were saying, I'm in a bad mood. Hurry up and coax me. There's still a chance. Otherwise, you're finished. Chen Song turned around. I can pretend not to see you. I can also sneak a glance. Until I feel you're warm. Pooey, Chen Song turned a blind eye to Teacher Meng's actions. He turned around and stared at the nurse beside him as she counted the gauze. The nurse suddenly panicked. She thought to herself, oh my god, I forgot a few pieces of gauze. I have to count them again. But why do I feel like I can't count when Dr. Chen is looking at me? Just like that, the difficult surgery was finally completed. The only thing was that the three nurses took a long time to count the gauze. The head nurse who just came in was surprised. Was there evil in the operating room? They were usually quite smart. When they left the operating room, it was already 1:30 in the morning. This was the time when the human body was most likely to feel tired and sleepy. However, the group was still excited. Although Teacher Meng Youyao was a little angry at first, her self-control was very strong. She adjusted quickly and recovered well. This was because Teacher Meng knew that it was easy to get breast nodules when she was angry. It was too troublesome to cut back and forth. If the two were unbalanced, it would affect the physiological curvature of the spine. Thinking of this, when Teacher Meng washed his hands, he deliberately did some stretching exercises. Although the little green shirt was loose, how could it withstand Teacher Meng's torment? The remaining space was instantly exploited. Mengxi teasingly looked at Jing Ran, Chen Song, and the others. Little boys, prepare for the sexy trial. Thinking of this, Teacher Meng stretched and her curvaceous figure was immediately exposed. But why didn't it work? He saw that Jing Ran and his colleagues were looking at Chen Song excitedly at this time, seriously discussing the problem of repairing the large blood vessels in the thoracic cavity. Focus, meticulous, he had no distractions. Teacher Meng was dumbfounded. Was there anything else in these people's eyes other than surgery? Was he even a man? Did he not know what was good for him? Looking at the three people who were busy washing their hands, Mengxi couldn't help but spit out, a bunch of ignorant mortals. Suddenly, at this moment, Teacher Meng missed the 3BO matches. Sigh. At least there was an audience. Jing Ran looked at Chen Song excitedly. He really admired Chen Song more and more. Every time, Chen Song could bring Jing Ran a pleasant surprise. He was too amazing. Moreover, not only was he amazing, but he also kept a low profile and was humble. He was already so good at thoracic surgery, but he was still not satisfied. He actually applied for postgraduate studies and chose cardiovascular surgery. He had a unique vision. He should have realized that thoracic surgery alone was not perfect. He had to combine it with cardiovascular surgery to better bring out the greatest advantage. Facts proved that Dr. Chen's ideas were really unique. Today's surgery was very good proof. Thinking of this, Jing Ran decided to watch more cardiovascular surgery videos when he was free recently to improve himself. After all, since ancient times, hearts and minds were inseparable. In the changing room, Jing Ran's locker was right next to Chen Song's. Jing Ran looked at Chen Song with envy. Dr. Chen's figure is really good. Chen Song was a little surprised by this sudden sentence. He smiled awkwardly. It's okay. I'm usually tired from work. The emergency department is different from your thoracic surgery. It's more physical work. Although Chen Song spoke, he was very fast. He quickly put on his pants. Jing Ran nodded. Yes, the emergency department is really a place to train people. I stayed in the emergency department of Fuwai University for half a year. This half year is probably the half year that I improved the fastest. When Jing Ran said this, he suddenly thought of something. Then, he said to Chen Song with an embarrassed expression, Dr. Chen, I have a presumptuous request. Chen Song smiled. Dr. Jing, just say it. Chen Song had a very good impression of Jing Ran. He was young, promising, not arrogant, and very humble. Therefore, Chen Song also wanted to befriend Jing Ran. Even if it was just a surgery, he would have a partner to work with. Jing Ran looked at Chen Song seriously. Dr. Chen, I hope that when you build a team one day, you can count me in. When Chen Song heard Jing Ran's words, he was suddenly a little stunned. This was because he did not think that far ahead. Building his own surgical team should be an extravagant hope, Jing Ran smiled. A person's ability is limited. Many major surgeries can't be done by one person. I know that Dr. Chen's ambition is definitely not limited to this, but I hope that I can fight side by side with you on the operating table. Jing Ran's words were very sincere, and it made Chen Song fall silent. Chen Song originally wanted to refuse, but when he saw Jing Ran's determined gaze, he could not help but nod. Okay. When Jing Ran heard Chen Song's words, he was instantly overjoyed. He smiled. Thank you, Dr. Chen. Chen Song paused for a moment. At this moment, he seemed to be a little touched by Jing Ran's words. He could not help but take the initiative to reach out his hand. Welcome. Jing Ran was suddenly slightly shocked. He immediately looked at Chen Song with a happy expression. Happy cooperation. Therefore, the combination of Chen Song and Jing Ran was initially formed. However, a surgical team could not be made up of two people. However, Jing Ran was confident that with him and Chen Song, most of the cardiothoracic surgeries in Danyang province would not be a problem. Jing Ran had Jing Ran's confidence, however, he was more confident in Chen Song. The junior doctor who followed Jing Ran was a student who had just stayed in the hospital this year. When he saw this scene at a young age, he suddenly felt a surge of emotions and his blood boil. Perhaps this was the mutual appreciation between doctors. Welcome. Happy cooperation. These two sentences were in his heart for a long time, and he could not calm down for a long time. Perhaps one day, he could be like this too. He had his own team, his own companions, his own stage, and his own story. Life was not easy. He should live his own epic. After he grew old, he recalled his own chapter on the recliner. Coming out of the operating room, Chen Song suddenly shivered. The weather was a little cold. Looking at the fallen leaves on the ground, Chen Song realized that autumn had been here for a long time. At this time, Chen Song suddenly thought of Qin Shaolik. However, she should be asleep at this time, right? Thinking of this, Chen Song couldn't help but smile. The feeling of having someone in his heart was very satisfying. Just as he took out his phone, he saw several missed calls and text messages. They were all from Qin Yu talking to herself. 11:10, where did the dead guy go? Come back, I won't let you enter the house. 11:20, okay, I forgive you, but you have to come back early in the future. 11:30, Song I miss you. 11:40, what if I can't sleep if you don't say goodnight to me? 12:15, honey, are you in surgery again? Sigh. I miss you for the 111th time. I miss you for the 171st time. A series of messages made Chen Song's nose sour. This was a kind of happy taste, sour and astringent. The feeling of being missed was so good. Chen Song looked at the series of messages and felt warm in his heart. This girl, it's almost 2 o'clock and she's still not sleeping. The most recent message was 10 minutes ago. Don't be so tired in the future, okay? I feel so sorry for you. Chen Song couldn't help but smile and send a smiley face. Silly girl, go to bed early in the future. Don't wait for me. As soon as the message was sent, a reply came instantly, but I just want to be with you. After that, Yu suddenly said, honey, I'll be your assistant in the future. Take me with you to the surgery. I'll be your assistant, okay? This way, I can always be with you. Chen Song couldn't help but be stunned when he saw this message. Was this the life he wanted? Was there any romance in the operating room? Was it blood romance? Thinking of this, Chen Song couldn't help but shake his head. This girl is even more ruthless than me. Chen Song felt bitter when he recalled the time when he fell asleep against the wall in the operating room with her. Was it great? Great, but what was the use of being great? He was also immortal, and he also wanted a stable home. If the two of them were doing clinical work, could a home still be called a home? There was no lack of such examples in the hospital. The parents did not have time to take care of the children since they were young, so they let their grandparents take care of them. How could this work? Chen Song also had his own selfish motives. He couldn't just serve the people with his wife. He also had to think about this family. Although Chen Yu's words touched Chen Song, one of them had to take care of the family. Chen Song still felt that Chen Yu should study for a doctorate. After graduation, he could do scientific research, switch to politics, or become a university teacher. It would be easier for him. The job was decent and the environment was good. In today's increasingly tense medical environment, it was risky to be a doctor. Chen Song suddenly thought of a short video he watched some time ago. A wife accompanied her husband to move cement. The wife smiled gently at her husband. The man tilted his head and couldn't help but wipe his tears. Which man didn't want his wife to be relaxed and comfortable? Chen Song smiled and said, study for a doctorate properly. We'll talk about it later. After the two chatted for a while, Chen Song coaxed Chen Yu to sleep. After coming out, Chen Song found that Mengxi was already in front of him. Why are you smiling foolishly? It's so scary in the middle of the night. Mengxi smiled. Chen Song snorted, this is love, do you understand? When Mengxi heard this, she couldn't help but laugh. Fortunately, there was no one in the middle of the night. Otherwise, she would definitely be treated as a drunk lunatic. TSK, when I fell in love, you were still playing in the mud. Chen Song looked at the slim black sweater on his upper body and a pair of skinny jeans on the bottom. He really looked like a Westerner. However, that wasn't the point. Chen Song looked up at Meng Yucheng and nodded, I can see that. When Mengxi saw this, she immediately became angry. Chen Song, how dare you make fun of your teacher? Do you want to graduate or not? Mengxi went to the parking lot while Chen Song walked home. After all, it wasn't far. 10 minutes walk was suitable. At this time, there was no one on the street. Walking on the familiar road and looking at the familiar tall buildings, Chen Song's mood was completely different from before. There was something more in his heart. There was also something missing. After returning home, Chen Song washed up and went to bed. He turned on the virtual screen and looked at his harvest tonight. Ding! Dungeon quest completed. Obtain generous rewards. 1. Obtain strength potion x5. 2. A purple skill book. 3. Level +1. The only thing Chen Song was curious about was the strength potion. Strength potion. After choosing to use it, +10 strength will erupt for a short period of time. As a potion to stimulate potential, you will feel exhausted after an hour of use. Chen Song was stunned. It was better not to use it. Why did he need so much strength? If he broke her, would it be considered excessive self-defense? After all, in this era where a slap would pay 5,000 yuan, who would dare to do it easily? Either they had a mine at home, or there was someone in the cell. The next morning, Chen Song arrived at the second provincial hospital early as usual. There were still many people during the morning rush hour. Chen Song arrived early. It was obvious that he could help. Last night, it was Xianxia's night shift. At this moment, in the observation room, a patient fainted in the morning. Chen Song went in to help. Seeing this, Xianxia quickly said, Xiao Chen, the patient is fine. go outside and help take care of the other patients. Chen Song nodded. Okay, teacher, sure. In the morning, people were more anxious. After all, they were about to go to work, so they were all in a hurry. Everyone's time was more precious, so it was easy to have some disputes because of the long wait. Chen Song had just come out of the observation room when he saw the chaos at the triage desk. A man was pointing at the nurse at the triage desk and cursing. When Chen Song saw this, his expression changed and he quickly walked forward. He saw Xiaolin standing at the registration desk, and a man in a suit and leather shoes with a satchel was pointing at Xiaolin and scolding him in a deep voice. Do you know how precious my time is? An hour of my time is your month's salary, do you know that? Hurry up and arrange it for me, or I'll call your director. Xiaolin blushed a little. She was different from Lele. The girls from the village were more introverted and down-to-earth. They did not compete with others. In the morning, when she saw that there were many patients, she took the initiative to help at the triage desk. She did not expect to encounter an unreasonable patient. Xiaolin was a little unhappy at the man's scolding. This is the hospital. I hope you follow the hospital's order. Everyone is waiting in line. P.S. Sorry, I haven't finished the 3rd chapter. I've already written 2 chapters. Thank you, Zhili Yulan, and Mo Shang is still for the reward. I'll try to write more tomorrow. Zhu Xianwen did not expect this nurse to dare to refute him. It was as if she had suffered a great grievance. His expression changed as he raised his index finger and pointed at little Lin. Rules? You're talking about rules with me? Zhu Xianwen immediately said, do you know how precious my time is? Do you think I'm like you, standing here doing meaningless work that anyone can do? There are hundreds of people waiting for me to eat. Even your director has to be polite to me. You're talking about rules with me? Little Lin's expression changed. How is the work I do meaningless? What do you mean by anyone can do it? Are you looking down on me and attacking me personally? So what if you have money? Hundreds of people are waiting for you to eat. Go look for your employees. Little Lin's face turned red from the man's words. Little Lin, who came from the village, was really a little angry. The man's words hurt his self-esteem. Little Lin already had an inferiority complex. These words made Little Lin so angry that his nose turned sour. The nurse beside Little Lin tugged at the corner of Little Lin's shirt under the table, indicating for him to stop arguing. Little Lin also nodded and did not say anything else. There was no point in arguing with such a man, however, he did not expect the man to become even more irritable. When Chen Song saw this, he quickly went forward. What's going on? The nurse next to Little Lin saw Chen Song. Dr. Chen, he insists on cutting the queue. When the man heard the nurse say that, his eyes widened. How am I cutting the queue? Isn't the emergency department an emergency service? I think I'm the most urgent right now. How can you call it cutting the queue? Little Lin sneered and said disapprovingly, it's much more serious than you. We line up according to the severity of the situation. Indeed, the emergency department of the 2nd Provincial Hospital had 3 types of number plates. One was black, one was red, and one was green. Usually, the black ones were life-threatening and had to be treated first. The red ones were more serious and needed urgent treatment. The green ones were not too urgent and could be treated slowly. The man was holding the green number 3. When he heard the red number 4 being called in, he immediately became excited and insisted on arguing with Little Lin. Zhu Xianwen heard Little Lin say, the other patients don't have any objections. Why do you care so much? I'll leave after I'm done. I have to meet an important client immediately. If it's delayed because of this, can you afford to pay for it? You won't be able to afford it even if you work your entire life, do you know that? The man's words were getting more and more ridiculous. Chen Song wasn't angry, but when he heard the man reprimand Xiaolin, he was a little annoyed. Did you come to the hospital to show off your superiority? Why don't you go to the police station and make a scene? Chen Song couldn't help but say, Xiaolin, call the next one. Xiaolin nodded. Red number 5. When Zhu Xianwen saw this, he immediately felt that he had lost face. He became angry and stared at Chen Song. Fine, fine, fine. Sure. Sure. You guys are really too childish. When I go to the bank, the manager receives me and I don't need to line up. I didn't expect you guys to waste my time like this. See how I'll deal with you guys. I'll teach you guys a lesson even if I don't see any clients today. I'm going to see your leader. The man's words stunned Xianxia. Are you AF * king retard? Are you comparing a hospital to a bank? Why don't you compare it to a funeral home? Where are you going to see if you need to line up or if you really have VIP treatment and the manager will personally help you burn the body? Xianxia looked at the man indifferently. Please don't shout in the emergency hall. If you continue like this, I'll get the security to ask you to leave. The man looked at Xianxia and glared at him fiercely. Oh? Ask me to leave? Is the hospital your home? Do you have the final say? Xianxia turned around and said to the security, if he continues to cause trouble, ask him to leave. The security guards were already unhappy with this pretentious person. They all stood up and walked over. The man's expression changed. He sat down and didn't say a word. At this moment, in the emergency hall, a few people in line looked at the man as if they were watching a show. There really are all kinds of people here, you have to treat them first because you're the boss. This is the emergency department, not your home. Xianxia sneered and brought the patient to deal with it. The patient also smiled and said, coming to the hospital is really to see the world. There are all kinds of people here. Xianxia nodded. That was indeed the case. There were many people who came to the hospital to bully others. If they met someone who was smart, they would do it quietly. However, these people liked to bluff. He didn't know if they were rich. But they bragged a lot, their monthly salary in a minute. The richer they were, the more low-key they were. This kind of bluff, regardless of whether they were rich or not, was really tasteless. After Xianxia finished dealing with the patient, he went out to take a look. He didn't expect the man to still point at little Lin and scold him. At this moment, Xianxia was also angry. Just you wait. If you have the ability, don't leave the hospital. You really think you have the ability? Rules? Rules are set by people. Obviously, the man was already angry from embarrassment. Xianxia saw that little Lin was about to cry and immediately interrupted the man. If you have doubts about our hospital's rules and regulations, you can complain. Do I need to tell you the complaint number? The man saw Xianxia and sneered, hee hee. Xianxia was stunned. What the F * CK, it was really embarrassing. Are you worthy to talk to me? The man sneered, just you wait. I'll go and find your director immediately. He turned and pointed at little Lin, a small nurse, a small doctor, and a security guard. Hee hee. It's really laughable. Xianxia picked up his phone. If you continue to make a scene here, I'll call the police. The man was stunned. Call the police? Call the police. I'll see if they can arrest me. I'm a big taxpayer in Ammonium City. At this moment, a voice suddenly sounded, who's looking for me? Everyone looked at the voice and saw Xianxia walking in with a serious expression. He had heard it at the door just now. Why are you looking for me? Xianxia's face darkened as he looked at the man impolitely. Zhu Xianwen was stunned. Who are you? Xianxia said, I'm the director of this hospital. Zhu Xuanwen's expression softened when he heard that. He quickly said, Director, can I have a word with you? Xianxia said impolitely, if you have something to say, just say it. We're just a group of dispensable people. Meaningless work? Let's not waste your time. Hurry up and say it. Leave as soon as you're done. Xianxia's words immediately made everyone in the emergency hall cheer. Zhu Xuanwen's expression changed when he heard Xianxia's words. I was joking. I was too anxious. Xianxia said, you need to apologize to our medical staff. Otherwise, our hospital doesn't welcome you. Zhu Xuanwen's expression changed. He looked at Xianxia impolitely and pointed at him, fine. Hee hee, just you wait. After that, he turned and left. Xianxia said lightly, did you forget to take something? The man stopped in his tracks and turned around. Xianxia chuckled, if you don't care about your face, please don't throw it on the ground like trash. People will dislike it. Hurry up and pick it up. It's polluting the environment of our hospital. With that, all the patients applauded. Good. Yes. Shameless, pick it up. 2A. Trash. What's with the pretense? The director is awesome. The director is mighty. Looking at the crowd clamoring around him, Xianxia took a deep breath and walked to the nurse's station. He looked at little Lin and couldn't help but say, "Thank you for your hard work." Little Lin saw that the director was so protective of him. He suddenly felt a lump in his throat and tears flowed down his cheeks. As an employee, it was all worth it to have such a director. The people around him applauded for Xianxia. Xianxia turned to look at the nurses and said, "What you do is the most meaningful work. No one can replace you. As long as you are in the hospital and do things according to the hospital's rules and regulations, the hospital will be your backer." At this point, Xianxia looked at everyone. "I promise you that no matter what, the hospital will protect you. Because what you do is the most valuable, the most meaningful, and the greatest work." His words warmed the hearts of a few young nurses. They felt a lump in their throat and tears flowed out of their eyes. The patients around them also applauded. "Yes. You do have a meaning." "Yes. P.S. By the way, our book has opened the voiceover function. We welcome any interested brothers and sisters to do voiceovers. After all, there are many magically modified songs in our book. It's very interesting to do voiceovers. I look forward to everyone's voiceovers. For example, the operating theater's calories can be used as a soundtrack here. Calories in the operating theater. The first sentence of every day's surgery is to cheer the patient on. Every time you cut an extra millimeter, you have to apologize. Laparoscope, look here. Where is the appendix and cecum? Work hard, I want to find the appendix tie. Xianxia was also angry. Perhaps from his position and identity, he should not have said that. After all, who did not want to save face? However, at this moment, Xianxia was a little angry when he heard the man say that. What do you mean by our work is dispensable? What do you mean by meaningless? You call earning money meaningful, but mine not meaningful? What nonsense are you talking about? Therefore, Xianxia had to stand up and say a few words today no matter what. Don't say that you're the big boss. No matter who you are today, I, Xianxia, have to say it when I see you. You can't deny our value. These young ladies have worked overtime since last night. Do they need you to say thank you? Therefore, Xianxia was very rude when he spoke. He did not give him any face at all. Yes, Xianxia was the hospital director. He should be in charge of the overall situation. However, Xianxia was also a medical worker. He also had his own insistence. After he finished speaking, Xianxia looked at everyone and said faintly, "Do your work well. If you have any problems, look for the hospital." The group of young nurses quickly nodded and were very grateful. How many hospital directors could do what Xianxia did? Which one of them was not a soldier who maintained the balance among the people? No one was willing to offend a rich person or a so-called upper-class person because of these young nurses. Xianxia's words and actions just now also left a deep impression in the hearts of the patients around him. Everyone could not help but praise him. A group of young people even took out their mobile phones to record a video. However, this matter had come to an end for now. The emergency department once again immersed itself in intense work. After the morning shift, Li Baoshan began to arrange and adjust the work of the new employees. Jiang Tao, who had just arrived, naturally followed department director in Yanjun and was mainly responsible for the treatment of the hand surgery department. The new postgraduate student in the field of thoracic surgery, Wang Xian, cooperated with Wang Qian and was responsible for the surgery in the field of thoracic surgery. Chen Bingxing and Luo Zhou were responsible for the general surgery department. The other person was assigned to Sherna. Just like that, the entire emergency department began to take shape. The hand surgery department, thoracic surgery department, hepatobiliary surgery department, and general surgery department were also established. Li Baoshan did not assign Chen Song a specific job because Chen Song was still in the learning stage. After being assigned a job, he would undoubtedly become very busy. Secondly, Chen Song was special. Chen Song basically dabbled in a wide range of fields. Whether it was thoracic surgery, hepatobiliary surgery, or hand surgery, Chen Song was indispensable. After this period of time, Li Baoshan had already realized that Chen Song was not an ordinary person. Instead of putting him in a position, it was better for him to go wherever he was needed and become the screw in the department. In fact, this seemingly insignificant position was actually the most important one. He was the same as Li Baoshan. As the director of the emergency department, what Li Baoshan had to do was to cooperate with the department and the hospital to carry out emergency surgery work. Although Chen Song was only a resident doctor, Li Baoshan had already placed him in such a very important position. Most importantly, Li Baoshan found that recently, his burden suddenly became a lot lighter. It seemed that everyone did not call him when something happened, but began to call Chen Song. This made Li Baoshan, who had been under pressure for a long time, feel a lot more relaxed. Moreover, Chen Song did the work of a department director every day, such as ward rounds. At around 9 o'clock, Chen Bingxing picked up the medical records and skillfully threw them to Chen Song. He said, "Xiao Chen, go and do ward rounds." Xianxia casually pulled her hair and quickly said, "Wait, Lao Chen, I'll do it first. After I'm done, I'll get off the night shift. Today's the child's parent-teacher meeting." And Yanjun smiled and said to Jiang Tao, "It seems that today is our last ward round." Jiang Tao was a little stunned. "Director An, why do we call Dr. Chen for ward rounds?" And Yanjun was stunned and could not help but say, "Because many patients were operated on by Xiao Chen. He is the most familiar with the patient's condition. If we don't call him, who else can we call?" These words were very common in the ears of the old people in the emergency department, but in the ears of the newcomers, it was like a clap of thunder. After all, Chen Song was not old, about the same age as them, and looking at his hair volume, he should not be as high as them. But he was doing the work of a department director. Leading ward rounds was the privilege of a department director. Could it be, this Dr. Chen was a department director? Thinking of this, everyone could not help but be amazed. Could it be that this was another special talent that was brought in? The shock in Luo Zhou's heart was even more intense because he knew Chen Song. He also knew Chen Song inside out. In the beginning, he thought that Chen Song should be an ordinary doctor in the emergency department. But the scene of ward rounds at this time made his worldview somewhat collapse. After all, what was the point of dragging a resident doctor for ward rounds? The other newcomers were even more surprised. This Dr. Chen, no, could it be that he should be called Department Director Chen? Thinking of this, Xianxia's junior doctor, He Lu, widened her eyes and said, "Teacher, this Department Director Chen is so young." Xianxia was also stunned by He Lu's words. Department Director Chen? Young? It's okay. Xianxia could not help but raise her head and laugh. "Lao Chen, my student said that you are young and called you Department Director Chen." When Chen Bingxing heard the girl praise him, he immediately straightened his back and laughed. "Really? Maybe it's because I look young. And I have the temperament of a department director." Everyone could not help but laugh. At this time, He Lu whispered, "It's Department Director Chen, not Teacher Chen." Xianxia was stunned. Department Director Chen? Lao Chen hasn't been promoted to Department Director yet, right? Xianxia suddenly reacted. "Little he, are you talking about Chen Song?" He Lu nodded matter-of-factly. "Yes, it's Chen Song. He's already a department director at such a young age. Did he graduate from a famous school?" After Xianxia heard this, she immediately laughed out loud. And Yanjun, Chen Bingxing, and the others who were at the side also heard He Lu's words and were immediately confused. "Xiao Chen has been a department director for a long time," Xianxia said with a smile. He Lu was dumbfounded. "But all the teachers asked Dr. Chen to do ward rounds. Isn't that something that only department directors do?" After hearing this, everyone suddenly understood and could not help but laugh. At the side, Wang Qian was laughing so hard that tears almost flowed out of his eyes. Xianxia was also amused by her student. She explained, "In our department, whoever performs surgery has to visit the patients. Xiao Chen has performed more surgeries, so we all have his patients under us. So, we all ask Xiao Chen to do ward rounds." After hearing this, He Lu finally understood. When Chen Song heard this, he could not help but laugh. "Department Director Chen? Not bad, not bad. Haha, I'm going to be a department director." "Boss, I did it earlier than you did." Therefore, from that day onwards, Chen Song had another nickname in the emergency department, Hospital Director Chen. Everyone felt that the title of department chief was not loud enough. Hospital Director Chen was far less domineering than Hospital Director Chen. Chen Song's face was filled with fear and uneasiness. He was a little nervous. He glanced at Qinyu, took a deep breath, and muttered softly, "Wife, I really don't want to usurp the throne." However, jokes were jokes. The ward rounds in the morning also made everyone realize that this Hospital Director Chen was not just a joke. This Hospital Director Chen was really talented. Especially when it came to the patient's surgery, he was very good. Chen Song's aura during ward rounds was no different from the department chief's. Xianxia brought He Lu. He Lu held the medical records while Chen Song stood at the side. After Xianxia reported the patient's situation, Chen Song gave the patient a slight examination and then adjusted the doctor's orders according to the patient's situation. He Lu, who was at the side, was a little surprised. This was clearly the work of the department chief. He Lu also realized that after arriving at the ward, everyone was very respectful to Chen Song. They all affectionately called him Dr. Chen. In less than 2 days after coming to the emergency department of the 2nd Provincial Hospital, everyone suddenly realized that Hospital Director Chen did not have an undeserved reputation. He was really skilled. Although they had never seen Chen Song's surgery, they knew from the patient that Hospital Director Chen might really have some ability. This made everyone very curious and expectant. When would they be able to see Chen Song's surgery with their own eyes? Therefore, the mystery of Hospital Director Chen also became something that many new doctors were looking forward to. However, after Chen Song changed his name, he was completely useless to Lao Chen. Just as he finished his ward rounds for Xianxia, Lao Chen handed over a few medical record clips and said with a smile, "Hospital Director Chen, hold them well. If they fall to the ground, you'll have to reprint the test results." Chen Song gritted his teeth. He was angry but did not dare to say anything. However, Luo Zhou could naturally see the relationship between Chen Song and Lao Chen. He was a little envious. He smiled and said, "Come, give it to me." Chen Song smiled. "It's fine. I'm used to it. Look at my biceps. They're the result of training when I was carrying medical cases." This caused another round of laughter in the office. As long as Big Xiaochen was around, this office never seemed to lack laughter. Old Chen had a lot of patients, including Wang Yong, so it would take some time for him to do the ward rounds. Coincidentally, in the morning, there was a patient with a hand injury. And Yanjun brought the newcomer, Jiang Tao, and decided to perform the surgery first and come back for ward rounds. Therefore, the two of them went to the operating theater together. Jiang Tao kept asking about Chen Song along the way. And Yanjun didn't like to talk, but he would occasionally answer half a sentence. Young people couldn't keep their cool. When they saw that others were powerful, they couldn't help but feel a little arrogant and compare themselves with others. This was normal. Who didn't have a competitive heart, not to mention Jiang Tao, who had just graduated with a doctorate and was ready to show off his skills, and Yanjun didn't think that this was a bad thing. Young people should have the vigor of young people. Besides, sometimes, reasonable comparison and competition were helpful for improvement. And Yanjun looked at the young Dr. Jiang Tao and couldn't help but want to persuade him. "You can compare with others, or even with me, but don't compare with Chen Song. You have to choose a suitable target. After all, if you compare with Chen Song, it's not comparing, it's masochism. It's not a bad thing to find a competitor. But if you find an opponent you can never win against, it's not a good thing." However, looking at the ambitious Jiang Tao, and Yanjun couldn't help but sigh and didn't say anything. After all, he was young. He might not believe what he said. Thinking of this, and Yanjun wanted to say something but stopped. Young people, if they didn't suffer some setbacks, how would they know humility? Maybe this isn't a bad thing. Look at me, I'm already so old. If I really want to be serious, I have to call Director Chen a teacher. If you don't believe me, go to the people of the province. My junior brother is older than me by more than 10 years, and he's the vice chairman of the hand surgery department in Danyang province, so, humility is a good thing. Humility has meat to eat. Originally, department director and felt strange in his heart, but when he thought of his junior brother Tan Zhonglin, the director of the hand surgery department in the province, he immediately felt much better. A strange smile even appeared at the corner of his mouth. At this time, Tan Zhonglin, who was far away in the province's hand surgery department preparing for surgery, felt a chill run down his spine. He felt that someone was thinking about him. Who could it be? Jiang Tao looked at department director and who wanted to say something but stopped. He was a little stunned. Could it be that there was something he couldn't say, or did this Chen Song have a strong backer? Thinking of this, Jiang Tao decided to use today's opportunity to perform well. The two of them walked together and entered the operating theater. This was the peak time for surgeries. The anesthesiologist was Lu Jian's junior brother. After he came to learn from Lu Jian, he started to independently practice anesthesia. However, he only needed some simple anesthesia, such as the brachial plexus block anesthesia needed for this hand surgery. After seeing in Yanjun, the young anesthesiologist Wu Bo smiled. Department director and Dr. Chen didn't come? And Yanjun smiled. Yes, Xiao Chen has been busy recently. After some treatment, they were ready to start the surgery. And Yanjun checked the patient and found that it was not serious. He glanced at Jiang Tao. Have you done surgery before? When Jiang Tao heard department director An's question, his eyes immediately lit up. I do it often. I'm pretty good at suturing tendons. After Yanjun heard this, he nodded. You go first. Let me see what you do. And Yanjun was more confident now. Even if Jiang Tao encountered a problem, he could handle it with his current skills. When Jiang Tao saw that he had a chance to show off his skills, he was a little excited and started to operate. And Yanjun watched from the side and did not say anything. Jiang Tao's foundation was still very solid. During his master's and doctorate, he majored in hand surgery. His 6 years of clinical experience in hand surgery was quite solid. The whole surgery was done very well. He had a balance between tension and relaxation, and he handled it with ease, and Yanjun gave him 80 points. The way he looked at Jiang Tao also became much gentler. He was a very good young man. The surgery did not take long and ended not long after. Jiang Tao was quite satisfied with his performance. Anesthesiologist Wu Bo also smiled and praised, you did very well. Jiang Tao smiled. It was something to be proud of to be recognized by an anesthesiologist. When the patient heard that he did well, he was also very excited. After all, which patient did not want their chief surgeon to be better? Jiang Tao suddenly could not help but smile. You're too polite. There's still a lot to learn. When Wu Bo heard this, he nodded. Yes, learn well from department director N. If you have the opportunity to receive Dr. Chen's guidance, you will improve a lot. You're still young. Jiang Tao was suddenly stunned. Why did these words sound strange? What exactly was strange? He felt that something was wrong. Taste it carefully again. P.S. Hee. Thank you to QQ Reading Client for the 30,000 tip. Thank you. Thank you to the Forbidden Zone Alliance Master Mu Hua for the 10,000 tip. Thank you. On the way back from the operating room, Jiang Tao felt that something was wrong. He carefully pondered over anesthesiologist Wu Bo's words. Learn from department director and was not wrong at all. After all, department director and was his superior and had a lot of clinical experience. It was definitely worth learning from, but what did he mean by it would be great if I could get Dr. Chen's guidance? He was clearly saying that getting Chen Song's guidance was extraordinary and was even better than being able to get director An's guidance. What kind of logic was this? But why wasn't department director An angry at all? Thinking of this, Jiang Tao increasingly felt that Chen Song was hiding a huge secret. The more he thought about it, the more excited he became. Thus, godly Detective Jiang made up his mind to get to the bottom of this matter. Returning to the office, Jiang Tao found that Qin Yu was alone in the doctor's office, sorting out the information. Jiang Tao smiled and walked over. Hello, Dr. Qin. Qin Yu raised his head and smiled. Hello, Dr. Jiang. Well, it was a very polite greeting. Jiang Tao directly took a chair and sat to the side, saying with great interest, Dr. Qin, I heard that you are going to take the PhD exam, right? Where do you plan to go? It wasn't big news that Qin Yu was going to take the doctorate exam. Everyone in the office often talked about it. In addition, Qin Yu's work had basically shifted to scientific research. Everyone knew that Qin Yu had already started preparing for it. Qin Yu nodded. Well, I have this idea. Maybe I will go to the capital, but I will probably be working and not studying full-time. Hearing this, Jiang Tao hurriedly said, The capital? The capital is good. But I think it is better to choose full-time. After all, the value of working for a doctorate is not high, and many units do not recognize it. Jiang Tao's words were very reasonable. Qin Yu nodded and smiled. How old am I? If I study full-time for a doctorate, the pressure of scientific research will be great. Jiang Tao hurriedly said with a smile, You should be quite young. Jiang Tao thought that his witty and humorous words should be able to give him some impression, right? However, he did not see that Qin Yu's face suddenly darkened, and his blood surged. What young? You are young, you're small everywhere. The word Xiao had already been blacklisted by Qin Yu. Even Director Chen didn't dare to say it, yet you actually said it. At this moment, Wang Qian walked in. When he saw this scene, his expression changed. This guy had just arrived and he was already trying to seduce our Kuhua. Where did you put our Tsang? No. Thinking of this, Wang Qian felt that he should help his brother. Wang Qian suddenly asked, Dr. Jiang, you're young, promising, and highly educated. Do you have a girlfriend? Jiang Bo smiled embarrassedly. Haven't I been focusing on my studies? I haven't had the time to date yet, and I'm thinking that I'm going back to Ammonium Yang. Even if I date, it might not be stable, so I want to wait until it's stable first. When Wang Qian heard this, he became even more vigilant. This bastard has ulterior motives. I have to hurry and persuade Tsang. Otherwise, in the end, not only will the department's flower be snatched away, but Dean Qin will also be taken in by someone else. That would be losing his wife and the dean. How great a loss would that be? At this moment, and Yanjun also came back to the office. When he saw this scene, he couldn't help but say, Little Jiang, follow me to the ward rounds. Xiaochen is done with his work. Jiang Tao nodded. Compared to Qin Yu, he was more curious about Chen Song. When he thought of this, he quickly got up and followed him out. Chen Song's memory was good. He had a deep impression of many patients. When he arrived at the ward, Chen Song talked and laughed with the patients. He was very polite and knew every patient's name. This made the patients feel very close to him. After all, having a good communication with the patients was very helpful for the development of work. This was what Lao Chen taught Chen Song. Oh, Dr. Chen, I feel like I'm recovering very well. When I move, the feeling is very obvious. Thank you very much, Dr. Chen. The patient said with a smile. Chen Song nodded. It's been 16 hours since you finished the surgery. You can apply to be discharged later. You can start exercising tonight. When you're discharged later, take 2 rehabilitation manuals from the nurse's station and practice them at home. The patient heard this and asked, I don't need to go to the rehabilitation center? Chen Song shook his head. It's okay. I understand your situation. You can recover by practicing on your own when you go back. The patient immediately smiled. After checking on a few patients, all of them recovered very well. Chen Song told some of them to go to the rehabilitation center, and some of them simply went back to practice on their own. This made Jiang Tao a little curious. Was it so casual? Could they just go home and practice on their own? And, what rehabilitation manuals? At this moment, Jiang Tao's mind was filled with curiosity. Also, did rehabilitation start in 24 hours? Why didn't Chen Song use the Emtang technique to suture the flexor tendon? After all, the Emtang technique had a great advantage in suturing the flexor tendon. It could greatly reduce adhesions, and rehabilitation could start in 12 hours. Jiang Tao began to have doubts about Chen Song's tendon suturing. This feeling was like returning to an ordinary provincial city from the capital. There was an invisible sense of superiority. After leaving the office, Jiang Tao went to the nurse's station to take a few tendon rehabilitation manuals and stuffed them into his pocket. After returning to the office, he asked, Department Director, where did you get these tendon rehabilitation manuals? And Yanjun said, Oh, this is all thanks to Dr. Chen. He personally developed the rehabilitation training method, and the results are very good. For some ordinary tendon injuries, you can practice on your own. It saves you the money to go to the rehabilitation center. When Jiang Tao heard this, he suddenly felt that it was too careless. He now realized that the entire emergency department was strange. Not only did they let a young man lead them on ward rounds, they even let a young man write the rehabilitation manuals. Wasn't this too inconceivable? After returning to the office, Jiang Tao suddenly asked in Yanjun, department director, do we all start rehabilitation in 24 hours? Why don't we use the Mtang technique to suture the flexor tendon? We start rehabilitation in 12 hours. And Yanjun rubbed the space between his eyebrows. The Mtang technique. Xiaochen said that there are some shortcomings in the Mtang technique, and it needs to be constantly improved. Also, we usually don't use the Mtang technique much. You'll slowly understand. Jiang Tao was immediately stunned. Crazy, absolutely crazy, the entire emergency department is crazy. Chen Song actually dared to say that there are some shortcomings in the Mtang technique and that it needs to be constantly improved. Is this something that the emergency department of an ordinary tertiary grade A hospital in the 2nd Sichuan Provincial Hospital should say? Who do you think you are? Jiang Tao smiled awkwardly. Although he did not say anything, he was already panicking in his heart. He suddenly began to wonder if coming here was the right choice. What kind of people were they, except? Dr. Qin Yu was a little better. However, Dr. Qin Yu was going to study for a doctorate now. He must have realized that this place was full of weirdos and would have to change departments in the future. Thinking of this, Jiang Tao could not help but sigh. A man was afraid of entering the wrong profession. At this time, Shirna suddenly said, Little Qin, when will you go to the general surgery department? Qin Yu shook his head. After Chinese New Year. The emergency department is quite busy during Chinese New Year. I'm afraid that there won't be enough manpower. I'll go to the general surgery department after the first lunar month. When Jiang Tao heard this, he immediately sighed with emotion. What a good girl, if she were someone else, she would have left long ago. She even worked overtime for the emergency department during Chinese New Year. Where can you find such a good girl and doctor? She's beautiful and kind. Jiang Tao could not help but shake his head. He knew that the emergency department could not keep such a good doctor. After work, Jiang Tao intentionally or unintentionally took a photo of the emergency department's tendon rehabilitation guide and sent it to his sex group chat. He said, our hospital's doctors made the guide themselves. However, everyone seemed to be busy and no one replied, so Jiang Tao could only give up. Time passed day by day, and everyone gradually integrated into the small group of people in the emergency department of the 2nd Provincial Hospital. After spending some time together, everyone also received some gossip. Qin Yu's father was the director of the 2nd Provincial Hospital, Xianxia. That was more shocking. Qin Yu also became a hot commodity in some people's hearts. Jiang Tao also became more and more attentive to Qin Yu. It was nothing to be in love, but Qin Yu was always indifferent to him, which made Jiang Tao very curious why. Especially when he praised her for being young, Qin Yu seemed to be unhappy every time. That made Jiang Tao a little confused, however, it didn't matter. He believed that where there was sincerity, Qin Yu would be moved by him sooner or later. However, he gradually realized that Chen Song and Qin Yu seemed to be very close. After Qin Yu saw Chen Song, she was very happy every time. This allowed Jiang Tao to suddenly grasp a clue. Could it be? Chen Song and Qin Yu were actually boyfriend and girlfriend. Therefore, Jiang Tao continued to transform into a detective and began to work further. Needless to say, nothing in the world was difficult for a determined person. Under Jiang Tao's investigation and research, he really found a lot of clues. He often found Chen Song and Qin Yu hanging out together after work. Occasionally, they even put their arms around each other's shoulders and did some intimate actions. At that moment, Jiang Tao suddenly understood. No wonder, all the things in the past could be explained clearly. For example, why did Qin Yu not like him? It was because she had a partner. However, that made Jiang Tao a little depressed. Why would such a kind, beautiful and cute girl like Qin Yu fall in love with Chen Song? Was it because he was more handsome? Taller? Thicker hair? Can't you pay more attention to the content? As surgeons, we should have a showdown in the operating theater's arena. Thinking of this, Jiang Tao sighed. She couldn't help but sigh. Chen Song was really a winner in life, and it turned out that being handsome really had its advantages. After graduating from his bachelor's degree, he immediately found himself a dean's daughter. No wonder the doctor in the department treated him like that. There was a reason behind it. While feeling sad, Jiang Tao shared his worries with his brothers who were studying Chinese medicine. He told them about Chen Song's situation and asked them to analyze the reason. In the end, his brother was silent for a while before he slowly said, "That's right. Brother Jiang, actually, if you have a tall body, it means that your bones are strong. And if you have thick hair, it means that your kidneys are full of qi. There's a saying in the internal classic, the kidneys control the bones, and the kidneys store the essence." Speaking of this, the brother said to Jiang Tao, "Dr. Chen has a tall and powerful body, strong bones, thick hair, vigorous qi, and full of qi. Moreover, he's good-looking. Who wouldn't like this little girl? After all, he's good-looking and easy to use." Sigh. Listen to your brother's advice and nourish your kidneys more. How about this? I've recently developed a new kidney and bone strengthening medicine. Try it and I guarantee that you'll be full of energy. Jiang Tao hesitated again and again, but he didn't blacklist his friend. Although this person liked to make him take medicine, he wasn't that bad, right? When he was in school, he had tested many medicines on himself. However, after taking his medicine for 3 years, other than a normal stomach, his hair didn't change at all. But what his brother said was very reasonable. Jiang Tao was helpless. If he wasn't handsome enough, he could only make up for it with his skills. Chen Song had a lot of free time during this period of time. Sure enough, this person's nickname was very important. Ever since he changed Teacher Chen to Hospital Director Chen, his entire temperament changed. He even walked a little light. Hospital Director Chen was becoming more and more comfortable in the emergency department of the 2nd Provincial Hospital. Chen Song was also becoming more and more pleasing to the ear. Especially when it was called by little Lick Chin, it was the most comfortable. Every time Chen Song heard Chin Yu call him Hospital Director Chen Song would feel a sense of pride. Moreover, little Lick Chin also liked to call him that. Chen Song also liked it very much. The combination of self-deception and self-deception complemented each other. However, every time Qin Xiaoyuan secretly overheard his girl talking on the phone, why did she keep calling him Hospital Director Chen? What was Hospital Director Chen? Thinking of this, Qin Xiaoyuan pulled Ji Ruyun over. "Honey, our little Qin and Chen Song broke up? Why did it change to someone called Hospital Director Chen?" When Ji Ruyun heard this, she immediately became vigilant. Why did they break up so quickly? She hadn't even done her wrinkle removal surgery yet. During this period of time, the medical insurance was busy settling accounts. Ji Ruyun said that they would talk about it after the year-end audit. They couldn't break up so quickly, therefore, these few nights, the couple had an additional habit, which was to wait for Qin Yu to come home from the windowsill. However, after a few observations, they realized that it was still Chen Song who sent Qin Yu back. At this moment, the two of them finally understood. Perhaps this is some intimate nickname, however, young people nowadays are really too much. Why are they called Hospital Director Chen? What does this mean? Forget it, forget it. Lao Qin felt that this was not important. However, he kept feeling that this Hospital Director Chen was strange. He could not pinpoint exactly what it was. The next day, Qin Xiaoyuan went to work as usual. Tan Ligua suddenly walked in. During this period of time, the two of them had a good relationship. After Tan Ligua came in, he looked at Qin Xiaoyuan and said, "Hospital Director Qin, have you offended anyone recently?" Qin Xiaoyuan was stunned. He said to Tan Ligua, "Secretary Tan, what did you call me just now?" Tan Ligua was also stunned. He said, "Hospital Director Qin." When Qin Xiaoyuan heard this, why did it sound so familiar? He seemed to have heard it somewhere before, however, he couldn't remember it. People were like this when they were old. Their memory deteriorated. Thinking of this, Qin Xiaoyuan said, "This. Secretary Tan, please call me a few more times." Tan Ligua was dumbfounded. This Qin Xiaoyuan. What was wrong with him? However, he still cooperated and called him a few times. "Hospital Director Qin, Hospital Director Qin." Qin Xiaoyuan suddenly slapped his thigh. He was furious, he finally knew why it sounded so familiar. This little rascal was getting more and more arrogant. Even the nickname of hospital director Chen came out, and this wretched girl, she dared to call him anything. No wonder it sounded weird during this period of time. He kept feeling that something was wrong. Now he finally knew where the problem lay. Thinking of this, Qin Xiaoyuan felt that he had to find Chen Song and have a good talk with him. They weren't even married and he was already thinking of usurping the throne. Also, his black-hearted and lousy cotton-padded jacket was siding with an outsider so quickly. When Tan Ligua saw this, he hesitated. Could it be that Qin Xiaoyuan didn't like him calling him hospital director? That would make them seem distant. Thinking of this, Tan Ligua felt that it was true. Hospital director Qin was too distant. Hence, he sighed and said, "Lao Qin, did you offend someone recently?" When Qin Xiaoyuan heard this, he was stunned. He frowned and looked at Tan Ligua. "Secretary Tan, what do you mean?" Tan Ligua felt that he should cooperate with Qin Xiaoyuan. There was no need for a cold war. They should build a good relationship. Hence, he waved his hand. "Just call me Old Tan. It's like this. I went to a meeting this morning and happened to meet a deputy director of the health committee. He told me to tell you to keep a low profile. I rushed back to ask you what happened." When Qin Xiaoyuan heard this, he immediately frowned. Who had he offended recently? He was a fair person and had not done anything to offend anyone. All of a sudden, Qin Xiaoyuan recalled what happened 2 days ago. He had reprimanded that person in the morning. Could it be him? Did he find someone to complain to? When he thought of this, Qin Xiaoyuan could not help but frown. He was not afraid of a gentleman, but he was afraid of a villain. He felt helpless when he met someone who would stab him in the back. When he thought of this, Qin Xiaoyuan told Tan Ligua what had happened that day. When Tan Ligua heard this, he sighed and did not say anything. He patted Qin Xiaoyuan's shoulder and left. Since he had passed the message, Tan Ligua believed that Qin Xiaoyuan had an idea. Persuade? There was no need for that. They were all in their 50s and had been in the government for so many years. Who did not have an idea? Moreover, there were some things that could not be persuaded. Qin Xiaoyuan looked out of the window and shook his head. Did he regret it? Definitely not. Even if he went back to that day, Qin Xiaoyuan would still do the same. Moreover, at his age, he could still work for a few more years. He was going to retire soon. What else could he do? Keep a low profile, haha. However, he picked up the phone and called the emergency department to check the name of the patient from that day. Zhu Xianwen. After Qin Xiaoyuan asked around, he found out that this person was quite famous. Zhu Xianwen was an adopted son-in-law. In modern novels, he would be the male lead. His wife's father used to be a leader in Dongyang province and had some connections. Zhu Xianwen was in the construction industry and had a large construction company. He often contracted some government projects and used his father-in-law's name to have some connections with the real estate developers in Ammonium-yang. No wonder he was so arrogant that day. When he thought of this, Qin Xiaoyuan could not help but shake his head. When he encountered this kind of situation, he was helpless. Although he was the dean, Qin Xiaoyuan had worked his way up step by step. His connections definitely couldn't be compared to these officials. At the end of the day, he was just a dean. It was useless to reason with those scoundrels. However, Qin Xiaoyuan wasn't worried. He didn't think that this matter would affect him. Moreover, there were so many people watching that day. Logically speaking, he was not in the wrong. Therefore, Qin Xiaoyuan didn't care too much about it. However, just because he didn't care didn't mean that others didn't care. For some reason, this news still spread within the academy. When the medical staff in the emergency department heard this, they immediately became angry. Xiao Lin, on the other hand, felt extremely guilty after hearing the news. After all, because of him, the director had been singled out by the higher-ups. If he were to be blamed, little Lin didn't dare to think too much. She felt that it didn't matter if she was fired, but if something happened to Dean Qin because of her, it wasn't worth it. The entire emergency department was furious when they heard the news. They insisted on retrieving the surveillance footage from that day and handing it over to the Health and Welfare Committee. It was at this moment that something that was neither big nor small happened. At around 9 o'clock in the morning, Qin Xiaoyuan suddenly received a call. It was Tan Zhonglin, but the other party's voice was obviously a little serious. Dean Qin, I'm Tan Zhonglin. I have something to trouble you with. When Qin Xiaoyuan heard this, he asked curiously, Director Tan, what's wrong? At this moment, a male voice came from the other end of the phone. Dean Qin, I'm Kong Xiangmin. Qin Xiaoyuan was stunned. Kong Xiangmin, Governor Kong, how could the people of Ammoniang City not know this name? Qin Xiaoyuan hurriedly asked, Hello, Governor Kong. Kong Xiangmi's voice was a little flustered and anxious, but he was still calm. Dean Qin, my child's hand was cut off by a bed knife. He needs immediate surgery. I'll have to trouble you to help. Before Qin Xiaoyuan could say anything, the other party continued, I contacted Director Wang of Haidu City 6th Hospital and Jishuatan. I originally wanted to transfer to another hospital, but the other party said that now that things have changed, it's too late. Moreover, I can find Dr. Chen of the 2nd Provincial Hospital, so, Dean Qin, I'll have to trouble you to help. When Qin Xiaoyuan heard this, he hurriedly said, We'll prepare the operating theater immediately. You can come over any time now. After hanging up the phone, Qin Xiaoyuan's eyes suddenly lit up. He acutely realized that this was an opportunity. He was about to pick up the phone to inform the emergency department, but he thought about it and decided to make a trip personally. When he was in the elevator, he picked up the phone to inform Li Baoshan. Then, he rushed to the emergency department and found Chen Song. Qin Xiaoyuan looked at Chen Song and called to the side. Xiao Chen, the patient is Governor Kong's son. His hand was cut off by a bed knife. He needs immediate surgery now. Governor Kong called and wants you to perform the surgery personally. Chen Song was stunned. When he heard the news, he was stunned. Ding. Triggered mission, help Qin Xiaoyuan. Mission requirements, successfully save Kong Jiahui and help complete the surgery for the severed hand. Chen Song was stunned, severed hand replantation. When he heard this, Chen Song was also stunned. Severed limb replantation, it was a surgery that was much more difficult than finger replantation. Because the requirements were also much higher. It was Chen Song's first time doing it, and he was not confident. After all, he did not know the patient's condition. It was pointless to say anything now. Speaking of which, the general principles of severed limb replantation and finger replantation were not very different. They were both debridement, bone fixation, blood vessel anastomosis, muscle tendon repair, nerve repair, and skin repair. However, after a severed limb replantation, not only did the surgeon have to consider the patient's survival, but he also had to consider the patient's recovery function. Even if a finger was badly damaged, it would not be affected too much after the repair. But what about an entire hand? The difference was too great. When Chen Song thought of this, he took a deep breath. He also keenly realized that this was an opportunity. Some time ago, Qin Xiaoyuan was implicated because of Zhu Xuanwen's incident, and Chen Song felt a little guilty. Moreover, Chen Song also looked down on Zhu Xuanwen. If he could help Governor Kong this time, it might be a good thing for Qin Xiaoyuan. When he thought of this, Chen Song looked at Qin Xiaoyuan and nodded. Don't worry, Dean Qin, I will definitely do my best. Qin Xiaoyuan looked at Chen Song and hesitated for a moment. Xiao Chen, don't be too nervous. Don't worry about me. You can rest assured and go for the treatment. Don't give yourself pressure. Chen Song smiled. It's okay. Qin Xiaoyuan nodded and patted Chen Song's shoulder with a smile. At this moment, the ambulance sounded. Everyone hurriedly threw themselves into the emergency rescue work. P.S. Thank you for your support. Thank you, the leader of Forbidden Zone Twilight Flame and my new friend Lighter Than a Feather have tipped me 10,000. Thank you. In the operating theater, the department directors of the top hand surgery department and orthopedics department from all the major hospitals in the province gathered. What everyone needed to face was this completely severed right hand, and how to achieve a limb replantation. It would take at least 4 to 5 hours to go to the capital. It would take even longer to go to sorcery capital, and that was not including the turnaround time. Kong Xiangmin was anxious, no matter how high his position was or how much money he had. When something like this happened to his child, he was first of all a father and a husband. His wife stood beside him. Her good upbringing prevented her from breaking down, but even so, her trembling body leaned on Kang Xiangmin and could not calm down for a long time. Okay, honey, it's okay. It's true. Director Wang of Shanghai 6th Hospital said that Dr. Chen is more reliable than him. You don't have to worry. His wife was called Qi Wen. She was a university teacher and a professor at Dongyang University of Technology. Qi Wen took a deep breath and calmed herself down. Old Kong, the main thing is that he's only 30 years old, and that's his right hand. If it's not reconnected properly, it'll really be useless. Qi Wen's voice was trembling. How could Kang Xiangmin not know? At this moment, Tan Zhonglin and Qin Xiaoyuan walked over with Chen Song. This is Dr. Chen. Before Chen Song could greet him, Kang Xiangmin turned around and took the initiative to shake his hand. Hello, Dr. Chen. I'm the patient's father. That sentence made Chen Song's impression of him increase exponentially. In other words, he did not have to be nervous. You're the doctor, and I'm the patient's family. The patient is in the operating theater, so you don't have to feel burdened. Chen Song did not say much nonsense. He shook hands and looked at the other party with a firm gaze. I'll do my best. Kang Xiangmin nodded. He was almost 60 years old, and his hair had turned white because of his busy work. His eyes were cloudy. He was not happy or angry, but he was full of expectation and pleading. Please. Dr. Chen. After that, Chen Song brought Tan Zhonglin into the operating theater. Qin Xiaoyuan did not follow them in. Instead, he sat outside the operating theater with Kang Xiangmin and his wife. Chen Song asked Tan Zhonglin as they walked, how long has it been? Tan Zhonglin thought for a moment and said, the limb was separated for about 1.5 hours, almost 2 hours. When we arrived at the hospital, we had already done the blood test as quickly as possible. The X-ray was also done. After Chen Song heard this, he muttered to himself. According to the calculation of 2 hours, the tolerance of tissue ischemia and hypoxia at this time was acceptable. Regardless of whether it was a severed finger or a severed limb, once it was severed, the tissue cells would begin a pathological evolution from light to heavy, from quantitative change to qualitative change under the condition of hypoxia. It was getting more and more serious. Among the severed limbs, muscle tissue had the most vigorous metabolism. It had the worst tolerance to hypoxia, and the degeneration of muscle cells was very fast, and the degree of degeneration would become more and more severe. Under ideal conditions, the ischemia could be tolerated for 4 to 6 hours. However, you have to consider many things, such as tissue infection, the surgical process, recovery, and individual differences. Therefore, the safe time was only relative. Chen Song could only say that the sooner, the better. After Chen Song came in, he did not wash his hands first. Instead, he went straight to the patient. When the surrounding people saw Chen Song come in, they all made way for him. Although Chen Song was a little unfamiliar in the eyes of many directors, everyone knew that the chief surgeon this time was this young Dr. Xiao Chen. Everyone looked curious and their hearts were full of doubts. What kind of ability did this Dr. Chen have to make him personally send the patient here? However, those present were all directors of various hospitals. They were all smart people and would not speak carelessly. Nurse Yuanyuan followed behind Chen Song. When she saw Chen Song come in, everyone made way for him. This scene was really shocking. It was as if the king had returned. For a moment, Yuanyuan was also a little stunned. The patient was very conscious. This was Chen Song's first impression. Along with him was the director of the hand surgery department of Eastern University First Hospital, Hu Guoqing. At this time, he was holding the severed hand. When Kang Jiahui saw Chen Song, he immediately grinned. Dr. Chen, you've worked hard. Chen Song nodded. He did not exchange pleasantries. Instead, he said directly, I'll take a look at the situation first. Chen Song untied the gauze covering the distal end of the radius where the hand was supposed to be. Suddenly, a neat incision appeared in front of Chen Song's eyes. After Chen Song checked the gauze with a pair of tweezers, he immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, this was probably a blessing in disguise. It was not the kind of cut that was crushed or squeezed. If that was the case, it would be very troublesome. This kind of cut with a sharp instrument might be a case with good conditions for replantation. This was because the most important and crucial part of successful replantation was the anastomosis of the blood vessels. The higher the success rate of blood circulation reconstruction, the more perfect the repair of the blood vessels, the higher the success rate of replantation of the severed limb, and the better the functional recovery in the later stage. Therefore, when he saw this, Xianxia breathed a sigh of relief. Then, he said to Tan Zhonglin, "Give me the radiographic films." Tan Zhonglin quickly nodded and immediately handed the prepared radiographic films to Xianxia. The whole process was very smooth, as if he was already used to playing as an assistant. This made the surrounding department directors suddenly surprised. Who exactly was this Dr. Chen? Why had they never heard of him before? Moreover, why was Department Director Tan so respectful to him? 3 minutes later, Xianxia had a more comprehensive understanding of the patient's situation in his mind. Then, he looked at everyone and said, "Prepare for the surgery." After everyone heard this, they were immediately energized and wanted to go on the field. This kind of opportunity was hard to come by. In the end, it still depended on the chief surgeon's choice. Xianxia turned around and looked at the people around him. He paused for a moment. Although they were all department directors, Xianxia was not familiar with them, so it was better not to use them. Therefore, he directly called out, "Department Director Tan, Department Director An, and you." Xianxia pointed at Hu Guoqing, who was holding the severed hand, and said, "Let's do the surgery together." Hu Guoqing suddenly raised his eyebrows. He had been impatient for a long time. He quickly went out to wash his hands and prepare for the surgery with a smile. And Yanjun smiled slightly. It seemed that hospital director Chen did not forget about him, his favorite student. The remaining 6 or 7 department directors around him were a little confused. There were all kinds of feelings in their hearts. It was too complicated. Each of them felt a little sour and bitter in their hearts. It was as if they felt an unprecedented sense of loss because Xianxia did not flip the cards. After all, this was a rare opportunity. Each of the department directors felt sour in their hearts. They looked at the 3 department directors who were called out by Xianxia with envy and jealousy. When Hu Guoqing washed his hands, he almost grinned. However, he quickly closed his mouth. It would not be good if they found out and reported him for gloating. After the tasks were assigned, the entire team quickly carried out the relevant work in an orderly manner. Limb replantation surgery was rather complicated. The equipment, personnel, and surgical procedures required were all troublesome. The head nurse, Li Ying, personally went to the operating theater. She quickly prepared the surgical equipment. The 3 sterile tables beside the operating table were ready. They were placed on the severed right hand, debridement equipment, and surgical instruments. The anesthesiologist was still Lu Jian. Actually, the old chief physician should have been the one to perform the surgery, but the old chief physician smiled and let Lu Jian do it. The old chief physician did not care about such an opportunity, but it was an opportunity for Lu Jian. After all, anesthesiologists had a very high status in surgery. This was a favor. After the surgery, the Kong family would have to entertain everyone. For Lu Jian, this was a good opportunity to network. Lu Jian was also grateful to the old chief physician for this. In one's life, there would always be a few benefactors. Qin Xiaoyuan's benefactor was teacher Fang Yonglin, and Lu Jian's benefactor was the old chief physician. These benefactors would give you some opportunities at crucial times and give you a push. This was a big step in your life. Since it was just a simple severed right hand, there was no need for general anesthesia. Instead, they chose epidural anesthesia, which had little effect on the whole body's circulation and breathing, but could be extended according to the surgery needs. Lu Jian's basic skills were very solid. After some instructions, he administered anesthesia. Not long after, the surgery officially began. The first step was still debridement. Thorough debridement was the foundation for infection prevention and successful replantation. High-quality anastomosis of blood vessels was the key to survival of a severed limb. The repair of muscles, tendons, bones, and nerves was the guarantee of functional recovery. Therefore, every step needed to be taken seriously. Debridement was not just about cleaning the wound. It was also a necessary process to further understand the damaged tissues. This was extremely important for Xianxia to decide on the replantation surgery plan later. Therefore, Xianxia was very serious when he requested for debridement. He also spent a lot of time to understand the details of blood vessels, nerves, tendons, and bones. Xianxia used sterile soap and disinfectant brushes to scrub both ends of the severed limb over and over again. Then, he used a large amount of isotonic saline to rinse. The next most important step was to completely debridement of the damaged tissues and foreign objects. What was debridement? It was not just cleaning the wound, it also included cleaning the wound. According to the condition of the tissue section, whether there was bleeding, shape, color, and so on, it was determined whether the tissue was still alive and whether it should be removed. Xianxia was very attentive and serious. This was a guarantee for the success of the surgery and a key factor in the later stage of recovery. Everyone present knew how difficult it was. Naturally, they held their breaths and observed carefully. But no matter what, debridement was one of his greatest advantages. This was because Xianxia's eyes could clearly see the necrotic tissue. Then, he cleaned it bit by bit, trimmed it, cut it, or preserved it. At this time, Hu Guqing couldn't help but ask, "Dr. Chen, don't you need to make a mark?" Xianxia was slightly stunned. Before he could say anything, Tan Zhonglin shook his head at Hu Guqing and gestured, "Don't disturb Dr. Xianxia." Generally speaking, before removing the devitalized tissue, the main nerves and blood vessels needed to be tied up with a black silk thread so that it would be easier to find them later. However, Xianxia did not need to do this at all. This was because after the ligation, there would continue to be damage. Xianxia did not need to use ligation to identify it. He could clearly distinguish every nerve, blood vessel, and tendon. To him, every minute was important. Tan Zhonglin and Yanjun, who often followed Xianxia, knew these things. This was not something that others could imitate. It required a sufficient understanding of the tissue and structure. It also required the memory of a superbrain. The removal of tendons, the removal of skin, and the removal of nerves were the most important part of debridement. Xianxia had his own standards. As long as the system indicated that all the black parts were cut off, it meant that there was no hope. However, in the eyes of others, Xianxia became a decisive, sharp, steady, accurate, and ruthless existence. The choice of every nerve and tendon was grasped very well. It made people feel a little emotional. From the beginning of the debridement in this surgery, Xianxia had already conquered all the chief physicians present with his ability. The wound was so big, the precision was so high, and the nerves and tendons were densely packed. Xianxia treated the wrist like a precision instrument. About an hour later, Xianxia finally finished the debridement. When he thought about it carefully, 3 hours had passed since the hand was severed. Xianxia could not help but become serious. Every minute meant that the muscle tissue was further damaged. This was related to the recovery of the palm's function in the later stage, and also related to the patient's quality of life. This process was very tiring. Xianxia was a little tired. After all, for those delicate operations, cutting a little more might have an impact. If he cut a little less, it might cause adhesion. Such a complicated and delicate debridement, precise choice, and decisive cutting and repairing. These were all things that none of the chief physicians present could guarantee. However, how old was Dr. Chen? After an unknown amount of time, when everyone felt tired just watching, Xianxia finally finished the debridement. Xianxia put down the scalpel and said to Tan Zhonglin, "Clean up the vascular bed. I'm going to prepare the bone fixation." Tan Zhonglin did not dare to be careless. He and Yanjun quickly began to clean up the blood vessels. In replantation surgeries, whether it was finger replantation or limb replantation, the vascular bed needed to be cleaned up. Otherwise, if the blood vessels were anastomosed in a hurry, there was a high possibility that blood circulation would be affected after the surgery, causing another round of necrosis. It might even cause the whole body's symptoms. Because of one hand, there were many cases of amputation or death. However, Tan Zhonglin and Yanjun were very well prepared. They also paid attention to these details. Following Xianxia in the surgery, the details were everywhere. Xianxia also had a very good grasp of the details, which made the two disciples feel enlightened. After cleaning up, Xianxia picked up the severed hand and carefully compared it. The bone nail was an important step in replantation surgery. It was also the scaffold and support for tissue repair. The requirements for fixation in the bone were simple, fast, stable, and time-saving. This was the moment that tested the surgeon's skills. The chief surgeon needed to know how to quickly, and steadily connect the ends of the bones. It was impossible to do this without hundreds of surgeries. Because the bones after trauma were damaged, the choice of how to connect them was extremely important. At this moment, all the chief physicians looked at Xianxia attentively, waiting for Xianxia to connect them. However, just as everyone was in a daze, Xianxia casually picked up the two hands and connected them together. He said, "Screw through and fix." Tan Zhonglin nodded. And Yanjun helped. Hu Guqing was dumbfounded. What the F***ck, so casual? Governor Kong would go crazy if he knew about this. The connection of fractures did not need to be done 8 to 10 times, but it also needed to be compared seriously. How was this a connection? This was clearly a random combination. However, at this moment, he lowered his head and saw the scene in front of him that he would never forget for the rest of his life. What was a technique? This was King technique. The surrounding people also gathered around, and each of them had an expression of disbelief. P.S. Writing these 2 chapters was tiring. I checked a lot of things and even watched 2 surgeries. I was drunk. Xianxia's sharp, fast, and stable technique made everyone's eyes light up. Everyone had performed finger replantation surgeries and hand fracture reduction surgeries, so they knew the uniqueness of the joints and bones of the hand. However, it was precisely because they knew it that they were even more surprised. How did Xianxia do it? Everyone definitely did not think that it was a coincidence. At their age, instead of believing in coincidences, it was better to believe in the strength of one's abilities. Xianxia's seemingly casual connection just now was actually very subtle. Hu Guqing was shocked at first, then he observed carefully. Naturally, he did not think that Xianxia was messing around. After all, this was the son of a governor. Even if it was an ordinary patient, Xianxia would not mess around. There must be an internal key to this. Thinking of this, Hu Guqing realized that Xianxia's hands were constantly making subtle adjustments. It seemed unintentional, but there was a secret behind it. In fact, this was also the most crucial part. Xianxia's eyes were fixed on the end of the bone. He kept making adjustments by feeling. Then, he exerted a little force with his fingers and kept making subtle adjustments. After that, when Xianxia felt better, he quickly asked Tan Zhonglin to prepare the bone nails. Hu Guqing felt that Xianxia's technique was somewhat familiar. This kind of movement of the fingers to change the direction of the bone and exert force on both sides. Hu Guqing frowned. He was sure that he had seen this technique before, but he could not remember where. Soon, Tan Zhonglin's screw was inserted, and the stainless steel needle was also fixed in place. At this time, Xianxia looked at the clock on the wall. Another 40 minutes had passed. At this time, 3 hours and 40 minutes had passed since the hand was amputated. This meant that the muscle tissue cells had begun to be damaged due to lack of oxygen and ischemia. If the blood vessels were not anastomosed in time, it would inevitably cause some irreversible damage. Of course, there were also some case reports that the amputation was successful after more than 20 hours, and the amputation effect was quite good. However, what was the difference between this and hype and advertising? An example could not represent the big data. In terms of medical treatment, you really could not use those cases to speak. To put it bluntly, it meant that one should not rely on luck. In the face of life, no one could simply cheat. Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, this did not waste too much time and would not affect the subsequent blood vessel anastomosis. Every step that Xianxia took was to save time and ensure the effectiveness of the surgery. Just as Xianxia picked up the 8x scope, a voice came from the crowd. "Dr. Chen, it seems like you didn't undergo bone shortening." This news immediately caused the surrounding directors to have a bad feeling. This was not good news. Hu Guqing suddenly realized that Xianxia really did not undergo bone shortening. What is bone shortening? This was because in the beginning of debridement and cleaning of the soft tissues at the severed ends, the necrotic soft tissues would be cleaned up, such as trimming, excising, and so on. This included tissues such as nerves and blood vessels. In this way, after debridement, the length of blood vessels, nerves, tendons, and other soft tissues would be affected. Because the bones were longer, after the joint, the nerves and blood vessels would be difficult to suture and repair because of the insufficient length. Therefore, it was necessary to perform an excision before the bone ends were connected, so that the length of blood vessels, nerves, and tendons could be just right for suture and achieve a better anastomosis effect. However, Xianxia clearly did not undergo bone shortening. At this moment, everyone could not help but worry about Xianxia. However, in this situation, it seemed inappropriate to point it out in public. After all, the patient was still conscious. Even the director who spoke felt a little apologetic, but this was the basic professional quality of a doctor. When needed, he pointed out the problem. He did not think that he did anything wrong. Xianxia did not speak, but the second disciple, Tan Zhonglin, said with a smile, Dr. Chen likes to take the bone end wear into account when debridement, so he has already done bone shortening in advance from the beginning. After saying that, Tan Zhonglin pointed at the wound and said, Look, the length of the blood vessel anastomosis is just right. Everyone immediately went closer to take a closer look. With this look, they were all stunned, because it was just right. At this moment, everyone could not help but look at each other, their eyes full of disbelief. While debriding the soft tissues, cleaning the bone surface at the same time to complete bone shortening, this seemed like a good idea. Could they give it a try in the future? The blood vessels of the arm were much thicker than the wrist and fingers. Even without a surgical microscope, it could be sutured. However, no matter how good the vision was, it could not compare with the surgical microscope to the tissue, especially the extent of damage to the blood vessel intima, so as to achieve the goal of fine blood vessel anastomosis. At this moment, Tan Zhonglin and An Yanjun immediately stopped what they were doing and watched Xianxia's blood vessel suture seriously. To be honest, until now, the two of them had not thoroughly studied Xianxia's blood vessel suture. It seemed ordinary, but there was always a hidden mystery. Tan Zhonglin and An Yanjun watched Xianxia's surgery once a week. Especially recently, they found that Xianxia's understanding of blood vessel suture was getting deeper and deeper, as if there was an indescribable truth to it. At the side, Hu Guoqing watched Xianxia's suture. Yes, the most commonly used interrupted penetration suture method was relatively small. This suture method caused less damage to the blood vessel wall, and it was not easy to cause narrowing. However, it was more time-consuming because the operation requirements were higher. However, Xianxia's next suture immediately refreshed Hu Guoqing's understanding of this traditional suture method. Is this really the interrupted penetration suture method? Are you sure it's not the continuous penetration suture method, Dr. Chen? You are so fast. The original chief physician was also dumbfounded, and his breathing was a little short. This Dr. Chen is so fast. Won't it cause side effects if he's so fast? Will it affect the blood supply? Everyone began to whisper to each other and discuss curiously. Xianxia was not distracted. First, he sutured a vein and an artery. Then, he started to suture the vein, and finally the artery. This detail made the chief physicians nod slightly. It was a good idea. Suturing an artery first could indeed help the ischemic tissue. Not long after, Xianxia finished suturing. At this time, in order to see the suture effect, everyone went closer to take a look. After the anastomosis, the artery and vein were well filled, and the skin gradually began to regain its color. The capillaries filled up in less than 2 seconds. All signs indicated that Xianxia's suture of the blood vessels was very successful. Everyone raised their heads and looked at the young man. They were a little emotional. He was really good. From the beginning until now, less than 2 hours had passed. Basically, the hand was saved, and the blood vessels were anastomosed well. It could be said that the surgery was a success. So far, it could be said that the hand was saved. Moreover, the time taken from the beginning to the end was beyond their understanding of the suture of a severed hand. All the doctors asked themselves, "Are I that fast?" Everyone sighed and shook their heads. Since ancient times, there have always been young people. P.S. Today, a reader asked if hand surgery can be done with epidural anesthesia. I can give you a little science here so that you can have a general understanding of anesthesia. In theory, epidural anesthesia can be used for any surgery except for the head. However, from a safety point of view, epidural anesthesia is mainly used for surgery on the abdomen and below, including urology, obstetrics, and lower limb surgery. For hand surgery, if there are no systemic symptoms, there is no need for general anesthesia because general anesthesia will have some effect on the respiratory tract. Using high epidural anesthesia can better control the anesthesia time. It seems that this friend has some understanding of anesthesia. Kong Jiahui had the illusion that he was being watched like a gorilla. He felt that it was his own misconception. After all, there were so many doctors who came with a caring attitude. How could he have such a feeling? Kong Jiahui's good upbringing kept brainwashing himself. They are not here to watch a show. They are definitely not here to watch a show. They are here to treat the illness. One had to know that at this moment, his mind was very clear. However, when he looked at his own hand, he couldn't bear it. However, when he looked at the burning eyes of the people around him, he took a deep breath and closed his eyes. The feeling of being watched by so many people was terrible. But, he really hoped that his hand was fine. This incident was completely an accident. As the deputy chief engineer of Dongnan Heavy Machinery Company, as a technical guide, he brought the mayor of Jinyang City to inspect the workshop. Dongnan Heavy Machinery Company was also a famous company in Dongyan Province. Jinyang City's mayor, Chen Guohua, wanted to open a branch in Jinyang City. Chen Guohua, who was in his 40s, naturally wanted to make a career out of it. At the same time, he wanted to send some political achievements to Kong Jiahui. However, when Chen Guohua was symbolically inspecting this batch of equipment, he never expected that the milling machine would have a problem. At the critical moment, Kong Jiahui saved Chen Guohua, but he couldn't get away in time and his hand was cut off. At that time, this scene shocked the entire scene. At the critical moment, the worker quickly pulled out the power, but it was too late. Kong Jiahui's right hand was cut off. When everyone saw this scene, they were all stunned. When the 30-year-old Kong Jiahui encountered such an incident, his first thought was fear. After all, to encounter such an incident and see one's hand being cut off with one's own eyes, this kind of thing would make anyone tremble in fear. However, the mayor of Jinyang City, Chen Guohua, was even more worried than him. At the critical moment, he was saved by Kong Jiahui, who stepped forward bravely. When he saw Kong Jiahui's right hand being cut off, Chen Guohua was stunned. After all, this was the son of Governor Kong. At such a young age, he was already a deputy general manager, deputy chief engineer, and deputy director. It could be said that his future was limitless. If there was a problem, he would be in a lot of trouble. Most importantly, Kong Jiahui had stood up for her. Everyone present saw this scene, including the company's CEO. At that moment, they were all stunned. No one had expected Kong Jiahui to step forward at such a crucial moment. After all, this young man really had a bright future ahead of him. He had skills, ability, and background. This clearly showed that he was going to be a star in the future. But now, Kong Jiahui's actions immediately made everyone sigh endlessly in admiration. At this moment, outside the operating theater, Chen Guohua and the leader of Southeast Heavy Machinery Company stood to the side. They looked at Kong Xiangmin and wanted to say something, but they did not know what to say. Chen Guohua could not help but say, "Governor Kong, you have a good son." "It's all my fault." Kong Xiangmin waved his hand. He already knew the whole story. He didn't complain about the child's injury. Instead, he felt proud, but, as a parent, he would rather his child not make a name for himself at that time than for him to be healthy. And now, his arm was broken, it was useless to say anything. As for Chen Guohua, Kong Xiangmin sighed, "Mayor Chen, this has nothing to do with you. This is his own choice. You don't have to feel guilty." Even so, how could Chen Guohua not feel guilty? Not feeling guilty would be a lie. He was not afraid of Kong Xiangmin, but he felt guilty in his heart. Qin Xiaoyuan said, "Don't worry. Xiao Chen has done a limb replantation surgery before, and it was done very well. His functional recovery is also very good. If his rehabilitation training can keep up, there won't be too much of an impact." As soon as he said that, everyone immediately looked at Qin Xiaoyuan. Kong Xiangmin nodded, "Then I'll leave it to you, Dr. Chen." At this moment, a few of the leaders were nervous and worried about the surgery inside. And the group of directors inside were like Granny Lu entering the Grand View Garden. Sometimes, they would shout, "SH*T." Sometimes, they would shout, "F***CK." Hearing that, Kong Jiahui felt awkward. He was sure that they were definitely here to watch the show, but on second thought, did this also mean that Dr. Chen's surgical skills were superb? Thinking of this, Kong Jiahui was also looking forward to it. He hoped that his hand would recover. time passed by slowly. The appearance of Chen Song's Chin technique caused another uproar. What kind of suturing method was that? All of them looked at each other. However, surprisingly, no one said a word this time. Because everyone was afraid that they would be looked down on if they said it. Although they were shocked, they really could not say anything about this suturing method that they had never seen before. The people in the room were not junior doctors. They were all experts and chief physicians in the field of hand surgery in Dongyang province, but they had never seen a tendon suturing method before. They immediately sighed. And Hu Guoqing was a person who spoke his mind. He was not afraid of embarrassing himself. Otherwise, he would not have volunteered to hold Kong Jiehui's hand personally. After seeing this suturing method, he was immediately curious, but, when he saw that many of the chief physicians were silent, he suddenly blushed a little. Am I the only one who doesn't know? When he thought of this, old Hua was also very ashamed. But he still asked with a red face, Dr. Chen. I don't think I've ever seen this kind of tendon suturing method before. After Tan Zhonglin heard that, he immediately felt proud. Of course, this was an exclusive secret. Normal people would not know about it. As the successor of the Chen method, Tan Zhonglin was very honored and proud. Although the Chen method had not yet been widely spread, he believed that it was only a matter of time. After all, when Chen Song's Chen method had not been fully mastered, even Director Wang Yushan of Sea City 6th Hospital and Chief Chang Honglei of Jishuotan Hospital were amazed by his suturing method. And now, Tan Zhonglin promised that if they knew, they would come to Ammonium Yang to learn it personally. At that time, he would be a first-generation disciple. Thinking of this, Tan Zhonglin was also quite proud. The only one who was a little unhappy was in Yanjun at the side. After all, the pavilion closest to the water enjoyed the moonlight first. The surgery ended very quickly. When the stitches moved, the skin had already been sutured. Because the skin on the wrist had more texture, the stitches were deliberately hidden during the suturing, so the entire suturing process was very ingenious. Even in Yanjun could not help but sigh. Xiaochen was even more amazing than before. The group of Granny Lu behind him felt that their worldview was destroyed. How could such a terrifying existence be hidden in the second provincial hospital? Why had they never heard of such a person in Danyang province's hand surgery department? At this moment, the surgery finally came to a successful end. The anesthetic effect was about to wear off. At this time, Jin Song said to Kong Jiehui, feel it a little, but don't use too much force. The tendons, blood vessels, and nerves of the severed hand were thicker, and the repair was more stable. Even if he moved a little, there would not be much feeling. Hearing Chen Song's words, Kong Jiehui was slightly stunned. He immediately moved his fingers a little. He felt it moved, it really moved. At this moment, Kong Jiehui was so excited that he almost cried. He originally thought that there was no hope. After all, could a severed hand be reattached? But it was really reattached. As the anesthetic effect gradually wore off, he could feel the existence of his hand. It was completely different from the feeling just now. Moreover, he could still move. Thinking of this, Kong Jiehui quickly thanked him gratefully. Dr. Chen, thank you. I'm really grateful. If you need me in the future, please don't hesitate to ask. Chen Song smiled. This is what I should do, but don't move. It needs to be fixed. I just want you to feel it for a while. After this kind of severed hand replantation, it needed to be fixed with plaster for a period of time to avoid unnecessary damage caused by excessive movement. The plaster was cast by Tan Zhonglin. He was very skilled and proud of it. At least in this aspect, department director and was not as good as him. The group of department directors behind him looked at Chen Song enviously. This was a good opportunity. The young Dr. Chen was around 30, right? Kong Jiehui was also around 30. If there were no accidents, these two young people, no matter how powerful Kong Jiehui was in the future, he would always remember Chen Song in his heart. After all, this was the person who gave his right hand a second life. To put it bluntly, he saved the life of his girlfriend. Well, the words were rough, but the logic was not. This was more vivid. Kong Jiehui's future was basically locked in a bright future. No matter how bad Chen Song was, his future development would definitely rise. Moreover, Kong Jiehui now had Kong Xiangmin behind him. He was the governor of Dongyang province. Chen Song had formed a good relationship with him. However, this kind of good karma was not something that everyone could achieve. Without Dr. Chen's ability, everything was just empty talk. As a surgeon, the most important thing was still his own ability. No wonder Governor Kong personally sent Kong Jiahui here. Everyone looked at Chen Song, who was neither arrogant nor impatient. He seemed to be in a very ordinary mood, without any emotional fluctuations. This was not much different from saving a beggar. He also felt a little emotional, noble character, superb skills, good stamina, good looks, and a passion for work. This was simply an all-round development of morality, intelligence, physique, beauty, and labor. What a good Dr. Chen, what a nice young man. When they were washing their hands, the group of directors handed Chen Song a tissue and left their contact information so that they could communicate with him in the future. This made Hu Guoqing, who wanted to be proactive, unable to seize the opportunity. The group of people exited the operating theater together, including Kong Jiahui. When he came out, he immediately saw a group of people standing outside. Kong Xiangmin, his wife, and Qin Xiaoyuan quickly got up and walked over. Qin Xiaoyuan was the first to ask, "Xiao Chen, did the surgery go smoothly?" Chen Song looked at everyone and nodded. Yes, the surgery was very successful. At this time, Kong Jiahui was not as scared as before. Instead, he looked at his parents and could not help but comfort them. "Dad, Mom, I'm fine. I'm really fine. I can move after the surgery just now. Dr. Chen is really amazing. Thank you so much, Dr. Chen. Also, Mayor Chen, I'm fine. Don't worry." Seeing that Kong Jiahui was in good condition, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. "It's good that you're fine. It's good that you're fine." Everyone outside sighed with emotion when they heard this. If Kong Jiahui's surgery had really failed, it would have been very troublesome just thinking about it. This was a lot of troublesome things. After all, in everyone's eyes, hand replantation surgery was a very difficult and amazing surgery. After all, the precision of the surgery was very high, and the requirements for the doctor were also very high. To be able to perform such a surgery well, it really required a lot of skills. To be honest, this was also the only high-level surgery that Chen Song could take out at the moment. It was only because this surgery could be divided into a bunch of minor surgeries that the difficulty of the surgery seemed to be reduced. Chen Song could be considered to have smoothly advanced and mastered it. Kong Xiangmin looked at Chen Song, took the initiative to hold his hand with both hands, and bowed gratefully as a gesture of gratitude. "Dr. Chen, thank you so much." His wife also nodded and bowed. This scene was definitely a very shocking scene in the eyes of the people around them. The high-ranking official and his wife personally bowed to you to express their gratitude. This debt of gratitude was too great. But no one was envious. Because this was what Chen Song deserved. To put it simply, he deserved to be respected. When Chen Song saw this, he was also a little embarrassed. After all, to be honest, Chen Song still felt that Kong Xiangmin was a high-ranking official with a high position and power. He was really a little nervous when Kong Xiangmin treated him like this. "You're too kind, Governor Kong. You're too kind. Also, I've heard about Brother Jiahui. He sacrificed himself for others. I really admire this kind of character." When he heard Chen Song call him Brother Jiahui, Kong Xiangmin was instantly stunned. He immediately deliberated for a moment, nodded thoughtfully, and said flatly, "Brother Jiahui, Brother Jiahui. In the future, Dr. Xiaochen will be your younger brother. If there's anything, we'll help each other. This time, Xiaochen really helped you a lot." His words instantly stunned the people around them. Even Qin Xiaoyuan, who was behind him, was a little dumbfounded. Before he could react, Kong Xiangmin continued, "Also, Xiaochen, you're treating me like an outsider by calling me Governor Kong. In the future, call me Uncle Kong. If you're free, come visit my house." Kong Xiangmin's wife also nodded, "Yes. Yes, if you're free, Xiaochen will come visit our house." In an instant, the people around them couldn't help but swallow their saliva. This is King great. After all, he could be considered to have made friends with Governor Kong. His future is limitless. Qin Xiaoyuan patted his head. A few days ago, he had asked Chen Song to make friends with more people. Maybe he'll meet some important people. and now, he's met a governor. This kid is the main character? His luck is too good. Thinking of this, Xianxia suddenly thought, is this a bad thing for me? At this moment, Xianxia's phone suddenly rang. When he picked up, he saw that it was Tan Ligua. Lao Qin, the leader of the health committee that I told you about the other day, is here. He said he wants to talk to you. Xianxia was stunned for a moment. He didn't expect that person to really come to him. Does he really think that I, Xianxia, am made of paper? Moreover, Xianxia was worried that things would get to this point. He still had the surveillance video from that day. If you really cause trouble, no one will have a good time. Thinking of this, Xianxia was also angry. At this moment, Kong Xiangmin said, Dean Xin, and everyone else, let's have lunch together? I'm really sorry that everyone had to go hungry because of Jiahui's incident. Indeed, everyone had been delayed for a few hours because of the surgery. It was already 3 o'clock in the afternoon. They had even missed lunch. Xianxia took a deep breath. Governor Kong, the leader of the health committee, is here to talk to me. I might have something to do here, so I might not be able to go over. Why don't you go first? Kong Xiangmin originally wanted to thank Xianxia, but when he heard Xianxia say this, he immediately nodded slightly. Oh? About work? Is it important? P.S. Thank you to Hellcat Friend for the tip, adding a new leader to this book. Also thank the old leader, also an old friend, Silent Hands Behind Sleeves, for the 20,000 tip. Also thank all the friends who supported the veteran, very grateful for your support. The veteran can only work hard, and work hard, finally, double the monthly votes. Thank you. Hint, growth is blocked, and you automatically become a senior official. It feels weird. I'll just call you leader in the future. When he heard what Kong Xiangmin said, Xianxia also understood what was going on. However, Xianxia was silent for a while. He did not want to waste a favor, so he said, Leader, it's not a big deal. I'll come over soon. Xiao Chen, take Jiahui to the orthopedics department and settle the procedures for the emergency department transfer. I'll come over immediately. Why don't you all go first? Xiao Chen and I will be there later. When Kong Xiangmin heard this, he immediately nodded slightly. How about this? Let's sit here and chat. You all can go ahead and call me later. Actually, as Kong Jiahui's parents, he should handle Kong Jiahui's hospitalization, but, because of his special identity, it was not convenient for Kong Xiangmin to show his face in public. Other people were not suitable, but Chen Song was the most suitable. After all, Chen Song had to call him brother. Jiahui, it had to be said that Xianxia was very good at handling things. Chen Song was the most suitable person to handle it. It was good for Chen Song, and it could also improve their relationship. And Kong Xiangmin would not have any other thoughts. Chen Song and the nurse pushed Kong Jiahui to the hospital transfer procedures, while Xianxia walked back to the administrative building while thinking. To be honest, he wanted to see who was causing trouble and what kind of trouble they were causing. When he got out of the elevator, he happened to see Tan Ligua standing in the corridor. He immediately gave Xianxia a look. Xianxia hurried over. After he pushed the door open and entered, Xianxia saw him and immediately said with a smile, Director Duan? Hello, hello. When Duan Xuezhen saw Xianxia, he quickly stood up and nodded with a smile. Dean Qin, long time no see. Although hospitals were under the control of the Health and Wellness Commission, it was more complicated. In Ammoniang City, there were many provincial tertiary grade A hospitals. However, most of them were divisions. However, hospitals such as the First Hospital and Second Hospital of Eastern University, the Provincial People's Hospital, and the Provincial Traditional Chinese Medicine Hospital were all at the level of deputy department heads. This was because the president of the First Hospital of Eastern University was also the president of the Eastern Medical University, and the president of the Provincial People's Hospital was now the deputy department head of the Provincial Healthcare Department. The second provincial hospital was more ordinary, and so was Xianxia. Moreover, in other words, from the bureau to the hall depended on opportunities and too many things. This was a transition that was very difficult to cross. Xianxia had already seen through these things over the years. He was no longer obsessed with it. Being able to have this status was already good enough. He was originally a doctor, so he was not that addicted to being an official. Moreover, to put it bluntly, how many more years could he work? It was meaningless. However, when he saw Duan Shuizhen, he was stunned. Although the relationship between the two of them was not very good, it was definitely not bad either. Why did he say that? Because both of them had met at Huang Yongyi's house and had a meal together. It could even be said that Huang Yongyi was their old leader. They were also considered to be on the same side, therefore, Qin Xiaoyuan was also a little curious. After sitting down, Duan Shuizhen said, "Dean Qin, I'm here today to give you a reminder. These 2 days, someone is causing trouble for you." When Qin Xiaoyuan heard this, he suddenly realized, he originally thought that the leader of the health committee was here to criticize him. He did not expect that he was here to give him advice. Suddenly, he asked curiously, "Director Duan, what do you mean?" Duan Shuizhen said, "I also found out by chance. I don't know the specific situation. I only know that during this time, someone has been urging a few people to go to the health committee to complain about you. They are determined to cause trouble for you. Moreover, that person seems to have some connections. It's not convenient for me to say it over the phone. I just happened to pass by today, so I came over to give you a reminder and be mentally prepared. Don't be harmed by them." Qin Xiaoyuan nodded. He understood what was going on. It turned out to be this matter. It was really like a cat walking on a cat's path. This matter was really like Zhu Xuanwen's style of doing things. It was nothing more than discrediting and disgusting him. It would be best if they could really find some dirt on him. Thinking of this, Qin Xiaoyuan smiled faintly. However, he was also very grateful for Duan Shuizhen's advice. Sometimes, these people could actually be of great help if they could pass on a message to him. Knowing some information in advance also allowed him to be prepared earlier. This time, Duan Shuizhen was really thoughtful. Thinking of this, Qin Xiaoyuan quickly said, "Director Duan, thank you for your advice. I'm really grateful for this matter." Duan Shuizhen smiled and got up to leave. "You're welcome. We help each other. I won't stay any longer. I'll leave first. I still have something to do here." Qin Xiaoyuan quickly got up to send him off. For Duan Shuizhen to have this kind of thought, he was really thoughtful. Thinking of this, after sending him off, Qin Xiaoyuan suddenly said, "This. Director Duan, why don't you come with me to meet someone? Take it as a greeting." Duan Shuizhen was stunned. What did he mean? Qin Xiaoyuan then smiled mysteriously and said, "Leader Kong." When Duan Shuizhen heard this, his eyes widened. On the other side, Chen Song had also settled Kong Jiehui down. After greeting him, he went downstairs. Qin Xiaoyuan brought the nervous and uneasy Duan Shuizhen to the operating room. Duan Shuizhen also saw Kong Xiangmin and quickly greeted him with a smile. "Hello, leader. Is the child okay?" Duan Shuizhen quickly greeted. Kong Xiangmin nodded and shook hands. "Thank you for your concern, Director Duan. It's all thanks to Dean Qin and Dr. Chen's help. Fortunately, he's fine. Are you here to work?" Duan Shuizhen then said, "I'm here to have a few words with Dean Qin." Kong Xiangmin was deep in thought and did not ask in detail. Duan Shuizhen did not stay and left after saying goodbye. Kong Xiangmin and the rest also walked towards the restaurant. Less than 20 minutes later, Duan Shuizhen did not leave. He only brought some supplements and fruits to the orthopedics department. He thought to himself. This trip was not in vain, people were like this. Giving roses to others would leave a lingering fragrance in the hand. Only by helping each other could they last long. Duan Shuizhen originally thought that Qin Xiaoyuan and he were considered old leaders. Calling each other would be considered as helping each other out. He did not expect to get in touch with Leader Kong because of this. He suddenly felt emotional. The restaurant was not particularly high-end, but it was not bad. More than a dozen people sat down at a big table. After sitting down, Kong Xiangmin did not put on airs. He picked up his tea and said, "Today's matter of Jiehui is really thanks to everyone present. My wife and I propose a toast to everyone." Everyone hurriedly followed along and declined one after another. "Today is all thanks to Dr. Chen. Yes, Dr. Chen has worked hard today. Chen Song smiled awkwardly as he listened to the crowd's flattery. Kang Xiangmin saw this and suddenly said thoughtfully, I know Xiao Chen. I just saw him in the newspaper a few days ago. The rescue of the car accident was really good. At this time, Kang Xiangmin's wife suddenly said, I remember that 2 months ago, Xiao Chen's name was also in Ammonium Yang Evening News. I think, it was something about not being allowed to cut the queue. Kang Xiangmin also reacted. He did not expect Chen Song to be so good. He glanced at Chen Song with a smile and exclaimed in admiration, Little Chen, you're really not bad. You're really a good doctor with both virtue and skill. The meal could be considered harmonious, and everyone was very harmonious. Everyone was talking and laughing. However, due to Kang Xiangmin's status, they naturally couldn't speak carelessly. It wasn't convenient for them to talk about other things either. Therefore, everyone simply started talking about Chen Song. This meant that Chen Song was a unique talent in the world. Now that the atmosphere had been cleared up, everyone was able to let go of their worries and started chatting. At this time, Kang Xiangmin looked at Qin Xiaoyuan and said, Dean Qin, I just heard from Director Duan that you encountered some trouble? Qin Xiaoyuan was stunned and suddenly smiled, It's a small matter, I don't need to trouble you. Kang Xiangmin smiled, It's okay, tell me, what's the matter? Qin Xiaoyuan didn't expect Kang Xiangmin to be so determined to help him, so he said, A few mornings ago, when I passed by the emergency department, I heard a lot of noise inside. I met a man, Qin Xiaoyuan said it in detail, and then he also said what he scolded Zhu Xianwen. Today, Director Duan came over and told me that this Zhu Xianwen seemed to have been gathering people to complain about me. It's really not a big deal. After Kang Xiangmin heard it, he immediately nodded. Hu Guoqing suddenly realized and looked at Qin Xiaoyuan, Dean Qin, that's you. I saw this video on TikTok 2 days ago. Suddenly, everyone was curious. Hu Guoqing slapped his thigh and said to everyone, Dean Qin said so well that day. It made my blood boil. Right, let me show you this video. So, the phone first sent it to Kang Xiangmin. The video was obviously edited, but it was smoother. Zhu Xuanwen's insults to the medical staff could be clearly heard. I'm the same as you? You're doing meaningless work. Hundreds of people are waiting for me to eat. Believe it or not, my hourly salary is more than your monthly salary. Just you wait, don't leave the hospital if you dare. Do you really think you're capable? Rules? Rules are set by people. Such words stung Kang Xiangmin's ears. He and his wife came from a technical background, and so did Kang Jiehui. They admired these technical staff very much. When they heard Zhu Xuanwen's nouveau riche behavior, they suddenly felt a little angry. Later, he saw Qin Xiaoyuan's reprimand. You forgot to take something. If you don't care about your own face, please don't throw it on the ground like garbage. People will despise it. Hurry up and pick it up. It's polluting the environment of our hospital. What you are doing is the most meaningful work, and no one can replace you. As long as you are in the hospital and do things according to the hospital's rules and regulations, the hospital will be your backer. These words instantly caused everyone's expressions to turn solemn. This was truly a good dean. Hearing this, Kang Xiangmin couldn't help but give Qin Xiaoyuan a thumbs up. Good job, Dean Qin. Well said. We need a dean like you to truly protect the interests of the people. After saying this, Kang Xiangmin looked at Zhu Xianwen in the video with disdain and asked, Who is this person? Qin Xiaoyuan said, His name is Zhu Xianwen. He's the boss of Jida Construction Company. After hearing this, Kang Xiangmin nodded. Okay, I got it. After everyone watched the video one by one, they suddenly clapped their hands. Dean Qin, good job. You're our role model. The meal lasted for an hour before it slowly dispersed. Kang Xiangmin and his wife went to see Kang Jiehui. They packed some nourishing food and sent it over. They didn't stay for long and left. As for the matter of leader Kang's son, Kang Jiehui, it could be considered as a secret for the time being. Kang Xiangmin said to his wife, You go home first. I'll go to the office. His wife nodded. Okay, I'll come over to take care of the child for a few days. I'll take a leave. Kang Xiangmin nodded and didn't refuse. As parents, they were all very worried about their children when something so serious happened to them. When Kang Xiangmin left the hospital, the driver quickly stopped the car. After getting into the car, Kang Xiangmin said, "Send me to the provincial government." The driver nodded and drove towards the provincial government. In the car, Kang Xiangmin picked up his phone and made a call. "Help me investigate someone. His name is Zhu Xianwen. He's from Jida Construction Company." "Yes, investigate his company too." Initially, Kang Xiangmin was willing to help with Qin Xiaoyuan's matter. But when he saw the video, he was furious. He just couldn't stand this kind of behavior of abusing one's power to bully others. This is lawless. Kang Xiangmin had some understanding of Jida Construction Company. After all, Ammonium City had many government projects. If this Zhu Xianwen is this kind of person, Kang Xiangmin is worried about his work. Thinking about this, Kang Xiangmin decided to investigate this company. If there are any corruption, bribery, or other problems, Kang Xiangmin will punish them severely. After Kang Xiangmin left, Chen Guohua was the first to breathe a sigh of relief. If Kang Jiahui lost his hand, he will feel guilty for the rest of his life. Some things can't be fixed. Kang Jiahui's identity is special, and both families have close ties. If something happened, thinking of this, Chen Guohua sighed. But fortunately, everything is fine. He looked at Chen Song gratefully. "Xiao Chen, thank you for today. Otherwise, I would feel guilty to death." Chen Song smiled. "Mayor Chen, you're too kind. This is my job." Chen Guohua also smiled. His uneasy heart was relieved, and his breathing was much smoother. Chen Guohua nodded and gave Chen Song his contact information. "Xiao Chen, I'm going back to Jinyang today. Come over if you have time. I'll take care of you." Chen Song was stunned, then smiled. "Mayor Chen, what a coincidence. I'm from Jinyang City. My hometown is under Dongcheng County." When Chen Guohua heard Chen Song's words, he immediately laughed and sighed. "What a coincidence." Chen Song nodded. He didn't expect this either. Chen Guohua nodded. "Okay, call me when you get home. We'll meet up then." Chen Song nodded and parted ways. That night, Kang Xiangmin held a document in his hand. It was about Zhu Xianwen and his Jida Construction Company, as well as the connections and people behind Zhu Xianwen. It was very detailed and had everything he needed. After reading it, Kang Xiangmin took a deep breath. This kind of person, no wonder he was so arrogant. He deserved to be punished, but he had to take care of the old cadre's reputation. Thinking of this, Kang Xiangmin pondered for a moment, then dialed the secretary's number. "Tomorrow at 8 o'clock, organize a meeting about the city construction." The next morning, the meeting was held. Kang Xiangmin looked at the crowd and said calmly, "From today onwards, all city construction projects will be open for bidding. A special supervision and management team will be set up. I'll be the leader. Also, Jida Construction Company is not allowed to participate in the bidding. Any company related to Zhu Xianwen will be excluded first." Once the news came out, the crowd was stunned. This Zhu Xianwen clearly offended a big shot. However, he deserved it. Some of the people present knew what kind of person this was. "Now it's all good. P.S. Thank you to Fairy Bean for the 10,000 tip." "Thank you." As a province with 4 distinct seasons, Dongyang province's winter temperature was still very low. Seeing that autumn was turning cold, half of November had already passed. It was time for the construction industry to stop working. Zhu Xianwen had been quite busy recently. After all, it was the end of the year and it was time to settle the accounts. Otherwise, he couldn't possibly pay for the materials he owed at the end of the year, right? During this period, Zhu Xianwen had been moving around frequently. He wanted to quickly review the project and get the money so that he could smoothly take his wife and children to Xianxia for the Chinese New Year. The original process was the same as in previous years. He just had to go through it again this year. However, during the review, he encountered too many problems this year. "Director Zhu, our project in Heshi did not meet the standards. They won't approve it." Heshi's manager suddenly called to inform him. Zhu Xianwen frowned. "Okay, I got it." After hanging up the phone, Zhu Xianwen wondered if there was something wrong with him. Thinking of this, another phone call rang. Director Zhu, our project with China Railway has been rejected. They want us to complete it according to the standards as soon as possible. Now, we don't meet the standards. They want us to do it again next year. Director Zhu, with one phone call, Zhu Xianwen felt that there was something wrong with him. However, when a large group of phone calls came one after another, Zhu Xianwen broke out in cold sweat. How could he not understand that he was in trouble, however? Zhu Xianwen was still a little confused. Who exactly did he offend? The more he thought about it, the more panicked he became, to be able to fail all the reviews. Who could it be? Who could be so capable? Thinking of this, Zhu Xianwen couldn't stop sweating. He wasn't a fool. Of course, he knew that something like this wouldn't happen for no reason. Zhu Xianwen forced himself to calm down. However, how could he calm down, with so many upfront payments and a group of people asking for money? If the higher-ups didn't approve it and didn't give him money, he couldn't even kill or sell him. At this moment, he picked up the phone and dialed his father-in-law's cell phone. "Dad. I'm in trouble," Zhu Xianwen said as soon as he picked up the phone. The other party was slightly stunned. "Come over and talk." After hanging up the phone, Zhu Xianwen hurriedly got up and hurriedly drove to an old neighborhood. When he entered the house, Zhu Xianwen almost knelt down. "Dad. You have to save me. I'm in big trouble." Seeing Zhu Xianwen's useless appearance, the old man sighed and shook his head helplessly. "Sit down and speak slowly." Only then did Zhu Xianwen tell him what had just happened. Seeing such a grown man choking on his words and on the verge of tears, the old man looked down on him. However, no matter what, he was still his son-in-law. After listening, the old man picked up the phone, hesitated for a moment, and dialed the number of a former subordinate. The other party was very respectful of the elderly. After the call was connected, he respectfully said, "Hello, old leader." The old man nodded. "Xiao Wu, let me ask you something. Is there anything special going on in the province today?" His words were very tactful, but after the other party heard it, he fell silent for a moment. Then, he said, "Old leader, to tell you the truth, tell your son-in-law to work harder in the future and keep a low profile. Don't cause trouble all day long. Also, Jida Construction Company's work should be completed quickly. Otherwise, the higher-ups won't give a single cent. Don't let him play any tricks. In the future, Jida will be disbanded. Why don't you go outside and take a look? Don't stay in Dongyang." This sentence was very clear. The old man listened calmly. What was there that he didn't know after going through so much? This subordinate was one of the more familiar ones. When he heard what the old man said, he nodded and didn't ask further. "Well, okay. Thank you, Xiao Wu." After hanging up the phone, the old man looked at the dazed Zhu Xianwen and said slowly, "Did you hear it?" Why didn't Zhu Xianwen hear it? He listened to every word of it, but it was precisely because of this that he was so dazed. At this moment, his father-in-law was his last straw of hope. Thinking of this, Zhu Xianwen hurriedly said, "Dad, you must save me." The old man stopped him and said, "Did you offend someone recently?" Zhu Xianwen was stunned. Did he not offend many people? How could he count them all? Recently, there were 17 or 18 of them. I'm not sure who it is. The old man looked at his son-in-law helplessly and sighed. "Tell me, I'll analyze it for you." Zhu Xianwen nodded. "There's a section chief from the infrastructure department in the west of the city. He's in his 50s. A manager from Qingtai Group, a clerk from the Public Security Bureau, a business manager from the Industrial and Commercial Bank." As Zhu Xianwen spoke, the old man felt his heart twitching. He couldn't help but cover his chest and take a deep breath, afraid that something would happen to him. How did this good-for-nothing dog offend so many people recently? Why was I so blind back then? Seeing that Zhu Xianwen was about to say the street sweeper, the old man stopped him. "Get to the point." Zhu Xianwen thought about it. The point, was it 200 pounds? But he suddenly thought of someone. He hurriedly said, "Oh. There's a director from the 2nd Provincial Hospital. His name is Xianxia Yuan. That day, I went there to bandage my hand. In the end, I was scolded by him. After that, I called a few people to go to the health committee to discuss him." When he said this, the old man's expression changed. "Why did you go to the hospital for no reason?" You even went to torment a director? Do you know how many connections and circles a director has? He's been running the place his whole life. What right do you have to behave atrociously? Why don't you go to the Public Security Bureau and behave atrociously? The more the old man spoke, the more agitated he became. This useless thing is really arrogant. Of all places to behave atrociously, you just have to go to the hospital, and it's a director. F***ck, I'm so angry. Thinking of this, the old man really didn't want to say another word to him. Hurry up and apologize. Zhu Xianwen was stunned. Dad, that's not necessary, right? The old man chuckled. Not necessary? Let me tell you, it's very likely that this director was the one who did it. Don't doubt it. When Zhu Xianwen heard that, he hurriedly got up and was about to leave. At this moment, the old man's cell phone rang. He opened WeChat and saw that it was a video sent by the subordinate he had just called. The old man was curious and immediately opened the video to watch. This video was the video of Zhu Xianwen flaunting his prowess. After watching it, the old man was so angry that he nearly threw his cell phone away. Great, great, amazing. At this moment, the other party sent a message. Old leader, this video has been seen by the leader. When the old man heard this, his hands trembled in anger. He said to Zhu Xianwen, "Get lost. Get lost. Don't ever step into my house." Zhu Xianwen was stunned. Could he leave at this time? Of course not. Other than his father-in-law, who else could save him? Even if he didn't save him, he would only think of his daughter. Zhu Xianwen hurriedly said, "Dad, take a break. Don't be rash. This isn't the time to be angry. We have to think of a way." The old man looked at the shameless thing and was about to go crazy from anger. "Get out." Zhu Xianwen sighed and didn't mind. He sat on the sofa. What should he do? The old man sighed deeply and felt extremely helpless. It was all his fault, he had been too indulgent all these years. For the past 2 days, Xianxia was in high spirits. He didn't even care that Chen Song was called Director Chen by his wife. After all, he was a successful director, he was a successful father-in-law, he should have that kind of magnanimity. When he woke up to eat in the morning, Ji Ruyun looked at Qin Xiaoyuan strangely. "Lao Qin, what did you dream of last night?" When Qin Yu heard that there was a story, he immediately perked up his gossipy ears and listened seriously. The porridge in his hand was no longer fragrant. When Qin Xiaoyuan heard that, he laughed. "Did I talk in my sleep?" Ji Ruyun rolled his eyes. "You laughed a few times last night and scared me awake a few times. If it weren't for so many years, I would have thought that you were hiding some illness from me." Qin Xiaoyuan couldn't help but laugh. "Is that so?" I've been in a good mood these past 2 days." "That's right. Ever since Chen Song successfully operated on Kong Xiangmin's son, Kong Jiehui, good things seemed to be happening one after another. It was even possible that he would be promoted by half a level at the end of this year or the beginning of next year and take on some position. This was revealed by a director of the Health and Wellness Committee. Thinking of this, Qin Xiaoyuan naturally felt that Xiao Chen was really a good father-in-law. In fact, Lao Qin's qualifications were enough. The only thing he lacked was his background and foundation. After all, he had relied on the help of nobles along the way. He was originally from an ordinary background. It was already amazing that he could achieve so much over the years. He didn't expect that he would get to know Leader Kong this year. During this period, Qin Xiaoyuan went to the orthopedics department every few days. Seeing that Kong Jiehui was getting better day by day, Qin Xiaoyuan was happier than his father. There was also the matter of Zhu Xianwen. During this period, Zhu Xianwen came to apologize to him, but Qin Xiaoyuan didn't see him at all. It didn't make a difference whether he saw such a person or not, and Zhu Xianwen even came to the emergency department to kowtow and apologize to little Lin. This caused a small storm in the emergency department. It scared little Lin so much that he turned around and ran away. This kind of person was a classic example of bullying the weak and fearing the strong. Moreover, he had no principles and no bottom line. When the old man found out about it, he was so angry that he was hospitalized. It seemed that Zhu Xianwen had indeed left Dongyang province. After breakfast, Qin Xiaoyuan hummed a tune as he walked to the administration building. As soon as he got off the elevator, he found a person waiting for him at the door. Xianxia was suddenly curious. "Secretary Tan, why are you here so early today?" Tan Ligua looked aggrieved. "Lao Qin, you're so mean." Xianxia was stunned. Seeing Tan Ligua's wronged eyes, he immediately opened the door and said, "Come in and talk." After entering, Tan Ligua quickly said, "Lao Qin, how have I treated you?" When Xianxia heard this, he was stunned. "Don't you know how you treat me? Haven't you tried to trip me up all these years?" But he seemed to be doing well recently. Xianxia felt that he shouldn't slap a crying face. Seeing Secretary Tan's aggrieved look, he immediately said, "Well, you're doing well." Tan Ligua saw that Xianxia was lying. After all, they were old rivals and old partners. They had worked together for about 10 years, right? To put it bluntly, Tan Ligua knew Xianxia better than Ji Ruyun. He immediately said, "Lao Qin, don't lie to me. Today, I sat down specially to talk to you. I didn't do well in the past. I also reflected on this for a long time." Hearing Tan Ligua's honesty, Lao Qin was suddenly a little confused. What happened recently? Everything was going well. This was a good thing, but Lao Qin felt like he was living in a dream. Looking at his old rival's recent 180-degree turn, Xianxia was still not used to it. After a long time, Xianxia sighed. Sigh. It had been so many years since he had been so comfortable, right? During this period of time, the emergency department of the 2nd Provincial Hospital became busier and busier. There was no reason, the number of tendon patients increased, which naturally made Jiang Tao much happier. After all, with more surgeries, there would be more opportunities to practice. And most importantly, many of the people who came to the 2nd Provincial Hospital to perform tendon sutures were introduced by capable people, such as relatives of the bureau chief, friends of the hospital director, relations of the department chief, and so on. This made Jiang Tao very surprised. Could it be that the emergency department of the 2nd Provincial Hospital hid a secret that no one knew? However, after these people came, they all looked for Chen Song, which made Jiang Tao very curious. Why, could it be that Chen Song really had something extraordinary? What exactly was this extraordinary thing? However, he did not go to Chen Song's surgeries. Basically, Yanjun was his helper, and he, Jiang Tao, was just a street kid who wrote medical records. Thinking of this, Jiang Tao was naturally unhappy. However, due to the curiosity in his heart, he still wanted to find out. There were not many people in the office. Everyone was busy, and Qin was helping Chen Song organize the information. The announcement of the 2020 National Nature Award application had been released. The relevant submission had to be completed by March 20th. However, before that, Chen Song needed to complete the project and the preliminary research. It was obvious that Chen Song was the boss, and Qin was the servant who ran errands. However, as long as it was for Chen Song, Qin was willing to do anything, and he did it happily. Otherwise, when the time came to organize the experts to review and check, he would not be able to pass. The full name of the National Nature Award was the National Natural Science Foundation Project, which was reviewed by the Ministry of Science and Technology. Perhaps many people did not know about the project. Generally, the most common project was the hospital-level project. The hospital would provide funds for the research, but the money would not be too much. Basically, it would be around 30 to 20,000 yuan. Then, there were the city-level projects, provincial-level projects, national projects, and so on. Being able to apply for a National Nature Award represented the research ability of a hospital. Jiang Tao felt that writing medical records was extremely boring, so he decided to find something to talk about with Qin. During this period, Qin attitude towards him seemed to have softened. This made Jiang Tao wonder, what did he say wrong? Jiang Tao could not help but ask, "Dr. Qin, what kind of surgery is Dr. Chen best at?" When Jiang Tao mentioned Chen Song, Qin suddenly became energetic. "Ah? You mean Chen Song?" Jiang Tao nodded. "Yes, I see that he does all kinds of surgeries." "What exactly is Dr. Chen good at?" Qin heard this and thought, is there a need to think? Chen Song is the best in the world, he is omnipotent and can do anything. Chen Song is good at everything. Jiang Tao was stunned by this sentence. I mean, what is Chen Song's specialty? Do you know? When Qin Yu heard Jiang Tao's words, he could not help but mutter, "What is Song's specialty? Thinking of this. Qin Yu's eyes suddenly lit up. Of course, I know, but, can I say this? Of course not. What if someone finds out? Thinking about this, Qin Yu did not speak anymore. This is not something that can be said carelessly. Thinking of this, he simply ignored Jiang Tao. My man is so outstanding, he cannot be coveted by others, not even other men. After being ignored by Qin Yu once again, Jiang Tao suddenly felt somewhat inexplicable. This. What the hell is going on? Did I say the wrong thing again? Jiang Tao sighed helplessly. Sigh, compared to surgery, I'm really not good at dealing with women. However, at this moment, the phone suddenly rang. Jiang Tao quickly picked up the phone. When he saw that it was his teacher, he immediately felt much more relieved. My teacher still misses me. After picking up the phone, he immediately heard a familiar voice. Hello? Little Jiang, I want to ask you something. Jiang Tao saw that his teacher was so anxious and quickly said, Teacher, what is it? Gu Hongmei said, Where did the tendon guide you sent a few days ago come from? Jiang Tao was stunned. What tendon guide? Gu Hongmei, it's the one you sent on WeChat, saying that it was the tendon rehabilitation guide made by a doctor in your department. Was it really made by your department? Only then did Jiang Tao remember that he had already forgotten about this matter. He didn't expect his teacher to ask this. Yes, teacher, it was made by a doctor in our department. Gu Hongmei was a little excited when she heard this. Little Jiang, let me tell you, after you sent it in some time ago, I let the batch of patients who had just finished surgery try it out separately. Do you know what the result was? The effect was remarkable. Compared to the tendon rehabilitation guide used by our hospital, it had a better effect and significantly shortened the recovery period. It improved the recovery effect and seemed to have a significant reduction in adhesion sequelae. But I feel that this guide is not complete. Can you introduce that doctor to me? Gu Hongmei's words had already made Jiang Tao dumbfounded. Is that true? Why do I feel like my teacher is teasing me? Gu Hongmei said, Little Jiang, your eyes are really good. Also, your willingness to share is good, but, if you send out this kind of confidential information, won't your department mind? Mind? Why should I mind? Share? What did I share? Did I want to share it? Jiang Tao swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Was this his original intention? Also, the thick stack of tendon rehabilitation guides at the emergency nurse station, was it really the department's confidential information? Could it be that the second provincial hospital really casually placed the precious tendon rehabilitation guide that his teacher said was a treasure at the emergency hall's nurse station? Just like a brochure. Thinking up to this point, Jiang Tao felt that it was somewhat unreal. Teacher. Did he have some sort of misunderstanding about this tendon rehabilitation guide? Teacher, it's okay. Our hospital's rehabilitation guide is not confidential. Jiang Tao kept his words to himself. He did not mention that his hospital actually treated those tendon rehabilitation guides as brochures and casually threw them on the nurse's station. Anyone who wanted to take them could take them. He was worried that the teacher wouldn't be able to accept it if he said it out loud, but, who would have thought? When Gu Hongmei heard Jiang Tao's words, she was slightly stunned for a moment. Then, she sighed and said with some emotion, the person who made this is really too great. Moreover, he doesn't ask for anything in return. This kind of tendon rehabilitation guide can definitely become the department's confidential material. I didn't expect that he would choose to make it public. This is what a real clinical researcher should have. Gu Hongmei's words were filled with admiration. Mixed with admiration was a feeling of inferiority. Jiang Tao didn't know where to start. This Chen Song, is he really as awesome as you say? At this moment, Jiang Tao was somewhat at a loss. Gu Hongmei suddenly said, Little Jiang, if it's convenient, can you give me Dr. Chen's phone number? I want to talk to him about this matter in detail when I have time. Jiang Tao was stunned for a moment, embarrassed. Teacher, please wait a moment. I don't have his phone number right now. When I come back, I'll tell him and ask him to call you back. Gu Hongmei heard this and nodded. This was also good. However, she did not forget to remind him. Little Jiang, your talent is not bad, but you are a little arrogant. But remember, you must be humble and pious. In the face of knowledge and learning, you must have a humble heart. Also, to be honest, you are quite lucky to be able to go to such a hospital and department. Originally, I thought that the emergency department of the 2nd Sichuan Provincial Hospital's hand surgery department would be strong. Now, it seems that I have misunderstood. Jiang Tao sighed. Teacher, you didn't misunderstand. Our department's hand surgery department is really bad. There are only 2.5 hand surgeons in our department. Department director is one, and I am another. Dr. Chen is more versatile and can be considered half a hand surgeon. After all, he can do everything. You must learn well from Dr. Chen. If he can make such a tendon rehabilitation guide, it means that his understanding of tendons is far above yours and mine. You should learn well. After Gu Hongmei reminded him, she hung up the phone. Jiang Tao was left with a blank face. Could it be that my rank is too low and I still don't realize how amazing Dr. Chen is? When he thought of this, Jiang Tao fell silent. Even if he did not believe anyone, he could not believe his teacher's words. He followed his teacher from Shua to Bo, and in the past 6 years, all his understanding of the hand surgery department came from his teacher. Jiang Tao could not help but sigh. Perhaps he was really a little arrogant. He looked down on the world. At this moment, Yanjun hurriedly walked into the office and said to Jiang Tao, "Little Jiang, I have a task for you." Jiang Tao quickly stood up. Department Director, what's the matter? And Yanjun hurriedly said, I just received news from Nantong that Professor Tang is coming to the 2nd Sichuan Provincial Hospital. His flight will be at 12 o'clock tomorrow night. Go and pick up Professor Tang. After Jiang Tao heard this, he was stunned. Department Director, I didn't know it was Professor Tang. And Yanjun also slapped his forehead. That's right, how could he forget about this matter? He was too excited, however. Which doctor in the field of hand surgery was unfamiliar with the 3 words, Professor Tang, the founder of the Mtang technique, the creator of the world's Tang clan division, the giant in the field of hand surgery in China, the reviewer of the European Journal of Hand Surgery. In short, he had too many halos and honors. When the hand surgery department was mentioned, Professor Tang had to be mentioned. And Yanjun quickly smiled and said, which Professor Tang can it be? At that time, it was Professor Tang who invented the Mtang technique. We only have one Professor Tang in the hand surgery department. When he heard Yanjun's words, Jiang Tao suddenly stood up. His eyes widened, and he looked at Yanjun in disbelief. Department Director, and is it that Professor Tang? And Yanjun nodded and smiled. Of course. After being confirmed by Yanjun, Jiang Tao suddenly became excited. Professor Tang, this was his idol. When he thought of personally picking up his idol, Jiang Tao suddenly became excited. And Yanjun looked at Jiang Tao, smiled, and asked, Are you free tomorrow night? Jiang Tao nodded. Yes. I'm free. But Department Director, why don't you go and pick him up? And Yanjun shook his head. Tomorrow's surgery schedule is full, and all of them have connections. If they want Xiaochen to do it personally, I have to go and help. Jiang Tao nodded excitedly. Department Director, don't worry, leave it to me. And Yanjun hummed. Okay, I'll send you the specific arrangements later. Pay attention to it. Tang Jinbo was the chief editor of the European Journal of Hand Surgery. This was also the first time in the history of the European Journal of Hand Surgery that a non-European was hired as the chief editor of the journal. The European Journal of Hand Surgery was one of the 2 most influential and authoritative journals of hand surgery in the world, included in the SCI magazine. It was the earliest journal in the history of hand surgery in the world. The journal's examination and approval of articles was extremely strict. The articles had to go through several assessments by the editorial team before they could pass. Some of the more controversial articles even required the chief editor to read them personally, or experts in the relevant field to discuss them. The goal of the journal was to work hard for the development of the world's hand surgery. Chen Song's summary published at that time was, choosing the direction and trend of development of the Mtang technique by analyzing the advantages and disadvantages of the Mtang technique. This article was very simple, but it was very special, to put it bluntly. This article was to attract Professor Tang's attention. There was a reason why Chen Song did not give a summary of the Chen technique and many other suturing techniques at once. Firstly, he might not even be able to pass the first review of the European Journal of Hand Surgery, because others might not necessarily approve of him. Secondly, he himself still lacked an effective data support. It was extremely rare to reach the top in one step in the academic world. Most of them were slow and steady. Xianxia's article was to attract Professor Tang's attention. After the third review of the European Journal of Hand Surgery passed, the review team was a little uncertain. Should they pass or not? To be honest, they were also using the MTang technique and were researching it. However, they realized that the article's understanding of the MTang technique was far above theirs. This was also the reason why it could pass the third review in slightly more than a month. Just as the group of editors were worried, the deputy chief editor, Hilbo, suddenly said, "Actually, let's give this article to Professor Tang." Actually, why don't we let Professor Tang decide on this article? Also, I saw that the email came from China. I believe Professor Tang will be very interested. When everyone heard this, they immediately felt that it was feasible. They sent the email to Professor Tang's mailbox on the same day. The next day, Tang Jinbo, who had just finished his ward rounds, returned to his office and suddenly received a call from overseas. He took a closer look and saw that it was the deputy chief editor of the European Journal of Hand Surgery, Hilbo. "Hello, Hilbo. Why are you up so early?" Tang Jinbo looked at the time and asked with a smile. Hilbo smiled and said, "Professor Tang, take a look at the email I sent you. It's a very interesting summary. I think you'll be interested in it. By the way, that article is from China." After hearing this, Tang Jinbo was a little curious. He immediately said, "All right, Hilbo. Thank you, but I think you should sleep a little longer." Hilbo smiled and hung up the phone. Tang Jinbo opened the email and was immediately attracted by the name of the summary. There might be many names like this, but this was the first one who could pass the third review of the European Journal of Hand Surgery and be delivered to him, right? Thinking of this, Tang Jinbo said to his student, "Xiaoli, help me print out this article." Li Yu nodded. His teacher's eyes were a little tired after all these years. He wasn't used to looking at his phone for too long. Therefore, magazines were usually printed. When Li Yu was printing, he immediately saw the title of the article. Choosing the development direction and trend of the MTang technique by analyzing the strengths and weaknesses of the MTang technique. This was too arrogant. Yes, this name was very arrogant. It directly analyzed the strengths and weaknesses of the MTang technique and chose the development direction and trend of the MTang technique. This person is really, as a loyal fan of Professor Tang and the successor of the MTang technique, Li Yu was very serious about learning the MTang technique. He did not think that there was anyone who knew this technique better than his teacher. After all, Professor Tang was the founder, and the technique was also named after him. Just as he was printing, Li Yu curiously glanced at the article. But, with just one glance, Li Yu could not help but be attracted. What the author wrote seemed to have really spoken to Li Yu's heart. Indeed, the author seemed to know the MTang technique very well, and he was far better than Li Yu. Therefore, while he was printing, Li Yu unknowingly finished reading the article. Tang Jinbo, who was waiting at the side, was stunned when he saw Li Yu looking at the article. He could not help but smile and did not disturb him. But, he was a little more curious. Tang Jinbo was a typical southerner. He was gentle and cultured. He wore gold-rimmed glasses and exuded a friendly aura. 10 minutes passed unknowingly. Li Yu had not finished reading when he suddenly came to his senses and smiled awkwardly at Professor Tang. He was a little embarrassed. "Ahem, teacher, I'm sorry," Tang Jinbo smiled. "Read it first. We'll talk after you're done." Li Yu nodded and continued reading. The article was in English, so it was a little tiring to read. Even for a PhD, reading a professional SCI journal in English like this required a very high level of proficiency. Fortunately, Li He had been by Professor Tang's side for a long time and had been exposed to literature for a long time, so his reading skills were not bad. Another 20 minutes passed, and Li Yu finally finished reading. After he finished reading, he felt that he had been brainwashed. That was right. After he finished reading, he surprisingly agreed with the author's point of view. He even felt that many of the author's points were not on point. This made Li Yu a little shocked. now, his thoughts were completely different from before he read it. Maybe the author was really well versed in the Mtang technique. Tang Jinbo looked at his student's reaction and suddenly felt a little curious. He took the printed article, but did not read it. Instead, he looked at Liu. "What are your thoughts after reading it?" Liu took a deep breath and looked at his teacher. He said honestly, "Teacher, I feel that the author's understanding of the Mtang technique is far above mine. Also, to be honest, I feel like I've been convinced by him." After Tang Jinbo heard it, he could not help but laugh. This has passed 3 rounds of review by the expert review team of the European Journal of Hand Surgery. In the end, they could not make up their minds, so they must be skilled. After he finished speaking, he picked it up and read it. A minute later, he finished reading the abstract. His expression suddenly became serious. 5 minutes later, he finished reading the first paragraph. He immediately took a deep breath. Half an hour later, he read it twice. He put down the magazine, took a deep breath, and said to Liu, "Book a flight to Dongyang Province's Ammoniang City on Saturday." Liu was instantly dumbfounded. P.S. Today's update is 6. Added an update for the new leader, Hellcat. At the same time, I would like to thank everyone for their support. The veteran is working hard to update and write well. Liu looked at his teacher in disbelief. This was the first time he had seen his teacher lose his composure. That was right, because in his heart, his teacher had always had a calm and collected personality. His refined eyes were filled with the kind of confidence that everything was under his control. But at this time, his teacher was obviously unable to hold it in. The next time was to contact Xianxia and a second provincial people's hospital to book plane tickets and other itineraries. On the plane, his teacher had already read this article countless times. There were even traces of sweat on the printed paper. Every time Tang Jinbo read it, he had a different idea. The more he read, the more he felt that this author was unbelievably powerful. Professor Tang Jinbo had already imagined the image of an expert. He should be a great clinical director. Maybe, he did not have as much hair as he did. It had to be said that this article not only caught Tang Jinbo's eyes, it could even be said that it caught Tang Jinbo's heart. As the founder and researcher of the Mtang technique, Tang Jinbo had never given up on perfecting the Mtang technique over the years. The views and ideas proposed by Xianxia in this article, as well as the future direction of development, made Tang Jinbo sigh in admiration. They even coincided with each other. Even if there were some discrepancies, they still needed to be seriously considered and treated. Suddenly, Tang Jinbo leaned back in his chair and looked out of the window. This might be a good opportunity for him. He was now looking forward to his meeting with Professor Xianxia. When the Second Provincial People's Hospital learned that Tang Jinbo was coming, they immediately organized a welcoming ceremony, especially for the emergency department. This might be the happiest Li Baoshan of the Second Provincial People's Hospital's emergency department. Being able to attract others meant that your ability had been recognized by the other party, and the other party was looking forward to working with you. Moreover, it was an expert at Tang Jinbo's level. Therefore, this time, Li Baoshan was very generous. He took out a special fund and had to do this well. This made head nurse Tian Shanlan's heart ache for a long time. However, the hospital immediately expressed their full support, which made the head butler sigh in relief. As long as it was not his department's money, he could spend and create whatever he wanted. Jiang Tao picked up Professor Tang and brought them to the hotel. Along the way, Jiang Tao talked non-stop, expressing his admiration for Professor Tang. Professor Tang was very enthusiastic and didn't put on any airs. Instead, he chatted with Jiang Tao about academic knowledge. After arriving at the hotel, Tang Jinbo suddenly asked, "Well, Dr. Jiang, didn't Professor Xianxia come?" Jiang Tao smiled. "Professor Tang, actually, Dr. Chen wanted to come in person, but there are too many patients during this period of time. He's still in the middle of the operation, so there's no other way." Tang Jinbo nodded and smiled. Not only was he not angry, he was even a little happy. This showed that Professor Xianxia was a good doctor. After a short rest in the hotel, Li Baoshan, Qin Xiaoyuan, Li Jianwei, and the others also came. After all, Professor Tang's status was still very high. As the director of Nantong University's affiliated hospital, it was normal for Qin Xiaoyuan to come here. Qin Xiaoyuan said, Dean Tang, you must be tired. I booked a restaurant. Shall we go now? When Tang Jinbo heard this, he quickly declined. Dean Qin, you're welcome. We already ate on the plane. By the way, Professor Chen Song, is he in surgery now? Is it convenient for us to go over and take a look? Tang Jinbo was here to look for Chen Song, not for a meeting or a vacation. Since he was here, his first thought was to see Chen Song. After everyone heard this, they were all stunned, and then they smiled kindly. This Professor Tang was really a straight-A dean. Qin Xiaoyuan didn't continue to force the invitation to eat. Instead, he said with a smile, then, I'll bring everyone to our hospital. When Tang Jinbo heard this, his face immediately lit up. That would be great. Sorry to trouble you, Dean Qin. As they spoke, the group arrived at the emergency department of the 2nd Provincial Hospital. After entering, Tang Jinbo was slightly stunned. This is our hand surgery department? With this sentence, everyone's faces immediately turned red. Qin Xiaoyuan smiled awkwardly, and Tan Ligua was even more ashamed. This was going to be a joke, only then did Li Baoshan tell the truth. Our hospital has always been stronger in internal medicine, and the development of surgery has been weak. The hand surgery department also lacks the corresponding talents, but there are also many patients in the hand surgery department. That's why Dean Qin organized and built a hand surgery team in the emergency department. I'm not afraid of being laughed at, Professor Tang, but our hand surgery department currently only has 3 doctors. One is department director in Yanjun, the other is Dr. Chen Song, and the new doctor, Dr. Jiang Taojiang. This sentence stunned Tang Jinbo for a moment. He took a deep breath. Sigh. I'm ashamed of my inferiority. Professor Chen Song can still sum up his clinical experience in such an environment and have such an understanding of tendon suturing. It's really rare. Li Yu thought so too. Everyone was stunned. People who were cultured and knowledgeable were indeed different. It was originally a bad thing, but when he said it, it seemed to mean noble character and unquestionable integrity. They didn't stay for too long. Everyone walked to the operating theater together. At this time, Chen Song and Yanjun had just finished their surgeries. When they heard that Professor Tang came to the operating theater, they quickly stood up to welcome him. After seeing Chen Song, even if Tang Jinbo and Li Yu were mentally prepared, they still found it hard to accept. Was this Professor Chen Song? He was terrifyingly young. Li Yu was probably not even as old as them. Tang Jinbo recovered from his shock and quickly went forward to shake hands. Professor Chen, hello. Chen Song was instantly stunned. Professor Tang, you're too polite. Just call me Xiao Chen. Tang Jinbo shook his head. He couldn't call Chen Song Xiao Chen. After all, his academic achievements were there for all to see. Tang Jinbo respected him very much. The two of them didn't have time to exchange pleasantries and began to talk about academic problems. Tang Jinbo finally found an outlet to vent his belly full of words. Chen Song fished for a month and finally caught Tang Jinbo. The two of them went back and forth, chatting very congenitally. The several department heads and deans in the distance could only stare at each other with their eyes wide open. However, Jiang Tao and Li Yu listened with great interest. It was just like a discussion of Tao. 2 tribulation stage experts were discussing Tao, while a few Qi refinement stage cultivators were comprehending Tao. Every part of it was profound. At this moment, Jiang Tao listened to the two of them and finally understood what Chen Song said to him in confusion during the ward rounds. The Mtang technique has some shortcomings. It's not suitable for this kind of suture. Now, he finally understood that Chen Song wasn't bragging. He had already told Tang Jinbo in front of him that the suture wasn't good, that it was wrong, and that it needed to be fixed. Tang Jinbo also thought so, but the atmosphere soon changed. It was unknown if Chen Song was addicted to talking, or if Tang Jinbo was getting carried away. Or maybe the atmosphere between the two of them was a little heated, or maybe it was because Chen Song kept pointing out the shortcomings of the Mtang technique, which made Professor Tang a little angry. In any case, the atmosphere soon changed from pleasant conversation to regret not having met earlier, and now it had developed into a state of mutual hostility. Looking at the group of people around him, he was terrified, afraid that the two of them would start fighting. If they started fighting, this would really become the biggest joke in the world. Jiang Tao and Li Yu, who were the closest to him, looked at each other and nodded. If they started fighting, would they help, or would they pull their own people? This was the question that the two of them were more worried about. Now, Jiang Tao was really convinced by Chen Song. This guy was really tough. He slammed the table and pointed at Professor Tang, saying that there was something wrong with him and that there was something wrong with him. Professor Tang was also aggressive. Just a moment ago, he looked like a gentleman, but now he had rolled up his sleeves and started debating. Tang Jinbo's face was ashen. Seeing that the Mtang technique was about to be full of loopholes because of Chen Song's words, he suddenly became a little unhappy. Chen Song also rolled his eyes. He almost thought that Professor Tang was cheating, because this guy really had a deep understanding of tendon suturing, hand surgery, and so on. This kind of academic discussion could really be discussed to the point of becoming popular. No matter what they were discussing, this was also why ancient China scholars liked to bring some wine and a sword when they wrote poems. This was definitely to boost their courage, or to restrain each other and let the other party calm down. Seeing that the discussion was getting more and more intense, a nurse suddenly came in and said, "Dr. Chen, the patient is here. How long will it take for the surgery?" When Chen Song heard this, he said, "Let's go, now." Tang Jinbo immediately stopped him. "Professor Chen, your understanding of the Mtang technique is definitely not good enough. I'll suture, and you can give me some pointers." Now, both of them knew that the discussion was fruitless. They had to do it with real knives and spears. Chen Song nodded. "Professor Tang, please." Tang Jinbo nodded and thanked him. No matter what they were discussing or arguing about, it was only about academics, and had nothing to do with people. Both of them were very clear. Behind him, Li Yu and Jiang Tao looked at each other and hurriedly walked forward. At this moment, no matter how much Jiang Tao worshipped Professor Tang, he knew which side he was on. If a fight really broke out, he would definitely hit Li Yu first. Yes, that's right, but he couldn't let Li Yu know what he was thinking. Li Yu quietly took a small step away from Jiang Tao. He knew that this surgery would be a battle between the two of them. In the operating theater, Chen Song introduced Tang Jinbo to the patient. "This is Professor Tang Jinbo from the affiliated hospital of Nantong University. He is a top expert in the field of tendon suturing in the country." After the introduction, the patient's eyes lit up. After he fell ill, his child had also searched on Baidu and found out about Professor Tang. He did not expect to personally invite Professor Tang Jinbo over. Thinking of this, the patient said gratefully, "Thank you, Dr. Chen. Thank you, Professor Tang. Alright, let's begin the operation." At this moment, Jiang Tao, who was originally a supporter of the Mtang suture technique, switched sides. He suddenly hoped that Chen Song could win. He did not know why. Anyway, people were like this. No matter how bad they were, they could only despise themselves. Tang Jinbo glanced at Li Yu. Li Yu immediately understood and prepared to assist. Chen Song stood at the side and said to Nurse Yuan, "Turn on the camera." The operation began. Coincidentally, the patient had a flexor tendon injury. It happened to be the Mtang suture technique, and it was in the Tang group's area. This should be the area where the Mtang suture technique was best. When the operation began, Chen Song did not say anything. This was not the time for discussion, but he remembered every detail in his heart. When it was over, he would have a good discussion with Professor Tang. The operation went smoothly. This was within everyone's expectations. If Professor Tang could not use the Mtang suture technique well, who else could? Jiang Tao could not help but worry. He glanced at Chen Song and thought to himself, "What are our chances of winning? I just hope we don't lose too badly." And Yanjun, on the other hand, was calm and composed. To be honest, after following Chen Song for a long time, his horizons had been broadened. The operation ended quickly, and he was sent away after some instructions. Tang Jinbo smiled and looked at Chen Song. "Professor Chen, this is the improved Mtang suture technique. How is it compared to before?" Chen Song nodded from the bottom of his heart. "Yes, it's really improved a lot." However, before he could say anything, another sentence came out. "However, the shortcomings I pointed out at that time still exist. If you want to improve the Mtang suture technique, You must combine the ideas of the Benel suture technique with the Kessler suture technique. Tang Jinbo frowned. Before he could pick up the scalpel to refute, the nurse said, Dr. Chen, there's still one more operation. Tang Jinbo looked at Chen Song and did not say anything. The meaning behind his words was clear. If you're good, you do it. Practice was the only standard to test the truth. After some preparation, Chen Song went to the patient and prepared to start the operation. And Yanjun was ready to help. Jiang Tao was a little nervous. This was his first time watching Chen Song operate, and he was not confident. Is Dr. Chen really as good as the teacher said? But, when he thought about how he and Professor Tang were neck and neck in the theoretical debate, he should be able to do it. Jiang Tao was in a dilemma. Should he be a fan of Chen Song? Or should he hate him? But the chances of him being a fan were higher. After all, there was no reason to hate him. How could the proud and arrogant Jiang Tao still look down on Chen Song at this time? Let's not talk about anything else. Dr. Chen dared to slap the table and stare at Professor Tang, pointing at his nose and asking him what kind of suture was that. Even his own teacher would not dare to do that, right? Thinking of this, he looked at the operation seriously. Soon, Chen Song was ready. He took the suture and started suturing. However, when Chen Song started, Tang Jinbo's eyes lit up. It was also the Mtang suture technique. Liu could not help but think in his heart, we still have to use the Mtang suture technique, right? After saying so much, we still have to use it. Before he could finish his words, Chen Song's technique suddenly changed. It was a 6-needle suture that was completely different from the Mtang suture technique. He used a 4-needle suture, but when he sutured, the angle of his suture and the path of the needle were completely different. What kind of method was this? Tang Jinbo's eyes widened. He knew very well that this was not the Mtang suture technique. This was not even any suture method he knew. But there were traces of every method. Moreover, when he looked at the suture results, he was surprised to find that Chen Song's suture method was simply a genius idea. The ingenious choice allowed the suture of the tendon to not damage the surrounding tissue, and the adhesion was minimized. The obvious advantage of the 4-needle suture over the 6-needle suture was quickly revealed. The more he looked, the more shocked Tang Jinbo was. The more he looked, the more he trembled. This? What kind of suture method is this? Why have I never heard of it? But this might be the future development of the Mtang suture technique, right? The more he looked, the more Tang Jinbo's breathing quickened. Liu was dumbfounded. The layman enjoyed the show, while the expert appreciated the skill. Although he was not an expert, he had traveled extensively with Professor Tang. What had he not seen before? He had a vague feeling that Chen Song's suture method was really better than the Mtang suture technique. The Mtang suture technique had obvious routines, but this suture method made him unable to feel the existence of routines. At the side, Jiang Tao's mouth was wide open, and he was dumbfounded. He looked at the suture method in disbelief and could not get over it for a long time. Her teacher was Gu Hongmei, the deputy director of the hand surgery department of Jishuotan Hospital, and the director of the hand surgery department was Chang Honglei. Chang Honglei was also a big shot in the field. Her philosophy was to find the strengths of 100 schools of thought and thoroughly study every suture method. Therefore, Jiang Tao was naturally influenced by this philosophy. At this moment, when he saw Chen Song's surgery, he suddenly understood, this Chen Song was even more amazing than he thought. This might be a person who gathered the strengths of 100 schools of thought and condensed himself. At this moment, Jiang Tao felt his heart twitch. This was not ventricular fibrillation, but heartbeat. It was tachycardia. Too powerful, if. Professor Tang was a big shot in the field of tendon suture, then Professor Chen would soon ascend, right? P.S. Looking for support. If there was no comparison, there would be no harm. After the surgery, the two of them looked at each other with fear in their eyes. It was easy to hurt the innocent in this kind of battle during the ascension period. This kind of debate also hurt the enemy 800 but hurt 1,000. So, the two great gods and their two attendants who were at loggerheads a moment ago. Now, they sat quietly in the office and looked at each other. They were calm. Finally, Chen Song opened his mouth. Professor Tang, to be honest, I don't know enough about your Mtang technique. After you improved it, there has indeed been a great improvement. Tang Jinbo sighed. Professor Chen, you don't have to be so courteous. We're all in the same line of work, and we know very well what's going on. It's just as you said, we're sitting here to have a good discussion about the progress of hand surgery's tendon suturing. Xianxia finally breathed a sigh of relief when he saw the two of them reconciling. The other department directors, hospital directors, and secretaries were also relieved. After all, if they really fought, who would they help? Li Yu looked at Jiang Tao and smiled humbly. He quietly put his pen into his pocket. Jiang Tao also nodded kindly and put the medical examination hammer into the pocket of his white coat. He also let go of the stethoscope in his hand. Chen Song said to Yuan, show me the surgery video. I will discuss it with Professor Tang. Tang Jinbo nodded. He had the same intention. This was also the purpose of the two of them, to promote and communicate with each other. Perfect level was just a false proposition. It was a relatively perfect operation in the current situation. However, it did not mean that it was absolutely the best. Any perfection was constantly being improved. The reason why Chen Song's tendon suturing was called perfect was because he had absorbed the strengths of many schools of thought and turned the strengths of others into his own technique. However, the Mtang technique had been improved a lot under Professor Tang's research. Therefore, this meant that there were many new advantages, which needed to be constantly improved. Chen Song began to comment as he watched the surgery video on the television. Professor Tang watched and then explained Chen Song's questions. At first, the atmosphere was very harmonious. However, this you ask, I answer method of communication was quickly replaced by rhetorical questions. Chen Song pointed at the operation details on the television and argued with Professor Tang. At first, Professor Tang was still very firm. Later, he simply stood up and walked to the television. He began to gesture in front of the screen. Both of them wanted to convince the other. However, neither of them were easily convinced. Even though Chen Song had gone through auxiliary training, it was undeniable that he had gone through tens of thousands of training sessions. He had enough knowledge and confidence when it came to suturing tendons. It was even more so for Professor Tang. The television was constantly being damaged. Yuan was very worried and helpless. Why was she always on duty when something happened to the television? She glanced at President Xianxia, feeling wronged. Xianxia was stunned for a moment, but he nodded firmly and said, "Child, it's okay. If there's a problem, I'm worthy." It was difficult to determine a winner in the argument between the two for a while. However, it was undeniable that this battle of gods was a rare opportunity for Li Yu, Jiang Tao, and An Yanjun. It was equivalent to an in-depth analysis of the Mtang technique. The two of them had to argue about every detail, and then choose a more suitable method. Every operation had to be analyzed again. Just like that, the discussion for the first surgery with Professor Tang as the chief surgeon ended. Every worker in the hand surgery department present had never thought that they would receive such an unimaginable improvement. The screen changed, and a video of Chen Song's surgery appeared. At this moment, everyone was focused. This was because they did not know where Chen Song's suturing skills came from, who was his teacher. Even Professor Tang was a little emotional. He looked at the surgery screen and began to ask questions one by one. Chen Song naturally told him everything he knew. He spoke without holding back. He earnestly told him his suturing thoughts and ideas. This was because Chen Song did not know if he had any shortcomings, and Professor Tang was someone who could help him. However, the more Chen Song spoke, the more dumbfounded Jiang Tao and Li Yu became. It was hard to imagine, even Professor Tang became more and more silent. He did not expect this young Dr. Chen to have such a deep understanding of tendon suturing. This is a combination of Benel's ideas and Kessler's ideas. I think there is no absolute suturing method, only the best choice. This is like color, constantly combining randomly to achieve a more appropriate suturing purpose. After Chen Song finished speaking, Professor Tang was the first to applaud. He looked at Chen Song with excitement. His eyes were full of excitement. "Professor Chen, you are doing something we want to do but dare not do." At this point, Tang Jinbo's eyes dimmed a little. "Perhaps, this can only be done by your generation. We are all old, and this is a long road. I hope you can lead this group of young people further down the road." "What you said is very thoughtful. At that time I had cooperated and researched with Professor Wang Yushan and Professor Chang Honglei. We all sat down and studied these things. Professor Chang devoted her life to refining the traditional suturing method, and so did Dean Wang. It's not that we haven't thought about it, but it's too difficult. Your way of thinking is very good, and it has a lot of prospects. At this point, Tang Jinbo looked at Chen Song with sparkling eyes. Now, I suddenly feel that the plans we put down, abandoned, and shelved back then can be restarted. I think that we can really sit down and have a good talk about this. This is a milestone for the development of the hand surgery department in our country. After speaking, Liu raised his head and looked at his teacher. He did not expect him to say something like this. He had always thought that Professor Tang's path was smooth as if he had cheated, but he had never heard his teacher talk about the past. As for Jiang Tao, he looked at Chen Song and sighed deeply. He recalled the first few days when he came back from the capital with a sense of superiority. Thinking about it carefully, Chen Song. No. It should be that Professor Chen just did not want to lower himself to his level. The gap was simply too big. Tang Jinbo looked at Chen Song. What is the suturing method called? Chen Song smiled. The Chen suture. After Tang Jinbo heard this, he could not help but chuckle. He joked, I thought it was called 10,000 swords. With one sentence, he made everyone in the room laugh. However, Chen Song thought of another question. If this sentence appeared in SCI, how should it be translated? Chen Song fell into deep thought. At this time it was already 12 o'clock at night, late autumn, ammonium yang was already bleak. However, the group of people came out of the second provincial hospital in high spirits. Tang Jinbo and Chen Song walked together, talking and laughing. Their hands were constantly planning a blueprint for the future, describing the past of their struggles. The leaders of the hospital returned one after another. Only Qin Xiaoyuan, Li Jianwei, and Li Baoshan were still there. Tomorrow was Saturday, so no one was going to work. Qin Xiaoyuan suddenly said, Professor Tang, you've come from afar. Why don't we go to the night market to eat and drink? The night market in Ammonium Yang is also a big feature. It gathers the flavors of the East, South, West, and North. It's a unique flavor in our land. Tang Jinbo smiled. Then I'll have to trouble Dean Qin. The group of people came to the night market. They were dressed in suits and leather shoes, but all of them sat on small stools. Not long after, the table was filled with food. Li Jianwei looked at Li Baoshan and smiled. Li Baoshan was very self-aware. He stood up and said, wait here. I'll go get some wine. After saying that, he walked home. Everyone burst into laughter. As long as Qin Xiaoyuan and the others came out to eat with Li Baoshan, they never needed to bring wine or buy wine. After all, Director Li had plenty of wine at home. Logically speaking, how could they, as deans, not drink? Of course not, but all of them liked to drink, and they knew that Director Li did not drink at all. Not long after, Li Baoshan came with a box. It was 30-year-old Fen wine in glass bottles. At a glance, it was obvious that it had been there for a long time. It was obvious that he had put in a lot of effort to entertain Professor Tang. Qin Xiaoyuan said with a smile, Professor Tang, this is old Li's treasure. I've been thinking about it for several years, but I haven't had the chance. It seems that I'm lucky today. Tang Jinbo was happy today, or rather, excited. It was as if he had returned to those extraordinary years. Slowly, as they went back and forth, they drank too much and talked too much. Tang Jinbo looked at Chen Song and said slowly, back then, Wang Yushan, Chang Honglei, Gu Hongmei, and I worked overtime every day to come up with a new guidebook. We performed more than 10 surgeries a day, and we kept trying to come up with a unified and effective tendon suture method. Old Wang and I were men, while Chang Honglei and Gu Hongmei were women. We had no choice. In order to take care of our female comrades, we went to the capital every day. After we got there, we started discussing. Because of this, I even got into a fight with old Wang. Haha. But we're all old now. As he spoke, Tang Jinbo's eyes were filled with memories. Those were the glorious times that belonged to them, and also the extraordinary times that belonged to them. The four of us have 4 different ideals, but we only have one goal. We want to create a world-leading hand surgery guidebook. When he said this, Tang Jinbo took a deep breath and stared at Chen Song. Do you think that we haven't thought of this idea of yours? We worked hard on this idea for 5 years. For 5 whole years, we wanted to crush all kinds of tendon suture methods and redo them to create a new suture method, but this project was too huge. At that time, we didn't know how to use computers. Handwritten drafts filled the room in the hope that we could find a better suture method. Later, we didn't persist, because the further we went, the more serious our ideas became. At that time, I had a preliminary idea of the Mtang suture method. Old Wang still persisted in his path, and only Chang Honglei and Gu Hongmei were still engaged in this kind of research. So, that small team parted on bad terms, and that plan was shelved from then on. After that, the Mtang technique was invented. At that time, I was 35 years old. Wang Yushan was 1 year older than me, and he became the department director of the hand surgery department in 6th Hospital. He led the hand surgery department to the peak of glory and became the best orthopedics and hand surgery hospital in the country. Chang Honglei and I were the same age, and Gu Hongmei was 2 years younger than us. She followed Chang Honglei from Union Medical College Hospital to Jishuotan Hospital, and made Jishuotan Hospital's hand surgery department a benchmark in the north. When he said this, Tang Jinbo's tears blurred his vision. Liu had never heard his teacher talk about these things, and he never knew that there were such forgetful things. Tang Jinbo looked at Chen Song and smiled. To be honest, when I see your work, it reminds me of the time when we fought side by side because of this. But, you have a higher starting point than us. Xiao Chen, I really hope that you can do this well, and do a good job in suturing tendons. This is a path that we have never finished. For some reason, this sentence made Chen Song, Jiang Tao, and Liu feel a lump in their throats. Chen Song raised his wine glass and said to Tang Jinbo, Professor Tang, a toast to you. Jiang Tao and Liu quickly raised their glasses. Professor Tang, a toast to you. Tang Jinbo smiled. I should be the one toasting you. After drinking too much, Tang Jinbo became drunk. On the way back to the hotel, he spoke and cried. Wang Yushan, you bastard. Did you have to not pick up my calls for so many years? Mother asterisk cur. Do you think I'll call you if you don't call me? Chang Honglei. Didn't you say that you were going to? Hongmei. There's a new youngster taking over the work that we insisted on. Chen Song could not get over it for a long time as he supported Professor Tang back to the hotel. Jiang Tao did not know that his teacher had such a remarkable period of time. Chen Song looked at Professor Tang, who was still lying on the bed and crying. Suddenly, something called responsibility and mission appeared in his heart. Professor Tang's generation laid a solid foundation for us. Perhaps, the next flag should be carried by us, right? Thinking of this, Chen Song glanced at Jiang Tao. At this time, Jiang Tao's eyes were red. He also drank too much. When leaving the hotel, Liu called out to Chen Song and said seriously, Professor Chen, I will graduate next year. I want to follow you. Chen Song was stunned. I'll wait for you. Liu nodded and returned to the hotel suite. Looking at his drunk and crying teacher, he felt distressed for the first time. He secretly swore, Teacher, I will finish the rest of the journey for you. On the way back, Jiang Tao suddenly said, Professor Chen. Chen Song was stunned. You called me? Jiang Tao nodded. Yes. Chen Song smiled awkwardly. Weird. But this was not important. It did not matter what he called. Jiang Tao said, I was wrong. Chen Song smiled. Maybe, he knew what Jiang Tao was talking about. Jiang Tao ran 2 steps and stopped in front of Chen Song. He stared at Chen Song and said seriously, I was wrong. Chen Song smiled. You drank too much. Jiang Tao shouted, No, I didn't drink too much. Professor Chen, I was wrong. I was ignorant, arrogant, proud, I apologize to you. Chen Song stared blankly at Jiang Tao's heart-wrenching shout. He was somewhat astonished. He didn't care about Jiang Tao at all. He didn't care about these things, and he didn't care about those things. Jiang Tao stared at Chen Song and said, Professor Chen, my teacher is Gu Hongmei. I want to follow you. I want to follow you to the end of the road that her generation didn't finish. Only you can lead us to victory. Professor Chen, I want to follow you. Jiang Tao listened to Professor Tang's story, listened to the struggle of the older generation, listened to their glory, and was moved by the spirit of the older generation. This was the road that the older generation of China's medical and health work did not finish, their conditions were limited, and they walked for a long time. Perhaps today, they couldn't walk anymore. As for us, as the new generation of doctors, we should finish this road. Even if we can't finish it, we should go far. For our future generations, our students will have a higher starting point. Jiang Tao knew that they were standing on the shoulders of his teacher. He recalled his teacher's perseverance all these years. He thought of the surgery and scientific research year after year at such an old age. He thought of his teacher and director Chang Hong Lei still trying and researching every day. Now he suddenly understood why they were doing this. Because of responsibility, and also because of the inheritance. According to the concept of ordinary people, the director of the Jishui pool was already a figure standing at the peak. What she needed to do now was to go out for meetings, give lectures, and accept students to do research. Basically, she had reached the point where she was living off her past. Why did she have to work so hard? She was in her 50s and still in the front line of clinical research. Wasn't the small amount of money better? Wasn't the Maldives comfortable? Wasn't holding a grandson happy? However, after listening to Professor Tang's words, he suddenly understood. This was the perseverance of their generation, the gift they brought to this era. It was because of this group of people that they had their current starting point, Jiang Tao shouted with a heart-wrenching voice. He wanted to take out the burning red heart in his heart and tell Chen Song that he, Jiang Tao, also had a dream, and that he was willing to devote his life to his career. Looking at Jiang Tao's appearance, Chen Song fell silent. Wasn't he the same, listening to the stories of the older generation, listening to their struggles in the past, listening to the extraordinary years that belonged to them? How could Chen Song not be moved? Chen Song looked at Jiang Tao. Are you really willing? Jiang Tao was stunned as he looked at Chen Song. Can I? Chen Song stared into his eyes and said quietly, why not? Jiang Tao's confidence suddenly multiplied. He pulled Chen Song's arm and said, I will definitely do my best. Chen Song sent Jiang Tao home. Jiang Tao was obviously drunk and talkative. He kept shouting that he wasn't drunk. Only then did he walk back home. The wind on the road was a little cold, but it couldn't extinguish the fire in Chen Song's heart. Listening to Professor Tang's words, Chen Song was very envious. That was their story. Maybe, I can have a story that belongs to me. Maybe, a few decades later, when I'm old and drunk, I can use the alcohol to tell my story. Life goes on, but the fire of inheritance has never been extinguished. Back home, Chen Song lay on the bed, tossing and turning, unable to sleep. He sent a message to Qin Yu, but there was no reply. Chen Song thought she was asleep. He thought a lot. He thought of Tang Jinbo, Wang Yushan, Chang Honglei, and Yanjun, Tan Zhonglin, Jiang Tao, and even Li Yu. In the end, Chen Song suddenly had an idea. Why don't I give it a try? Since I had this opportunity, why don't I take this group of young people further? Thinking of this, Chen Song thought of something, an opportunity to eliminate the gap between the older generation and increase the cohesion of the new generation. Invite this group of people over, sit down, and talk about the future again. Then, he picked up his phone and sent a message to Wang Yushan. Then, Chang Honglei. Finally, Jiang Tao. He didn't have Gu Hongmei's phone number, so he simply let Jiang Tao contact her directly. Then, he put down the phone and prepared to sleep. Suddenly, a WeChat notification sounded. Chen Song took the phone and saw that it was Qin Yu's reply. My dad drank too much just now and kept crying and vomiting in the toilet. He kept mumbling, Teacher, I didn't do a good job. Chen Song was stunned. Thinking of the chat tonight, he felt relieved. He smiled and said, take care of him. After a while, Qin Yu suddenly sent a dumbfounded emoji. Chen Song was stunned. What's wrong now? Qin Yu, my dad stopped crying. He's laughing there now. Then, Qin Yu recorded a message and sent it over. Wife. Let me tell you, I didn't turn the second provincial hospital into a good hospital. But I believe my son-in-law can. He'll be fine. I want to marry my daughter to Chen Song. This young man, let me tell you, he'll be fine. I've drunk with him before and know what kind of person he is. I want to marry my daughter to him. Don't stop me. If he doesn't have a house, I'll buy him a car. As long as he treats my daughter well, I'll do anything. This kid is definitely a talent. I believe that if the second provincial hospital is led by him, it will definitely become the #1 hospital in Dongyang province. If I were 30 years younger, I would be sworn brothers with Chen Song. Ugh. This kid, he's making me proud. Chen Song didn't know whether to laugh or cry when he heard Qin Xiaoyuan's words. Qin Yu smiled. Did you hear that? My dad is going to marry me to you. Are you happy? Chen Song was elated. I'm happy. Ji Ruyun watched as Qin Xiaoyuan cried and laughed. She didn't stop him. Instead, she squatted beside him and carefully patted his back to make him feel more comfortable. She quietly listened to Qin Xiaoyuan's nonsense and gave him a cup of hot water to rinse his mouth. She didn't mind the stench of vomit. She knew that Lao Qin was happy today. It was the first time in so many years that she had seen him so drunk. Qin Yu secretly looked outside. Looking at his parents, he suddenly felt envious. He hoped that their future would be so beautiful. Thinking of this, Qin Yu sent a message. Hubby, I love you. Good night. Chen Song smiled. Love you. Good night. P.S. Thank you to my old friend Firewings K for the 10,000 tip. Also thank you to QQ client Lioli for the 20,000 tip. Thank you to every friend who supports the veteran. I hope I can write a better story. Also, I seem to have written the wrong number of the previous chapter. Director Wang, we've communicated with them. Shall we go over now? The general manager of Ruiji Company, Wang Yushan, and several other hospital leaders were going to the new hospital area today to participate in the ribbon-cutting ceremony. The development of Shanghai City 6th Hospital was changing with each passing day. The construction of the new orthopedics hospital area was another takeoff for 6th Hospital. The prosperity of 6th Hospital was inseparable from the efforts of this generation. Wang Yushan's contribution could not be ignored. No one could replace him. Standing at the entrance of 6th Hospital, Wang Yushan recalled the scene here 20 years ago. Looking at the prosperity in front of him, Wang Yushan took a deep breath. This was the country they fought for, and it was also the honor of their generation. And now, in another place, a branch of C City 6th Hospital was about to rise from the ground again. That would be a new stage for him. He wondered how many young people would contribute their youth to that place. Every time the new hospital area was built, Wang Yushan would be filled with emotion. When the new hospital area was in operation, he would give a speech, mobilize, and tell these young people that the future was in their hands. This time might be no exception. At this moment, the phone suddenly rang. Looking at the caller ID, Wang Yushan's body trembled. It took him a long time to recover. How long had it been, this phone call? How long had it been since she called him? Over the years, he had changed his phone more than a dozen times, but he had never forgotten to save this number. Because this number had a special meaning. Hello? Junior sister. He thought it would be strange to say it out loud, but when he called her junior sister, he suddenly felt that everything was natural, as if it was just yesterday. The woman on the other side of the phone was teary-eyed when he called her junior sister. She pinched her nose to stop her tears from falling. But how long had it been since she heard him call her junior sister? How long had it been since someone called her that? Gu Hongmei picked up her sleeve and wiped her eyes. She also called out the person she had not mentioned for a long time, but she had never forgotten, senior brother. Her voice was a little choked. Even Gu Hongmei, who was in her 50s, did not expect that she would be so familiar with this phone call. The awkwardness she had expected never happened. She called him senior brother for life. This senior brother also made Wang Yushan's eyes fill with tears and his lips tremble. Senior brother, are you going? Gu Hongmei calmed down and asked. Wang Yushan was stunned. Where are we going? Gu Hongmei was stunned. They didn't invite you? Wang Yushan was even more surprised. Junior sister, what do you mean? Gu Hongmei asked, Chen Song didn't send you a WeChat message? Wang Yushan opened WeChat and was overwhelmed by a large number of messages. There were a lot of messages every day, but he didn't have time to read them. He scrolled down and saw Chen Song's message. When he saw Chen Song's message, Wang Yushan did not notice that he was absent-minded for a moment. Tang Jinbo had gone. After that, it took him quite a few minutes to finish reading it. It was just a few sentences, but he read it over a dozen times. He recalled the days and nights of fighting, the persistence of the four young people, the extraordinary years of the past, and the smiling faces of the past. Unknowingly, Wang Yushan suddenly burst into tears. He put down his phone and covered his face with his hands, but tears still fell from his fingertips. The driver looked at Wang Yushan and didn't say anything. He didn't know what was wrong with the director. Suddenly, Wang Yushan looked up with red eyes and said to the driver, Old Yang, send me home. I'll go get something. Let's go to the airport. The driver was stunned, but he didn't ask any questions. The car in front turned around. Wang Yushan picked up the phone and told the other directors that he couldn't go today. Everyone couldn't help but persuade him. Director Wang, today, we can't go without you. Wang Yushan took a deep breath and said, I have something more important to do today. The other party was stunned. Okay. Chang Honglei was attending an academic report today. Saturday was always busy for her. When she saw a phone call, she got up and ran out in a hurry. Director Wang, what's wrong? Wang Yushan and Chang Honglei had more contact. As time passed, Yushan also became Director Wang. Honglei was also addressed as Director Chang. Hearing her reaction, Wang Yushan realized that she probably didn't know. Wang Yushan sighed. Honglei, check WeChat and see if Xiaochen sent you a message. Chang Honglei was stunned. Honglei hadn't called him in a long time. She looked at WeChat suspiciously. When she saw it, she was stunned. She asked Wang Yushan, Yushan, is this true? Wang Yushan, I booked a plane ticket. I'll be in Ammonium at 3 p.m. today. It was also Junior sister who informed me. Before Chang Honglei could say anything, she saw Gu Hongmei's call. She said decisively, I'll book the ticket right away. After hanging up the phone, she immediately picked up Gu Hongmei's call. Hongmei, I saw it. Your senior brother called me. Gu Hongmei was stunned. Senior sister, I booked a ticket for you. I'll see you at the airport in an hour. Chang Honglei smiled. Her eyes were hazy as she nodded expectantly. Okay. The three of them flew to Ammonium on 2 separate flights. Chen Song woke up in the morning and went to the hotel. Professor Tang slept late and drank a lot, so he didn't wake up in the morning. Chen Song thought about it and asked the restaurant to make breakfast. After knocking on the door, Liu opened it. Chen Song walked in with breakfast and asked, Professor Tang, are you awake? Liu smiled. He slept too late last night. He vomited twice when he woke up. He told me a story for more than an hour before he fell asleep. Chen Song nodded. Have some breakfast first. When Professor Tang wakes up, I have something to tell him. Liu nodded. While the two young people were eating, Professor Tang got up and came out after putting on his clothes. When he saw Chen Song, he smiled. Professor Chen, I lost my composure last night. Chen Song hurriedly said, Professor Tang, you can call me Xiao Chen. Have a seat and eat something. I have something to tell you. Tang Jinbo was stunned for a moment before he nodded. The wine was good. Although he drank a lot, he didn't feel drunk. This made Tang Jinbo feel lucky. Looking at Chen Song's morning, Tang Jinbo also smiled. Little Chen, you're so considerate. I'm really grateful for this time. If you have time in the future, come to Nantung. I'm going back this afternoon. I learned a lot this time. I didn't come in vain. Tang Jinbo smiled. The discussion with Chen Song last night had benefited him a lot. Tang Jinbo drank his porridge and looked at Liu beside him. Little Li, what do you think of Professor Chen? Liu was not stupid. He knew what his teacher wanted to say. Very good. Professor Chen is the best tendon suture I've ever seen. Tang Jinbo was not angry because Liu did not flatter him. Instead, he smiled and nodded. The peak of surgery was when one was young. When one was in their 50s, they would start to decline. The body's reaction, sensitivity, and overall quality would not be able to keep up. Tang Jinbo looked at Chen Song. Professor Chen, I actually suggest that you separate the hand surgery department. I'll talk to your director about this and make it a key department. You have such ability. After saying that, he continued, if you don't mind, I'll recommend my student, Liu. This young man is really good. Whether it's his clinical ability or his research ability, I want to introduce him. I'll also recommend him because I'm old. Of course, I'll talk to your director, but I believe that in the end, it's still up to you. Chen Song nodded. Professor Tang Jinbo was the face of the hand surgery department in the country. How bad could his student be? To put it bluntly, it was realistic. There were so many instructors in the hand surgery department in the country. How could one be Tang Jinbo's student without overall quality? Therefore, there was no doubt about it. Chen Song smiled. If Liu is willing to come, I'll naturally clap my hands and welcome him. Liu was very smart. He quickly expressed his stance. Professor Chen, I'm willing to work under you. Liu was a smart person. He saw the problem clearly. The road ahead was long. How long could a teacher help? This was uncertain. How old was Chen Song? His future was definitely limitless. Life was an investment, and your bargaining chip was yourself. Tang Jinbo took a tissue and wiped his hands. A beautiful day began with a satisfying breakfast. After saying that, Tang Jinbo smiled. My trip to Ammonium Yang will be a fruitful one after watching a few surgeries today. Right, Professor Chen, if it's convenient, can you copy yesterday's surgery video for me? I'll go back and study it. Then, he said to Liu, check if there are any flights tonight or tomorrow. When Chen Song heard that, he was leaving today? That won't do, I have plans for tonight. Thinking of this, Chen Song quickly said, Professor Tang, please stay for one more day. There are special arrangements tonight. Chen Song's words stunned Liu and Tang Jinbo. They stared at each other. Liu swallowed a mouthful of saliva. The people of Ammonium Yang were so fierce. This is an academic gathering between professors. Don't you think it's inappropriate for you to do this? If you really can't do it, I can do it on behalf of the professors. Liu estimated that with his small body, it should be okay, right? Tang Jinbo's face turned red. When he heard Chen Song's special arrangement, he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. How old was he? Moreover, this was against the law. Thinking of this, Tang Jinbo purposely put on a stern face and looked at Chen Song. Professor Chen suddenly turned into Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen, you're still young. Take care of your body. Also, I don't want to do that kind of nonsense. Don't mention it in the future. Chen Song was stunned. What kind of nonsense is this? But he looked at Liu with anticipation. This caused Chen Song to be at a loss. What did I say wrong? Chen Song continued. No, Professor Tang. Suddenly, he reacted. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Professor Tang, you've misunderstood me. I wouldn't do that kind of thing. Tonight, I booked a restaurant. I'll bring you to meet a few people. I believe you'll be happy. Looking at Chen Song's mysterious appearance, Tang Jinbo was also a little curious. What exactly was this little rascal doing? In the morning, there wasn't much to do. In the afternoon, there were a few surgeries. Chen Song asked in Yanjun to perform them. When Tan Zhonglin heard that Professor Tang was coming, he hurried over. When Tan Zhonglin heard that Chen Song asked in Yanjun to do it, he was jealous. After all, this was in front of Professor Tang. How could he let in Yanjun be in the limelight, department director, and had no choice but to give Tan Zhonglin a few surgeries? Jiang Tao was arranged to go to the airport. In the afternoon, there were still a few people performing surgeries. The only exception was Tan Zhonglin. Gu Hongmei and Chang Honglei arrived at the airport first. Jiang Tao hadn't seen his teacher and department director Chang for a while. He smiled and put the things in the car that came to pick them up. It was a Mercedes-Benz business car. It was spacious. The flight from Shanghai to here was about to arrive. It would take less than 20 minutes. They decided to wait outside the airport. Gu Hongmei and Chang Hongmei were looking forward to this meeting. Gu Hongmei had a lot to say. Like a little girl, she kept asking Chang Honglei, "What do you think Brother Wang and Brother Tang will be like when they meet? They haven't seen each other for a long time." Chang Honglei nodded. Although Tang Jinbo and Wang Yushan had different personalities, they were both proud. They were also very stubborn, they would never give in to each other. She was also looking forward to tonight's meeting. Gu Hongmei looked at Jiang Tao and said, "Senior, the tendon rehabilitation guide that little Jiang sent me was made by Dr. Chen Song from their department. What kind of person is he?" Chang Honglei recalled the last suture and couldn't help but smile. "Maybe, he's someone who can complete the mission that we couldn't complete." As they spoke, a figure appeared. He was neither tall nor short, but he was very energetic. He was dressed in a well-ironed suit. His remaining hair was also neatly combed. For this meeting, Wang Yushan had changed into his most handsome outfit. This was the first real gathering of the four of them in 20 years. Seeing Gu Hongmei and Chang Honglei, Wang Yushan walked over. His expression was calm, but his heart was very excited. Gu Honglei looked up. "Brother, you're still so handsome." Wang Yushan couldn't help but say, "More handsome than Tang Jinbo, right?" Chang Honglei was amused by his words. Seeing the three people in the story appear, Jiang Tao was also extremely excited. He was looking forward to what the scene would be like when the teachers met tonight. Perhaps, he was a little excited just thinking about it. Dragging their luggage and getting into the car, the group of people walked in the direction of the second provincial hospital. At this moment, Jiang Tao sent a message to Chen Song. "I picked up the people. They're all here." Seeing this, Chen Song immediately smiled and glanced at Tang Jinbo. He was also looking forward to their meeting this time. Of course, Chen Song wouldn't organize a gathering out of boredom. He wanted a group of people to sit down and discuss something about the torch relay. P.S. I'm looking forward to the next chapter, but I haven't thought about it yet. Thank you to Plum Blossom Village Scholar, Muizi, and Sakitamax for their 10,000 tips. Also, thank you to everyone who tipped, voted, and subscribed. I actually wanted to write it, but the number of words is too many. You'll definitely say that I'm scamming money, haha. Life never went according to the script. Jiang Tao had prepared everything and booked a restaurant. Whether it was Wang Yushan, Chang Honglei, or Gu Hongmei, they were all looking forward to the feeling of reuniting after a long time. Because of Professor Tang's arrival, there were more surgeries on Saturday for communication and discussion. At around 6 o'clock, everyone returned with satisfaction. Tang Jinbo looked at Chen Song and said, "Xiao Chen, I really benefited a lot this time and got a lot of inspiration. When I go back, I'll summarize it and we can sit down and talk again." Chen Song smiled and said, "Professor Tang is really polite. I also learned a lot from Professor Tang today." The two chatted as they came out of the operating room. Chen Song's phone rang. He picked it up and saw that it was from Jiang Tao. "I've already arranged it here. Dongyue Tower, Nanloj private room." Chen Song said in his heart, "Not bad." He said to Professor Tang, "This afternoon, Professor Tang, you've worked hard. Tonight, we've booked a table at a special Donyang restaurant. Let's take Professor Tang to try our Donyang specialties." While talking, the group of people walked toward the reserved hotel. When Tang Jinbo pushed the door and entered, the scene in front of him stunned him. Not only him, but even Wang Baoshan stood up. Gu Hongmei and Chang Honglei also stood up and looked at Tang Jinbo. The four of them looked at each other and suddenly laughed. At this moment, perhaps the past was like smoke. He was no longer a teenager. The years of youth were wasted. The story reappeared. How many complaints had been disappeared in the midst of chatting and laughing? Chen Song smiled and looked at the group of people. Suddenly, his phone rang. Chen Song picked up the phone. Sherna said, "Xiao Chen, there's a patient in the emergency department. He's less than 3 years old. His right hand can't be loosened like a claw. I think it might be ischemic contracture of the forearm. Are you still with Professor Tang? Why don't you come and take a look together? The patient's situation is quite special." Chen Song was stunned for a moment. Then, he nodded and said, "Okay, teacher, sure. Please wait for a moment. We'll go right away." Chen Song raised his head and looked at the four teachers. He could not help but say, "Teachers, there's a patient in the emergency department." The orthopedics department diagnosed him with ischemic forearm muscle contracture. This? I'm really sorry, Wang Yushan and the others frowned when they heard Chen Song's voice. Ischemic contracture, this illness was not a minor one. Ischemic contracture was rare, but once it happened, it could cause serious consequences, not to mention the second provincial hospital. Even in Beijing, Shanghai, and Guangzhou, they had to go to a big hospital. Thinking of this, the four of them looked at each other and hurriedly stood up. Chen Song was about to speak when Wang Yushan spoke first. "Let's go." The four of them were swift and decisive. They got up and walked outside. As doctors, they were already prepared to fight anytime and anywhere. If there were criminals, there would be police. Then, wherever there were diseases, there would be doctors. Chen Song turned and looked at the four shining high-level NPCs rushing out of the door. Suddenly, a feeling rose in his heart. These were the seniors, not only the ability, but also the heart that faced the patient. When he saw them, Chen Song immediately felt confident. With them around, this was the elite strength of the top hand surgery department in the country. Was there any problem that could not be solved? If there really was, then there was really no one in the country who could solve it. After the group of people came out, they quickly took a taxi. It was not far away, only 7 or 8 minutes drive. Before Chen Song could get out of the car, Wang Yushan and the other three rushed in and took the lead. Chen Song hurriedly followed in. These four people were all people who had made a name for themselves in the field of hand surgery. Any one of them was a top leader in the industry in the country. When Xianxia saw them, she was stunned for a moment. She whispered to Chen Song, "What's going on?" Chen Song smiled and introduced the four people. Only then did Xianxia breathe a sigh of relief. Then, her face lit up. Chen Song asked, "Teacher Shi, what's so special about the patient?" Xianxia pointed to a corner at the side. Chen Song finally understood why it was special. Chen Song had seen this homeless man before. It was the man who could not speak when Chen Song performed manual reduction. However, today, he should have tidied himself up. His clothes were decent. Although they were a little old, the style of a gray suit from who knew how many years ago, the stains on his hands and face seemed to be deep in the wrinkles and were difficult to clean. He stood there, obviously uneasy. Chen Song was stunned. Could it be him? Xianxia shook her head. No, it's a little boy. It's not his child, but he picked him up. He doesn't have any identification. He held the child at the door and kowtowed for a long time. The child was crying. I was soft-hearted and let him in. Chen Song nodded and walked to the door of the resuscitation room. The man smiled kindly at Chen Song. He could not speak. He hurriedly took out a piece of paper from his pocket and handed it to Chen Song. Chen Song was curious and took it. Save the child. I have money. Chen Song did not know why, but when he saw these words, he was deeply moved. Wang Yushan glanced at the homeless man, nodded, and entered the resuscitation room. Chen Song said to the homeless man, "Come in." The homeless man shook his head and took a few steps back. He pointed at himself and said, "It means dirty." Chen Song was stunned for a moment and said, "It's okay. I want to ask you a few questions." "Can you write?" The homeless man nodded. He hesitated for a moment and followed in, but he took off his shoes and walked in barefoot. Late autumn was also very cold. The floor was made of tiles, so it was even colder. The man stepped on the ground barefoot. He smiled and grinned. Chen Song asked, "Do you have an ID card?" The man took it out of his pocket and handed it to Chen Song. Chen Song saw the name and was stunned. It was a very talented name. Tao Hankai. The photo on the ID card was not very handsome, but it was also very beautiful. It was difficult to connect him with the person in front of him. However, now was not the time to think about this. Chen Song walked forward and looked at the patient. It was a child who was about 2 or 3 years old. The front of his arm was pale and cyanotic, with patches of green and purple. The center of his palm was greenish-black, and his palm was like a claw. Chen Song did not have time to react. He saw Wang Yushan put his hand on the child's hand. A few seconds later, his expression changed. He looked up and said, "Volkmann's ischemic muscle contracture deformity." As soon as he said that, the other three people frowned. Tang Jinbo went forward and wanted to raise his right hand, but the child suddenly woke up and began to cry loudly. Chang Honglei quickly comforted him. After Tang Jinbo finished the examination, he looked at everyone. "It's been too long. He needs surgery." Gu Hongmei's expression changed when she heard Wang Yushan and Tang Jinbo's words. She looked at the man reproachfully. "His condition isn't new. It's been at least half a year, right? What were you doing back then?" Now, the child's forearm muscles have degenerated and necrotic, forming scars. How can he not be in pain? It was no wonder Gu Hongmei was angry. The child might not even be 2 years old, but his arm was already twisted. Anyone who saw it would feel sorry for him. Forearm ischemic contracture was one of the serious complications after limb trauma. The main reason was very simple: insufficient blood supply to the muscles. This disease often had a history of trauma or a history of elbow and forearm compression. Furthermore, it could occur at any age or gender. If it was treated in time, the results would be satisfactory. However, if it wasn't treated in time, or if it wasn't treated properly, or if the treatment was delayed, the outcome would be poor, or the limb would be crippled, or even die. Therefore, early diagnosis and treatment were extremely important. Clearly, the child's condition was no longer in the early stages. The fact that he could form Volkmann's ischemic contracture meant that it was in the late stages. Therefore, Gu Hongmei was angry and resentful. The child's age might be 1 to 2 years old. In other people's homes, he would still be in his infancy, enjoying the best moments of his life. However, this child was on the verge of being crippled or dying. When the man heard Gu Hongmei's reprimand, he couldn't help but blush. He shook his head and anxiously wanted to explain, but he couldn't say a word. At this moment, Wang Yushan said in a deep voice, "The forearm has a radial fracture, but it has already healed. It's a deformed union. It's been at least half a year." When everyone heard this calm sentence, their hearts instantly sank. The longer it was, the more dangerous the situation was, and the easier it was to cause death. What kind of parents would do such a thing? Their child's arm was fractured for more than half a year, but they ignored it and allowed it to develop. After the deformed growth, it could cause muscle ischemia and necrosis, resulting in Volkmann's ischemic contracture. Chen Song looked at Tao Honkai and asked, "How did you find him?" Although Tao Honkai couldn't understand what the doctors were saying, he vaguely understood that if he came late, it would be very serious and could be life-threatening. His eyes turned red as he kept shaking his head and begging. He suddenly came to a realization and wrote on the paper, "I found the child in an alley the day before yesterday, but I'm willing to treat him. I have money, 52941. 5 yuan. I'm willing to treat him. All of it." After saying that, he took out a plastic bag from his pocket. It was the same as the last time, but this time it was bulging. It was full of money, and there were even zeros. When everyone saw the man's words, what kind of parents would they do such a thing? Even a vicious tiger would not eat its cubs. Throwing the child into an alley and leaving it to fend for itself, were they worse than a tramp? He was willing to give up his entire fortune to save a child, but you didn't cherish him and left him in a corner. At this moment, everyone looked at the tramp with more gratitude and admiration in their eyes. Now, the child's origin was unknown, and they didn't know where his family was. Chen Song still needed to report to the hospital. The hospital and the government had a special financial support and management system for abandoned babies. They would not let a tramp be responsible for a child. Society would also not be so cold and heartless, leaving a child to fend for himself. Chen Song had found abandoned babies at the entrance of the emergency department before, but it was rare. Some of them worked at the children's hospital and often encountered such situations. The parents couldn't bear to see the sick and would secretly place the child at the entrance of the children's hospital's emergency department. They would stand in a corner and wait for the doctor to wrap the child up before leaving with tears in their eyes. But how could anyone be so heartless as to leave a child at the side of the garbage and let a tramp pick him up? after Xianxia heard the news, he immediately rushed to the hospital and called the medical department and other relevant departments to report the information. During this time, he had already checked the child and drew his blood. When the X-ray scans were out, everyone could not help but feel sad when they saw the deformed arm. They looked at the child who was sedated and sighed. At that moment, the tramp did not dare to go forward. He only looked at the child silently. Wang Yushan, Tang Jinbo, and the other two began to discuss how to deal with the disease. When Chen Song was listening, someone suddenly tugged at the corner of his shirt. Chen Song turned around and looked at the tramp. "What's wrong?" The tramp looked around and gestured for Chen Song to come out. Chen Song nodded and followed him out. The tramp took out a piece of paper and wrote, "Can I pay for the treatment? I'll raise the child." Chen Song was stunned by his words. The child would definitely be investigated by the police. If they couldn't find his parents, he might be placed in a welfare institute. But, if that was the case, the tramp might lose the right to raise the child, right? Moreover, the law would not recognize a child who was picked up from the streets. It would be a problem for the child to get registered. But looking at the tramp's hopeful eyes, Chen Song could understand what he was thinking. This might be the child's hope for the future. Chen Song thought for a moment and said, "After the child is cured, he will be sent to the welfare institute. We can help you claim him, but he needs to be educated." The tramp nodded. "I'll pick up trash and send him to school." Chen Song sighed. He couldn't care less about these things, but this kind of true love was touching. At that moment, the four people in the office were discussing the surgery plan and arrangements. The child was too young, and his condition was serious. Chen Song didn't know how to perform this kind of surgery. Not only did he not know how to do it, but there weren't many people in Dongyang who knew how to do it. There were simply too many things involved. While everyone was discussing, Chen Song also checked the information. This surgery covered too many surgeries, including muscle release, tendon lengthening, tendon transplantation, tendon fixation, bone shortening, bone resection, scar resection, pedicle nerve transplantation, skin flap transplantation. There were more than 30 minor surgeries, big and small. How could the current Chen Song have these? Not only Chen Song, but even Tang Jinbo and Wan Yushan were constantly arguing about how to carry out the surgery in an orderly manner. The four of them were having a heated discussion. No one expected that the reunion after more than 20 years would be like this. There was no laughter, and there was no time for toasts. Instead, it was replaced by a discussion about a difficult case and a joint operation. Wang Yushan and Tang Jinbo were still arguing fiercely. After a long time, everyone came to a conclusion: park surgery. The park surgery was suitable for serious cases of Volkmann's ischemic contracture. The difficulty of the surgery was very high, and the requirements for the surgeon were also very high. If the contracture was performed within 6 months to a year, the effect would be best when the muscle and nerve function recovered. However, if it was a child, it would need to be more than a year before it could be performed. According to Wang Yushan, the child's situation was not clear now. According to the healing effect, the injury should have been more than a year ago. Thinking of this, everyone could not help but feel even more disappointed. The arm had been broken for a year. Did the family not care at all? Chen Song thought that the only person who cared about the child outside the operating theater was probably the homeless man. Thinking of this, he could not help but sigh. If it were not for this group of big shots today, could the surgery be performed? If he could not do it, who could do it? However, now was obviously not the time to think about this problem. After some discussion, the park surgery was a surgical method that everyone agreed with. Gu Hongmei took a deep breath. The child is still young. Perhaps his recovery will be much better than that of an adult. After some preparations, before waiting for the physical and chemical results to come out, Wang Yushan looked at Chen Song. Prepare a dynamic stent and traction. It's best if it's specially used by the hand surgery department. After Chen Song heard this, he could not help but blush. Their operating theater had not been established for long, so they might not be ready yet. After thinking about it, he picked up the phone and dialed the number of Tan Zhonglin, the second student's chief physician. It was rare for the children to go home on the weekend. Tan Zhonglin and his wife were making dumplings at home. When he saw Chen Song's phone call, he quickly picked up the phone. After learning about Chen Song's request, he put down the chopsticks that were making dumplings in his hand, flicked the flour off his body, and immediately turned around to leave. This made his wife feel disgusted. If he had known that it was so difficult to find a doctor, he would have chosen Lao He, who was a civil servant. Now, he was already a director, however, his wife was also joking. As a family member of a doctor, it was really not a happy thing. Don't think that you don't have to worry when you get sick in the future if you find a doctor. In fact, the truth was that if you find a doctor, you should be more worried because, when you are sick, he might not have time to take care of you. However, it had always been like this when husband and wife supported each other and understood each other. She turned around and shouted at Tan Zhonglin, "Come back early. I'll keep the dumplings for you." Tan Zhonglin smiled and turned to leave. His footsteps were even more steady. Inside the operating theater, Wang Yushan, Tang Jinbo, Chang Honglei, and Gu Hongmei stood in 4 golden corners on both sides of the patient. They looked at each other and nodded. His eyes were full of passion. For the first time in more than 20 years, they met on the operating table for such an important operation. Everyone knew that this was a fierce battle, and also a test. Wang Yushan glanced at Tang Jinbo. His eyes were filled with fighting spirit. "Maybe I should show you how much I've improved over the years." Tang Jinbo also smiled faintly. "All these years, I have never fallen behind." Chang Honglei and Gu Honglei looked at the two of them and couldn't help but sigh. A leopard cannot change its spots. When they met again, the two of them were like this again. Neither of them was willing to submit to the other, however, it was this drive that allowed Wang Yushan to become the dean of Shanghai 6th University. He might also be the new associate academician. It also made Tang Jinbo a master of the Mtang technique and the division of the Tang group, and made him a renowned master both at home and abroad. This surgery was a test for the 4 of them. After anesthesia, Wang Yushan took a scalpel and made a longitudinal incision on the middle of the patient's forearm. Gu Hongmei stood at the side and skillfully stopped the bleeding. Chang Honglei began to separate the skin flap. Due to the lack of tissue after ischemia, the elasticity was poor. The deep fascia and muscles were tightly and widely adhered. It was very difficult to separate them. However, Chang Honglei's technique seemed light, but there was a mystery behind it. The people around could not help but clap and cheer. This was no longer a surgery that could be done by one person. It required a few people to operate together, and every detail needed to be strictly controlled and handled. Electrical stimulator. Tissue separation. Separation forceps. The surgery was tight and orderly, and the division of labor was strict. Everyone played an irreplaceable role in it. Every step of the operation was praised by the people around them. Tan Zhonglin, who was also a chief physician, could not help but shake his head. Sometimes, he had to admit that the gap between them was really obvious. Observe muscle contraction, explore the necrotic area. Explore the median nerve, ulnar nerve. Wang Yushan was like a fierce general. He conquered cities and conquered territories. He was omnipotent. Everywhere he went, there was nothing he could not do. At this moment, Wang Yushan glanced at Tang Jinbo. Tang Jinbo smiled slightly and took the scalpel. Next, it was time for him. Functional area reconstruction. Muscle function reconstruction, finger extensor and flexor tendon resection and transplant. Flexor pollicis longus suture, every tendon was handled appropriately. Every weaving and suture was very ingenious. Tendon resection, tendon transplant, tendon repair. In his hands, it was as simple as taking something out of his pocket. If Wang Yushan was a general who opened up new territory, Tang Jinbo was a civil official who governed the country and made the people live in peace. The cooperation of the two made the entire surgery extremely exciting. Similarly, Gu Hongmei and Chang Honglei's operation was also very meticulous. The entire surgery was like a peak all-star game. Everyone was working hard for the same goal. They had not seen each other for 20 years, but they were brothers on the stage. The tacit understanding of 20 years had never been forgotten. The operation of the 4 people made everyone around them intoxicated. What was an expert, what was a great player, this was it. Jiang Tao and Li Yuran were trembling. When would they be able to stand on the operating table and be so full of energy? How could Chen Song not be envious? After a long time, the surgery ended. When the patient was safely transferred, the four people looked at each other and smiled. This result was the best answer sheet they had received in the past 20 years. Wang Yushan raised his head and stared at Tang Jinbo. He could not help but say, "Jinbo, you're really amazing. You're the best hand surgeon I've ever seen." Tang Jinbo also looked directly at Wang Yushan. "In the hand skeleton system, I only admire you." In the eyes of the two, it was not a competition, but a kind of appreciation for each other. Neither of them were people who were willing to be behind others. They were not willing to work in the same unit. However, in their hearts, they still knew that the other party was very strong, very strong. At this moment, Chen Song heard a notification sound. Ding! Remove the knot in the heart of the older generation, obtain a perfect skill special training, scar resection. Chen Song was stunned, his eyes widened as he looked at the golden skill book in disbelief. He was extremely excited. P.S. I received a lot of tips from my friends today. Thank you, everyone. I'm very grateful. I'm happy to see it. The next morning, in the meeting room of the 2nd Provincial People's Hospital. Although it was still Sunday, the leaders of the 2nd Provincial People's Hospital were all here today. Chen Song and the 4 heavenly kings of hand surgery sat in the office. Opposite them were many directors of the 2nd Provincial People's Hospital. Wang Yushan took the lead and said, "Director Qin, we discussed it for a long time yesterday. The 2nd Provincial People's Hospital has the potential for the development of the hand surgery department. I hope that we can work together to take down the project specially approved by the National Nature Fund next year." Tang Jinbo nodded and said, "Next year, the National Nature Fund has 2 planned funding projects, both of which are more than 100 million yuan. What we're thinking is that when the time comes, we'll take down one of these projects and work together with our 4 hospitals to research it." When Xianxia and the other hospital leaders heard this, their eyes widened in shock. A special project of the National Nature Fund, a scientific research base of 100 million yuan was not something that an ordinary hospital could have. The First People's Hospital of Eastern University and the people of the province had applied for a scientific research base of 10 million yuan twice in the past 2 days, but they had not been approved. If the 2nd Provincial People's Hospital had this scientific research project, it would be like boarding a flight for the development of the 2nd Provincial People's Hospital. Moreover, although Tang Jinbo said to work hard, couldn't they imagine, these were the 4 little dragons of the hand surgery industry in the country. If they worked together, their energy could be imagined. Wasn't this a done deal? Qin Xiaoyuan immediately nodded and said in a deep voice, "Everyone, don't worry. We will definitely do our best and cooperate with the smooth development of this scientific research project. However, I wonder what we need to do." Wang Yushan said, "Actually, the project is still in preparation. What we hope is that the 2nd Provincial People's Hospital can build a hand surgery department. Even if it doesn't need to be too big, it can still have 60 beds and 2 operating theaters. Of course, it won't be built immediately. It will be built before March next year, before the submission of the National Nature Fund's materials. It's mainly because the country is more strict with the review of special research funds. We can't be careless. If the 2nd Provincial People's Hospital doesn't have this research ability, I'm worried that the higher-ups won't approve it for us." Qin Xiaoyuan nodded. This was how it was for key projects. There was often a situation where a rat's feces spoiled the pot of soup. Thinking that the 2nd Provincial People's Hospital had such a rare opportunity, Qin Xiaoyuan was naturally unwilling to give up. "Don't worry, everyone. We will do our best to cooperate with you and try our best not to drag you down." Qin Xiaoyuan vowed. Tang Jinbo smiled. "Actually, Dean Qin, you don't have to put too much pressure on me. Building a department isn't a process that can be done overnight. We still have to pay attention to the cultivation of talents." When Chang Honglei saw that no one had gotten to the main point after talking for a long time, she could not hold it in any longer. She said directly, "Our research direction this time is mainly the research of hand surgery tendon repair and rehabilitation. We hope that we can come up with a professional guide that can be popularized. The main leaders of the project are Tang Jinbo, Wang Yushan, me, Gu Hongmei, and Chen Song. The 5 of us are the main leaders and people in charge of this project, and each of us has a designated hospital to support our research. Chen Song is the only one who doesn't have the hardware foundation for clinical research. What we mean is that we hope that the second provincial hospital can build a department for Chen Song to conduct research and clinical research. His words did not give him any face at all. However, this was an undeniable fact. Tang Jinbo was the director of Nantong University's affiliated hospital and the director of the hand surgery department. Wang Yushan was the deputy director of Shanghai 6th Hospital and the director of the hand surgery department. Chang Honglei and Gu Hongmei were the people in charge of the hand surgery department at Jishuotan Hospital. Only Chen Song was a junior doctor in the emergency department. If this information was submitted, it would obviously make people laugh at them. The leaders of the second provincial hospital were all a little embarrassed. However, no matter how unpleasant Chang Honglei's words were, they had to listen because this was the main medium for the second provincial hospital to hitch a ride on the highway. Wang Yushan looked at Chang Honglei and could not help but shake his head. Her personality had not changed at all. Looking at the silent people from the second provincial hospital, Wang Yushan said, "Actually, special talents should be used in special ways. Xiao Chen's talent in the field of tendon repair is the best I've ever seen. He's even better than us and better than Tang Jinbo." Tang Jinbo glanced at Wang Yushan. "Is there a need to target him?" Wang Yushan ignored him and continued, "So, I have a suggestion. Choose 2 chief physicians for the new hand surgery department. One is a normal department chief, and the other is Chen Song. This way, we can carry out relevant matters more effectively." As soon as he said this, the surroundings immediately fell silent. The other directors looked at each other. Build a department for Chen Song. Tan Ligua was also a little nervous. After all, the funds needed to build a department was not a small amount. A few thousand was at the very least. If Chen Song was the chief physician, and the plan was not approved, Qin Xiaoyuan looked around and immediately pretended to have a dark expression. How could he not be willing? It was a good thing that Chen Song was promoted. Qin Xiaoyuan had wanted to promote him for a long time, but he had never had the chance or the reason. It was more troublesome to promote this kind of public institution. It was definitely different from private enterprises. Chang Honglei looked at the silent crowd and immediately said, "Everyone, are you not willing?" Qin Xiaoyuan's face almost couldn't hold it in anymore. They were willing. How could they not be willing? However, when he looked at Tan Ligua and the other associate directors, Qin Xiaoyuan felt that he should endure it a little longer. He knew that if he endured it, the other party would start to put pressure on him. When that time came, he would come out. Wouldn't that be a matter of time? As expected, Chang Honglei continued, "Actually, if Chen Song can't be responsible, we won't add the secondary provincial hospital to it, because we can do it ourselves. As for Chen Song, we can also participate in it as an individual." At this time, everyone looked at each other. That was indeed the case. Qin Xiaoyuan saw that it was about time. He looked at his colleagues around him and quickly nodded. "Yes, we will definitely set up the relevant department as soon as possible and bring in talents. Xiaochen will definitely become the person in charge of the department and the project. I can guarantee that. We will definitely do our best to ensure that this plan is carried out smoothly, right? Am I right?" Qin Xiaoyuan glanced at the other deans. Everyone nodded. However, after a while, the other associate directors looked at each other. Tan Ligua scratched his head and felt that something was wrong. Just like that, under the lead of the 4 heavenly kings of hand surgery, Chen Song could successfully change his name to Chief Chen in a few months. He was a department director who did not need to go to the department every day and only needed to be assigned tasks. Although in the eyes of the secondary provincial hospital, it was a little like forcing him to abdicate. If they did not build a hand surgery department and let Chen Song be in charge, they would not be able to enter the research team. "That's right, we are threatening you." This made Chen Song feel quite warm in his heart. After all, the 4 heavenly kings of hand surgery had helped him so much. Chen Song was also very grateful. Actually, what Chen Song wanted to say was that they were all on the same side, so there was no need to threaten them. After all, how could his father-in-law not let him take the position? That was impossible. Of course, Chang Hanmei's words were mainly for the others to hear. She wanted to tell them that Chen Song was the core figure and the leader of the mission and research team. He must have an important position. This made them give up on the idea of making Chen Song a mere figurehead. and also prevented them from interfering with the development of hand surgery. This way, it was also a good idea. When Chen Song heard this, he felt satisfied. As for the department director of the hand surgery department, he was not willing to be it. After all, he did not have the ability to do it now. The skill tree of the hand surgery department had not been opened yet, and he was at a loss when it came to the patient from yesterday. An experienced doctor was more suitable to be the department director. Moreover, Chen Song did not want to go down the path of the hand surgery department until the end. Now might be the best choice, right? Fame and fortune, how wonderful. Looking at his father-in-law, who was smiling like a flower in his heart but had no expression on his face, Chen Song could not help but be convinced. The older, the wiser. If it were not for the fact that his favorability toward him kept rising, he would have almost believed it. Wang Yushan and the others did not stay for too long. After the four of them had lunch with the people from the second provincial hospital, they left early. After all, these people had a lot of things to do. They could not be said to be casually walking around. They still had a lot of responsibilities and things to do. It was really not easy for someone like Tang Jinbo to be able to come out for 2 days. It was enough to show how much importance they attached to this matter. At noon, Lao Qin was slightly drunk. He returned home while humming a tune. As soon as he entered the door, Ji Ruyun smelled the smell of alcohol and glared at Qin Xiaoyuan. "Why are you drinking again? You drink every day, every day. Do you want to die?" Ji Ruyun said unhappily. Qin Yu also ran out. "Dad, why are you drinking again?" Qin Xiaoyuan shook his hand and said with a smile, "I'm happy today. I drank a few glasses, but I didn't drink much." Ji Ruyun poured a cup of tea and asked, "What's wrong? Why are you so happy?" Qin Xiaoyuan smiled mysteriously. "Of course it's a good thing." Qin Yu was also squatting by the side, waiting for Qin Xiaoyuan to speak. Ji Ruyun rolled his eyes. "Hurry up and say it." Qin Xiaoyuan did not mind. He chuckled. "Xiao Chen is going to be a department head soon." The moment he said this, Ji Ruyun and Qin Yu were stunned. Department head? How could a public hospital be so casual? He was going to be a department head just like that. They were all in the system, so they naturally knew what was going on. Ji Ruyun was immediately interested. "What's going on? Tell us." Qin Yu also stood up and ran behind Lao Qin. He massaged his shoulders and said obsequiously, "Dad, hurry up and tell us." Lao Qin was instantly unhappy. "Why are you guys so happy when I mention Chen Song? Isn't this too snobbish? Do you know that I have emotions in my heart?" However, it was obvious that the two of them were not interested in Lao Qin's emotions. Qin Xiaoyuan shook his head helplessly and said, "Wang Yushan, Tang Jinbo, and the others want to set up a research team with Xiao Chen and win the National Nature Special Research Fund next year. They want the Second Provincial People's Hospital to join them. If they can really join, this will be a research team of 100 million. The Second Provincial People's Hospital will naturally be riding on the bandwagon." When Ji Ruyun heard this, his eyes lit up. This was a good thing for the development of the Second Provincial People's Hospital. If the Second Provincial People's Hospital could be promoted to a higher level, it was even better for Qin Xiaoyuan. Perhaps he could even go further before he retired. Ji Ruyun said directly, "No one would reject such a good thing. Right?" Qin Xiaoyuan chuckled. "They asked us to set up a hand surgery department and let Xiao Chen be the chief physician. Some people would definitely be unhappy about this. However, they gritted their teeth and refused to let Chen Song take charge. They wouldn't let the Second Provincial People's Hospital join them. This is a free ride. Who wouldn't be willing to take it? This way, no one could do anything about it." Later, they decided to choose 2 department directors. One was a normal department director, and the other was Xiao Chen. "Don't you think this is a good thing?" Ji Ruyun's eyes lit up and he immediately laughed. "This is a good thing for you and Xiao Chen, but you didn't expose yourself, did you?" Lao Qin slapped his thigh and laughed. "Who am I?" However, to be honest, I almost laughed at that time. You don't know the atmosphere at that time. I couldn't wait to promote Xiao Chen. Now, it's good. Let nature take its course. Those people have nothing to say." Qin Yu blinked his big eyes and was extremely happy. "Of course. Who is my father?" He's the cunning Dean Qin. When Qin Xiaoyuan heard this, he could not help but gently pat Qin Yu's head. Little guy, is there anyone who praises their father like this? Qin Yu giggled. The matter spread very quickly. When it was time to go to work on Monday, Chen Song entered the department. All of them began to call Chen Song Chief Physician Xiao Chen. Chen Song was instantly stunned and scratched his head. Wasn't I still in the Chen hospital 2 days ago? It's only been a few days, and I've become Chief Physician Xiao Chen. I've dropped 2 levels in one go. Everyone could not help but laugh out loud. The construction department was not built overnight. It did not have much to do with Chen Song. This was the hospital's matter. As for Chen Song, life had to continue. None of the rooms were missing during the day. It was the same for the surgeries in the afternoon. However, Chen Song's name became popular in the hospital. Everyone who saw Chen Song called him Chief Physician Chen. This made Chen Song a little uncomfortable. In the system, there was no such thing as an airtight wall. No matter what it was, it would always spread very quickly. However, it did not matter if it was a title. At around 4 o'clock in the afternoon, Teacher Meng called, but it was Xia Gaofeng who picked up the phone. Xiao Chen, there are 2 major vascular surgeries tonight. Come over. The competition is at the end of December. Hurry up during this period, Xia Gaofeng said. When Chen Song heard this, his eyes suddenly lit up. How could he miss such an opportunity when Chief Physician Xia was personally teaching him? Thinking of this, Chen Song quickly nodded. Okay, Chief. I'll go over early. After hanging up the phone, Qin Yu quietly came out from behind. Not a woman? Chen Song immediately rolled his eyes. What are you thinking about? Qin Yu pouted. I heard that your teacher is called Meng Youqi. Chen Song suddenly blushed with shame. P.S. Thank you to Butterfly Dance 1225 for the 10,000 tip. Thank you for your support. At noon, there was only 1 chapter. It was a 2-in-1. Unknowingly, there were already 500 chapters. It could be considered a milestone. Good luck. Little Licky Qin stared at Chen Song with her big eyes and said with a smile, Are you nervous? Are you feeling guilty? Tell me. Chen Song didn't mean what he said. Why would I be nervous? Why would I feel guilty? Little Licky Qin sneered. Did you forget to turn off your WeChat on your computer again? Chen Song smiled faintly. He cursed in his heart. I don't care. I don't have anything to feel guilty about. When Qin Yu heard this, she thought, Aya, look at you. Ji Ruyun had been teaching Qin Yu every day that when a woman was with a man, she had to be careful even though she was rough. She had to be careful even though she was loose. Little Licky Qin felt that she should strengthen her girlfriend's self-discipline. Qin Yu didn't care about who Meng Yujao was. Instead, she was curious about why she was called Meng Yujao. Although she was curious about the chat history, Qin Yu wasn't the kind of person who liked to invade other people's privacy. Qin Yu widened her eyes and couldn't help but ask, why is she called by this name? Chen Song's brain was spinning at a high speed. Teacher Meng graduated from Karolinska Institute in Sweden. She's the only person in Dongyang who published The Lancet. She's very knowledgeable, so I named her Meng Yujao. He didn't think he was lying. After all, he had said everything he wanted to say and restored the truth of the matter. Qin Yu nodded slightly. Oh, this seemed to be explainable. However, she immediately narrowed her eyes. Then why am I called Little Licky Qin? Chen Song looked at Little Licky Qin's sharp eyes. Her eyes had a sword that could fly on a sword and take his head from thousands of miles away. His legs trembled and he almost knelt down. I was wrong. Qin Yu sneered. Round? Find a reason to round it up. Chen Song thought for a long time but couldn't think of anything. After a long time, he said, small is cute. Look, Xiaoming, kittens, puppies, Io, I was wrong. Aya, bad bird, bad bird, bad bird. If the door of the duty room wasn't opened, Chen Song wouldn't know whether it would be sunny or cloudy the next day. It was just that, after Li Baoshan entered, he walked around the room before turning around to leave. Qin Yu blushed and quickly got up. She said to Chen Song, I don't like this nickname. Chen Song felt wronged. Then what should we change it to? Qin Yu's eyes were filled with anger. I'll check it tomorrow. After that, she got up. Chen Song sighed. Women. Women, it's a lot of it. Licky Chin you. Licky licky. You you you. You she. Licky you, you 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 you. You 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 e. The caregiver was a woman in her 50s. She had worked here for 4 or 5 years to reduce the burden of the mortgage for the child. There was a chair next to her. It was Tao Hansai's bed. Strangely, the child didn't cry when he saw Tao Han Kai. He even liked to laugh. After Chen Song arrived, the nurses smiled and greeted him. Hello, Chief Chen. Chen Song smiled and greeted them. Then, he walked into the room. The child was awake. He was lying on the bed with Tao Han Kai. Chen Song greeted the nurse. He didn't cry? The nurse nodded. Sigh. Such a good child. He didn't cry or make a fuss when he was here. Normal children wouldn't be able to stand it. Children's bones were softer. Old people's bones were more brittle. Therefore, the nurse often took care of children who accidentally broke bones. Chen Song looked at the blue and white striped hospital gown on the child. He looked at Chen Song curiously with his big eyes. He couldn't move his right hand, so he stuffed the fingers of his left hand into his mouth. He was so cute, who wouldn't be soft-hearted? The Public Security Bureau hadn't found the child's parents yet. Chen Song looked at Tao Han Kai, whose eyes were full of joy. He suddenly felt that the child wouldn't suffer if he followed him. Chen Song put a pile of food in the corner and said to Tao Han Kai, I bought these for the child. Tao Han Kai quickly stood up and bowed. He pointed at Chen Song while making ah noises to the child. The child looked at Chen Song curiously with his big eyes. Suddenly, he grinned and looked very cute. Even Chen Song couldn't help but want to carry him away. He sat there and played with the child for a while. Then, he put the toys on the bed. The child was so happy that he wanted to play with them. Tao Han Kai quickly stopped him. He was afraid that he would hurt his hand. After sitting for a while, when Chen Song stood up to leave, the child stood up and wanted to be carried by Chen Song. Chen Song was dumbfounded. He turned around and carried the child carefully. The child kept giggling. At around 5 o'clock, Chen Song saw that the department was fine, so he went to the first hospital of Eastern University. There were 2 aortic aneurysm surgeries in the evening. Chief Xia Gaofeng wanted to let Chen Song understand the vascular repair of the aorta through the aortic aneurysm surgery. There weren't many people in the department. Fu Er was arranging the medical records. When he saw Chen Song, he smiled and nodded. Xiao Chen is here. Chief Xia is in the operating room. You can go directly. Chen Song nodded and thanked him. He walked directly to the operating room. This was how surgeons were. When they were busy, they spent the whole day in the operating room. When Chen Song arrived at the operating room, Chief Xia and the others came out. When they saw Chen Song, Xia Gaofeng smiled. Xiao Chen is here. Let's eat first. After dinner, there are 2 or 3 surgeries in the evening. Chen Song smiled gratefully. Thank you, Chief Xia. Xia Gaofeng smiled and shook his head. You're welcome. You're just like my student. I can't wait to teach you everything. When Gu Huai heard this behind him, his heart suddenly ached. Chief Meng doesn't want me anymore. Now, even my teacher wants to abandon me. Why am I so bitter? The surgery meal was a specialty of every hospital. Chen Song felt that the second hospital's surgery meal was worse than that of the first hospital of Eastern University. Chen Song ate faster. After eating, he felt that it was not enough, so he took another serving. That's right, recently, for some reason, perhaps it was because of the improvement of his physical strength, his appetite had also increased a lot. All of this was more logical. Fortunately, the surgery meal was usually ordered more. Basically, there would be a few extra servings. When there was no time to eat during surgery, he could still use the microwave to eat supper. When Xia Gaofeng saw that Chen Song could eat so much, he couldn't help but laugh. It's good to be young. At that time, I basically ate 2 servings of food in the cafeteria. When Gu Huai heard this, he was suddenly stunned. He glanced at Xia Gaofeng and hesitated for a moment. Teacher. When I ate 2 servings, you said that I was a rice bucket. You even said that I ate so much. Wouldn't the surgery be tiring? Why did it change when it came to Chen Song? In the operating theater, Xia Gaofeng was the chief surgeon, Meng Shi helped, and Gu Huai assisted. Chen Song observed from the side. Xia Gaofeng looked at Chen Song. Xiao Chen, in cardiac surgery, the first thing you need to do is to have a sufficient understanding of the heart and large blood vessels. Because to put it bluntly, surgery is a structural surgery. It's a reasonable division of the structure and function of the human tissue. There are only two ultimate goals. The first is to remove the pathological tissue, and the second is to repair the damaged tissue. Actually, the heart is like this. If you say that it's dangerous, it's indeed quite troublesome. If you do it often, you might feel that it's not much different from pork. It's just a few layers of tissue. You can slowly repair it. Chen Song could not help but nod and smile at Xia Gaofeng's words. It was very reasonable, but that bit of knowledge was enough for some people to learn for a lifetime. After the surgery began, Chen Song saw the difference. When teacher Meng performed the surgery, he was fully focused and did not say a word. Xia Gaofeng, on the other hand, was very leisurely and very comfortable. A difficult surgery in his hands was as simple as a small surgery. He could not help but explain, if you want to do vascular surgery well, you have to understand the aorta. This is the main artery of the systemic circulation. Do you see it? It comes out of the left ventricle and is called the ascending aorta. After coming out for a distance, this place is the aortic arch. Look at its anatomical position. It happens to be where the fourth thoracic vertebra is and becomes the descending aorta. Further down is the abdominal aorta, the left and right common iliac arteries. Even though Chen Song knew the blood circulation system very well, he still listened very seriously. At this time, Xia Gaofeng carefully cleaned the tumor with the scalpel, but he looked at Chen Song. Do you see it? The biggest difference between the ascending aorta and the ascending aorta is, the ascending aorta comes out of the left ventricle. If it's damaged, it's very easy to cause congestion in the pericardium and induce cardiac compression. So, compared to the descending aorta, the ascending aorta is more fatal. Xia Gaofeng's explanation was very detailed. Chen Song's mind was also constantly fumbling around according to Xia Gaofeng's explanation. Surgery was not something that could be learned one by one. Chen Song's descending aortic repair skill was at master level. He did not have the skill to perform ascending aortic repair, but that did not mean that he did not know how to perform ascending aortic repair. Mastering one method would lead to mastering all other methods. After understanding what he needed to pay attention to in the ascending aorta, Chen Song could already complete a surgery through his own understanding, even though he might not be able to pay attention to many details. Xia Gaofeng also talked about the details. Chen Song focused his attention and seriously comprehended. After a surgery, Chen Song suddenly heard the system notification sound, ding. Congratulations, you have comprehended a new cardiac surgery skill, advanced aortic repair technique, beginner level. Obtained free skill point +1. Chen Song was overjoyed, although it was only at the beginner level. To be recognized by the system meant that he had passed the system's test. He was even rewarded with 1 skill point. It was really not bad. After one surgery, it was already past 8 o'clock. Everyone rested for a while and prepared to start the second surgery. For Chen Song, the night of surgery was one realization after another. After 3 surgeries, it was around 11 o'clock. Xia Gaofeng looked at Chen Song and said seriously, Xiao Chen, actually, the surgery you saw today is not representative. The major vascular surgery of the cardiac surgery department is basically a common disease of massive bleeding in the chest in the emergency department. However, you don't have the chance and time to watch that kind of surgery at all. It's a race between time and life. This kind of disease is rare, but if you encounter it, it's a life-threatening surgery. So, you must pay attention in the future. Chen Song nodded. Tonight, he gained a lot from telling Chen Song. He heard a lot of details of the surgery. This was the summary of Xia Gaofeng's years of surgical experience. Not only was it suitable for Chen Song, but it was also beneficial for Meng Shi and Gu Huai. The group walked out of the operating theater. Xia Gaofeng was the first to go home. Gu Huai sent the white coat to the ward. Chen Song and Meng Shi walked together. After they went downstairs, they suddenly heard a series of first-aid ambulances. A total of 3 ambulances were coming. Chen Song and Meng Shi looked at each other and quickly walked into the emergency department. They just happened to see Wang Xiangyuan and 4 or 5 doctors waiting for them. Meng Shi took the initiative to ask, "Chief Wang, is there a mission?" Wang Xiangyuan frowned. There was a traffic accident. 2 cars collided. 3 people were sent to us, and the other 2 were sent to the Provincial People's Hospital. Wang Xiangyuan turned around and saw Chen Song. He immediately nodded. "Xiaochen is here too." Chen Song nodded. When he saw a big hello appear above Wang Xiangyuan's head, he had an idea. He nodded and said, "Hello, Chief Wang. Shall we stay and help?" When Wang Xiangyuan heard Chen Song's words, his impression of him immediately increased. Ding. Wang Xiangyuan's favorability +5. Wang Xiangyuan looked at Chen Song with admiration, nodded, and said, "Then, I'll have to trouble you." Ding. Triggered mission. Help Wang Xiangyuan solve the car accident rescue mission. Mission completed. Obtained reward, Wang Xiangyuan passive skill, emergency drug proficiency, master level. After Chen Song heard the system notification, he didn't have time to be happy. The emergency department doctor ran toward the ambulance. Chen Song also hurriedly followed. It was a race against time to rescue a car accident. Chen Song and Meng Shi followed closely behind. Soon, the 3 of them were sent to the emergency room. The nurse had already prepared the ECG monitor and 3 first-aid kits on the side. They were ready for rescue. As the designated hospital of Ammonium City's emergency center, Eastern University First Hospital took on a large number of first-aid tasks. The burden was much heavier than that of the second provincial hospital. The 3 patients were ready for rescue at the same time. The emergency room was extremely tense. The machine's alarm kept ringing. The doctor was constantly observing the indicators and preparing to give medical advice. Chen Song and Meng Shi stood at the side and didn't intervene. It wasn't that they didn't want to intervene, but it wasn't the time yet. If they rashly joined now, not only would they not help, but they would also disturb their normal rescue order. Wang Xiangyuan shuttled back and forth alone. After seeing one patient, he kept giving medical advice in all aspects. Chen Song thought about it and followed behind Wang Xiangyuan. At this time, the alarm of the patient in bed 1 suddenly sounded. Wang Xiangyuan and Chen Song's expressions changed, and they quickly went over. Blood pressure, 5020 millimeters of mercury. Cardiac arrest. Prepare for CPR. Wang Xiangyuan went over to take a look, and his expression suddenly changed. Cardiac arrest. Prepare for pericardium puncture. Do not perform CPR. The nurse quickly nodded and took a step back. Chen Song quickly said, "Let me do it." The emergency doctor looked at Chen Song and glanced at Wang Xiangyuan with some doubts. Wang Xiangyuan nodded firmly, "Let him do it." Wang Xiangyuan was indeed an elite in the emergency department. He could tell at a glance that it was a cardiac tamponade and stopped the CPR in time. In the case of cardiac tamponade, even if there was a cardiac arrest, they could not use cardiopulmonary compressions. This was because not only would it not lead to a successful resuscitation, but it would also worsen the development of the patient's condition. Wang Xiangyuan quickly organized the rescue operation. Ultrasound positioning. Prepare the operating theater. Wang Xiangyuan gave the order in an orderly manner. At this moment, the highly efficient coordination of the emergency department could be seen. All the examinations were in place. Chen Song's pericardial puncture was even more accurate than Meng Shi's. Meng Shi took the initiative to go forward and help draw the fluid. With the precise positioning of the ultrasound, Chen Song punctured the pericardium and Meng Shi began to draw the blood. When nearly 150 milliliters of blood had been drawn, the whole process took less than a minute. Chen Song said to Wang Xiangyuan, "Chief Wang, this won't do. I think there's still a lot of blood loss. There might be damage to the aorta. Prepare to perform a thoracotomy." When Wang Xiangyuan heard this, his expression changed immediately. Prepare for the operation in the emergency resuscitation room. As soon as he said this, 3 nurses quickly ran to prepare the equipment. At this moment, a loud wail suddenly came from bed 5. "Ouch, it hurts. It hurts so much." Wang Xiangyuan hurried over. At this moment, pain was a good thing. It meant that the patient was not in shock yet. Chen Song was not distracted. He was ready to perform a thoracotomy. Even if the surroundings were very noisy, the rescue operation could not be delayed for even a minute. Chen Song skillfully performed the thoracotomy while Mengshi helped by the side. As soon as the thoracotomy was opened, their expressions changed. There was a lot of blood. How much blood was there? Not only that, a stream of arterial blood suddenly spurted out. The face of the young nurse at the side was covered in blood. However, the young nurse was calm and collected. She lifted her sleeve and touched the blood. Her face was immediately covered in blood. However, she was not nervous or uneasy at all. She calmly handed the equipment to Chen Song. At this moment, Chen Song's expression changed in a flash. A red name suddenly appeared in front of his eyes. Without thinking, he grabbed it with his hand. The blood flow immediately stopped. Everyone sighed. What an awesome barehanded bleeding control. How did he find the bleeding point? At this time, Mengshi took this opportunity to cut open the pericardium. The doctor at the side began to take the syringe and wash the fluid. There was no other way. This was the resuscitation room, not the operating theater. There was no washing machine, there was no extracorporeal circulation machine either. The patient's heart had stopped. To them, every minute was extremely precious. He had to complete the decompression of the pericardium within a few minutes. After that, he had to perform chest compressions, otherwise, the pressure at this moment would only aggravate the originally fragile wound. It was too late to reach the operating theater. A few minutes of preparation was enough to take the patient's life. Right now, every single one of them was racing against time. There was not much time left for the patient. Anxiety and uneasiness were written all over their faces. The young nurse at the side did not even bother to get up. She was so busy that sweat dripped down her face along with the blood stains. Mengshi skillfully cut open the bun, and blood immediately flowed out. Chen Song was overjoyed. He said to the doctor from the emergency department, "Perform CPR." This kind of CPR after the thoracotomy was simply wonderful in everyone's eyes. Chen Song held the blood vessels with both hands carefully. The doctor did not hesitate and began CPR. Fear, it did not exist. There was no time to be afraid. If there was any fear, it would have to wait until the patient was really dead. Otherwise, it would have to wait until the patient was saved. There was no time now. After only 2 sets of CPR, the patient's heart started to beat again. At first, the reason for the sudden stop was probably because the huge cardiac tamponade had put too much pressure on the heart. After the pericardium was cut open, the resistance in the heart disappeared. With the help of CPR, the heart gradually started to beat. However, due to the large amount of ischemia, the blood pressure was still very low. At this time, the blood transfusion department finally sent the blood over after completing the blood type comparison. Now, they had to send the patient to the operating theater. The doctor on duty from the cardiac surgery department quickly came down and cooperated with Chen Song. The 3 of them were about to walk to the operating theater. At this time, the sound of violent vomiting suddenly came from the resuscitation room. Chen Song's expression changed immediately. He said to Mengshi, "Teacher Meng, you guys go ahead with the surgery. I'll go and see if there's anything else." Mengshi nodded and did not decline. 3 patients were sent in, and all of them were in critical condition. At this time, it was also early in the morning. Many doctors could not make it in time. There was a limit to the power of the emergency department. Mengshi and Gu Huai were enough to repair the large blood vessels in the cardiac surgery department. Unknown dangers, unknown diseases, and unknown challenges awaited every doctor in the emergency department. At this time, the most important choice was to optimize the allocation of resources. Chen Song did not even think about it. He turned around and walked over. He's in shock. At this time, Wang Xiangyuan was really anxious. The ultrasound doctor looked at the radiographic films and was immediately shocked. Department Director. The liver rupture is accompanied by abdominal hemorrhage. Prepare for surgery in time. Wang Xiangyuan quickly nodded. Prepare the operating theater. At this time, Wang Xiangyuan suddenly felt a little weak. The liver rupture repair surgery was a major surgery. Looking at the uneasy doctor of the Department of Hepatobiliary and Pancreatic Surgery, he could not help but ask, "When will Director Qian come?" The doctor of the Department of Hepatobiliary and Pancreatic Surgery said, "Soon, about 7 or 8 minutes." After Wang Xianjuan heard this, he could not help but feel a little anxious. "Prepare for surgery. Blood transfusion department, prepare the blood." Chen Song quickly said, "Department director, I can perform liver rupture surgery." Hearing this, the surrounding people immediately looked over. This was because this person was prepared to lead everyone to complete the early rescue work of patient number 1. And now, he actually knew how to perform liver rupture repair surgery. Liver repair surgery was a difficult surgery. It was a level 4 surgery. What Chen Song learned was only an incomplete version. However, at this time, not to mention the incomplete version, even the disabled version had to be used. When Wang Xianjuan heard Chen Song's words, it was as if he had heard the gospel of God. He immediately looked up. It seemed that this was not the first time this young man had helped him. Wang Xianjuan was pleasantly surprised. He could not help but sigh. Was the emergency department of the 2nd Provincial Hospital so powerful? However, now was not the time to think about this. Wang Xianjuan looked at Chen Song and his face lit up. He said 3 times in a row, "Good. Good. Good." After saying that, he looked at the emergency doctor and the doctor of the Department of Hepatobiliary and Pancreatic Surgery and said, "You guys have full authority to cooperate with Dr. Chen and do the rescue work well." The two of them immediately nodded. Now was not the time to waste. The mortality rate of liver rupture was extremely high, because the liver received a double blood supply. The blood supply was very rich. Moreover, the liver also had the function of producing and draining bile. Once the liver was damaged, the consequences would be very serious. The amount of blood loss would directly cause hemorrhagic shock. And bile leakage would cause serious biliary peritonitis. Bleeding plus infection plus unknown co-injury equals what? It was obvious, any one of them could endanger the patient's life. Therefore, when the two of them looked at Chen Song, there was only anticipation in their eyes as if they were looking at their savior. They hoped that Xiaochen could wait until Qian Liang came back. P.S. There are 3 for now. There are more tomorrow at noon. Also, there are a lot fewer subscriptions today, please subscribe. The hospital was different from other places. It was much harder to say I can than to say I don't know how to. This was because from medical students to medical experts and professors, no one would say I can to something they were not confident about. This I can carried a lot of weight. It meant that others would believe in you, support you, and assist you in the next rescue work. And to say I can to the patient meant that the patient would trust you unconditionally. All of this was only because your profession was a doctor. Therefore, when Chen Song said I can, both Fan Tai from the emergency department and Yu Wenqing from the Department of Hepatobiliary and Pancreatic Surgery were surprised. It was as if a patient was on the brink of death and was powerless to do anything, but someone suddenly extended a helping hand. Of course, this could not be separated from Wang Xianjuan's recognition of Chen Song. They hurriedly sent the patient into the operating theater. Although the slight subcapsular liver rupture could be healed after close observation and non-surgical treatment. However, surgery was the only chance to save the patient with massive bleeding and infection caused by suspected abdominal bile leakage. At this moment, no one could let down their guard. The doctors from the blood transfusion department hurried over and prepared the blood. The scrub nurses, anesthesiologists. Everyone was on standby. It was best to deploy before the rescue. Before the surgery, the patient had already been rescued in the operating theater. Wang Xianjuan did not bother to change his clothes and wash his hands. He ran into the operating theater in his white coat and carried out all kinds of preoperative preparations before the rescue: blood preparation, blood transfusion, fluid replacement, oxygen injection, electrolyte disorder correction, maintain acid-base balance, protect kidney function and prevent kidney failure. A series of preoperative preparations seemed to be preparatory work for the upcoming battle. Just as Chen Song and the others walked into the operating theater, the patient's blood pressure finally stabilized. This made everyone in the operating theater breathe a sigh of relief. If the patient's condition could not be stabilized and his blood pressure could not rise, the following surgery would be very risky. Preoperative preparations were especially important. After the anesthesia, Chen Song decisively took the scalpel from the nurse's hand. At this moment, the three people, including Wang Xiangjuan, and every medical staff around them all looked at Chen Song, although Wang Xiangjuan was very willing to believe Chen Song's words. How should he say it? It was very complicated. Even the attending physician of the Department of Hepatobiliary and Pancreatic Surgery, Yu Wenqing, did not dare to say that he could perform liver rupture repair, but Chen Song dared to. Was this confidence? There was an element of boldness in it. However, Wang Xiangjuan hoped that Chen Song really knew how to do it. She hoped that he would be able to surprise her like before. Chen Song did not hesitate, nor did he feel uneasy. Instead, he picked up the scalpel and made a small cut according to the established route. A long and diagonal incision extended from the xiphoid process to the right armpit. A J-shaped incision appeared. At this time, the abdominal cavity was filled with blood, some of which had already coagulated into blood clots. Chen Song turned around and looked at Yu Wenqing. "Can I?" Yu Wenqing understood what Chen Song meant. She looked at Chen Song's determined eyes and nodded seriously. "No problem. Absorb the liquid. Gauze." Yu Wenqing skillfully began to wash the fluid and prepare it. Although he did not know how to repair a ruptured liver, he had assisted Chief Qian before, so he was still capable of assisting. Now, he needed to decisively control the bleeding and detect the damage. The removal of the blood clots needed to be done carefully. Soon, the abdominal cavity was relatively clean. However, at this time, there was still rapid bleeding at the ruptured liver tissue. This should be the reason why the blood pressure had not been able to rise. Chen Song's eyes were sharp and his hands were fast. He directly held the gauze pad in his hand to stop the bleeding. He held the liver with both hands and immediately began to stop the bleeding. He carefully held the liver with both hands and firmly pressed the gauze pad. His fingers cleverly blocked the blood vessels. Suddenly, the bleeding stopped at once. Chen Song's seemingly simple operation directly stunned everyone around him and made them speechless. Even Wang Xiangjuan widened his eyes and looked at this shocking scene in disbelief. Barehanded bleeding control? Barehanded bleeding control of the liver. However, it had always been for a single blood vessel or a single injury. However, Chen Song's operation, how did he do it? It seemed to be a casual barehanded operation, but it required precise judgment and accurate positioning, as well as quick emergency measures. At this time, Qian Liang had already rushed into the operating room. He woke up from his dream and suddenly learned that there was a liver rupture surgery. He did not care about anything else and rushed over. Even so, it took a lot of time. After hurriedly washing his hands, he entered the operating room and did not have time to change into a surgical gown before he saw this amazing scene. Who was this? How could he be so amazing? Qian Liang was shocked and pleasantly surprised. When did such a talent appear in their department? However, when Qian Liang looked up, he suddenly felt that it was very unfamiliar. He took a closer look. Wasn't this Chen Song? This time, Qian Liang was even more stunned. Chen Song. When did he know how to perform liver rupture repair surgery? In the entire Department of Hepatobiliary and Pancreatic Surgery of the First Hospital of Eastern University, there were only 4 people who could perform this surgery, and they were all at the chief level. Chen Song was still playing with appendices and gallbladders some time ago, right? He even knew how to perform liver rupture surgery? Moreover, it was a barehanded bleeding control. This shocked Qian Liang and made him a little confused. This was not sleepwalking, right? After Chen Song stopped the bleeding, he breathed a sigh of relief. However, this barehanded bleeding control was only temporary. If he wanted to perform the surgery, he could not do it like this. Chen Song quickly said to Yu Wenqing, "What are you doing? Stop the hepatic blood flow." Yu Wenqing blushed and quickly took the hemostatic forceps. However, at this time, Qian Liang quickly said, "Wait a moment." Everyone looked up and saw that Chief Qian had arrived. At this moment, everyone could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. Wang Xiangjuan also glanced at Qian Liang and nodded. "He's here." Qian Liang, yes. After putting on the surgical gown, Qian Liang walked to the opposite side of Chen Song. Fan Tai quickly made way for him. Qian Liang looked at Chen Song and said, "Are you ready?" Chen Song nodded. Qian Liang took the hemostatic forceps and stopped the bleeding immediately. Chen Song released his hands and immediately began to check. This method of intermittently blocking the hepatic blood flow to control the hepatic arteries and veins could indeed stop the bleeding immediately. However, there were also many limitations. Each time the blood flow was blocked, it could not be blocked for too long, usually 15 to 20 minutes. However, it was obviously unrealistic to complete such a tedious task within this period of time. The blood flow could only be restored for 5 minutes before the second blockage. However, modern medical research showed that repeated blockages were not conducive to the recovery of the liver. As such, the speed of the surgery must be accelerated. The requirements for the surgeon were getting higher and higher. Therefore, Xianxia came over personally to cooperate with Chen Song and complete the work within 15 minutes. Chen Song glanced at Xianxia and began the exploration work. In fact, when Chen Song held the liver just now, he already felt that some parts were damaged. He felt that some parts were sunken and soft, which was a sign of liver damage. He turned around and took the puncture needle. He punctured the sunken and soft parts. In an instant, blood flowed. This meant that although there was no obvious damage on the surface of the liver, there was a typical central rupture. This made Xianxia, who was at the side, praise. It was a very thoughtful operation. This was just like the application of common sense in life. Although it was just a small skill, it was very important at this time. Yu Wenqing also widened her eyes in disbelief. This method was good. I learned it. Chen Song then used his right hand to explore the diaphragm and visceral surface of the left lobe of the liver. Continuous notifications and red names appeared on Chen Song's body. Damaged hepatic portal, inferior vena cava injury. It was very serious. Xianxia looked at Chen Song's frown and could not help but worry. Exploration work was extremely important. Not only did it have to determine the amount of blood loss and blood transfusion through exploration, but it also had to determine the type of injury according to the location and extent of the liver injury and whether there was any damage to other organs. From this, the surgical method was determined. This process seemed simple, but it was very difficult for ordinary junior doctors to do it. This was a great test of a hepatobiliary and pancreatic surgeon's standard. However, in Chen Song's eyes, many of the judgments were very simple. The amount of blood loss could be relatively accurate in Chen Song's eyes. And the injury would appear in red in Chen Song's eyes. Chen Song pondered for a moment and began to say, the amount of blood loss may be about 1,500 milliliters. After the doctor from the blood transfusion department heard this, he began to calculate the next blood transfusion and predict. Chen Song continued, there is hepatic portal damage and inferior vena cava injury. Xianxia nodded. Clamp the hepatic vein branch. Clamp the hepatic portal vein. Chen Song spoke while Xianxia operated. The two of them cooperated very well. 15 minutes passed quickly. Chen Song turned around and looked at Yu Wenqing. Release the hemostatic forceps. Yu Wenqing quickly nodded and released the hemostatic forceps. After releasing the hemostatic forceps, everyone thought that there would be a lot of blood gushing out. But, the next scene in front of them left them with no choice but to be convinced. Although blood was still seeping out, the scene was completely different from when the blood gushed out. Everyone was overjoyed, but their hearts were filled with shock. Truly amazing. Xianxia looked at Chen Song with joy and disbelief. Although Xianxia was the one doing the operation just now, the real core CPU was Chen Song. The most important thing was to accurately find the bleeding point and the rupture. Found it and clamped it. The hardest part was finding it. Xianxia couldn't help but glance at Chen Song and say sincerely, Xiao Chen. Amazing. 5 minutes later, the blood flow was unimpeded. The operation continued. The next thing to do was to repair it. Chen Song turned around. Number 10 silk thread. The nurse quickly handed it over. Chen Song took the needle holder and began to repair it. He did not give it to Xianxia because compared to Xianxia, he was more familiar with the patient's injuries. The repair of the liver was much more difficult than the repair of other organs, because the liver tissue was very fragile. Whether it was ligation or suture, it had to be slowly tightened to prevent the suture from cutting or even cutting the liver. This kind of iatrogenic liver injury often existed in the past. Chen Song gently ligated the suture. Step by step, he was very careful. His movements were gentle, just like an experienced old chief in his 50s. He did not look like a young boy in his 20s or 30s. The repair of the liver was much more troublesome than that of the spleen. The volume was larger, and there were cracks. When the wound was deeper, it was even more difficult to repair and suture it. If there was anyone who knew this surgery the best, it would be Xianxia. He and Xianxia operated together, so he knew more about the surgery. How many wounds were there? It was impossible to count. And this required a lot of surgical experience and enough theoretical knowledge as a foundation to be able to constantly find those hidden wounds and bleeding points. Xianxia's level of detail was beyond Xianliang's expectations. This was too amazing. He did not expect Xiaochen to be so talented. No, this was no longer a matter of talent. This might have risen to strength. Talent meant that you had the ability to become a very powerful surgeon. However, Xianxia now had this kind of surgical ability. The surrounding people looked at Xianxia with respect and emotion in their eyes. Yu Wenqing and Fan Tai looked at each other. Who was this person? Why was he so amazing? When Xianxia said, "I can do it," in the resuscitation room, the two of them must have doubted it. But in the short time of one surgery, Xianxia told them what it meant to have no doubts. Xianliang really, really regretted it. He really, really had the chance to become this monster's teacher. Unfortunately, there was only one chance. Xianliang really, his heart ached so much that he could not breathe. His mind was filled with traces of regret. I could only watch helplessly as you, but you're not my disciple. You can act cool, but I can't do anything about it. That's right, he had to control himself. He could not let anyone see him cry. Time passed by minute. After Xianxia checked the abdominal cavity, there was not much damage. After a little repair, the surgery was completely over. Xianliang looked at Xianxia and could not help but say, "Xiaochen, you did a great job." Wang Xiangjuan looked at Xianxia. "Xiaochen, it's all thanks to you today. If it weren't for you." Sigh. Xianxia smiled. "It's what I should do, it's what I should do." Wang Xiangjuan took a deep breath, glanced at Fan Tai, and then at Xianxia. He shook his head. What did Li Haitan do? How could he have such a big treasure? Wang Xiangjuan was not convinced. He remembered that a few days ago, this guy was still showing the name of the first author of liver transplantation and British Journal of Surgery in his circle of friends. Aren't you embarrassed? You're already so old, yet you rely on a junior to post an article for you. Aren't you embarrassed? The more he thought about it, the angrier Wang Xiangjuan became. Looking at Xianxia, he admitted that he was envious and jealous, and Xianxia's harvest today was even more bountiful. This surgery that was many levels higher brought him a lot of experience points. This was a level 75 monster, which directly made Xianxia's level soar to level 35. Xianxia could not help but feel happy in his heart. When he reached level 40, he could learn level 4 surgery. The incomplete version of liver repair surgery could also be perfected. As for the level 4 surgery of cardiac surgery and thoracic surgery, he should be able to learn it, right? But then, which was higher, the profession score or level 40? Ding! Congratulations, the ruptured liver has been successfully repaired. You will receive a generous reward, JHVI surgical method, master level. Xianxia was stunned when he heard the system's notification. He was stunned for a moment and was a little puzzled. Is this surgery the generous reward I'm receiving? How is it generous? Is it generous just because it's written in 4 English letters? Xianxia did not understand what kind of surgery was written in 4 English letters. If he had to force himself to explain, he would think that it was a very high-end surgery. Ding! Congratulations on receiving JHVI surgery. Alright, I'll go back and do some research. I don't understand anyway. Xianxia felt like a primary school student who was suddenly rewarded with the theory of relativity by the system. He stared at the book cover in a daze. What is the theory of relativity? Tonight's mission was more difficult. Out of the 3 patients, 2 were seriously injured and 1 was only slightly injured. Now that one of them had been successfully treated, Wang Xiangjuan was about to walk toward Mengxi's operating room. Mengxi, Ge Huai, and the others walked out of the operating room next door. Wang Xiangjuan quickly asked, Chief Physician Meng, how was the surgery? Mengxi nodded, Chief Physician Wang, it was very smooth. But, transfer him to the ICU. It's still hard to say. The ascending aorta was ruptured and there's also a thoracic cavity. Wang Xiangjuan sighed in relief and nodded. At least his life was not in danger, however, now was not the time to relax. The two patients were sent to the ICU for monitoring. After a busy period, Wang Xiangjuan finally breathed a sigh of relief. When he saw that Chen Song was about to leave, he quickly ran over. He looked at Chen Song with a grateful expression and thanked him. After that, he suddenly smiled embarrassedly. "Little Chen, don't you think that we are fated to be together?" Meng Shi and Qian Liang were confused. How could they be fated? Chen Song thought of the master-level surgical reduction technique and the master-level emergency medicine mastery that he was about to obtain. He felt that they were indeed fated. If Chief Physician Wang gave him more skills, their fate would be even deeper. Thinking of this, Chen Song smiled and nodded. That's right. It's my honor to know Director Wang." Hearing that, Wang Xiangjuan looked at Qian Liang and said, "Right? Haha, I feel like I hit it off with Xiao Chen." At this point, Wang Xiangjuan laughed. "Xiao Chen, what do you think of our Eastern University First Hospital's emergency department? Are you interested in developing your business here?" Qian Liang rolled his eyes. "Can't you tell?" He was just being polite. "You're still pushing your luck." Qian Liang felt that he was too thin-skinned when he saw Wang Xiangjuan trying to poach him. Chen Song smiled. "I believe that there will be opportunities to cooperate with Director Wang and Eastern University's first courtyard in the future." When Wang Xiangjuan heard Chen Song's words, he sighed helplessly and understood what was going on. However, he was very curious. What charm did the second provincial hospital have to attract Chen Song so much? Because no matter what, whether it was qualifications, treatment, or development prospects, the first courtyard of the Eastern University was a level higher than the second courtyard of the province. It was a waste to give such a genius to Li Haitan. Wang Xiangjuan felt that he should explore the second provincial hospital some other day to see if there were any special discoveries. Meng Shi looked at Chen Song curiously. Although he didn't know what he did, it must be related to rescuing the patient. Thinking of this, Meng Shi was suddenly curious. What kind of surgery was that? At this time, Ge Huai was even more curious. What ability did Chen Song have to make countless directors bow down to him? Fan Tai walked over and Ge Huai quickly went over. "Old Fan, what surgery was that?" Fan Tai was also very curious about Chen Song at this time. He didn't answer Ge Huai's question. Instead, he asked directly, "Ge Huai, is that young doctor from your department?" Ge Huai nodded. "Yes, he's Director Meng's postgraduate student. He's in his first year." Fan Tai directly snorted. F***ck, are you kidding me? Do I look like an idiot to you? Dr. Chen is in his first year? I would believe you if you said you were in your first year. Ge Huai was stunned. "What did this have to do with you looking like an idiot?" Fan Tai said. "Don't joke around." Ge Huai was speechless. "What kind of joke am I making? It's true." "What happened? Tell me quickly." Fan Tai saw that Ge Huai didn't seem to be joking. He immediately widened his eyes and said in shock and disbelief, F***ck. Dr. Chen is really a postgraduate student? Do you know what surgery he just performed? Ge Huai shook his head. At this time, Meng Shi also approached. She was even more curious about Chen Song. Fan Tai said with a look of longing, "Dr. Chen performed a liver rupture repair surgery. From the beginning to the end, he stopped bleeding with his bare hands. It's really awesome." What were the two of them talking about in one sentence? Ge Huai looked at Fan Tai blankly. "Do I look like an idiot to you?" Fan Tai was speechless. "What I said is F***king true. If you don't believe me, ask Wenqing." Yu Wenqing looked at Ge Huai excitedly. "Little Ge, do you have Dr. Chen's phone number? His barehanded bleeding control is really awesome. That surgery is not inferior to Director Chen's." Ge Huai's eyes widened. "You're saying Chen Song knows how to perform liver rupture repair surgery?" Yu Wenqing was very excited. "He doesn't just know how to do it. That's a master-level achievement." Ge Huai felt that he wouldn't be able to sleep tonight. He might have to shut himself in, should he apply for leave from Teacher Xia in advance. However, when he thought of the way Director Xia looked at Chen Song tonight, Ge Huai quickly shook his head. It was better not to apply for leave. What if the teacher was unhappy with him and took the opportunity to kick him out of the school? How embarrassing would that be? Perhaps, at this moment, only two people could understand Gu Huai. One was Qian Lin, and the other was classmate A Meng. She looked at Chen Song's back thoughtfully. Her eyes were suddenly filled with surprise and curiosity. This student of hers seemed to be a little awesome. Thinking of this, Meng Shi suddenly felt her clothes start to tighten again. Annoying, Chen Song and Qian Liang walked together and left the resuscitation room. Chen Song suddenly heard a system notification. Ding! Meng Shi's favorability plus 10. Chen Song was suddenly stunned. What did I do? This can also increase the favorability? This made the empty Chen Song look happy. Not bad, not bad. His favorability increased by 10 points. The last time he exchanged for the aortic artery repair technique, he directly spent 30 points on it. Now, it was at least 40 points. Qian Liang looked at Chen Song and wanted to say something but stopped. He suddenly felt that fate was playing tricks on people. Back then, he almost didn't take a fancy to Chen Song. Now, it had already reached this stage. If Chen Song looked for a teacher now, he probably wouldn't take a fancy to him. Thinking of this, old Qian suddenly sighed. In this life, people really couldn't be reserved. This lesson was too deep. After returning home, Chen Song sorted out his spoils of war. One was master-level JHVI surgery. The other was master-level emergency department drug mastery. One was an active skill, and the other was a passive skill. Although the surgery was tiring, it was a fruitful night. However, when Chen Song opened the mission interface, Chen Song realized that there was still a mission. 1. Did I miss something? Chen Song was as excited as if he had found 2,000 renminbi in the pocket of an old shirt. He opened the completed mission. The system notification sounded. Ding! Completed a level 50 dungeon. Obtained reward, master level tracheal intubation. Only then did Chen Song realize that the patient who had been bandaged for 10 years in his chest would have died if he had stayed there any longer. However, this had nothing to do with the patient. It was the negligence of the medical staff. Chen Song took this as a warning. Because of his carelessness, it was very likely that he had added an unpredictable bomb to the patient's body that could threaten their health at any time. Chen Song did not ask Jing Ran what exactly happened after that. Perhaps, after being a doctor for a long time, he gradually stopped gossiping. He opened his inventory. There was a purple skill book, for simulation stones, and a blank skill book. Chen Song activated the purple skill book, and the system notification sounded. Ding! Congratulations, you have obtained master-level cardiac surgery skill, unnamed artery injury repair technique. Chen Song could not help but feel happy when he obtained 2 skills. He was a few steps closer to becoming an excellent emergency doctor, but what kind of surgery was JHVI? Chen Song could not figure it out, so he could not sleep. He quickly turned on his computer and searched. After this search, Chen Song realized that he might have really found a treasure. JHVI surgery, also known as proximal hepatic vein injury surgery, was the most difficult and dangerous surgery in liver trauma surgery. It was also one of the most troublesome problems in the field of liver surgery. The proximal hepatic vein included the main hepatic vein and the posterior hepatic vein. Because of its special anatomical location, it was difficult to treat, so it was also a very difficult surgery until now. With this search, Chen Song was instantly happy. The next morning, when Chen Song arrived at the hospital, he was stopped by Qin Yu at the door. Have you thought it through? Chen Song was stunned. What do you mean? You came so early, just to stop me? However, looking at Qin Yu's aggressive manner, Chen Song suddenly reacted, yes. I've thought it through. When Qin Yu heard this, he quickly let go of his hand. Give me the phone. I'll check it. Chen Song suddenly felt that he was too idle this morning. Where was the patient? All of you, come out. Do you guys usually have to increase the number of customers? You don't have to add anything today. Can I take the initiative to show it to you? Quickly drag this woman away. Chen Song looked at Qin Yu and smiled awkwardly. I'm not sure yet, so I came over so early to ask for your opinion. Which one do you like? When Qin Yu heard this, he immediately narrowed his eyes. Tell me, I want to hear what you have. Chen Song frowned and tried to beat his brain cells. He summed up his experience and reflected on his mistakes. He felt that Xiaoxiao was definitely not a good choice. After all, Xiaoxiao and Qinyu were taboo. Big yaya. Get lost. Chen Song swallowed his saliva. Big baby. Haha. Big. Just as Chen Song was racking his brain cells to think, a young couple ran in with a child in their arms. After seeing Qinyu, the woman pulled Qinyu and said breathlessly, "Doctor. Quick, quick. Save the child." Hearing this, Qinyu and Chen Song were not in the mood to bicker. They quickly turned to look at the child. The man hurried to the side to go through the procedures. The woman held the child with a panicked expression. She looked at Qinyu with uneasiness and nervousness and was about to speak. The little boy in her arms said directly, "Mom, put me down. You're hurting me." The woman was stunned and quickly put the child down. Chen Song looked at the lively child and was stunned. What's wrong with the child? Do you want to save the child? Qinyu was also a little curious. Which child? What's wrong? The woman said, "It's him. Run over here. Don't run around." The little boy was very naughty. After entering the emergency room, he touched here and there. He didn't look like a person who needed saving. Qinyu asked, "What's wrong with the child?" The woman said, "He swallowed Lulu's button into his stomach." Hearing the woman's words, Qinyu and Chen Song were stunned. The woman explained, "When I got up in the morning, I heated up a can of Lulu for the child. When I opened my mouth, I accidentally dropped the button. I simply poured Lulu into the cup for him. But after he drank it, he picked up the can of Lulu and drank a mouthful. This mouthful also swallowed the button into his stomach." After that, the woman looked flustered. "Doctor, that button is very sharp. Won't it cut his stomach?" Qinyu frowned slightly when he heard this. The woman's words were not unreasonable. The child's esophagus was not so wide. If the esophagus contracted, and the button of the can was relatively sharp, it would easily cause damage to the esophagus. Chen Song simply said, "Let's do a gastroscope to see what's going on. Let's see if we can take it out." When the child's parents heard this, they quickly nodded. Yes, 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 let's do a gastroscope." Chen Song asked as he walked, "Did he eat after swallowing it?" The woman quickly shook her head. "No, he told me that he swallowed something." I was shocked and hurriedly sent him to the emergency room. After Chen Song heard this, he nodded. This was good news. As he spoke, he took the child to the endoscopy room. It was 7:30 now. Chen Song simply followed Qinyu to the endoscopy room. The doctor on duty saw Chen Song and greeted him. "Dr. Chen, what's wrong?" Chen Song said, "When the child drank Lulu, he accidentally swallowed the button of the can." Hearing Chen Song's words, the man suddenly looked at the child with suspicion. The little boy saw that the endoscopy doctor was a little fierce and couldn't help but take a few steps back. I don't want to eat it either." This sentence, for some reason, made everyone want to laugh. The parents were even more dumbfounded. They didn't know what to say. The endoscopy doctor nodded at the little boy. "Yes, I know. Let's take it out. Otherwise, it will take root in your stomach and grow into a can in the future." After the little boy heard this, he was shocked. The endoscopy doctor nodded. "Well, be good. Come here and don't move. Let me see if it has taken root now." The little boy nodded seriously and didn't dare to move anymore. He had originally decided to do a normal gastroscope, but considering that the child's compliance would not be very good, moreover, if he had to take out the button, he could not let him move around, so he decided to anesthetize him first. When the gastroscope reached into the esophagus, he carefully observed the surroundings to see if there was any damage on the esophagus. He Jiqiang was not old, only in his 30s. He was more cautious, and the child's esophagus was not very long. He looked back and forth 2 or 3 times before saying, "It's okay, the esophagus is not damaged." Hearing this, the child's family breathed a sigh of relief. He Jiqiang continued to extend his head downwards. Finally, he saw a metal button at the bottom of the stomach. As the button had been pried open, its shape was rather special. However, the edges and corners of the button were clearly defined. There was even a sharp point at the corner. This made He Jiqiang frown. The family was at the side, looking at the photo on the television. They did not dare to say anything, afraid that they would disturb the doctor's thoughts. However, seeing that He Jiqiang did not speak, the woman could not help but whisper, "Doctor, can't you just take it out?" He Jiqiang was stunned and shook his head. If only it were that simple. The button is very sharp now. If I pull it out now, it is very likely to damage the inner wall. This is different from swallowing. With the lubrication of the milk and the wriggling of the esophagus, it might not damage the inner wall when it goes in, but if you pull it out by force, it's hard to say. Once the esophagus is damaged, it will have to be repaired, and it will be very troublesome. Hearing He Jiqiang's words, the boy's parents' expression suddenly changed. Qinyu and Qianxia also stared at the television. Qianxia began to think about whether there was an angle to pull the metal button out. However, as the grip of the endoscope was not as stable as the forceps, when it was pulled out, it was easy to cause problems if the direction was a little off. What should they do? They could not go through the trouble of cutting a hole in the stomach to take it out just because of a can button, right? That was too unnecessary. Hence, now everyone was in a dilemma. What should they do? Qianxia was also constantly thinking about what he should do. Could it be that he had to use an imitation stone and try to take it out himself? But there was no need for that. Thinking of this, Qianxia lowered his head and saw He Jiqiang's gloves. Qianxia's eyes lit up as if he had found some clues. That's right. Could he wrap the clasp of the sharp can with something and take it out? What could possibly wrap it up? There was also a lubricating effect. It could lubricate the space between the esophagus and the wall of the esophagus and reduce friction. At this time, Qianxia suddenly thought of something good. Suddenly, his eyes lit up and he said to He Jiqiang, "Lao He, wait for me for 2 minutes." Qianxia got up and ran outside. Below the endoscopy room was the comprehensive examination department, and there was a color ultrasound room inside. In fact, although it wasn't time for work yet, the entrance of the color ultrasound room was already filled with people. Qianxia asked the nurse to open the door and went straight in. The doctor on duty was a young female doctor called Zhang Dani. When she saw Qianxia running in, she immediately smiled. "Director Chen, how come you have time to come to our department?" Qianxia immediately smiled. "Dr. Zhang, do you have any contraceptive condoms? Give me 2 of them." Zhang Dani was stunned. "What do you want them for?" She tore 7 or 8 of them from the drawer and handed them over. She said, "Take them all." Qianxia smiled awkwardly. "Why are they so old?" "I need them for the endoscopy room." 2 are enough." When Zhang Dani heard that, she immediately became curious. "Endoscopy room? What do they need this for?" Usually, there were many ultrasounds in the ultrasound room, including the ENE ultrasound. This required the use of contraceptive condoms. At first, Qianxia didn't understand why the color ultrasound room had this thing. It wasn't until he saw it with his own eyes that he understood. Qianxia explained the situation. Zhang Dani's eyes lit up and she stared at Qianxia with wide eyes. "You're really a genius." Qianxia smiled embarrassedly. "I'll try it." Zhang Dani suddenly had a whim and became excited. "Let's go and take a look together." As it wasn't working hours yet, it was fine for Zhang Dani to go out. The 2 of them walked together to the endoscopy room. When He Jiqiang saw Zhang Dani, he was stunned. "Dr. Zhang, why are you here?" Zhang Dani smiled. "I'm here to see Director Chen create a miracle." At this time, Qianxia had already torn open the pocket of a contraceptive condom and said to He Jiqiang, "Old He, this is what I think. Let's open this thing and stuff it into the stomach with a probe. Then, we can stuff the metal buckle of the can in and take this out. It just so happens that there's a layer of lubricant on the outside. It just so happens that it has a lubricating effect on the esophagus wall." After He Jiqiang heard this, he was also convinced by Qianxia's genius idea. His eyes lit up. "It's feasible." As he spoke, he took out the endoscopy, opened the contraceptive condom, and stuffed it into the boy's esophagus. Fortunately, the stomach was relatively large, so there was room for manipulation. He Jiqiang controlled the grip and carefully stuffed the metal buckle into the contraceptive condom. This process was quite a test of skill. He Jiqiang operated it a few times before he finally stuffed it in. Immediately, the surrounding people were delighted, he had succeeded halfway. Next, He Jiqiang carefully pulled out the contraceptive condom with the can buckle from the inside. It had to be said that the lubricating effect was really good. There was no obstruction at all. The entire process was very smooth. Soon, it was taken out of the boy's mouth. Immediately, the surrounding people were delighted, looking at the contraceptive condom with the metal buckle. Everyone couldn't help but be happy. No one would have thought that an ingenious contraceptive condom would actually solve the problem of swallowing a difficult foreign object. Thinking of this, He Jiqiang couldn't help but say, "Chen Song, you're too amazing." Zhang Dani had witnessed it with her own eyes. She couldn't help but say, "Yes, to be able to think of this method, Chen Song, you're simply a genius." Little Licky looked at Chen Song with her eyes shining. She had already started cheering loudly in her heart. Chen Song is the best in the world. It had to be said that Chen Song's idea was really a genius. Who would have thought that the contraceptive condom could have such a magical effect? The parents carried their children and followed Chen Song and Qinyu back to the emergency department's observation room, waiting for their children to wake up. Along the way, they kept thanking Chen Song. After all, if Chen Song hadn't thought of this method, they really wouldn't have known how to deal with it. Although they were praising Chen Song, Qinyu felt happy in his heart. It was as if they were praising him. After the two of them dealt with the patient, they walked out of the observation room. Qinyu turned around and looked at Chen Song with his big eyes. "You're amazing." Chen Song suddenly smiled proudly. "You just realized?" Haha. However, after a while, Qinyu immediately stared at Chen Song and said meaningfully, "Tell me honestly, where did your inspiration come from?" Chen Song was stunned. Qinyu narrowed his eyes. "Tell me, how many have you used?" Chen Song was speechless. How should he start? Sigh, women, P.S. Recently, many of my friends might have to take exams. I wish everyone a smooth exam. As for medical students, good luck. Revise well. Wang Xiangjuan could not hide his thoughts. Ever since he saw Chen Song, he did not eat or drink. He even lost a few strands of hair. This made Chief Wang, who cherished his hair, feel a little fearful. After thinking about it, Wang Xiangjuan decided to have a good chat with Li Haitan. "Aren't you stubborn?" "I'll use the trick of injuring myself today. I'll use reason and emotion to persuade him. Anyway, I'll try all the methods to kidnap Chen Song." After the morning shift, Wang Xiangjuan saw that there were no surgeries, so he took a taxi to the second provincial hospital. Looking at the simple emergency department, Wang Xiangjuan could not help but feel disgusted. How could this small pond keep Chen Song? What trick did Li Haitan use? Wang Xiangjuan, who had been here several times, was familiar with the place. It was 9 o'clock, so he was not very busy. But, when he passed by the doctor's office, he suddenly saw Chen Song standing next to a woman with his head lowered. The woman seemed to be criticizing him fiercely. This time, Wang Xiangjuan was stunned. What was going on? Xiao Chen was so outstanding, who dared to criticize him? However, Xiao Chen's face was full of flattery. Cheap, pay. Wang Xiangjuan could not help but spit. How could a man be like this? However, at this time, Wang Xiangjuan suddenly realized. Could it be? He thought of the proud Xia Gaofeng, the naked Mengxi, the poor Qian Liang, the aggrieved Taomi, and he suddenly realized, he suddenly understood what was going on. That's right, so that's it. Thinking of this, Wang Xiangjuan picked up his phone and took a photo of Chen Song and Qinyu. Then, he turned and left. Fortunately, the second provincial hospital was not far from the first hospital of Eastern University. Wang Xiangjuan could go back and forth in 10 minutes. Back at the first hospital of Eastern University, he looked at his 4-story emergency building and could not help but sigh. A fly in the ointment, such a good building. No matter how he looked at it, it lacked Chen Song. Thinking of this, he ran to Qian Liang's office in the administrative building. Qian Liang, who was watching the surgery video, suddenly felt the door open. He was shocked and quickly closed his phone. Looking up, it was Wang Xiangjuan. Qian Liang sighed. "Old Wang, can you knock on the door before you come in the future?" Wang Xiangjuan glared at him. "What's the matter? Do you think you're all that great just because you're the school head? And he's a deputy." Xianliang sighed helplessly, pretend I didn't say anything. What's the matter? When Wang Xiangjuan saw Qianliang's guilty look, he couldn't help but be curious and asked, what are you looking at? Qianliang shook his head. Nothing. Wang Xiangjuan had a suspicious look on his face. I don't believe you. Hurry up and take it out. Otherwise, I will report you to the provincial committee. I have to go for a physical examination tomorrow. Hearing Wang Xiangjuan's words, Qianliang suddenly felt helpless. This guy was really unreasonable. The deans in charge of equipment and drugs had been reported by him countless times. Now, they were scared witless and did not dare to do anything. They had come to him more than once to complain that they were poor and that they wanted to resign. He knew that Wang Xiangjuan was joking, but God knows what was in his head. What if he really told the leader that he, Qianliang, was watching some unknown video on his phone in the office during working hours? How shameless would he be? Qianliang rolled his eyes, opened the video on his phone, and handed it over. I haven't finished watching Xiao Chen's surgery video yesterday, so I came back to watch it. Wang Xiangjuan narrowed his eyes and smiled slyly. Are you secretly learning from him? Qianliang's old face suddenly turned red, and he was so angry that he snorted. Don't talk nonsense. Do I need to secretly learn from him? If I want to learn from him, I can call Chen Song to my side. Do you believe it or not? I was the one who personally checked his exam results. Wang Xiangjuan snorted and handed the phone over. He stared at Qianliang and said, Come. Call Xiao Chen over. Qianliang was stunned. Can't you play according to common sense? Is it fun to slap face like this? Qianliang was so angry that he wanted to pick up his phone and chase Wang Xiangjuan out. It was not that he could not call him over, but he was too embarrassed to. After watching Chen Song's video yesterday, Qianliang reflected for a long time and realized that Chen Song's surgery really had many redeeming qualities. Putting everything else aside, Qianliang had watched the barehanded bleeding control dozens of times. Every time he watched it, he would sigh with emotion. It was too amazing. What did Li Haitan do to deserve it? How could he have such a doctor under him? Wang Xiangjuan did not care what Qianliang thought and said directly, Old Qian, do you want to know why? Qianliang pretended to be calm. Why what? When Wang Xiangjuan heard that, he was unhappy. If you continue to act cool, I'll leave. Can't we have a good chat? Qianliang coughed. Forget it. It was not worth it to talk to this bore. You mean Xiao Chen? Wang Xiangjuan nodded. He leaned on the table and stared at Qianliang. Don't you want to know why Xiao Chen is in the emergency department? Why is he in the second provincial hospital? Why didn't he apply for your mentor but Meng Shi? A series of questions made Qianliang frown. Why? Coincidence? Xiao Chen wants to learn cardiovascular surgery. Wang Xiangjuan smiled mysteriously. Wrong. Qianliang looked at Wang Xiangjuan curiously. What is it then? Wang Xiangjuan nodded and narrowed his eyes. He smiled. Of the 36 stratagems, the honey trap. Qianliang was stunned. He was not used to seeing Wang Xiangjuan, this bore, transform into a detective. Old Wang, tell me in detail. Wang Xiangjuan nodded. Old Qian, let me show you a photo. After saying that, Wang Xiangjuan took out the Huawei Mate 20 that his son had eliminated. He opened the photo and pointed it to Qianliang. When Qianliang saw the man and woman in the photo, he was stunned. It seemed that the string in his brain had been pulled. Old Qian also came to a realization. Wang Xiangjuan said with a mysterious expression, my guess is that Li Haitan must have used that honey trap. Also, Old Qian, why didn't Xiao Chen apply for you? Did he have to learn cardiovascular surgery? Definitely not. Think about it. Cardiovascular surgery has Xia Gaofeng, the second provincial hospital, and Taomi. Why didn't he apply for it? Why did he have to apply for Meng Shi, who was inexperienced? Seeing Wang Xiangjuan's words, Qianliang was speechless. Wang Xiangjuan snorted coldly. I thought about it and finally understood. Li Haitan is so cunning. He can't win with real swords and guns, so he started to use honey traps. However, although Wang Xiangjuan was angry, there was nothing he could do. The emergency department was filled with strong men who were more than 1 meter tall and weighed more than 100 kilograms. Where could he find such a beautiful girl? He was worried to death. Thinking of this, Wang Xiangjuan suddenly realized. Old Qian, when we recruit next year, let's see if we should recruit some good-looking nurses. This will definitely be useful in attracting and retaining talents. Qian Liang was deep in thought. It seemed that this was a good idea. Qian Liang suddenly slammed the table. I finally understand why Chen Song didn't leave the second provincial hospital. Wang Xiangjuan was shocked by Qian Liang. Looking at Qian Liang's righteous indignation, Wang Xiangjuan was also stunned. Why? Qian Liang narrowed his eyes. Think about it. The second provincial hospital didn't give Chen Song any special benefits or care. Compared to Xiao Chen's contributions, the second provincial hospital didn't seem to be moved. In fact, even the rewards given were normal. Wasn't he afraid that Xiao Chen would run away? I understand now. Qin Xiaoyuan is really an old fox. An old fox with a human face but a beast's heart. Wang Xiangjuan was stunned. Old Qian, speak clearly. I don't understand. Qian Liang chuckled and pointed at the girl in the photo. Look at this. Wang Xiangjuan took a closer look. She looks pretty. Qian Liang was speechless. Do you know who she is? Wang Xiangjuan shook his head. Could it be that there was something hidden behind this? Sure enough, Qian Liang slowly spat out a few words. Qin Yu. She's Qin Xiaoyuan's only daughter. Wang Xiangjuan sucked in a breath of cold air as soon as he said that. Oh my god, Dean Qin has really put in a lot of effort. He has already entrusted his daughter to you. What else do you want? Thinking of this, Wang Xiangjuan and Qian Liang looked at each other and saw something called fear in their eyes. Too ruthless. Too ruthless. At this moment, Qin Xiaoyuan had become a demon who sold his daughter for glory and a beast in human form in their eyes. After a long silence, suddenly, the two of them spoke in unison. Lao Qin, do you have a girl? Old Wang, do you have a girl? The two of them were stunned. Qian Liang rolled his eyes. It's not like you don't know that my daughter is already married. Wang Xiangjuan glared at him. Have you forgotten the nickname you gave my son when he was born? The two of them looked at each other and sighed again. Helpless, helpless. After a while, Wang Xiangjuan suddenly said, why don't you give little Meng to me? Transfer to my place? Qian Liang rolled his eyes. Alright, stop messing around. Wang Xiangjuan glared at him. How am I messing around? I'm doing this for the sake of our department and our hospital. Qian Liang shook his head. Let's think of another way. Suddenly, Wang Xiangjuan said, I have an idea. Qian Liang, what is it? Wang Xiangjuan narrowed his eyes and said with a smile, I specially went to the emergency department of the second provincial hospital this morning. No, it's too idle there. For Xiao Chen, part-time jobs are a place to retire. Why don't you send them to us? We'll give them some training. I'll call Director He from the 120 Emergency Center and ask him to come along. Tell him that our hospital has been too busy recently. Can we borrow Xiao Chen for a while? Thinking of this, Wang Xiangjuan hurriedly got up and walked outside. At around 10 o'clock in the morning, Li Baoshan received a call. Director He Tong from the Emergency Center and Wang Xiangjuan from the Emergency Department of the First Hospital of Eastern University were coming to the hospital to discuss important matters. After receiving the news, Li Baoshan suddenly felt an ominous premonition. Tao Mi and Li Baoshan had just finished a surgery. Seeing Li Baoshan's frown, she immediately asked, what's wrong? Old Li? Li Baoshan frowned slightly. Wang Xiangjuan and Director He from the Emergency Center are coming. What's the matter? Tao Mi heard and said immediately, oh? I have a good relationship with Old He. Do you want to go and have a look? Li Baoshan nodded. Half an hour later, they sat down in the emergency department director's office. Wang Xiangjuan had already thought about it. Li Haitan, you have your beauty trap, and I have mine. If not, I'll add a trick to lure the tiger away from the mountain. Wang Xiangjuan brewed his emotions for a long time, but he just couldn't cry. He Tong looked at Wang Xiangjuan's expression and the corner of his mouth twitched. How ugly. After a long time everyone sat down. Wang Xiangjuan went straight to the point and sighed. Sigh. Old Li. This sentence was so affectionate that Li Baoshan was stunned. Director Wang. What's wrong with you? Wang Xiangjuan took a deep breath. I've been tired recently. I haven't slept for more than 40 hours in a week. Last night, I only went to bed after 2 o'clock. I've been too busy. Li Baoshan agreed. Thinking of Wang Xiangjuan's emergency department of Eastern University First Hospital, he nodded with some embarrassment. Yes, the emergency department of Eastern University First Hospital does have a lot of responsibilities. Director Wang, you've worked hard. Wang Xiangjuan saw that it was effective and his eyes were red. I'm not afraid of hard work, nor am I tired. This is the basic quality that emergency doctors should have. Don't you think so? Old Li. Li Baoshan nodded. That's right. Wang Xiangjuan continued, but to be honest, emergency doctors have to train like this. Think about how many surgeries we performed in a day back then, right? Without patients, without resuscitation, without cases, how could you improve? Don't you think so, Old Li? Li Baoshan agreed. Yes, back then, there weren't so many emergency departments. There were so many patients every day. But the improvement was really fast. Wang Xiangjuan continued to put in more effort. So, I came here today because I want to cooperate with Chief Li. I think that our brother hospitals should strengthen their cooperation and improve each other. I was thinking of training the doctors under you, Chief Li. I brought them over to train and improve. Firstly, it can also improve the emergency standards of the second provincial hospital. Secondly, it can relieve our current pressure. Director Li, what do you think of this method? Li Baoshan's face immediately darkened when he heard this. After talking in circles for so long, wasn't he just looking for people? Who did he fancy? Li Baoshan was very cooperative. Yes. That's right. Why don't I let Xiaochen go over to train? Wang Xiangjuan couldn't help but slap his thigh. Good. I think it's pretty good. I'll definitely. Li Baoshan sneered. Good? Good my ass. Wang Xiangjuan's heart skipped a beat. Did King expose myself? He looked at the two of them and couldn't help but laugh. Alright. Stop arguing. Actually, the first hospital of Eastern University has been under a lot of pressure recently. I'm here today. Li Baoshan looked at He Tong. Old He, I was wrong about you. I didn't expect you to be such a person. You actually followed Wang Xiangjuan. He Tong smiled awkwardly and said, Baoshan, don't be angry. Let me finish. The purpose of my visit is to ask you and ask for your opinion. Let's see if the second provincial hospital can build a perfect rescue team. It's mainly for car accidents that require emergency surgery. After all, our rescue resources are limited. If the second provincial hospital can stand up, I believe the rescue efficiency will increase by a lot. I can also rest assured that 120 will send the patients over. This team needs the cooperation and participation of the cardiology department, orthopedics department, and general surgery department. Li Baoshan heard this. Director He, how about this? I'll give you an answer tomorrow. P.S. Thank you to fellow townsman V1 Goss for your generous gift of 100,000 to add an alliance master to this book. Thank you. Before the morning shift, Chen Song habitually arrived at the emergency department early in the morning. The previous night was peaceful and the country was peaceful. The night doctor, Wang Qian, was leisurely browsing TikTok with a McDonald's breakfast. His lips curled into a smile. How despicable, Chen Song could not help but laugh. Brother Qian, you're here on vacation for your night shift, right? Wang Qian smiled proudly. Of course. I have a good character and a fair face. Chen Song was speechless. It seemed that it was true. Sometimes, one could not help but believe in the emergency department. There were so-called black-faced warriors, such as himself. Suddenly, he understood why Director Li's face was black. After sitting down, Chen Song opened his attribute pane. After all, he had not looked at it for a long time. He suddenly felt that after level 30, his leveling speed slowed down. Chen Song could not understand why he only leveled up after killing a level 75 monster yesterday. Back then, he could level up even if he killed an appendix. Chen Song, level 35, 2307000, profession, cardiac surgeon, professional score, 24 points. Thoracic surgeon, profession score, 40 skill points, 16 Mengxi's affinity, 40 points, affinity, 60 points. When Chen Song saw that he needed 70,000 EXP to level up, he could not help but be stunned. That was too much, wasn't it? An appendix surgery only gave 200 EXP, and double the experience only gave 400 EXP. Could he only level up after performing 200 appendectomies? Sigh, now it seemed that the system was telling him not to stay in the newbie village. He should go out and develop. He originally thought that level 40 would be easier, but now it seemed that it was not that easy. How could there be so many high-level monsters for him to develop? However, when Chen Song saw his profession score, he was instantly delighted. His thoracic surgery profession score had reached 40 points. He really did not realize it. Chen Song opened his skill pane and saw a long list of skills. He suddenly blushed. He could not help but sigh. Dr. Jing is a good person. After all, many of them were gifts from Dr. Jing. Thinking of this, Chen Song wondered if he should treat Dr. Jing to a meal someday. Otherwise, he would feel bad. Chen Song suddenly understood the true meaning of this sentence. Don't forget to dig a well, man, when drinking water. However, looking at the pile of unfinished tasks, Chen Song suddenly felt that if he wanted to drink water, he had to dig a well. However, if he wanted to level up, Chen Song had to think of a way. He had to strive to find more surgeries that were similar to his level to perform. Otherwise, his experience points would increase too slowly. It was impossible to learn level 4 surgery before reaching level 40. This severely limited Chen Song's development. He could not be an employee for the rest of his life, could he? It was not easy to get a level 4 surgery, but it was an incomplete version. This made Chen Song very dissatisfied. When it was time for the shift change, Li Baoshan walked into the office. He looked at everyone and said, I have an announcement to make today. The head nurse, Tian Xianglan, rolled her eyes. Ever since August, the announcements had been coming every day, causing the head nurse to calculate the costs every day. She was mentally exhausted. After all, when the department director made an announcement, the head nurse had to think about a lot of trivial things. Li Baoshan continued, yesterday, department director He of the emergency medical center came over. Now, the dispatch of the emergency medical center is more troublesome, and the pressure on the hospitals is greater. Compared to the patients who need to be rescued, our medical resources are still insufficient. I discussed with the hospital leaders yesterday, and the hospital has decided to set up a special operations team to contribute their own strength. This special operations team is mainly focused on emergency surgeries, such as car accident injuries, and other urgent surgeries. Therefore, the hospital will choose a person from the relevant department to join our special operations team. As the lead department, the emergency medical center will need 3 people. One will be the person in charge, and the other 2 will be surgeons. Of course, the hospital will not let everyone work for nothing. Every member of the special operations team will receive special allowances and benefits from the hospital. I will send it to the group. Everyone, take a look first. When they heard Li Baoshan's words, there was a lot of discussion. The emergency medical center was already very busy and tiring. If the special operations team was set up now, the pressure and burden of this team would definitely be greater. As for the special allowances, the will was willing, but the ability was insufficient. Chen Song, on the other hand, was excited. Was this not an opportunity? He did not know where to go to farm high-level monsters. Now that there was an opportunity, he naturally would not reject it. Li Baoshan looked at everyone and said, I will choose the person in charge. 2 surgeons, who is willing to join? As soon as he finished speaking, everyone looked at each other. Luo Zhou wanted to join, but he did not have enough qualifications. It was difficult for him to take on such a heavy responsibility. Lao Chen was also very excited, but there were many reasons why he did not have a choice. Chen Song raised his hand, then Wang Qian, Wang Qian, and Jiang Tao also raised their hands. Li Baoshan looked around and nodded. Wang Qian, Wang Qian, the 2 of you. Jiang Tao, cooperate with department director and to develop the hand surgery department's work. Chen Song was immediately stunned. Are you looking down on me? But then, Li Baoshan continued, then it's decided. Xiao Chen, you will be the person in charge. Wang Qian, Wang Kaiyan, you will cooperate with Chen Song. Everyone was stunned and looked at Chen Song. Even Chen Song himself was a little dumbfounded. I'm the person in charge, Director Li thinks too highly of me, doesn't he? After he finished speaking, Li Baoshan looked at Chen Song, Wang Qian, and Wang Kaiyan. There are no problems, right? Everyone shook their heads. Li Baoshan nodded. Then I will report it now. After Li Baoshan left, he went to the director's office. At this time, Zhang Youfu and Tao Mi were both there. Qin Xiaoyuan said, how is it? Have you chosen? Li Baoshan took out a piece of paper. Chen Song is the person in charge. Wang Kaiyan and Wang Qian are the doctors. Zhang Youfu said, our department is Zhou Xiaodong. Tao Mi said, our department is Zhang Wenfu. Qin Xiaoyuan was stunned. The average age and seniority of these people were not high. The highest was Wang Kaiyan, the deputy chief physician. However, because of his high education, he was only 35 years old this year. Zhang Wenfu was the attending doctor, 35 years old. The others were all young men. This made Tao Mi a little uneasy. She looked at Li Baoshan. Director Li, isn't Xiao Chen too young to be the person in charge? After all, the rescue work is more complicated. Li Baoshan had been thinking about this problem for the whole night. I think he will. This kid is like a spring. The greater the pressure, the greater the energy he will burst out. Moreover, aren't we their guarantee? Qin Xiaoyuan hesitated for a moment and nodded. Well, let's give it a try. If it doesn't work, Baoshan, you will do it yourself. Seeing that Qin Xiaoyuan had also made the decision, everyone nodded. In this way, the name list of the rescue team of the emergency department of the 2nd Provincial Hospital was officially confirmed. When Qin Xiaoyuan and Li Baoshan decided on the name list, they directly announced it to the public. This team could be considered to have been officially established. Chen Song was the person in charge, and Wang Kaiyan, Zhang Wenfu, Wang Qian, and Zhou Xiaodong were the 4 members. After the name list was announced, there was still a small but strange wave in the hospital. This was really a young team. From the person in charge to the members, they were all very young. Chen Song was not even 30 years old. Apart from being emotional, there was definitely some doubt and worry. This was because the emergency department of the 2nd Provincial Hospital was not strong. Otherwise, they would not have sent so few critical patients. They would only send them over when they were sure that all the chief physicians could participate in the surgery. This was the former Operating Theatre 3. However, now that the 2nd Provincial Hospital had established this emergency rescue team, it was different. This meant that they had to take on the task of accepting the emergency center's deployment and introduce emergency rescue and dispatch at any time. This was not only a test for the emergency department, but also a very serious test for the entire 2nd Provincial Hospital. Such a test, yet they sent such a young team, and the person in charge was Chen Song, who was currently in the limelight. This made everyone a little worried. Could he do it? They were not looking down on him, but they were really worried. After all, this kind of rescue work was different from the usual emergency department. This kind of rescue was all for critically ill patients whose lives were in danger. Li Baoshan looked at Chen Song. Are you confident? Chen Song took a deep breath. Who could say that he was confident? In front of life, no one dared to boast. However, Chen Song said firmly, I'm determined. After Li Baoshan heard this, he patted Chen Song's shoulder and smiled. Good luck, we're here. After saying that, Li Baoshan stood up and left. However, he turned around and added, don't be afraid. If anything happens, I'll take responsibility for you. If anything goes wrong, I'll take responsibility for you. After Chen Song heard this, his body could not help but tremble. He was touched. Looking at Director Li's slightly thin back, Chen Song clenched his fists. When new recruits went into battle, they would often be splashed with a bucket of cold water, letting them clearly understand that they were just new recruits. This was also a form of bullying that existed in every industry. The emergency department was no exception. After the emergency rescue team was established, the 120 Emergency Medical Center called at noon on the same day. There was an accident at the construction site of Nanchaoyang. The driver, Old Yang, was ready to leave immediately. Chen Song took Wang Qian to the ambulance. As for the others, they immediately put down their bowls and chopsticks and began to prepare. It was noon and Li Baoshan was having lunch. He rushed over as soon as he heard the news. After all, it was his first time, so he couldn't help but feel a little worried. Meanwhile, Tao Mi and Xiao Gaofeng were discussing this year's surgical skills competition together. When they were talking about Chen Song, they suddenly received a call from Li Baoshan. "Old Tao, come to the hospital. They have accepted an operation." After Tao Mi heard that, she immediately put down her chopsticks and said to Xiao Gaofeng, "Director Xia, I'll go back to the hospital first." "There's an operation." Xiao Gaofeng nodded and asked out of curiosity, "What operation?" Tao Mi got dressed and said, "The hospital has just established an emergency rescue team. The team members are too young. Xiaochen is the person in charge, so I'm worried. I'll go and take a look." When Xiao Gaofeng heard that, he was a little curious and immediately said, "I'll go too." As they spoke, the two of them finished the operation. There was a table full of leftover food. After they paid, they said to the waiter, "Pack it up and send it to the cardiovascular department of the 2nd Provincial Hospital." Waste? No way. It was less than a 5-minute drive from Chaoyang Road. Chen Song looked at Wang Qian and was a little curious. In his opinion, Wang Qian was the least likely person to join the emergency rescue team. After all, he had just gotten married and his family was well-to-do. Logically speaking, he should have come to the hospital to find a stable and decent job. Why would he go through all this trouble? However, Wang Qian had joined. This made Chen Song a little curious, but at that moment, no one was in the mood to chat. After getting used to sitting in Old Yang's car, they would feel that it was very urgent to take a taxi. Old Yang drove very quickly and steadily. Moreover, he did not need to wait for traffic lights. He was a true veteran driver. To be precise, he was also a member of the 2nd Provincial Hospital's emergency rescue team. The car drove into the construction site. Dust flew everywhere it passed. Through the glass, they saw a group of people surrounding a man in the middle. Everyone was at a loss. As soon as the car stopped, Chen Song ran out with the first aid kit and Wang Qian. Chen Song said to the crowd, "Everyone, get out of the way." The migrant workers around him quickly made way for him. At that moment, the patient was not unconscious yet. He lay on the ground and had difficulty breathing with his mouth open. His eyes were closed and his hands were clasped in front of his chest. His expression was a little ferocious, and cold sweat kept oozing from his forehead. Dripping to the ground, Chen Song quickly rushed forward, took off the stethoscope, and asked, "What happened? How did he get injured?" At that moment, the intense pain made it difficult for him to speak. He opened his mouth and breathed rapidly. He did not have the strength to speak. At that moment, a workmate in a military green camouflage uniform said, he was pushing the cement cart forward. When he went down the slope, the cart suddenly hit a rock and he hit the cart himself. "It's here." The workmate pointed at the man's chest and the cement cart in front of him. "We didn't think anything was wrong at first, but he suddenly fell to the ground after taking a few steps. We quickly called 120. Hearing the man's words, Chen Song's mind quickly went through the situation. What could have happened? According to the bystander, it should be a chest impact injury. Thinking of this, Chen Song quickly opened the first aid kit, took out a pair of scissors, and cut the man's shirt open. Immediately, his entire chest was exposed. This was a man as thin as a matchstick. That was Chen Song's first impression. His ribs could be seen clearly, however, that also made Chen Song's observation clearer. The second, third, and fourth ribs on the left side had different degrees of fractures. There was an obvious dent. Then, the strongest point of the heartbeat. Chen Song was stunned. According to the patient's body shape, the strongest point of the heartbeat should be completely visible, but the patient did not show any signs. Thinking of this, Chen Song quickly said to Wang Qian, "Check his blood pressure." Wang Qian nodded, and Chen Song picked up the stethoscope and started to listen to the patient's precordium, the strongest point of the heartbeat. the heart sound is obviously weak, S1 is weak, and there's some noise. Pulmonary artery area. Aortic area. Suddenly, Xianxia's expression changed. He could clearly hear some noise in the aortic area. Suddenly, a few clues were connected, and Xianxia's expression changed. At that moment, Wang Qian's blood pressure was also measured. Blood pressure is only 7,030 millimeters of mercury. Wang Qian was a little nervous. The choice he made today was the biggest step he had ever taken. He had stepped out of his comfort zone to become a real emergency department doctor. However, when he saw how fragile life was in front of him, he blamed himself and felt helpless. Because, he was at a loss at this moment. When he mentioned blood pressure, Xianxia's pupils shrank. He turned around and shouted, "Old Yang, push the bed." When the driver, Old Yang, heard Xianxia's words, he pushed the bed over without hesitation. Xianxia took a deep breath and said to the nervous Wang Qian, "Send him to the ambulance." "Who's in charge?" "Let's go to the hospital together." At this moment, a bald man and a worker in camouflage walked out of the crowd. "I'll go." The two of them hurriedly got into the ambulance. It was obvious that the bald man was in charge. He should be from the same hometown as the worker in camouflage. However, Xianxia did not dare to have any thoughts at this moment. As soon as he got into the car, he said to the driver, "Old Yang, Master Yang, drive steadily and quickly." It seemed like a very contradictory sentence, but Old Yang was already used to it. Xianxia glanced at Wang Qian and said, "Put on the ECG monitor and prepare for the pericardium puncture." Wang Qian nodded quickly. At this moment, Xianxia had become his backbone. His movements were fast and smooth. While Wang Qian was preparing for the ECG monitor, Xianxia opened the pericardium puncture needle and prepared for the puncture. Cause, violent impact injury in the chest area, accompanied by a sudden deceleration of the body. Symptoms, sternum fracture, sudden drop in blood pressure, shortness of breath, aortic murmur, abnormal S1 heart sound, second aortic auscultation area. Various possibilities kept appearing in Xianxia's mind. All the symptoms, and signs were like conditions, deducing a possibility. When all the conditions were gathered, Xianxia thought of several possibilities. However, the biggest possibility was that the thoracic aorta was damaged. Moreover, it was very likely that the thoracic aorta was damaged. Based on the heart sound, it was very likely that it was not at the isthmus of the aorta. If it's not here, then it's in. The more Xianxia thought about it, the more frightened he became. Who would have thought that they would encounter such a tricky case on their first trip? According to the ratio, this was a patient with a slim chance of survival. Xianxia raised his head and glanced at the two people who came with the car. "Contact the family and inform them that the patient's life is in danger. He may die at any time." Hearing Xianxia's words, the two of them turned pale with fright. After all, up until now, the patient was still breathing, still struggling, still, the co-worker's hand that picked up the phone was clearly trembling. The contractor swallowed his saliva and his eyes darted around. No one knew what he was thinking. "Doctor, are you joking?" Xianxia asked in return, "A joke?" After that, he didn't say anything else. If he was not mistaken, the patient should have suffered from a closed thoracic artery rupture, and there was an 80% chance that this kind of closed wound occurred in the aortic isthmus, but this patient might be one of those 20% people. These 20% people were also the unluckiest people. The injury might have occurred at the beginning of the aorta, which was the beginning of the ascending aorta. What did this mean? According to the latest medical reports, this kind of injury meant that there was only a 10% to 20% chance that the patient would be sent to the hospital. The remaining 80% of patients died of massive bleeding at the scene or on the way to the hospital. The rupture injury at the beginning of the ascending aorta would cause acute pericardial tamponade. It was difficult to distinguish this from a heart injury. Now, all the symptoms were based on Xianxia's own judgment. Just as Xianxia was preparing to perform pericardial puncture, the ECG monitor was connected. Then, all kinds of alarms started ringing. Xianxia looked up and saw that the systolic pressure of the heart was less than 50. Could it be that the heart was damaged? Thinking of this, Xianxia was not prepared to perform pericardial puncture. Because pericardial puncture would also lead to death, he would also die without pericardial puncture. What should he do? Xianxia really could not bear to fail on his first day in office. Thinking of this, Xianxia made up his mind. He said to Wang Qian, call Director Li and tell him that I want to perform the surgery now." When Wang Qian heard Chen Song's words, his face suddenly changed. He quickly began to report. Li Baoshan and everyone else had been waiting anxiously. When Wang Qian's phone rang, Li Baoshan quickly said, "Wang Qian, how is it? What happened?" Wang Qian did not know how to answer the series of questions because he did not know anything other than the blood pressure. What should he say? Chen Song took the phone and said directly, "Director Li, I suspect that it is a closed intrathoracic vascular injury. The patient's left chest was violently hit, and the ribs 2, 3, 4, and 4 were fractured to varying degrees. I seriously suspect that it is a tear at the beginning of the ascending aorta. The patient's systolic pressure is less than 50 and is still decreasing. If I don't open the chest in time to stop the bleeding, the patient may be gone in 5 minutes before he is sent to the hospital." As soon as he said this, before Li Baoshan could react, Tao Mi and Xiao Gaofeng's eyes widened, their faces changed, and their brows knitted together. Tao Mi saw that Li Baoshan was in a daze, so she grabbed the phone and said to Chen Song anxiously, "Xiao Chen. Resuscitation, full resuscitation, do it, I will call the director and submit it to you. Don't waste a minute." After that, she hung up the phone with a click. Li Baoshan was stunned. "Director Tao, what's wrong?" Tao Mi's expression was serious. "According to Xiao Chen, the patient's condition is very critical. There is an 80% chance that the patient will die on the way. If the surgery is not performed, the patient may be dead by the time he is sent to the hospital." With that, Li Baoshan was stunned. Xiao Gaofeng nodded. If Xiao Chen's judgment is correct, the patient's survival rate is less than 20%, and this is the highest rate. If the heart is damaged, the patient's survival rate is less than 5%. Li Baoshan was dumbfounded. He did not expect that Chen Song would encounter such a patient on his first trip. Even Tao Mi and Xiao Gaofeng looked at each other cautiously. Encountering such a case on his first trip, it's really unfair. After Tao Mi finished speaking, she dialed the medical department's number and began to prepare. Li Baoshan, on the other hand, immediately organized the emergency rescue work. There was still a lot to be done. Chen Song handed the phone to Wang Qian and took out the lancet from the first aid kit. Perhaps at this time, it was better to trust the lancet in his hand than to trust God. Wang Qian saw this and quickly began to disinfect. The eyes of the two people next to him were filled with anxiety. This might be the only time in their lives that they would be at the scene of a surgery and see a human heart. P.S. Thank you to Silent Back and Floating Snow for the 10,000 tip. Thank you to everyone for subscribing and voting. This was the most critical patient Chen Song had ever encountered in his life. There was no other. The most critical was not the most serious. Many patients with serious conditions had no chance of survival in front of Chen Song. At this moment, Chen Song felt that there was a chance. In fact, it was best to do an X-ray at this time, but where would he have the time to go back and do it? The patient's blood pressure was almost gone. The ascending aorta ruptured, accompanied by cardiac tamponade, and he was not sure if the heart was damaged. If the situation developed according to normal circumstances, the patient might really die before he was sent to the hospital. During this period, Chen Song had been cramming on cardiovascular diseases, especially emergency treatment. He clearly remembered the latest report that the incidence of thoracic aortic ruptures in traffic accidents in the United States last year was about 15%, and the rate of ascending aorta ruptures was only 5%. Among this 5%, only 10% of the patients were sent to the hospital, and among this 10%, only 20% could be successfully rescued. What this meant was self-evident. Did Chen Song not know that the chances of infection during surgery in the car were higher? Did Chen Song not know how to make a clear diagnosis with chest radiography, SCT, or EBCT? It was best to do an aortic angiography to determine the injury site. However, all of this was under the condition that the injury allowed. Forget about CT and angiography, there was no chance to even do a chest radiography. Chen Song remembered clearly, in the latest guidelines, if there was a suspected rupture of the aorta, the circulation was unstable, and there were signs of direct rupture and secondary penetrations, hemothorax, cardiac tamponade, the patient should be rescued immediately. Therefore, Chen Song chose to open the chest to stop the bleeding. When you had no other choice, the guidelines were your support, and at the same time, it was your legal basis. Did he not know that everything he was doing now was accompanied by risks? He knew it, however, he was losing his life now, and there was no time to delay. Chen Song said decisively, "Old Yang, stop the car in front." The driver, Old Yang, could not help but be stunned. Through the rearview mirror, he saw that Chen Song was about to perform surgery, and his expression changed instantly. However, he didn't say much. Instead, he found a suitable place and parked the car. When the first aid ambulance was transporting patients, the doctor's words were like military orders, and Chen Song was the leader of the rescue team. Chen Song looked up and said to the two patients, "Get out of the car. Hurry to the second provincial hospital." The two men's expressions changed. The bald man still wanted to say something, but it was clear that Wang Qian didn't give them a chance and sent them away. Chen Song took a deep breath, feeling a little nervous. This was his first time handling such a critical patient on his own. It was also his first time performing surgery in an ambulance. Anesthesia in such a situation required stability. Drugs that inhibited the circulatory system were rarely used or not used. For critically injured patients, the best method was to first perform the relevant surgery under local anesthesia. Then, anesthesia induction or tracheal intubation would be carried out. Due to the limited conditions, Chen Song could only perform local anesthesia. The local anesthesia took effect very quickly. Chen Song picked up the scalpel and made a direct incision in the middle of the chest. Wang Qian said nervously, "There's not much gauze." Chen Song nodded and then carefully pulled open the sternum. Gradually, he saw a scene that made his scalp tingle. It was a sea of blood. Chen Song turned to Wang Qian and said, "Draw the blood." Wang Qian's expression also changed, but he picked up the syringe and began to draw the blood. Chen Song's eyes were fixed on the pericardium area. At this moment, the pericardium was like a big bun filled with blood. When Chen Song cut it slightly, a stream of blood gushed out. Hemostatic forceps. Now, the bleeding place had been exposed. It was at the beginning of the left ventricle exit. This place was more fixed, so it was easy to cause rupture after being violently or suddenly slowed down. Fortunately, the ribs did not hurt the heart. This was perhaps the only thing worth rejoicing about. The blood pressure was very low. Chen Song was helpless, but this was a battle he had no choice. If he did not work hard, the patient would definitely die. Chen Song decisively cut open the pericardium, and the bleeding place was completely exposed. "Do you have non-invasive hemostatic forceps?" Wang Qian was stunned and immediately shook his head. "No." "Who prepared these things in the ambulance?" Chen Song hesitated for a moment. Suddenly, he picked up his hands and pressed them on it. He pinched the tear with his hands and the blood stopped flowing. The blood pressure also stabilized for the time being. However, the patient's life was still like a leaf in this season, swaying in the wind. Fortunately, after the pericardial tamponade came into contact, the patient's bleeding was controlled, and the blood pressure was gradually rising. Chen Song said to Old Yang, "Go back to the hospital." Old Yang glanced at Chen Song in the rearview mirror and nodded with a serious expression. He steadily started the car and drove toward the hospital. Through his hands, Chen Song could clearly feel the power of the blood flowing out of his hands. He could clearly touch the traces of life. A few minutes later, the car stopped at the special entrance of the emergency department of the 2nd Provincial Hospital. Chen Song did not dare to move, while the driver, Old Yang, jumped behind him and carefully carried the bed down with Wang Qian. Li Baoshan, Tao Mi, Xiao Gaofeng, and the others were already waiting anxiously. Chen Song quickly said, "Let's go to the operating theater immediately." No one doubted him. At this moment, in the operating theater, Wang Qian, Zhou Xiaodong, and Zhang Wenfu from the cardiac surgery department had already put on their clothes and were waiting for the patient's arrival. The blood transfusion department, laboratory department, medical department, anesthesiologist. All of them were on standby, waiting for Chen Song's return. With the arrival of Chen Song, the rescue preparations officially began. Everyone began to prepare in an orderly manner: blood draw, emergency test, blood mix, the contact person of the medical department, signature, authorization. The anesthesiologist was Lu Jian. When he saw that Chen Song had already opened his chest and pressed his hands on his heart, he could not help but widen his eyes. The external circulation machine had already begun to prepare. At this moment, Wang Qian held the non-invasive vascular forceps and glanced at Chen Song. "Let me do it." His voice was not loud, but it was very firm. Chen Song nodded and carefully completed the handover work. When Chen Song went out, Wang Qian led the three people and the anesthesiologist to start the relevant work. Venous intubation, establish extracorporeal circulation. Lu Jian began the tracheal intubation and prepared for anesthesia. This kind of surgery needed to be carried out in the case of cardiac arrest. When everything was ready, Zhang Wenfu blocked the distal ascending aorta to prevent blood from passing through. When Tao Mi and Xiao Gaofeng saw the tear at the beginning of the patient's ascending aorta that ran through the outside and under the pericardium, they could not help but tremble in fear. This was really like what Chen Song said. It would be very difficult for him to return to the hospital. When they thought of how Chen Song and Wan Qian came back covered in blood, and how Chen Song used his fingers to stop the bleeding all the way back to the hospital, the two of them sighed in admiration. Xiaochen was really a character. A patient who was on the brink of death was forcefully dragged into the operating theater. This was already a success. That was right. Chen Song was able to bring a patient with a ruptured aorta with stable vital signs back to the hospital. This was a great ability. Who could do it? Let's not talk about whether they dared to perform the surgery in the ambulance. Who would be able to clearly determine the location of the bleeding through the belly? Who could accurately determine the bleeding part and make the relevant response so quickly? Tao Mi and Xiao Gaofeng asked themselves. Could they? But Chen Song did it. With Wang Qian, a doctor with close to zero experience in cardiovascular surgery, and an experienced emergency driver, he successfully rescued a critical patient who was on the verge of death. This was ability. There was no doubt about his ability. Tao Mi looked at Chen Song with eyes full of respect for some reason. Xiao Gaofeng gulped. He opened his mouth, but hesitated. At this moment, Li Baoshan walked over in a hurry. He glanced at Chen Song, who was washing his hands in preparation for the surgery, and then looked at Tao Mi and Xiao Gaofeng. He could not help but raise his head and ask, "How is it?" Tao Mi pointed at Chen Song and sighed. "Old Li, I really envy you for meeting such an excellent young man. Let me tell you, Xiaochen did a job that we might not be able to do in our generation. I'm a little impressed by his accurate diagnosis, bold surgery, and sharp style. Also, let me tell you, our hospital's rescue team will soon become the sharpest rescue knife in Ammonium City." Li Baoshan was a little stunned by her words, but when he raised his head and glanced at Chen Song, who was washing his hands, he could not help but fall silent. Chen Song finished washing his hands, nodded at Li Baoshan and Tao Mi, and walked toward the operating theater. Nurse Yuan quickly prepared clothes for Chen Song. The people beside the operating table made way for the chief surgeon. Anesthesiologist Lu Jian also gestured at Chen Song, indicating that the surgery could begin. The blood transfusion department began to report the blood transfusion. Chen Song nodded and thanked him. At this time, the chest was clean. Zhang Wenfu and Wang Qian had already cleaned up the blood inside. Wang Qian said, "I used antibiotics." Chen Song nodded. Looking at the two of them, he couldn't help but feel gratified. This was teamwork. While you were preparing, they had already done all the preliminary work for you. Chen Song raised his head and glanced at the ECG monitor. His vital signs were stable. He heaved a sigh of relief. This trip was not in vain. The most dangerous path was already here. In comparison, it wasn't that dangerous anymore. The ascending aortic repair surgery was something Chen Song had learned on his own, and he was only at the beginner level. However, Chen Song did not hesitate as he spent the skill points to upgrade himself to master rank. In an instant, 7 points had been spent. Chen Song's waist pouch was depleted. He only had 9 skill points left. Next, what Chen Song needed to do was to repair the ascending aorta. Logically speaking, the ascending aorta and the descending aorta were both thoracic aorta. However, the only difference was that, after the ascending aorta was damaged, it was often accompanied by pericardium contusion and damage to the heart itself. Therefore, when repairing it, the difficulty and risk factor would increase proportionally. After all, it was no longer a simple blood vessel repair. It involved the heart and pericardium. In an instant, Chen Song opened his eyes. After special training, when he looked at the ascending aorta again, Chen Song had an idea in his heart. Ruptured ascending aorta monster, LV61, rare monster. Hint: the ruptured ascending aorta is accompanied by a gap in the anterior wall and a crack in the posterior wall. Suture it carefully. Perhaps it was because of the crack in the posterior wall that increased the difficulty of the surgery, making this ruptured ascending aorta monster a rare monster. The forearm was easy to solve. Chen Song said, number 4 polyester thread. The nurse nodded and handed it over. Zhang Wenfu looked at Chen Song, the young team leader who was 7 or 8 years younger than him. He was full of respect and a little emotional. He was a member of the cardiac surgery department and was very clear about the surgery and critical cases of cardiac surgery. However, when he saw Chen Song bring such a patient back, he was stunned. When he saw Chen Song's heart beating slowly and his hands pinching the blood vessels, Zhang Wenfu admired him from the bottom of his heart. He was conquered by Chen Song on the first day he came to the emergency department. Strength was the best word. Was Wang Qian not the same? At this moment, Xiao Gaofeng, who was outside the operating theater, slapped his head. No. I just remembered that I demonstrated the repair of the ascending aorta to Chen Song the day before yesterday. I'll go take a look at the surgery. As he spoke, he entered the operating theater. Tao Mi's heart sank and she followed him in. The ascending aorta was much more dangerous than the descending aorta. When she thought about how Chen Song had just learned it, Tao Mi also felt nervous. However, Tao Mi was stunned when she saw Xiao Gaofeng's repair work. She glared at him fiercely. Are you kidding me? Xiao Gaofeng was at a loss. He did not know how to explain. Did I really just teach him the day before yesterday? What? What is going on? Tao Mi looked at Chen Song's suturing and could not help but laugh. She looked at Xiao Gaofeng teasingly and clicked her tongue. Her eyes were full of interest. Aren't you embarrassed? Xiao Chen did it better than you did, and you said you taught him? Are you kidding me? Tao Mi also widened her eyes in disbelief, because Chen Song's suturing style was really different from his and Tao Mi's. It was a suturing style of its own. Because of this, Xiao Gaofeng was not in the mood to quarrel with Tao Mi. He watched seriously. This was undoubtedly a learning experience for him. The surgery passed by slowly. When it was time to repair the posterior wall, Tao Mi and Xiao Gaofeng looked at each other. It was more difficult here, however. Chen Song changed his technique and changed the patient's position slightly. He said to Zhang Wenfu, remove the non-invasive hemostatic forceps and raise the number 2 hemostatic forceps by 30 degrees. Zhang Wenfu was stunned and a little puzzled. But he still did it. With this change, he was surprised to find that it seemed to be much easier to deal with this kind of posterior wall suturing. At this moment, the 3 people from the Department of Cardiovascular Surgery were dumbfounded. Awesome, it's a genius idea. The surgery passed by slowly. Chen Song's repair work soon came to an end. Tao Mi did not stay for too long. She looked at Xiao Gaofeng sarcastically. You taught him well. Master was surpassed by his disciple in 2 days. Xiao Gaofeng snorted. This means that the master is capable and the disciple is talented. Tao Mi was stunned and looked at Xiao Gaofeng. Is this guy so thick-skinned? At this moment, many people outside the emergency department were anxiously waiting for the results of the surgery. Even He Tong from the emergency department came personally. After all, he also knew about the special nature of this surgery. This was the first battle in the emergency department of the 2nd Provincial Hospital. Looking at Chen Song's surgery step by step, the surrounding team members had their own thoughts. Wang Qian was the most emotional. He knew that there was a gap between him and Chen Song, but he did not expect the gap to widen. Clinical practice was the best classroom, and patients were also the best teachers. For more than 3 years, Chen Song woke up early and went to bed late. It seemed like he never stopped learning. 1 or 2 days would not see the gap, but after a long time, the invisible gap would pile up like a mountain. Looking back, perhaps one could only look up to it. Life was like this. Some people moved forward silently, while others did not care. Little did they know that a small step had already crossed 1,000 miles. A small stream had become a river, and a pile of soil had become a platform. When you did not care about it, you did not know that the other party was already far ahead of you. Wang Qian swallowed a mouthful of saliva and slowly exhaled. Today, he was deeply moved. Today, he had bravely taken this step out of his comfort zone. He was truly going to experience and learn. He also saw the fragility of life and felt his own helplessness in the face of death. He looked at Chen Song and secretly decided that he should become a qualified emergency doctor. After Chen Song finished the surgery, he fixed the last sternum. Wang Qian said, "Let me do it. You rest for a while." Chen Song smiled and nodded. He did not refuse. Seeing that the patient's vital signs gradually stabilized, Chen Song breathed a sigh of relief. Not long after, the surgery was finally over. Such a risky emergency surgery with a high mortality rate was finally completed. Anesthesiologist Lu Jian could not help but give Chen Song a thumbs up. In his 13 years of practice, this was the first time he saw a doctor who dared to open the patient's chest in an ambulance. After the surgery, the nurse pushed the patient to the resuscitation room and waited for the next step to be transferred to the ICU. At this moment, a notification from the system rang. Ding! Successfully repaired the ruptured ascending aorta. Obtained rewards: 1. Experience plus 5,000, 2. Fortune bag plus 1, 3. Stamina potion plus 1. The rewards were quite generous, but why was the experience only 5,000 points? At this moment, the surrounding staff in the auxiliary department looked at Chen Song with admiration. Everyone was very respectful towards the strong, not to mention, a handsome expert. The door of the operating room opened, and Chen Song and the others walked out. While they were washing their hands, everyone came up to them and said with a smile, "Dr. Chen, you're amazing." That's right. To be honest, I've been in the 2nd Provincial Hospital for so many years, but this is the first time I've seen a patient with a ruptured aorta who was sent to the hospital alive and rescued. Not to mention the 2nd Provincial Hospital, this is the first time I've seen it since I came to Dongyang. That's right. With you guys in the 2nd Provincial Hospital, the emergency team has been formed. Who can say that the 2nd Provincial Hospital doesn't have a rescue team? Everyone was full of praise. The head nurse, Li Ying, joked. "Dr. Chen, you're amazing. You dared to operate in the ambulance. I think you should bring a scalpel with you when you go out in the future." When the anesthesiologist, Lu Jian, heard this, he immediately laughed. "Just a scalpel isn't enough. You'll have to bring me along." When everyone heard this, they immediately laughed out loud. Since the rescue was successful, everyone was in a good mood. Chen Song smiled. "It's all thanks to everyone's help. Without all of you, I wouldn't have been able to save him." When everyone heard this, they were also happy. After all, there was no such thing as a lone rider in the medical industry. Behind that success was not the cooperation of a team. When they heard Chen Song say this, everyone was naturally relieved. People were like this. After hearing a few words of praise, they would be much happier. They would not ask for anything. Before everyone came out, the news of the successful surgery reached the ears of Li Baoshan and the others. Before the surgery, Li Baoshan knew that He Tong had come. Since he had nothing to do in the operating theater, he simply came out. After learning that the surgery was successful, He Tong was a little surprised. Then, he felt relieved and emotional. "Director Li, it seems that I've underestimated the standard of the 2nd Provincial Hospital's resuscitation room." Li Baoshan smiled mysteriously. "Underestimated? Even I underestimated it." He Tong sighed. "After I found out that it was a patient with a ruptured ascending aorta, I was really shocked. You've just been established, so I was really worried. Don't let anything happen on the first day. Now, it seems that Director Li, your 2nd Provincial Hospital is really full of hidden dragons and crouching tigers. You can even save this." "I also heard that." Dr. Chen accurately recognized the disease in the ambulance and decisively carried out the rescue. "He's really amazing." Li Baoshan said indifferently, "Yes, Xiaoqin is not bad." Tao Mi and Xia Gaofeng walked over and looked at Li Baoshan. They said enviously, "Director Li, with Chen Song around, you, the chief of the emergency department, must be comfortable." Li Baoshan smiled. "Don't be afraid of flattery. Xiaoqin is mine. No one can take him away." At this moment, Chen Song walked out of the operating theater with everyone. When he saw Li Baoshan and the others, he nodded. Li Baoshan introduced him to He Tong. Director He, this is the Dr. Chen Song you mentioned. Xiao Chen, this is the director of our emergency center, Director He. He Tong saw Chen Song in the crowd and was stunned for a moment. In his impression, Chen Song was a doctor in his 40s who was at least an associate director. Otherwise, how could he accurately determine the rupture of the ascending aorta and decisively decide to perform the surgery in the ambulance? Without more than 10 years of experience, ordinary people could not do it. However, looking at this young man who was at most 30 years old, he could not help but be stunned. You're Chen Song. Chen Song was stunned. Could it be that someone was pretending to be him? Hello, Director He. I'm Chen Song. Is there another Chen Song? He Tong was also amused by Chen Song's joke. He shook his head. No. It's you. Amazing. Young man, develop the emergency department of the 2nd Provincial Hospital well. I'm relieved to see you, but I have to remind you. It might be a little tiring in the future. When Chen Song heard that it would be tiring, his eyes were filled with experience. He was worried that there were no high-level monsters. One of them was 5,000 experience. He could level up in a short time. Seeing that the National Cardiovascular Surgery Skills Competition was about to begin in less than a month, Chen Song was also panicking. After all, Jing Ran was already like this. Who knew how many people of Jing Ran's level in the country, if he did not train well now, when the time came? He might not be able to get to the top. The National Young Doctor Surgical Skills Competition required participants to be under 35 years old. This covered a wide range. Many doctoral graduates were not even 30 years old. At 35 years old, they were already associate chief physicians. At that time, age would not be an advantage. The same was true for insufficient clinical experience. Therefore, during this 1 month of preparation time, Chen Song decided to focus on farming monsters, leveling up, getting equipment, and increasing the level of his skills. Although he did not know what the reward for the champion was, the drop for every PK victory was enough. It was better to win more. It would be best if he could eat all of those people. This competition was mainly in the direction of the cardiovascular surgery. Chen Song had to at least ensure that he was familiar with all the major vascular surgeries before the competition. He had to raise it to master level. If possible, he would raise the vascular suture to perfect level. It would not be too much even if he had to use a special training card. Now, he only had 3 major vascular surgeries in the cardiovascular surgery department: ascending aorta, descending aorta, and nameless artery repair. Other than these 3 major vascular trauma surgeries, there were also pseudoaortic aneurysm resection, subclavian artery injury repair, vena cava injury repair, and aortic vena cava fistula repair. In this way, Chen Song was under a lot of pressure this month. Just as Chen Song was deep in thought, He Tong took the initiative to say, "How about this, Xiao Chen? What surgeries do you have that you're good at, or rather, what surgeries do you want to do and learn? When we're scheduling, we'll try our best to screen them in advance and give you the green light." When Chen Song heard this, his face immediately lit up. This was a good thing. Having a lot of surgical practice was definitely a good thing for him. Hearing He Tong's words, even Li Baoshan, who was at the side, was stunned. When did department director he become so easy to talk to? Back then, when he asked him to send some acute appendicitis and acute cholecystitis, he delayed for a few days before giving him some more. But now, he actually took the initiative to give Chen Song the green light. How could this person be so snobbish? Seeing that Xiao Chen was promising, he fawned over him, disdain, promising. After He Tong saw Chen Song and the group of young people behind him, he made up his mind. This was the future: give them some opportunities to train and let them have the space to choose. This way, their progress would be greater and they could go further in the future. Sometimes, what young people lacked was opportunities. When Chen Song heard this, he immediately smiled and said, "Department Director I hope that you can give me something like what I did today. Surgery on thoracic blood vessels, trauma, liver, and spleen repair are also fine." Actually, He Tong's words were also a test. He also wanted to know what kind of surgery Xiao Chen was good at. When he heard Chen Song's words, he was instantly stunned. These were all highly difficult surgeries. Moreover, It involved departments such as cardiology, thoracic surgery, hepatobiliary and pancreatic surgery, and general surgery. Chen Song was so powerful, He Tong nodded. Okay, give me your number and keep in touch. Young man, I have faith in you. Chen Song smiled. Thank you, Director He. He Tong waved his hand and left the second provincial hospital. Chen Song's emergency surgery today quickly spread throughout the entire second provincial hospital. The victory of the first battle allowed the young emergency team to quickly gain a lot of praise. The emergency department was the place where heroes were most likely to appear. After all, just thinking about rescue work was especially exciting, just like frontline soldiers. Chen Song's name instantly became popular in the second provincial hospital. His image and temperament were excellent, and he was strong. He also had a legendary aura. This satisfied the fantasies of countless young nurses. Although he was not Prince Charming, he could still be considered a prince in a white coat, right? After today's battle, Chen Song also let the old doctors in the emergency department and other departments breathe a sigh of relief. Xianxia looked at Tan Ligua opposite him and smiled. Did you see that? Our second provincial hospital also has a rescue team. Tan Ligua was very tactful. Lao Qin, do you mean that we should give these doctors some benefits? After all, frontline missions are hard and tiring. They also have to participate in daily work, especially Xiao Chen, who is the team leader. Qin Xiaoyuan was stunned. This? He had recently realized that Secretary Tan was getting better and better, he knew how to talk, was a good person, and looked like that, but he understood you very well. I only said half a sentence, and he already guessed what I wanted to say. Thinking of this, Qin Xiaoyuan hesitated slightly. Old Tan, isn't it inappropriate? After all, we've already given them subsidies. Tan Ligua slammed the table. Lao Qin, this is your fault. You can't disappoint them. Let them know that the hospital is behind them, especially Xiao Chen. I suggest that he be promoted to deputy chief. This sentence scared Qin Xiaoyuan quite a bit. The treatment of deputy chief, that was real money. For example, the hospital worked according to the coefficient, and the coefficient of an associate department head was much higher than that of an attending physician. Chen Song was now treated as a resident doctor in the emergency department. So, when he mentioned that he was treated like an associate department head, he skipped over the position of an attending physician. Qin Xiaoyuan's face was tense. Xiao Chen is still young. Will the people below have any objections? Tan Ligua was unhappy. Unhappy? Xiao Chen is the leader of the emergency rescue team. What he's doing is the work of a deputy chief. Shouldn't we give him the treatment of a deputy chief? Also, Lao Qin, you have to think about it carefully. Xiao Chen has a good influence on our hospital. His rescue work has completely made up for the shortcomings of the second hospital of Sichuan province. Shouldn't this be the case? Qin Xiaoyuan slammed the table. Secretary Tan is still farsighted and farsighted. At night, the family of the injured came, and the boss of the labor service company personally came to the hospital. The injured was a contracted employee of Xiaohui Construction Company. Tang Xiaohui was also a well-known figure in Dongyang province. He had very good foresight and signed all these migrant workers under the company. Then, he set up labor services for them. After learning about the injured situation, he immediately came to the second hospital of Sichuan province. He was very concerned. He personally sent a car to bring the patient's family from their hometown to the hospital and paid for all the expenses. After learning that the rescue of the injured was successful, Tang Xiaohui looked at Chen Song and took a deep breath. Dr. Chen, thank you very much. You saved a family. After the injured's wife and children came, after thanking Chen Song, they were most grateful to Tang Xiaohui. After all, in their eyes, the boss of the company had personally come and brought them to the hospital. He had taken care of their food and accommodation and even gave them a large sum of money to rest assured that all the medical expenses would be reimbursed. This made the simple family instantly shed tears of gratitude. Chen Song couldn't help but admire him. Tang Xiaohui asked for Chen Song's phone number. Dr. Chen, our company is also big and there are many people. It's inevitable that we'll encounter some situations. When the time comes, I'll let them come to you. Chen Song nodded. That's what we should do. Tang Xiaohui waved his hand and sighed. It's common for construction workers to get injured. I've seen this injury before, but it's a pity that they didn't meet a doctor like you. Many of them died on the road. So, Dr. Chen, you're still the best. I'll thank you on behalf of our employees in the future. There was a difference between people. Tang Xiaohui's company was not small, but he was humble and low-key. At least he looked like he really cared about his workers. Judging from his attitude towards the injured and their families, he was at least a boss with a conscience. Thinking about Zhu Xianwen in the past, he was arrogant and had no bottom line. Chen Song did not know Tang Xiaohui well, but in fact, he was very famous in the entire Dongyang province and even the surrounding provinces. He had a good character and a good reputation. Chen Song had seen many black-hearted bosses. He looked at Tang Xiaohui and smiled. Mr. Tang is also a conscientious entrepreneur. Tang Xiaohui shook his head. It's not easy for all of us to make it to where we are today. It's all thanks to these migrant workers that we can feed. Everyone who comes to me is desperate and wants to work to earn money. Who isn't raised by their parents? We can't go against our conscience to earn money. After saying that, he left some instructions for the injured's family members. He left someone behind to take care of the injured's family members. After getting in the car, the assistant's younger brother could not help but ask, "Brother, aren't you too enthusiastic about this Dr. Chen?" Tang Xiaohui was stunned and shook his head. "Xiaoyang, you know Zhu Xianwen, right?" Tang Xiaoyang nodded. They were both in the construction industry and knew him very well. It was said that he had offended some big shot. "I know him. Didn't he dissolve the company?" "I heard that he went to the south." Tang Xiaohui smiled. "Yes, he's too high-profile and flamboyant. Let me show you a video." After saying that, Tang Xiaohui passed the video from TikTok to his younger brother. Chen Song was in the video. Chen Song returned to the duty room. When he sat down to rest, he opened the day's harvest. It was a fortune bag. After opening it, a system notification suddenly sounded, ding. "Congratulations on opening the fortune bag. You have gained Mengxi's favorability plus 20. Chen Song was stunned. Oh my god, there was such a thing, but thinking about it, it would be troublesome and difficult to increase Mengxi's favorability. The system would definitely let him do it. Now, Chen Song's favorability toward Mengxi had returned to 60 points. Chen Song couldn't help but feel happy. At this time, Mengxi and Ge Huai were in the middle of an operation in the operating room of the Eastern University First Hospital. Ge Huai happened to be praised by Mengxi, and he was happily repairing the thoracic aorta. All of a sudden, Mengxi felt a strange sensation wash over him. He suddenly missed Xiao Chen. Mengxi was stunned. That's not right. Why am I thinking about that kid? When Mengxi thought about how he was always criticized by Chen Song every time he taught surgery, he felt a wave of displeasure. She actually missed him? Could it be that I have masochistic tendencies? Thinking of this, Mengxi quickly shook his head. However, for some reason, when Mengxi thought of Xiao Chen, he suddenly found Ge Huai's surgery to be an eyesore. Dr. Ge, you really have to practice hard. Look at you, the details. I've told you so many times, compared to Xiao Chen, there's still a gap. Mengxi sighed and said to Ge Huai. Ge Huai, who was still immersed in Mengxi's praise, was suddenly splashed with a basin of cold water. This woman, why was she so temperamental? So what if he was good-looking? Ge Huai had no choice but to continue the surgery. When Xiao Gaofeng returned to the hospital and thought of Chen Song's surgery, his hands were also itching. Moreover, Chen Song's suturing had given him a lot of inspiration, so he simply came to the operating theater. He happened to pass by Ge Huai's operating theater and walked straight in. At this time, Ge Huai was still suturing. When he saw his teacher come in, he could not help but feel emboldened. Woman, are you criticizing me? My teacher is here, he's my backer. Xiao Gaofeng looked at Ge Huai's surgery without saying a word. His expression was gloomy. After a long time, he could not help but sigh. He patiently watched the surgery. After that, Xiao Gaofeng looked at Ge Huai. Little Ge, your progress is really a little too slow. Look at Xiao Chen. I just taught him the aortic repair surgery a few days ago, and he learned it today. Moreover, his suturing is better than yours. Look at you. You have to learn more from Xiaochen. Gu Huai was stunned by these words. Who did I offend today? Why are they criticizing me? Fu Er and Fu San are operating next door. Why is no one criticizing them? And why are you comparing me to Chen Song? How can you be like this? How can I be compared to a pervert? Gu Huai's heart was bitter, but he could not say it out loud. He wanted to puff out his chest and be a man for once. He wanted to question Meng Shi loudly. Why didn't you say anything when Chen Song criticized you? He wanted to question his teacher, Xiao Gaofeng. Why didn't you compare yourself to Chen Song? The two of you are too, sigh. Gu Huai's heart was bitter. At this time, Xiao Gaofeng's phone rang. Hello? Oh. Director Li, you're in our department? Okay. Wait a moment, I'll be right back. After hanging up the phone, Xiao Gaofeng glanced at Gu Huai and turned to leave in disappointment. Meng Shi also glanced at Gu Huai, shook his head, and left. Gu Huai was stunned. He felt so wrong that he was about to cry. When Xiao Gaofeng returned to the department, he saw a man waiting anxiously with a middle-aged woman. When he saw Xiao Gaofeng, he quickly said, Director Xia, I have something to ask of you. Xiao Gaofeng was stunned. He quickly said, Director Li, what is it? Li Huan's face was anxious. He quickly said, Director Xia, my mother's chest has been tight for the past 2 days. She has heart disease, so I brought her for an angiography. When I saw it, they said that there is a fake aortic aneurysm in her aorta. She needs surgery as soon as possible. I was in a hurry to find you. Here are the scans. The CT, chest, and angiography are all here. Li Huan handed them to Xiao Gaofeng as he spoke. When Xiao Gaofeng heard about the fake aortic aneurysm, his face changed. He quickly took the scans. After looking at them, he was stunned. This position is not easy to solve. Suddenly, he thought of Chen Song. He did a great job today. Perhaps he could find him. Thinking of this, Xiao Gaofeng's face turned serious. He said, Director Li, it's not that I don't want to do it for you. I'm just afraid that I won't be able to handle it well. How about this? I'll recommend someone to you. Go find him. Remember, you must get him to do it for you personally. When Li Huan heard Xiao Gaofeng's words, he was dumbfounded. After all, Xiao Gaofeng was the authority in ammonium yang. If not for the urgency, Li Huan would have brought his mother to the capital. However, he was worried that something would happen on the way. Seeing Li Huan like this, Xiao Gaofeng could not help but say, Director Li, we have been friends for so many years. Of course, I won't harm you. I'll give you a call. Remember, you must get Chen Song, Dr. Chen, to do it for you. He's good at it. Li Huan quickly stood up, nodded, and left with his mother. Xiao Gaofeng picked up the phone and called Chen Song. Gu Huai happened to pass by. When he heard his teacher take the initiative to send the patient to Chen Song, he was stunned. He pursed his lips. You're talking about me? You can't even do as well as Chen Song. You only know how to bully me. Xiao Gaofeng turned around and stared at Gu Huai. Gu Huai, come here. Gu Huai was stunned. P.S. Thank you to my old friend Zhili Yulan and my new friend Jun Xian for the 10,000 tips. I'm very grateful. Gu Huai stood rooted to the ground, not knowing what to do. After all, he was the one who had discovered his teacher's secret. If word got out that he had taken the initiative to send the patient to Chen Song, how embarrassing would it be for the chief? When he heard Mr. Xia calling him, Gu Huai immediately turned around and promised, Don't worry, teacher. You and I know about today's matter. I won't let anyone. No. Gu Huai swore. Xiao Gaofeng didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Kid, what are you thinking about all day? Can't you think about something serious? Gu Huai was stunned. Wasn't that the case? Xiao Gaofeng stood up and took off his white coat. He said to Gu Huai, pack up. Let's go to the 2nd Provincial Hospital. I'll go and teach Xiaochen a lesson. Take a good look and learn well. To be honest, such an opportunity is quite rare. After saying that, Xia Gaofeng picked up his white coat and walked towards the chief's office. Gu Huai was in a daze. After a long time, he sighed. He had misunderstood his teacher. He was thinking of him, thinking of this. Gu Huai shook his head. He was still thinking of D with A's heart. The level was indeed different. He quickly got up, packed his things, changed his clothes, and set off with Gu Huai. He thought to himself, "Teacher, I will work hard and live up to your expectations." After Chen Song received Xiao Gaofeng's call, he immediately frowned. A fake aortic aneurysm surgery? Thinking of this, Chen Song sighed. He glanced at Meng Shi's favorability and spent 30 points to exchange without any hesitation. After all, fake aortic aneurysm surgery was also one of the contents of the competition. He definitely needed to learn it, so it didn't matter if it was early or late. After exchanging, Chen Song directly entered the system space and began to learn. Not long after, Li Huan brought his mother to the emergency department of the 2nd Provincial Hospital. When they entered the doctor's office, Li Huan said anxiously, "In the doctor's office," he asked anxiously, "Which one is Chen Song, Dr. Chen?" Chen Song quickly got up and walked out. "Hello, I'm Chen Song." "You're Mr. Li Huan, right?" When Li Huan saw Chen Song, he couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. He was a little displeased in his heart. This Xiao Gaofeng is a little too much. My mother is in such a hurry for the operation, yet you refuse to do it and let a junior doctor do it. Is this appropriate? After all, she was his mother. Li Huan loved his mother dearly and wanted to perform the surgery well for her. He didn't expect Xiao Gaofeng to recommend such a young doctor to the emergency department. It wasn't Xiao Gaofeng's fault. Even ordinary people would feel uncomfortable when they encountered this. In the eyes of patients, the older they were, the more capable they were. No matter who it was, he would still be a little angry if he pushed himself to a junior doctor. However, Li Huan still nodded. Yes. Hello, Dr. Chen. I am Li Huan. After Chen Song nodded, he said to Li Huan, "Chief Xia told me about it. How about this? I'll arrange the surgery as soon as possible. By the way, let me take a look at the scans." Although Li Huan was unwilling, he still took out the film and handed it to Chen Song. At that moment, Zhang Wenfu and Wang Qian rushed out when they heard that there was a surgery. Chen Song first picked up the chest scan and saw an obvious shadow widening in the mediastinum. He immediately understood that it should be caused by a pseudoaortic aneurysm. Then, he handed the scan to Zhang Wenfu behind him and picked up the CT and angiogram scans. Although it could be determined that it was a pseudoaortic aneurysm, when the aorta around the aortic intima rupture formed a dissecting aneurysm, it could spread to the proximal and distal ends. Therefore, this would increase the length of the aorta resection and increase the difficulty of the surgery. Moreover, although the patient's condition wasn't very critical, it was better not to drag this kind of thing out. After Chen Song finished looking at the scans, he said to Zhang Wenfu, "Give the doctor's orders and prepare for the surgery." Zhang Wenfu quickly nodded. Chen Song said to Li Huan, "Mr. Li, go and do the procedures first. I'll take a look at the patient." After that, he said to Little Lin, send the patient to the resuscitation room first. Chen Song did a series of operations, not giving Li Huan a chance to speak at all. Actually, Chen Song couldn't be blamed for doing this. This was because a pseudoaortic aneurysm was still very dangerous in a sense. Usually, it was caused by external injuries. However, there was also a possibility that the internal blood vessel wall was damaged, causing the wall of the aorta to be damaged. Because there was a thick layer of soft tissue surrounding the aorta, it formed a localized hematoma accompanied by pulsation. This was the origin of a pseudoaortic aneurysm. The aorta's intima was relatively tough and could withstand the pressure of the aorta. Therefore, after a localized hematoma formed, there might not be any reaction for a period of time. However, if no attention was paid to it, more than 80% of patients who had not undergone surgery would successively die of fatal hemorrhage within 3 weeks. Chen Song had no choice but to pay attention to it. In fact, the pressure in the aorta's blood vessels was very high. When the intima was damaged, it was equivalent to the wall of the blood vessel being damaged. With the pulsation of the heart and blood vessels, the pressure could easily cause the aorta to rupture and cause massive hemorrhage without any warning. This was just like a water pipe. Once the wall of the water pipe was thin and damaged, it could easily leak when pressure was applied. Li Huan was about to speak to Chen Song when Xia Gaofeng walked into the emergency room. Li Huan's eyes lit up as if he had seen his savior. He hurriedly walked over and pulled Xia Gaofeng to a corner. He lowered his voice and asked in a slightly questioning tone, "Chief Xia, what do you mean by this?" Xia Gaofeng was stunned. "Chief Li, what do you mean by this?" Li Huan was anxious and complained. He sounded a little flustered. "My mother's condition is so serious. It's fine if you don't want to treat her, but you're recommending such a young doctor. This? How can I be at ease?" After Xia Gaofeng heard this, he could not help but smile. "Chief Li, do you think I'll harm you? I'll definitely choose the best doctor for you." "Oh, right. How about this? I'll operate with Dr. Chen. Are you at ease now?" When Li Huan heard Xia Gaofeng say this, he heaved a sigh of relief. "Chief Xia, I'm really counting on you. This is my mother." Xia Gaofeng nodded and did not say much. He followed Chen Song into the resuscitation room to conduct further examinations and inquiries on the patient. The next step was to draw blood, conduct tests, and prepare for surgery. After a series of preparations were completed, the operating theater called to inform them that they were ready for surgery at any time. Chen Song hurriedly led Xia Gaofeng, Zhang Wenfu, and the nurse, Little Lin, to the operating theater while pushing the patient. Meanwhile, Li Huan sat uneasily in the emergency room and waited anxiously. At that moment, he suddenly saw a familiar figure walk down. Li Huan's expression changed. Wasn't that the Wang Ting from his unit? Why was he here? Thinking of this, he quickly got up and walked over. Li Huan hurriedly walked forward and said to Wang Qinghu, "Leader, why are you in the hospital?" Wang Qinghu suddenly turned around and looked at Li Huan. He was stunned. "Li Huan? Why are you in the hospital?" Li Huan sighed. "My mother has a fake aortic aneurysm and needs surgery. I'm here." Wang Qinghu was stunned and suddenly said, "You're looking for Dr. Chen?" Li Huan was also stunned. "I'm looking for Chen Song." Wang Qinghu immediately slapped his thigh. "Me too. By the way, where did Dr. Chen go?" Li Huan was a little puzzled. "Dr. Chen went for surgery, for my mother." At this moment, Taomi hurriedly walked over. "Qinghu, Xiaochen went for surgery. Go to my office and wait for him." Wang Qinghu smiled bitterly when he heard that. "Old Tao, I'm not in the mood now. Let's wait in the emergency department. I don't want to be called away again when I come later." Taomi and Wang Qinghu were classmates. She could not help but smile. That's true. Dr. Chen is very busy now. There are quite a lot of people looking for him for surgery every day. Wang Qinghu nodded and sighed. Sigh, that's true. I'll wait here. Old Tao, go do your work. Don't worry about me. Taomi nodded. Alright, then I won't entertain you. I'll look for you when I'm done. After saying that, the two of them stood up and said goodbye. Li Huan was not stupid. Through the conversation between the leader and the chief, he seemed to have discovered something unusual. Was it difficult to find Dr. Xiaochen? Wang Qinghu looked at Li Huan. Li Huan, you're really lucky to find Dr. Chen right away. Li Huan smiled awkwardly. Leader, isn't Dr. Chen very young? Wang Qinghu immediately smiled when he heard that. What era are we in now? How can we judge people based on their age? Chief Physician Tao is my childhood friend. He's the chief of the Department of Cardiovascular Surgery in the 2nd Provincial Hospital. He personally recommended me to Dr. Chen. Li Huan blushed when he heard that. Chief Physician Xia Gaofeng had recommended him. He was really embarrassed. The surgery began. After the left ventricular circulation was established, Chen Song stared at the hematoma area and sighed in relief. The surface area was not large, and the thickness was average. There was no rupture. This way, the difficulty of the operation was reduced by a lot. However, the only thing that was not easy to operate was the location of the injury. False aortic aneurysm, level 60, rare. The difficulty of pseudoaneurysm surgery could be very high or very low. The difficulty of the surgery varied greatly because of the location of the aneurysm. It was obvious that this surgery was not difficult at all. Zhang Wenfu wasn't good at talking, but his movements were neither too fast nor too slow as he made the necessary preparations with the tape. Chen Song, on the other hand, began to separate the blood vessels without batting an eyelid. He had to be very careful during this process to avoid damaging the pulmonary artery, vagus nerve, and recurrent laryngeal nerve. Separation was a prerequisite. Because of the special location, Chen Song had to operate after separation. The entire process was very detailed, and Gu Huai carefully watched from the side. Xiao Gaofeng looked at Chen Song's actions and couldn't help but sigh. He had to admit that there was a huge difference in talent. Chen Song cut open the hematoma vertically and carefully observed the area of damage. Vascular intima transection. Middle-level organizations cut off. Chen Song carefully trimmed the damaged blood vessel wall and tried his best to preserve the surrounding intercostal blood vessels. Because the hematoma was very small, there was not much damage and gap after the repair was completed. The rupture in the aortic wall was very small, and Chen Song could close it with a little force. This way, there was no need for artificial blood vessels at all. He could directly perform simple continuous anastomosis. This way, he could ensure that the intima was connected to the intima, and the medial was connected to the medial. Xiao Gaofeng widened his eyes. He wanted to see how Chen Song handled and sutured the wound at such an angle. Gu Huai looked at his teacher learning with a humble expression and could not help but be moved. It was true that one was never too old to learn, and he could not help but observe and learn seriously. With just one look, Gu Huai had really learned a lot of things. Zhang Wenfu's admiration for Chen Song was even more obvious. He did not expect to join such an emergency treatment team and get to know a team leader like Chen Song. He could not help but feel happy and excited. The surgery went on minute by minute. Everyone had their own thoughts. Chen Song's repair work was carried out in an orderly manner. However, Chen Song's eyes suddenly lit up as he looked at the damage to the blood vessel wall. He had an idea. He turned around and said to Wang Qian beside him, "Give me the microscope." Wang Qian was stunned. What microscope? A microscope for cardiac surgery? However, he did not ask why. He took the microscope from the side and put it on Chen Song's head. Chen Song said, "Adjust it to quadruple the magnification." Wang Qian nodded. Because of the damaged blood vessels, Chen Song could clearly see the condition and damage of the blood vessel wall between his sutures. This made Chen Song excited. The repair of the aorta had to take care of many things. Continuous sutures were indeed not as good as interrupted sutures in terms of damage to the blood vessels. Not long after the suture was completed, Chen Song felt that the suture this time was a little better than before. He seemed to have found some clues to improve the ability of blood vessel anastomosis. He had a hunch that the improvement of blood vessel anastomosis could only be achieved when he had a sufficient understanding of blood vessels and their functions. This surgery was not difficult, but Chen Song gained a lot from it. Xiao Gaofeng frowned at the side. No one knew what he was thinking. The surgery was over, in the time it took to wash his hands. Chen Song said to Xiao Gaofeng, "Chief Xia, you didn't have to come here personally. You could have just given me a call." Xiao Gaofeng smiled without batting an eyelid. "Would I be able to see today's operation just by making a call? Of course not. I'm here to steal your knowledge. No, exchange knowledge." However, Xiao Gaofeng naturally could not say that. He glanced at Gu Huai beside him, took a deep breath, shook his head, and said with a smile, "Gu Huai heard that you're very good at blood vessel anastomosis. He has always wanted to learn more. I told him that there was a surgery coming up, so I brought him here to take a look. As a teacher, I hope that my students can learn more." Gu Huai was stunned. His eyes suddenly widened and his face was filled with disbelief. "When did I say that? I didn't say a word, okay? You're the ones criticizing me, okay? Teacher, you're too cunning, aren't you?" He suddenly understood. No wonder his teacher brought him here. It turned out that he was here to be a scapegoat. "You're the one who wanted to see Chen Song's surgery learn. You're just too embarrassed to say it out loud. That's why you brought me here." "I'm just an excuse." When he thought of this, Gu Huai suddenly understood everything. His heart was also as clear as a mirror. He could see everything clearly. However, he could not say it out loud. He felt very wronged. Wang Qian and Zhang Wenfu looked at Gu Huai enviously. Dr. Gu, I really envy you for having such a good teacher. Yes. I'll bring you to take a look whenever there's a good surgery. Gu Huai was about to cry. His wronged smile was uglier than crying. Yes, my teacher is very good to me, Xia Gaofeng laughed. You're too kind. It's my duty, my duty. P.S. Thank you to brother ZPLY for another 10,000 tip. Thank you for subscribing, voting, and tipping. After the surgery ended, Gu Huai got up and wanted to leave. After all, what's the point of me staying behind to take the blame? However, when he looked at his teacher, he couldn't bear to leave. After all, taking the blame for his own teacher seemed to be a matter of course. A department head should have the status and identity of a department head. However, at this moment, Xiao Gaofeng looked at Gu Huai and asked, Little Gu, what do you think after watching Dr. Chen Song's surgery? Gu Huai sighed. Thoughts were thoughts, and daring to think was daring. He did have a lot of thoughts, however, he didn't dare to think about it. He could only watch some of Chen Song's operations. He didn't even dare to think about it. Look at the speed of his hands, the speed of his suturing. He could only watch. Not to mention other things, just the interrupted suture was indeed very effective. However, he knew his own suturing speed very well. It was very difficult to complete it within the specified time. He had to admit now that Chen Song was indeed too kind back then. During the suturing competition with Chen Song held back his strength and didn't give him a huge blow. Instead, he slowly showed him the gap between them. In that case, it seemed that he didn't feel so frustrated. Of course, he still learned a lot from watching Chen Song's surgery today. Chen Song's handling of the details, especially the details of carefully protecting the nerve separation, was very useful. Gu Huai said, I learned a lot. Chen Song smiled and said, Teacher Gu, you're too polite. I also learned a lot from you. After Gu Huai heard that, he suddenly felt happy. This teacher Gu was so affectionate. Thinking of this, Gu Huai smiled and said, let's help each other and learn from each other. After that, Gu Huai said to Xiao Gaofeng, department head, I'm going back. I still have something to do over there. Xiao Gaofeng was stunned. Don't, how can I stay if you leave? Gu Huai pretended to pick up the phone and left in a hurry. In comparison, he preferred to be criticized by the beautiful department head Meng. After all, a good-looking person was beautiful even when she was angry. Sigh, no matter what, he had a famous supporting role. He was much better than Fu Er and Fu San. He couldn't always be the scapegoat. Xiao Gaofeng looked at Gu Huai leaving in a hurry and sighed. Outside the operating theater, Wang Qinghu was afraid that Chen Song would not show up, so he dragged Li Huan to the entrance of the operating theater and waited. Li Huan could not help but ask, Leader, what illness are you looking for Dr. Chen for? Wang Qinghu shook his head. Isn't my wife a piano teacher? Now that she's old, her hands often hurt. Maybe it's the sequelae of her damaged tendons. I took her to Jishuotan Hospital the day before yesterday, but when they found out that I'm from Dongyang City, they asked me to come back directly. When Li Huan heard this, his eyes widened. Why? Wang Qinghu smiled. This is why Dr. Xiaochen is so amazing. You don't know, right? It's because of Chen Song. Right now, Jishuotan, Shanghai 6th Hospital, Nantung University-affiliated hospital, and our 2nd provincial hospital are working together to build a tendon recovery base. Hearing Wang Qinghu's words, Li Huan's face turned even redder. Did he look down on Dr. Chen? Who would have thought that he would have to look up to her now? Li Huan was from the Science and Technology Association, and Wang Qinghu was from the Science and Technology Department. The two of them basically had a superior and subordinate relationship. The longer Li Huan and Wang Qinghu chatted, the more fortunate Li Huan felt. He did not expect Chen Song to be so capable. Li Huan was from the Science and Technology Association, so he knew the significance and weight of this. At this moment, the operating theater's door opened. Chen Song and Xiao Gaofeng walked out with everyone surrounding them. Li Huan quickly stood up. Dr. Chen, Chief Xia, how is my mother? Xiao Gaofeng smiled. Don't worry, Director Li. The surgery was very successful. It's all thanks to Dr. Chen. You don't know, but if I did it, I might have to use an artificial blood vessel transplant. Dr. Chen successfully repaired the blood vessel with his own ability. Recover well. There won't be any sequelae. Xiao Gaofeng's words made Li Huan's eyes light up. He quickly said to Chen Song, Dr. Chen, thank you so much. I'm from the Science and Technology Association, and I'll definitely have a lot of dealings with you in the future. The next time you come to the Science and Technology Association, just give me a call. After some pleasantries, Chen Song did not refuse and left him his contact number. He asked Zhang Wenfu to do the transfer procedures and transferred him to the Department of Cardiovascular Surgery to receive systematic treatment. After Chen Song finished all the procedures for Li Huan's family and signed them, he hurriedly dealt with a boy with external injuries. It was almost 6 o'clock in the afternoon when Chen Song passed by the corridor and saw Wang Qinghu sitting there and looking around. Chen Song slapped his forehead and quickly held Wang Qinghu's hand with both hands. Mr. Wang, right? I'm really sorry that I've been busy until now. Chief Physician Tao gave me a call, but, Chen Song held Wang Qinghu's hand apologetically and felt a little apologetic. After all, Chief Physician Tao had personally asked him to take good care of this leader. When Wang Qinghu saw this, he could not help but say, it's fine. Dr. Chen, I've learned a lot this afternoon. You guys are really busy and tiring. I saw that you didn't even stop walking after coming out of the operating theater. Wang Qinghu was in his 50s and was an intellectual. He was now working in the Provincial Science and Technology Department. As an intellectual, he had a good impression of doctors. Chen Song brought Wang Qinghu into the on-call room. Mr. Wang, Chief Physician Tao didn't tell me clearly. What exactly happened to you? Wang Qinghu said, my wife is a piano teacher and has a history of tendon injuries. Now, the adhesions in her hand are quite serious, and her movements are limited. Also, it hurts a lot. I brought her to the reservoir and did an MRI scan. Chief Physician Chang Honglei told me to come back and look for Chen Song, Dr. Chen. So, I came here in advance to ask around. After hearing Wang Qinghu's words, Chen Song frowned slightly. The sequelae of tendon injuries, such as tendon adhesions or even tenosynovitis, could be triggered. However, tendon repair was simple in the beginning. After the repair, tendon adhesions were more troublesome. Chen Song pondered for a while and said, how about this, Mr. Wang, bring the patient here another day. I'll take a look at the situation and then we'll make a decision. There's no value in talking too much now. What do you think? Chen Song knew a lot about tendons. But if he did not see the patient, he would not be able to explain it clearly. He would take a look at the patient and then decide on the treatment plan. Wang Qinghu smiled and nodded. Okay, I understand. I understand. Then, I'll have to trouble you, Dr. Chen. Let's meet another day. Can I have your number? After chatting for a while, Wang Qinghu got up and left. After sitting and waiting for the whole afternoon, Wang Qinghu did not seem to be a small leader, but he did not complain at all. Maybe this was a high-quality performance? After a busy afternoon, Chen Song barely had time to rest. Tonight, it was his night shift again. Chen Song shook his head helplessly. He leaned back on the chair and rested for a while. He opened today's reward. Ding! Removed a pseudo-aortic aneurysm. Obtained rewards, 1. Experience plus 5,000, 2. Fortune bag plus 1, 3. Stamina potion plus 2. Chen Song saw the system notification. Fortune bag again? He opened the bag. Obtained skill points plus 3. Chen Song was happy. It was not bad. He thought that he had a lot of skill points, but it turned out that he could not use them at all. Chen Song, who was a little tired, looked at the stamina potion and suddenly thought, should I try it? After choosing to use it, Chen Song suddenly felt that his head was light. It was as if his whole body was awake. Chen Song was a little dumbfounded. He thought that it was a drink and he might be able to taste it. He did not expect that it would take effect immediately. The experience was terrible, there was no sense of participation at all. However, he felt as if he had just woken up. It was really good. The effect was still okay, but he lost the enjoyment of the process. For some things, the process was actually more important than the result. For example, eating delicious food. Don't think too much. At this moment, the door of the on-call room suddenly opened. Chen Song looked up and saw Qin Yu holding a thermos lunchbox in his hand. Qin Yu came in and saw Chen Song. He walked over with a smile in his eyes. Are you tired? Chen Song shook his head. No. When I see you, I feel better everywhere. I feel energetic. Qin Yu rolled his eyes. Hey. Chen Song, why do I feel that there is a hidden meaning in your words now? Chen Song heard and immediately smiled embarrassedly. Qin Yu opened the thermos lunchbox and said, I've made some food. Eat quickly. I see that you have a night shift tonight. You have been busy with surgeries the whole day. Can you do it? How about I take over your shift tonight? After Chen Song heard this, his heart suddenly felt warm. Looking at this sensible silly girl, he couldn't help but smile. It's okay. Opening the lunchbox, there were 2 dishes, 1 soup, and 1 rice. There were 2 dishes, one was grilled potato, 3 delicacies, and the other was chopped green onion and egg. Looking at Chen Song wolfing down the food, Qin Yu sat beside him and stared at Chen Song expectantly. After a while, he asked cautiously, Is it delicious? Chen Song was stunned, seeing Qin Yu acting so cautiously, as if he was waiting for the results of an exam. He couldn't help but laugh. What's wrong? Did you put drugs in the food? When Qin Yu heard this, he immediately picked up the soup and said softly, Daolong, take your medicine. Chen Song almost spat out his rice. This girl was too naughty. Qin Yu looked at Chen Song expectantly. I don't know how to cook anything else. I only know how to cook these 2 dishes. How do they taste? Chen Song said with a smile, They're great. I realized that your talent in cooking is much better than your surgery. Qin Yu said happily, Of course. After saying that, he suddenly became listless. I heard that uncle and auntie are chefs. I'm afraid that I can't cook well. Sigh. When Chen Song saw Qin Yu like this, he couldn't help but laugh. My parents are chefs. They're not picky about the food you cook. When Qin Yu heard this, she immediately said, Then accompany me to go shopping on Saturday. I'll buy you some clothes. You didn't buy any decent clothes. Don't be laughed at when you go back. Be more presentable. Also, go back and buy some gifts for uncle and auntie. He watched as Qin Yu rambled on and on about the arrangements and plans one after another. He was very attentive, as if he was preparing for an exam. When he saw this, Chen Song was also gratified and felt a little happy. After dinner, Qin Yu packed up his things and left. Chen Song got up and returned to the doctor's office. There were not many patients. Chen Song took a pen and paper and sat there to write and draw. He summarized today's surgery and treatment. This was a habit he had maintained for a long time. In particular, the suturing of the blood vessels today gave him a lot of inspiration. At about 9 o'clock, Chen Song was watching the surgery video when the nurse, Lei, walked in. Dr. Xiaochen, Dr. Yao is looking for you. There's a patient who needs tracheal intubation. Chen Song nodded, stuffed his phone into his pocket, and walked out. Just as he reached the door of the ward, before he entered, Chen Song heard a series of rapid coughs. Cough cough. Cough cough. This kind of coughing was heart-wrenching. It was as if one could not stop coughing, as if one's lungs were about to be carved out. Just listening to the sound was heart-wrenching. As soon as he entered, he saw the constantly jumping numbers on the ECG monitor, as well as the beeping of the alarm. Chen Song immediately became serious, while Yao Jiwen looked helpless. This made Chen Song very curious. There was an old man in his 80s lying on the bed. Beside him sat 2 women in their 40s and an old lady. They should be the patient's child and wife. Yao Jiwen patiently explained, the patient's condition is very bad now. He needs tracheal intubation. Otherwise, if the coughed-up liquid is inhaled into the lungs, it will cause a lung infection and worsen his condition. However, the other 3 people were unmoved. This was the 3rd time Yao Jiwen had told the family members. Looking at the 3 people who were unmoved, Yao Jiwen was so angry that his scalp tingled. He turned to Lei and said, Go and get the consent form for treatment refusal and let the family members sign it. At this time, the well-educated old lady couldn't help but say, "It's okay. We have a suction device, and it can be coughed out. There's no need for intubation." The daughter on the side was more than 10 years older than Xianxia. She also said firmly, "If the tracheal intubation is needed, it means that the condition is getting worse. Let's do it later." "What's that saying?" "Yes, it's called a guarantee plan." This sentence made Yao Jiwen so angry that he laughed. Looking at the three people who were almost watching by the side, Yao Jiwen said to Xianxia, "Xianxia, do me a favor." Xianxia nodded and supported the old man. Yao Jiwen patted his back and then increased the oxygen flow of the mask a little. But it was a temporary solution. Seeing that the old man's coughing was better, the woman couldn't help but say, "Look, I told you. Just patting and adding some oxygen will be fine. There's no need for tracheal intubation at all." Hearing the family member's ignorant and unreasonable words, Xianxia patted Yao Jiwen's shoulder and motioned for him to not be anxious. Xianxia asked, "What's the patient's condition?" Yao Jiwen said, "Acute cerebral infarction. Yesterday morning, the patient suddenly had problems with his left limb. He was alone at home and didn't pay attention to it. This morning, the symptoms suddenly worsened. His speech was unclear and left limb hemiplegia appeared. He was sent to the hospital at 3 o'clock in the afternoon. The MRI showed that the right brainstem was obstructed. He had high blood pressure and diabetes in the past. Because the time window was missed and there were contraindications, he did not undergo thrombolytic treatment. The patient's family members did not refuse to intervene with thrombectomy." After hearing Yao Jiwen's medical history, the other party's two daughters suddenly stood up with flushed faces. "We're not worried about the money. Money is not a problem. We just don't want my father to suffer. He's already so old. It's too much suffering for him to be involved in removing the embolus." Xianxia could not help but want to laugh. The old man was already F*king hemiplegic, delirious, and incontinent. "You said you didn't want to suffer." However, getting angry at the patient's family was purely idiotic. Xianxia took a deep breath. He did not want to say another word to such a family member. He turned around and could not help but ask Yao Jiwen, "Why didn't you transfer him to the neurology department?" Yao Jiwen was obviously very helpless. He sighed and said, "There's no bed upstairs now. I prescribed an infusion. He'll be treated here first. He'll be transferred tomorrow." Xianxia looked at the infusion list and smiled. He was indeed rich. Butylene thaline injection, 300 yuan per bottle, and self-funded medicine to nourish the nerves, 2 bottles a day. This undoubtedly saved Xianxia and the others a lot of trouble. Fortunately, they did not have a headache because of financial problems. Usually, many acute diseases required a lot of good and expensive medicine to treat, but it was very expensive. Many families could not afford it. The patient had less trouble, but he did not expect to encounter an even bigger problem: ignorant family members. Yao Jiwen continued, "Because of the cerebral stroke accompanied by bulbar paralysis, the patient now chokes and coughs when drinking water and eating. He can't speak, his consciousness is blurred, and he has incontinence." Hearing Yao Jiwen's words, Xianxia immediately said, "The patient needs a nasogastric feeding tube." At this moment, the daughter said, "He's already like this. It'll be uncomfortable to have a gastric tube. Also, he can drink water by himself." Xianxia continued to ask, "Incontinence. Is there a catheter?" Yao Jiwen shook his head and said helplessly, "No. The family members don't agree. They're afraid that the patient will be uncomfortable." Xianxia was so angry that he almost wanted to scold him. Why was the family members who seemed to be respectable like ZZ? Xianxia held his breath and raised his head to look at the family member. "The patient is incontinent. If we don't catheterize, the urine might be stored." The old lady shook her head. "I put diapers on him. He's not afraid. It's so uncomfortable to insert a catheter. I feel uncomfortable just looking at it." "No, no. He won't agree even if he wakes up. This didn't work, and that didn't work either." Xianxia could only bring Yao Jiwen out. At this time, Lei took the treatment refusal consent form over. The patient's family was very cooperative. The old lady's handwriting was very beautiful. At first glance, one could tell that she was very cultured. However, Yao Jiwen was still worried. He went back and forth to talk to the family members 3 or 4 times. Each time, he talked to them for 20 minutes. Just like that, more than 2 hours passed. When Yao Jiwen returned to his office, he was so angry that he almost smashed the medical records. Who are these people? You're afraid of suffering, and you don't want the elderly to suffer. Are you trying to kill them on purpose? Chen Song sighed as he listened to the coughing sounds coming from the corridor. Sometimes, it was really not the doctor who killed the patient, but the patient's family members. Chen Song also found that the more knowledgeable people were, the more difficult it was to deal with them. They always challenged the doctor's profession with half-baked knowledge from Baidu or other sources. At about 2 o'clock, the door of the on-call room was knocked loudly. Chen Song and Yao Jiwen quickly got up and walked out. What's wrong? Lei said, the patient is tossing and turning. He can't sleep. He's pulling the infusion set with his hands. He's also coughing more severely. Hearing this, Chen Song and Yao Jiwen's expressions changed. They hurried back to the ward. After coming in, they found that the 2 daughters were pressing the old man's hands to prevent him from touching them. The old lady comforted the old man kindly, it's okay, it's okay. Then, she touched the old man's hands and massaged him. Chen Song was stunned. Obviously, the family members thought that the old man's situation was because he was nervous and anxious. Chen Song lifted the quilt and looked. The diaper was clean, and the small belly was obviously swollen. Chen Song suddenly went crazy. There was so much fluid infusion, but there was no urine. It would be strange if the old man was not irritated, Chen Song quickly said, the patient needs a catheterization. Now, there is serious urinary retention. The bladder area is obviously swollen, so he is irritated on the bed. Also, we can completely understand the feelings of heartache patients like you. But there is a fact that you need to understand. No treatment is painless. We can't let the patient suffer more because of this little pain, not to mention that this greater pain is something we can foresee. After some explanation, they finally agreed to the catheterization. But, when Lei was about to perform the catheterization, the old lady disagreed again. Is there a male nurse? Chen Song and Yao Jiwen were stunned. Even Lei was dumbfounded. The old man is F*** delirious, and you ask if there is a male nurse? Chen Song sighed, Lei, give it to me. He skillfully connected the catheter, and the urine finally flowed out. The agitated old man finally calmed down. But, after another hour, there was a knock on the door again. Lei said anxiously, Dr. Chen, the patient has a fever now. Chen Song and Yao Jiwen looked at each other and hurried into the ward. The patient's temperature was 38.3 degrees Celsius, and it was accompanied by continuous choking and coughing. Generally speaking, the most terrible thing for patients with cerebral infarction was not paralysis, but choking and coughing due to the presence of bulbar paralysis, which led to a lung infection. A lung infection was often fatal for patients with acute cerebral infarction. Chen Song looked up and asked, Did you give him water? The family member was stunned and blushed. I think he, Chen Song sighed, prepare the feeding tube. This kind of family member would sooner or later kill the patient. Chen Song continued to explain. The family member really did not give up until the end. Seeing that Chen Song and Yao Jiwen were a little angry, the old lady said, Doctor. We don't understand. You can't blame us. We don't understand in the first place. Chen Song almost laughed out of anger. Didn't you understand very well just now? That night, they went back and forth for an entire night, and the antibiotics were also used. The temperature was initially under control, but this was only the beginning. The patient was already accompanied by respiratory failure, and now there was a lung infection. He would be sent to the ICU tomorrow. Sent to the neurology department? Dream on. They would definitely not accept such a serious patient. Sure enough, after the shift was over at 9 o'clock in the morning, the patient was sent to the ICU amid the family members' regrets. The neurologist would not accept such a serious patient in the ward. Most importantly, the patient had not been intubated yet. The family members were still arguing with Dr. Xing in the ICU. Chen Song shook his head. Sometimes, the ignorance of family members could really ruin the lives of their loved ones. He was really worried about giving them the right to sign. P.S. 5 updates a day. Please subscribe to support. Thank you. After waking up from his afternoon nap, Chen Song tidied up, took a shower, and went shopping with Qin Shaolik in the afternoon. Qin Yu sneaked out of the department in the afternoon, making Chen Song roll his eyes. This guy was almost unscrupulous now. You skipped work again. Qin Yu looked at Chen Song seriously. Think about it carefully. Chen Song sighed. You're really efficient. After Qin Yu heard this, a smile appeared on her face. She was already in a semi-resigned state. She did not care much about the emergency department, and the surgery department was not in a hurry. The doctor who applied for the assessment was applying for such an environment. She was in charge of the department's scientific research. Chief Li Baoshan really thought of it and arranged this position for her. Seeing that Qin Shaolik was happy because of his perfunctory tone, Chen Song sighed. Women were really superficial. But, men just had to like superficial women, sigh, men. The autumn air was refreshing. Chen Song hadn't gone out shopping for a long time. The commercial street was still bustling. Qin Yu took out a piece of paper from her pocket. Let's go buy clothes. As she spoke, she pulled Chen Song into a shopping mall. Chen Song was curious. What did you write on it? Qin Yu said matter-of-factly, a plan. First, buy clothes, then do your hair, then buy gifts. Chen Song looked at Qin Yu's half-filled paper and felt his scalp go numb. He felt that if he did not have a bottle of stamina potion today, he would not be able to hand in his work. However, when he thought about Qin Xiaolik's 50-minute homework every day, Chen Song was worried. He had to fight more monsters recently and get some stamina potions, endurance potions, and so on. It would be best if they dropped a permanently strengthened gem. Chen Song was not picky about clothes. It did not matter what brand it was. It was fine as long as it was comfortable to wear and looked comfortable. However, Qin Yu had good taste. He kept helping Chen Song try on clothes. Every time he was done, his eyes would light up. It made Chen Song shudder. He actually felt his hair stand on end. It was like a beautiful sheep being stared at by a big bad wolf. Coming out of a clothing store, Chen Song looked at Qin Yu seriously. Tell me honestly, have you been coveting me for a long time? Qin Yu rolled his eyes at Chen Song. Look at you. Chen Song said disdainfully, wipe your saliva and speak properly. Qin Yu was stunned and quickly touched his mouth. There was nothing. He knew that Chen Song was teasing him. He was so angry that he stomped his feet. The two of them walked around for the whole afternoon. They only finished when it was past 8 o'clock. Chen Song was carrying bags of various sizes. He hung all the things that could be hung. When they returned home at night, Qin Xiaoyuan was reading in the study. Ji Ruyun was applying a facial mask on the sofa. Qin Yu changed his clothes and lay on the sofa. He looked at his mother and couldn't help but ask, Mom, I'm going back to my hometown with Chen Song tomorrow. It's his mother's birthday. I haven't been back for several years. I said I'd go back with her. After Ji Ruyun heard this, she was stunned. Suddenly, she came to a realization. I said it was strange these 2 days. You've been cooking every day. I even told your father that your daughter has grown up. So you're trying to please your mother-in-law. Qin Xiaoyuan, come out and see your daughter. Qin Xiaoyuan naturally came out immediately. When he heard Ji Ruyun's words, he quickly asked, what's wrong? Wife. Ji Ruyun sneered. Your daughter is going back to her hometown with Chen Song. As soon as she said this, Qin Xiaoyuan almost didn't hesitate. No, no. Qin Yu was stunned. Why not? I'm just going back to see uncle and auntie. What's wrong with that? Qin Xiaoyuan immediately said, no, does Xiao Chen's family know that you're there? You're just going there. Besides, you two haven't even started dating yet. If you go to their house rashly, Qin Yu wrinkled his nose. Didn't Chen Song see you two already? He wrote forget it. Aren't I going to write forget it? Qin Xiaoyuan was a little anxious when he heard this. After all, he was a girl and had a lot to worry about. All kinds of examples in his life were vivid in his mind. Qin Xiaoyuan suppressed his temper. Yeah, listen to Dad. Look, if you go, how will he look at you? Ji Ruyun heard Qin Xiaoyuan's old-fashioned words and suddenly couldn't help but say, enough, Lao Qin, what era are we in now? After Qin Xiaoyuan heard this, he looked at his wife. If I suddenly go to their house, won't they look down on me? That's what you said to me back then. Ji Ruyun rolled her eyes. Enough, your old-fashioned way of thinking has long been eliminated. Who said that girls will be looked down on when they go to their house? Who can look down on us girls? Qin Yu puffed out his chest and raised his head. That's right. I'm respecting the elderly. How can I be looked down on? Qin Xiaoyuan looked at Ji Ruyun. When I brought you to my house back then, didn't you say that to me? Ji Ruyun smiled awkwardly. Times have changed. Besides, you're different from Xiaochen. Everything is changing. There's no such thing now. When Lao Qin heard this, he actually felt wronged. Why was everything different when it came to Chen Song? This was too much of a double standard. Qin Xiaoyuan saw that the situation was hopeless, but he still couldn't help but say to Ji Ruyun, come, I want to say something to you. With that, he walked towards the bedroom. Ji Ruyun glanced at Qin Yu. Don't worry. Mom will persuade him for you. Qin Yu waved his fist to show that he could do it. Ji Ruyun came into the bedroom and closed the door. What's wrong? Lao Qin? Qin Xiaoyuan thought for a while and sighed. Dear, you have to talk to Yaya. Go, but you have to pay attention to some things. Look, after you go, you can't stay together at night. After all, the two of them aren't married yet, right? It's not like they're in the local area. You can go and come back on the same day, not overnight. She'll probably stay there for 2 days. You have to talk to Yaya. Ji Ruyun looked at Qin Xiaoyuan's worried face and knew what he was worried about. As a father, shouldn't he think for his daughter? Xiaochen was good, and Qin Yu was also good. But who would have thought of the future? Although his way of thinking was a bit old-fashioned, but, forget it. Let's not talk about it. Ji Ruyun smiled. Alright, Lao Qin, the girl is already so old. You don't have to worry so much. Isn't it good to get married and have children early? I'm thinking that we should let Yaya take a look around first. When there's a chance, our two families can meet and try to settle this matter as soon as possible. The girl isn't young anymore. She's 1 year older than Xiaochen. She's already 28. How old is Yaya when we're 28? Qin Xiaoyuan sighed. It wasn't that he didn't know this. It was just that he had been in the hospital for a long time and had seen a lot of the ways of the world. Sometimes, he would consider a little more when doing something. It was easy to say that it was a different era for others. But when it came to himself, it was hard to say. After comforting Lao Qin for a long time, Ji Ruyun finally talked to Qin Xiaoyuan. This father really wanted to protect his daughter. Although sometimes it was not good to be too strict, he was really worried that she would get hurt, meet a scumbag, be abandoned, and, if he worried too much, it would become a strict control. Otherwise, so many girls would be unhappy to be controlled by their father. In fact, many fathers were daughter slaves. When they got married, they would cry until their snot and tears flowed. Mothers, on the other hand, could accept it more easily. After the two came out of the room, Qin Yu saw her father's dark face. He seemed to be a little unhappy. She immediately stood up and said, Dad, I'm just going to take a walk. It's not like I'm going to sell myself. Look at you, Qin Xiaoyuan was stunned. He smiled and said, I can't wait for you to sell yourself as soon as possible. Others are all little cotton-padded jackets, but you are a black-hearted one. What loophole? I even let Xiaochen wear my clothes. Seeing that her father was not angry, Qin Yu immediately said with a smile, No. I've always been Dad's little cotton-padded jacket. Qin Xiaoyuan hurriedly said, A grown girl can't be kept at home. If you keep her, you'll become enemies. You can leave, but be careful, okay? When Qin Yu heard this, she immediately smiled and nodded. She happily massaged Lao Qin's shoulders. Thank you, Dad. Dad is so good. Qin Xiaoyuan suddenly said, By the way, when you go, buy some gifts. Otherwise, it won't look good if you go empty-handed. People will say that you don't know etiquette. Xianxia nodded. Oh, Dad, what do you think I should buy? Xianxia asked, didn't you ask Qinsong's parents what they like? Xianxia pursed her lips. Qinsong didn't let me bring gifts. He said that I should just buy a box of milk. By the way, I know his father likes to drink. When Xianxia heard this, he felt that something was wrong, but he couldn't figure out what it was. Then go and buy 2 bottles of good wine. They're not too big or too small, and they're easy to carry. Even if you don't like them, you can put them away. Xianxia sighed. I don't know much about wine. Besides, I can't buy a lot of wine. I have to make an appointment. Sigh, how about we don't take it? Xianxia said hurriedly, that won't do. How can we not take it? What wine do you want? Xianxia pouted, Maotai, Wuliangya, and that Lao Jiao? The more Xianxia listened, the more he felt that something was amiss. The more he listened, the more familiar the name sounded. After a few seconds, he came to a realization and looked at Ji Ruyun with a smile. Honey, look at the girl you taught. She won't stop until she's drained her father dry. Xianxia and Ji Ruyun looked at each other and suddenly laughed. Xianxia couldn't help but sigh. Sigh, this girl, hurry up and leave. I wanted to stay just now. If I stay any longer, your mother and I will be sold by you. You little girl, you're really sneaky. Other people take things into their own home, but you're moving things out every day. And you say you're not a black-hearted cotton, Xianxia laughed. Hurry up, Dad, open your little treasury and lend me 2 bottles of good wine. You said that you transferred me to a position with a basic salary and an average bonus. How can I buy good wine? When Lao Qin heard this, he sighed. Fine. It's my fault again. Lao Qin stood up and took out 2 bottles of Flying Sky from the cabinet in the study. Sigh. I can't even bear to drink it myself. Xianxia stood at the side and looked at the bottles excitedly. Although he didn't know much about wine, he still knew the name of Maotai. When he thought of how happy Qinsong's father would be when he went back, Xianxia couldn't help but laugh. Lao Qin actually didn't feel bad at all. The girl had left with him, so what was a few bottles of wine? As long as Xiaoqin treated you better, Lao Qin wouldn't say a word even if he bought a house or a car, let alone a few bottles of wine. Moreover, Xiaoqin didn't look like a bad person. After staying in the hospital for a long time, one could see a lot of sincere feelings and also see too much real human nature. As a father, he just hoped that the girl would be happier. Xianxia went to bed early today, but he couldn't fall asleep as he tossed and turned in bed. Various scenes kept turning in his mind. Meanwhile, Ji Ruyun was chatting with Xianxia in her bedroom, telling her some things to pay attention to. You can't sleep in when you're in someone else's house. Also, fold the blanket when you wake up in the morning, don't be too lazy, he rambled on for a long time. Xianxia sighed. I know, Mom. I'm not a fool. I'm already so old. In the end, Ji Ruyun suddenly looked at Xianxia mysteriously. There's one thing. When you're there, will you sleep in the same room as Qinsong? Xianxia suddenly blushed. Who's sleeping with him? Ji Ruyun nodded. Sigh, actually, Mom didn't mean that. The society is so open now. As doctors, we've seen everything. What Mom means is that before you do anything, you have to think carefully about the consequences seriously. Besides, Mom won't be unable to accept it. It's good if you're really pregnant. You can get the marriage certificate early, get married, and have a child. It's quite fast. Maybe you can hold a grandson next year. Hearing Ji Ruyun's words, Xianxia suddenly didn't react. When he did, his face turned red. Mom, what are you talking about? Ji Ruyun smiled and looked at Xianxia. You're also a medical student. You're not young anymore. It's fine as long as you know what you're doing. Actually, it's best for a woman to have a child before the age of 30. Her body functions are the best. Chinese medicine also says that a woman's muscles and bones are strong, her hair is long, and her body is strong. You're 28 this year. I think you should consider it carefully and get married early. I'll take care of your child for you. A woman's good age only lasts for a few years. Once she's over 35, she starts to decline. It's not so healthy to have a child. Xianxia carefully asked his mother about some things. Xianxia and his mother whispered a lot at night. All along, a father's love was as firm as a mountain. And a mother's love was like water. Xianxia often whispered to his mother since he was young. It was a little secret between women. After Ji Ruyun went back, Xianxia lay on the bed and sent a message to Chen Song. Chen Song, do you prefer a daughter or a son? Chen Song was stunned when he saw the message. One for each. How about it? Xianxia sighed. If you have a daughter, you can't not love me. If you buy delicious food, you have to buy 2 sets. My mom says that women don't look good after they give birth. Chen Song looked at Qin Xiaolik's profile picture and couldn't help but laugh when he thought of her silly look. In fact, women were all children who couldn't grow up. It was only because of life that they had to mature. Chen Dehai and Yang Jiehui were overjoyed when they learned that their son was bringing their daughter-in-law home. However, after being happy, they hurriedly began to clean up the house. After all, it was a girl who came to their house. They couldn't leave a bad impression. Moreover, she was from the city. Yang Jiehui tried her best to entertain her. Nanquan Village was a village under Jinyang City. It was named because it was close to Nanquan Mountain. The scenery and air were good, but the only disadvantage was that its development was lagging behind. There were 200 people in Nanquan Village, and there weren't many left in the village. Basically, the young people either went to school or went to work. There were only the old people in the village. After Chen Song arrived in Jinyang City, he took a taxi home. Xianxia grew up in the city. His hometown was also a prefecture-level city, so he was very new to rural life. There was a winding mountain road in the village. On the mountain road, he saw the trees all over the mountain. Although it was already November, the maple leaves on the mountain looked stunning. The driver looked at Xianxia and couldn't help but ask, "Miss, is it beautiful?" Xianxia nodded excitedly. It's beautiful. The environment is so good. The driver smiled. It's not easy to develop here. I heard that this is the dragon vein of our Dongyang province. It can't be transformed, so it has been protected. Although I don't know if it's true or not, Nanquan Mountain has been preserved. To be honest, I want to build a house in Nanyang Village when I'm old. Chen Song nodded. It was really a good choice to retire in the village when he was old. He could plant vegetables, raise flowers, raise a few old hens, eat eggs every day, and kill a chicken when he was in a good mood. People in Dongyang were more conservative and liked to return to their roots. After the car stopped at the entrance of the village, Chen Song and Xianxia walked into the village with their suitcases. Over the years, the village had changed every year. Every time they came back, there were many changes. The roads were paved, natural gas pipelines were connected to both sides of the house, and solar panels were installed on the roof. The only thing that didn't change was the people in the village. Chen Song was a university student in the village. Moreover, Chen Dehai had visited hundreds of families, so everyone knew that the eldest son of the Chen family was a doctor in the provincial capital. It was said that some time ago, Chen Dehai and his wife went to the provincial capital to buy a house for their son. The news spread very quickly. Ammonium City's property prices were around 1 or 2 million. When everyone heard about it, they naturally had a whole new level of respect for Chen Dehai. Many people who hated people who were poor said that Chen Dehai was bragging. After all, this wasn't a small amount of money. Everyone at the entrance of the village saw Chen Song and a beautiful girl who looked like a city dweller coming down with big and small bags. They were suddenly curious. Xiao Chen, you're back? He's back with his wife. Is he resting? Chen Song smiled. I'm off for the next few days. I'm going home to visit my parents. This is my girlfriend. After being introduced by Chen Song, Xianxia felt very happy. He smiled and greeted the villagers. Chen Song, who was dragging his luggage and carrying big and small bags, walked towards his home. A small river flowed along the village. Xianxia looked very happy. Chen Song, I love this place. When we are old, let's go back to our hometown to retire. If I'm pregnant, why don't I come back here to give birth? The environment here is too good. The air is too fresh. I don't even want to go back to Ammonium City. Chen Song smiled. The village had its benefits, and the city had its conveniences. When he was old, it was good to stay in his hometown. But he was too old to take care of himself. It was still safer in the city. After all, the medical and health facilities were better. Yang Jiehui had been waiting anxiously at the entrance. Chen Dahai was preparing to show off his skills in the kitchen. How could the parents-in-law not be nervous when their daughter-in-law came to visit? Yang Jiehui was even more nervous than Qinyu. She heard from Chen Song that she was the daughter of the director. She came from a good family and was spoiled since she was young. She was afraid that Qinyu would dislike the village when he came. Although she knew that Yang Jiehui liked her son, as a parent, she still thought more. Yang Jiehui was also very anxious. Not long after, Chen Song and Qinyu turned the corner and saw their mother standing outside the courtyard. He smiled and waved to Qinyu, saying, "That's my mother." Qinyu blushed when he heard that. He had been thinking about how to greet her all the way. Now that they finally met, he felt a little embarrassed. Qinyu's heart was thumping wildly. She walked up to her and said softly, "Hello, Auntie." Yang Jiehui didn't know how to speak Mandarin. When she heard Qinyu's words, she immediately laughed and said in a dialect, "Okay, okay, okay. Hurry up and go to the house. Since you're already here, why do you need so many things?" Yang Jiehui quickly ran into the kitchen and stared at Chen Dahai, saying, "Chen Dahai, hurry up. Why are you hiding in the kitchen?" Chen Dahai smiled embarrassedly, "Oh, dear, we don't speak Mandarin. If I go in, it will be awkward if I don't speak. Even if I speak, I won't understand. How embarrassing." Yang Jiehui rolled her eyes, "You brought Song Er home. Are you suitable as a father? But, that girl can understand us." Indeed, doctors were good at this because they had patients from all over the place. After hearing so much, they would get used to it. They would be able to understand most of the dialects of Dongyang province. Otherwise, communication would be a real problem. However, even so, Chen Dahai took a few deep breaths and lit a cigarette. "You go in first. I need to calm down." Yang Jiehui glared and scolded with a smile, "You're so useless." Chen Dahai smoked fiercely and fiddled with his hair in the mirror before entering the house. Seeing Chen Dahai come in, Qinyu quickly got up, "Hello, uncle. My name is Qinyu." Chen Dahai saw that the girl was lively and couldn't help but laugh. Good. Good name. Sit down and eat an apple. It's grown at home." Chen Dahai saw Qinyu as if he saw his own daughter. He was very happy. He had 2 sons at home and they kissed whenever they saw a girl, however, he didn't know what to say. Chen Dahai awkwardly got up and said, "I'll cook some dishes for you." "I'm going to cook some dishes for you. You take a rest first. We'll eat later." After saying that, he ran away quickly. Qinyu couldn't help but smile, "Thank you, uncle." When Lao Chen heard it, he was immediately happy. Girls are still the best. Even their words are sweet. Chen Dahai knew that Yang Jiehui had put in a lot of effort. She made a table full of dishes and even stewed an old hen at home. She even found someone to hunt rabbits, pheasants, and pigeons. The table was full of wild game. Fortunately, Nanquan Mountain wasn't developed. Otherwise, it wouldn't be easy to find all of them. After eating, Qinyu insisted on helping to wash the dishes. Yang Jiehui pulled him back and gave Lao Chen a look. Lao Chen hurriedly went to clean up the dishes. He was a chef and had to greet pots and pans all day long. Chen Dahai didn't mind. In addition, he was a little embarrassed, so he came out directly. Yang Jiehui was more meticulous. She prepared new bed sheets and quilts for Qinyu. When Qinyu saw Yang Jiehui and Chen Dahai, he felt very warm in his heart. He looked at Chen Song, "Your parents are so nice." Chen Song smiled, "Right?" Qinyu nodded happily. He originally thought that there would be a lot of unfamiliarity. However, under the warm hospitality of the Chen family, he only felt a sense of warmth and happiness. As expected, Chen Song and Qinyu didn't live in the same house. This made Chen Song disappointed for a long time. Lying in bed at night, Chen Song sent a message to Qinyu, "Are you afraid of sleeping alone?" Qingyu was stunned. What's there to be afraid of? Chen Song was stunned. Think about it. Behind you is Namquan Mountain. There are wolves up there. Be careful not to climb up your window in the middle of the night. Qingyu sneered. How could she not know Chen Song's conspiracy? Really? Don't scare me. Chen Song saw that there was hope and immediately nodded. Of course, why would I lie to you? Don't you remember what you had for dinner? It was all game. Qingyu, then what should I do? Why don't you come to my room to accompany me? Chen Song almost laughed out loud. Well, okay, open the door. I'll go in. Qingyu nodded. Okay, I'll open it. Come in. A few minutes later, Chen Song stood at the door and turned the doorknob. He was stunned. Open my ass, this girl is teasing me, however. Chen Song didn't dare to knock on the door for fear of waking up his parents. He picked up his phone angrily. Good woman. I came to accompany you out of kindness, but you're teasing me. Qingyu giggled under the blanket. Ha, you're just lusting after my body. Chen Song was instantly at a loss for words. He was actually unable to refute. No, yeah, you're not afraid, but I am. I'm scared. Why don't you protect me? Qingyu, get lost. Chen Song was stunned. This little girl doesn't take me seriously at all. Doesn't she know whose territory this is? Chen Song picked up his phone and squatted in the corner of the door. Don't you know whose territory this is? Qingyu sneered. Do you think I dare to call them uncle and aunt? There are wolves outside? Chen Song was dumbfounded. Wolves? Qingyu grinned and said, there's a big pervert at the door. Chen Song sighed. Plan A had failed, so he had to think about Plan B tomorrow. He obediently went back to his room to sleep. Needless to say, he slept very soundly tonight. After asking for leave and returning home, Chen Song's uneasy heart finally relaxed. After all, he was also an ordinary person and did not have the ability to help the world. He had to live like an ordinary person. Finally, he could not be disturbed. The next day, Qingyu really experienced what it meant to be woken up by a rooster. When the sun shone into the house, the sound of roosters crowing and dogs barking gradually sounded. Qingyu stretched himself. He had slept very deeply last night and felt refreshed when he woke up. After folding the quilt, he went out and looked up. He could see Namquan Mountain not far away. He took a deep breath. It was really fresh. It was as if the air was sweet. In the distance, the silly dog stared at this uninvited guest. It wanted to bark but did not dare to because this woman had locked it in a cage and was not allowed to go out. It wanted to bark, but when it thought about Chen Dehai's rod, it sighed and turned around. It shook its butt and tail, silently expressing its dissatisfaction. The yard was very big. There was a chicken coop outside. Inside, there were more than a dozen chickens cooing. Qingyu could even see a few eggs in a corner of the chicken coop. They seemed to have just been laid. Thinking of this, Qingyu bent down and reached into his arm. He could just touch them. The eggs were still warm. This made Qingyu happy. However, it was obvious that these hens didn't seem to care about their eggs at all. They didn't even care that the eggs were snatched away by other women. Instead, they shook their wings and left, swaggering away like an irresponsible mother hen. As he touched the eggs in his hand, Qingyu suddenly heard a vulgar voice. Great. Stealing chickens and dogs so early in the morning. Aya, what is in your hand? How dare you steal my eggs? You little thief. I caught you red-handed. Chen Song laughed at Qingyu. Before Qingyu could say anything, Yang Jiehui said with a smile, how can you say that? Isn't it all Qingyu's? Take as much as you want. Qingyu, I poured some hot water for you. Wash up and eat breakfast. Qingyu heard this and immediately smiled happily. Thank you, Auntie. As she spoke, she rolled her eyes at Chen Song. Chen Song was stunned. Is this my mother? After Qingyu washed up, he was reluctant to part with the egg. After washing it, he decided to make it himself. After filling the bowl, Chen Song suddenly smiled and said, let me show you a magic trick. After that, he picked up the chopsticks and picked up the egg yolk. He actually picked up the egg yolk. This shocked Xianxia. This egg can be picked up with chopsticks? This is a raw egg. Isn't it amazing? The curious Xianxia cracked another egg and found that he could pick it up too. The aroma of the egg that he made in the morning hit him. Xianxia suddenly realized that this might be the best egg he had eaten in more than 20 years. In the morning, Chen Dahai said, "Song take Yaya to see the spring on Nanquan Mountain." Xianxia was curious when he heard this. Chen Song released the silly dog. It was a shepherd dog mixed with Chinese rural dogs. It was a mixed breed dog after all and still had the dignity of a mixed breed dog. After it was released, it ran to Xianxia's side and sniffed Xianxia's scent. However, it sneezed. Chen Song laughed. "Did you see that? I'm allergic to your perfume." Xianxia smiled and naturally noted it down in his heart. "Wait until we return to Ammonium Sunday. See how I'll deal with you." The silly dog was quite big. It was half a meter tall and 7 or 8 years old. However, it looked very silly. Chen Song had always called it silly dog. After so many years, he was used to it. He had almost forgotten the silly dog's original name. So Chen Dahai and Yang Jiehui simply called it silly dog. Many of the village's dogs were not tied up. Chen Dahai was also worried that the silly dog would scare Xianxia, so he locked it up. Originally, Xianxia was a little scared. However, the silly dog seemed to know the identity and status of this woman. When it thought of its neighbor's hen being slaughtered yesterday, it was also a little scared. Chen Dahai's move of killing the chicken to warn the dog was well done. The silly dog saw the scene of the chicken being killed and naturally became more sensible. After thinking about it, it felt that it was better to be a bootlicker in peace. It simply licked Xianxu's shoes. This time, Xianxia was happy. He bent down and patted the silly dog's head. The silly dog laughed in its heart. "Ah, women are so easy to fool. If it wasn't for Chen Dahai's stick being uncomfortable, I wouldn't have cared about you." This scene made Chen Song a little dumbfounded. This silly dog, he had become a demon, it was the essence of a bootlicker. In the end, it would have everything it wanted. There were many people walking on the mountain road. The older generation of southern mountain village people had already paved the road with stones. Walking on the road, smelling the damp air, the silly dog beside him shook its head. Xianxia picked up a branch on the road and threw it forward. "Chen Song, pick it up." Sure enough, the silly dog understood human nature. It ran out, jumped up and caught the branch, and obediently ran back. But, it didn't understand. Why was its name changed? It seemed like a person's name. Forget it, just lick it. It simply squatted on the ground, opened its mouth, stuck out its tongue, and laughed at Xianxia. Seeing this, Chen Song felt a headache coming on. "This silly dog, traitor, I'll kill you tomorrow." When the silly dog heard this, it immediately stood up in fright and rubbed its head on Chen Song's leg. When Xianxia saw this, he immediately laughed out loud. The silly dog looked at the two holding hands in front of it and sighed silently. Human emotions are so complicated. At this time, Xianxia shouted, "Silly dog, follow me." When the silly dog heard this, it immediately ran forward. It ran to the front and occasionally looked back. When it saw that its two masters were still there, it continued to run a few steps and looked back again. Chen Dahai was proud today. Xianxia's 2 bottles of Maotai made Chen Dahai happy the whole night. It wasn't because they were expensive or anything. It was because they catered to his tastes. Chen Dahai couldn't bear to buy them, although Xianxia was happy even if he didn't take anything, but, holding 2 bottles of Maotai made Chen Dahai proud. In the afternoon, he called his friends over to his house and took out his Maotai liquor to show off. "Hey, did you see this? This was brought by my daughter-in-law. I haven't drunk Maotai in my life," Chen Dahai said with a smile. His friend picked up the Maotai and took a look. "Io, Lao Chen, look, this is from 1999. Lao Chen was stunned. He didn't notice this thing just now. He quickly picked up the flying Maotai and looked at it carefully. Suddenly, he found the 1999 logo. After seeing it, Lao Chen's face changed. "Oh my god, this is 20 years old. It's a treasure, Thinking of this, Lao Chen quickly and carefully took back the wine from his friends. Hee, we're not drinking today. After saying that, he quickly got up and carefully packed the Mao Tai. He ran into the house and stuffed it into the cellar. He even locked the door. After he came up, he was relieved to see that no one saw him. Oh my god, it's such a waste to let you guys drink such good wine. I'll drink a bottle when Xianxia gets married. I'll drink another bottle when my child is 1 month old. Yes, I'll drink with my in-laws then. Thinking of this, Chen Dehai couldn't help but laugh. Back in the house, his friend stared at Lao Chen. You called us here, to show us the wine? Chen Dehai blushed. Of course not. As he spoke, he got up and grabbed a bunch of peanuts and melon seeds. Eat some melon seeds and chat. The few of them suddenly became angry from embarrassment. Chen Dehai, you're the one who enjoyed drinking the Wuliangya my son-in-law brought me the most. Yes, you drank a lot of the Laojiao brought by my daughter last year, right? And my 30-year-old Fen wine, Chen Dehai laughed and didn't care at all. After all, this was a 20-year-old flying Mao Tai. Just thinking about it made him happy. It's not that we don't want to drink. It's just that these 2 days are not suitable. Say, it's the first time my wife comes over, and she sees us drinking. Wouldn't that be bad? When we find a good day, let's sit down and have a good drink. Today was his mother, Yang Jiehui's birthday. Tonight, the whole family gathered together. Although there was no birthday cake, there were longevity noodles. There was also a table full of dishes cooked by Chen Dehai. In the evening, Chen Luo called. They video called and chatted for a long time. This made Yang Jiehui and Chen Dehai feel that their child had grown up. Yang Jiehui chatted with Qin Yu while Chen Dehai and Chen Song drank some white wine. Right at this moment, there was a sudden burst of violent knocking on the door. There was also a child crying loudly, which could be heard clearly across the courtyard and inside the house. Chen Dehai quickly got up and ran out to open the door. He suddenly saw a woman running in with a child in her arms. Uncle Chen, is Chen Song home? Chen Dehai also saw that it was Xianxia from the village. He's here, he's here. Come in quickly. What's wrong with the child? Xianxia was also very anxious. The child's arm is dislocated, but it seems to be in a special position. It hurts when I touch it. Nowadays, the village doctors were all young ladies. After the older generation of barefoot doctors retired, these young people did not know how to treat patients. Their daily job was nothing more than to register some chronic diseases, follow up forms, and spread knowledge. Basically, the villagers would go to the hospital whenever they felt uncomfortable. This was also the reason why the old people were taken to the city by their children when they were old. What if they fell sick? It was the same in Nanquan village. There used to be a barefoot doctor, an old Chinese medicine doctor with high standards. However, after he got old, he became useless and was taken to the city by his children. Now, there was only one woman in the village who had not gone to medical school for a day. She was a woman who had only gone to a few days of training to fill out forms and sell medicine. How could she treat patients? After coming in, Xianxia quickly said, Xiao Chen, quickly take a look. The child was crying uncontrollably. Chen Song was stunned when he saw it. It was a very common illness. Pulling the elbow was also called elbow dislocation. Technically speaking, it was radial head subluxation. This kind of situation was very common, especially when many parents were not paying attention when they were holding their children's hands. When they were walking up the stairs, or when the child accidentally fell down, it was very easy for them to suddenly grab the child's hand. Nowadays, many young parents did not know how to look after their children, regardless of gender. Chen Song had seen many such cases in the emergency department. Moreover, the child's bones were not fully developed. When the radial head slid distally and returned to its original position, the upper half of the circular ligament could not retract in time. It was stuck in the humerus joint and became a radial head subluxation. It was also very easy to cause problems after a long time. However, as the child gradually grew up, the radial head developed well, and the circular ligament became thicker and stronger. In the future, there would not be any subluxation. Chen Song looked at the woman and said, "Put the child down." Xianxia quickly nodded. The child cried loudly and did not let Xianxia touch his arm at all. Xianxia quickly took a piece of chocolate. Don't cry, don't cry. Auntie will give you something delicious to eat. Xianxia also said, Uncle is a doctor. It won't hurt in a while. Be obedient. It was unknown whether it was the attraction of the chocolate or the fear of the doctor, but the child did stop crying. When the child's attention was diverted, Xianxia took the opportunity to rotate his forearm back and extend his elbow to pull it slightly. Then, he used his thumb to skillfully press on the small head of the radius in front of the elbow and retracted the elbow joint. Suddenly, a sound was heard, the child stopped crying. Xianxia picked up a pillow towel at home and fixed the arm. At this moment, Xianxia's parents rushed in. When they saw that the child had stopped crying, they immediately heaved a sigh of relief. However, they looked at Xianxia and said, the child's bones are not fully developed. In the future, when you pull the child, don't use too much strength. Otherwise, it will easily form habitual dislocation. Moreover, long-term dislocation can easily cause many complications. It's not good for the child's bone development. Be careful in the future. The nervous Xianxia hurriedly nodded. Thank you, Dr. Chen. The parents behind her also hurriedly nodded. Yes, yes, yes. Xiao Chen, you're really amazing. You've done it in such a short time. Xianxia shook his head. Go back and fix it for a week. Don't move it. After all, the ligament is damaged. If it doesn't recover well in the future, it will have a great impact. Xianxia hurriedly nodded. Xianxia sighed helplessly. Young people nowadays were really not as worried as the elderly when it came to children. This kind of pulling of the child's elbow was rarely seen when the older generation took care of the child. However, when it came to the emergency department, it was common to see young people carrying children in. It was because some young people liked to play with children, or when they were playing with the child, they were not careful. If they used a little strength, it was easy to cause injury. When they pulled the child, they were very casual. If they fell, they would directly pull the child up. This could easily cause a subluxation of the radial bone. Many young parents nowadays were really careless with their children. P.S. This case was written under the suggestion of a reader. I also feel that it is very necessary. Let me give everyone a lesson. Some time ago, I read a book review saying that many readers are about to become parents. I hope that everyone will pay attention to it and not bring unnecessary harm to the child. Usually, young parents will help a child to walk on the street. The child's upper limbs are raised while the parent's upper limbs are lowered. When they encounter stairs, the parent's hands will suddenly lift the child's hand to help the child walk up the stairs. Next, symptoms will immediately appear. Or they will use force to put a woolen sweater on the child. The rough pulling force will also cause a subluxation of the radial bone. I hope that the parents will be a little more careful when they treat the child. After all, the bones are not fully developed and the ligaments are very fragile. P.S. Thank you to Jili Yulan for another 10,000 tip. She has become an elder. Haha, thank you. It was said that there was no way to hide things in the village. The news of Xianxia setting Xianxia's child's bones last night spread throughout the village. Everyone was praising Lao Chen's child for being a doctor from the provincial capital. The next morning, Xianxia was woken up by Chen Dehai before he even woke up. Xianxia, who had a battle of wits with Xianxia the night before, was stunned. What's wrong, Dad? Xianxia is already up, but you're still not up. When the villagers know that you're here, they all came to your door to ask you to treat them, Chen Dehai said. Hurry up, and get up. We're all villagers. It's not easy for you to come back. Do something for them. Write a prescription or something. Xianxia was stunned. He was embarrassed. He was an emergency surgeon. What did he know about Chinese medicine? Write a prescription, but he still got up quickly. However, Xianxia felt that it was a pity. After all, he had missed 2 days at home. This little thief did not give him a chance to do anything. Xianxia sighed when he thought of this. After getting up and tidying up, Xianxia went out and found that there were many people in the courtyard. When everyone saw Xianxia get up, they all smiled and greeted him. In the house, Xianxia was chatting with an old lady about blood pressure control. Actually, what kind of illness could be treated at home? It was nothing more than the villagers coming over to ask if there was anything wrong with the radiographic films they had taken for a long time. Most of the time, everyone was looking for psychological comfort. Otherwise, they would ask if there was a need for surgery. Xianxia was very warm and likable. This could be seen from Yang Jiehui's happy face. When they came out of the house, the villagers kept praising Chen Dehai for his good fortune. They said that he would be able to enjoy life in the future. His daughter-in-law was beautiful and had a good personality. His 2 doctors would be able to enjoy life in the big city in the future. Chen Dehai grinned and took out the chunghua that he usually could not bear to smoke for the villagers. After a few men saw the smoke, they laughed. Dehai, you're not bad. You're even smoking chunghua. Chen Dehai laughed. This was brought by a lady. She knows that I smoke and drink, so she bought some good cigarettes and wine for me. His fair-weather friend said to the person beside him, the girl brought Lauchen Mao Tai. Do you know Flying Mao Tai? 20 years. I checked online last night. It's said to be around 4,000 to 5,000. Chen Dehai was so proud that his face turned red. The parents were old and only had one child. It was said that before the age of 30, one should respect the father and respect the son. After 30, one should respect the son and respect the father. His words were not overboard at all. Xianxia's medical knowledge was very solid, and he explained it thoroughly to the villagers who came to consult him. Everyone returned with a full load and gained a lot. As for those who wanted to perform surgery, Xianxia smiled and said, Sir, if you want to perform surgery, you don't have to look for anyone. If you want to perform cholecystectomy, just come to the 2nd Chengdu Provincial Hospital and look for Chen Song. Chen Song is a famous surgeon in our hospital. He is very famous for his surgery. When they heard this, they immediately stood up and shook hands with Chen Song with a smile. They said to Chen Dehai and Yang Jiehui, Good, you're promising. This made Chen Dehai and Yang Jiehui feel a sense of pride from the bottom of their hearts. However, people were like this. There were those who respected you, and there were those who looked down on you. It was the same everywhere. The villagers liked to talk about which family's children were promising, how much money they could earn, where they lived, and what they did. When they heard that Chen Song was so good and powerful, some people were unhappy and said, Flying Mao Tai? A 20-year-old Flying Mao Tai? If you have the money, why don't you buy a car? You're just putting on airs. Chen Song likes to brag. This Chen Song became like this after just one shift. That's right. He even took a taxi back. How far is Ammoniang City? If he has the ability, he should buy a good car and drive. Those who hated others for being poor naturally couldn't bear to see others doing well. It was normal to say sourly. Chen Song and Xianxia took a car this afternoon. It took more than 3 hours to drive to Ammoniang City. Chen Song, who had originally decided to buy a car, was too busy during this period of time. He didn't have time to look at a car. He would wait until he went back this time. It would be more convenient to buy a car before the new year. During lunch, a man suddenly ran in a hurry. Dehai. Dehai. Quick, quick, Lao! He slipped down from the mountain pass and was stabbed in the stomach by a tree branch. With one sentence, everyone who was eating was stunned. Lao! He was Chen Dehai's fair-weather friend. They usually sat together to drink and chat when they had nothing to do. His son and daughter both worked in Beijing. When Chen Song and Xianxia heard the news, they quickly got up. Because of their professional habits, they quickly asked, Where is Uncle He now? The man looked flustered. He's still stuck on the slope. A group of people don't dare to move. They called 120. Xiaochen, you and Xianxia go and take a look. We are afraid that something will happen if we move. Chen Song nodded. He and Xianxia put down their bowls and chopsticks and followed the man out. Chen Dehai was also burning with anxiety. When the group of people reached the foot of the mountain, they immediately found a group of people gathered at the foot of the mountain not far away. After Chen Song arrived, the man immediately shouted, Make way, Xiaochen is here. With those words, the crowd hurriedly opened up a path for him. Chen Song looked over and immediately saw a man with a hole in his stomach. It was still bleeding, and there was a sharp wooden stubble on the wound. Chen Song was stunned. The location of the wooden stubble was on the right upper abdomen, which was relatively close to the liver. What Chen Song was most worried about was whether or not the liver and the large blood vessels in the abdomen would be damaged. Although the branch wasn't very thick, it was still very dangerous to stab at this angle. Thinking of this, Chen Song suddenly said, "Everyone, don't move." Chen Song didn't need to say this. At this time, when everyone saw such a bloody scene, who dared to move, Chen Song hurriedly went up to check. He looked at the man and asked, "Uncle He, how do you feel now?" The man covered his eyes with one hand. He wanted to touch his stomach with the other, but he didn't dare. "It hurts. It hurts so much. It hurts all the time." Hearing the man's words, Chen Song was not very worried. This kind of continuous pain was generally not serious in external injuries. The peritoneal stimulation was not typical, and the sound of the intestines was weak. Chen Song quickly said, "Go get the stethoscope and blood pressure gauge." A man quickly got up and ran to the outpatient clinic in the village. Chen Song took a deep breath and put his hand on the radial artery. His speed was a little fast, but his breathing was still normal. There was not much he could do now. First, he didn't dare to pull out the wooden stubble. Second, he didn't dare to move it casually. Fortunately, the bleeding did not seem to be much, and there was no need to stop the bleeding immediately. This way, the safety factor was increased by a lot. Those who watched television knew that if an arrow was shot in ancient times, it would be better if it was not pulled out. It would be more dangerous if it was pulled out. At this moment, the country doctor ran over with a blood pressure gauge and a stethoscope. Xianxia measured the blood pressure and heaved a sigh of relief. He said, 12,070 millimeters of mercury. The blood pressure is stable. Chen Song listened to the stethoscope in his stomach. The sound of his intestines had disappeared. The intestines must have been damaged. The only thing he was uncertain about was the liver. However, he could not see or touch it. He could only wait for rescue. Fortunately, his vital signs were still stable. Wait for 120, this process was long and anxious. Lao He's wife watched anxiously from the side. She took the phone and called her child who was far away in Beijing. Her voice was a little choked. Chen Song saw that the patient's condition was still stable, so he simply said, "Drive to the hospital in the city. There's no need to wait for 120. It's a waste of time to go back and forth." Chen Song had also considered it carefully. Lao He's vital signs were stable, and there was not much damage at the moment. It would be a waste of time for the ambulance to drive out of the city and go back. Now, Chen Song could also guarantee that the patient's current vital signs were not life-threatening. Under the premise of ensuring the patient's safety, sending him to the hospital as soon as possible was the best choice. Don't think of the ambulance as so magical, especially for this kind of trauma patient. When Chen Dahai heard this, he quickly went home and drove out the van at home. This was the car that Chen Dahai usually used to buy ingredients. Chen Song organized people to move another door panel. 4 or 5 people carefully carried the man up and then put the back seat of the van. A group of people carried Lao He in. Chen Song and Xianxia drove towards the hospital with Lao He's wife. Along the way, Lao He's wife kept talking to Lao He, afraid that he would fall asleep. Meanwhile, Lao He was grimacing in pain and crying out in pain. Lao Chen drove very steadily. Xianxia measured his blood pressure every 5 minutes, afraid that there would be a problem. His blood pressure was still stable above 100. Chen Song was not too worried. But if they really had to wait for the 120 ambulance, it might take a long time. After about 40 minutes, the car stopped at the entrance of the emergency department of the People's Hospital of Jinyang City. Chen Song, Lao Chen, and Lao Yang carefully carried the patient into the emergency department. Abdominal trauma, bed pull up, Chen Song said to the nurse's station out of habit after entering the emergency room. The nurse at the side widened her eyes in surprise. Fortunately, the doctor reacted quickly and said, "What are you waiting for? Go and push the bed." Xin Xiuyuan hurried forward to check on the patient. "What happened?" Chen Song said, "He Yonggang, male, 62 years old, married, farmer. An hour ago, he slipped from the mountain and was stabbed in the abdomen. Now, there is a foreign body in his abdomen." Symptoms are seen: continuous pain in the right upper abdomen for an hour. Clear consciousness, clear speech, cooperative physical examination. An irregular wound with a diameter of 4 centimeters can be seen on the right upper abdomen, deep into the abdominal cavity, exposed omentum, tenderness with rebound pain, blood pressure 10,060 millimeters of mercury, bowel sounds disappeared, liver damage suspected, no signs of major bleeding found. Past history: high blood pressure for 13 years, oral. Xianxia had already asked the patient's family about the patient's condition. His skillful description of the symptoms made Xianxia dumbfounded. This F*King was so professional, it seemed like he was even more professional than himself. Even the emergency nurse at the side was stunned. Was this ferocious person here to challenge them? Obviously, it wasn't. After the car was pushed out, everyone carried Lao He up. Xianxia looked at Xianxia. "Doctor, thank you for your hard work." Xianxia was a little stunned. It's not hard. Xianxia said to the nurse at the side, "Take oxygen. Get on the monitor. Prepare for venipuncture to establish a channel. Draw blood for blood type identification and cross-match blood." Xianxia's series of operations were still considered methodical. Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief. He wouldn't foolishly interfere with other people's treatment, and he wouldn't rashly say anything about himself. After all, his identity was now the patient's family member. Just now, he was explaining the patient's condition so that the resuscitation doctor could have a preliminary understanding of the patient as soon as possible. At this moment, in the resuscitation room, Xianxia looked at the patient's vital signs and a series of situations. When he recalled the young man's words just now, he was a little dumbfounded, because from the beginning to the end, it was completely correct. Moreover, the other party's description was even more professional, serious, and reliable than his own. The young nurse at the side whispered, "Dr. Shen, then, that handsome guy just now should be a doctor, right?" Xianxia cut open the patient's clothes and checked the wound. He nodded. "He should be." The young nurse heaved a sigh of relief. But his words just now were too imposing. "It gave me a fright. If I didn't know better, I would have thought that the director was here." Xianxia was stunned. Needless to say, it was really a little similar. Xianxia had been in the emergency department for a long time and often faced all kinds of special situations. Sometimes, his medical advice was very decisive and there was no doubt about it. Therefore, the young nurse was a little absent-minded. Outside, Xianxia brought Lao He's wife to complete the procedures. Then, he waited patiently and anxiously. Seeing that she was a little nervous and even broke down, Xianxia couldn't help but comfort her. This was the first time he was sitting here as a family member. To be honest, Xianxia really didn't feel safe. Otherwise, why would the patient's family be anxious? However, the family members were worried about the patient's condition. And what Xianxia was thinking now was that he should complete the relevant examinations as soon as possible, place a gastric tube, connect a suction device to decompress the gastrointestinal tract, use effective antibiotics, open the abdominal wound, and inject tetanus antitoxin. Then, he would carry out the relevant laparotomy as soon as possible. After all, there was an unstable wooden stick stuck in the stomach. Everything was an unstable factor. This feeling was like an experienced driver sitting in the passenger seat of a car and watching others drive. He always felt insecure and wished he could immediately change seats and take absolute control of the steering wheel. Thinking of this, Xianxia quickly shook his head. As a patient, he still had to trust the doctor. After Xianxia finished his preparations, he immediately sent the patient to the operating theater and prepared to perform a laparotomy to remove the foreign body. However, when he performed the laparotomy, he realized that the wooden fork that had pierced into the abdominal cavity was not a simple wooden stick. There were also small branches that had already pierced into the liver. The tip of the wooden fork had already pierced deeply into the intestine, and a huge fistula appeared. On the other side, the liver was the most dangerous part. A thin wooden fork was near the hepatic vein, and blood was constantly seeping out. Xianxia's expression changed. He turned to the nurse and said, "Call the director and ask him to come to the emergency department immediately. Also, prepare the notice of critical illness and ask the family member to sign it." The current situation was no longer something that Xianxia could handle. fortunately, the other party had arrived in time. Otherwise, the problem would have been big. Looking at the bleeding near the hepatic vein, Xianxia Yuan's back was full of cold sweat. End of chapter 531. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.